Hello and welcome to the final day of the 2025 Goodwood Revival. The track has recently been blessed. The final act before racing can commence today. After all of the meticulous planning, we're in for another thrilling day of racing. And what a weekend it's been. Exhilarating races, historic parades, and all of the fashion, music and theatre you'd expect at this event. And we're in for something truly special again today.
Yes, 80 years ago, people across Europe poured into the streets to celebrate victory and peace at the end of the Second World War. Today, we'll step back to that unforgettable day, the 8th of May, 1945, and relive the joy of VE Day here at Goodwood.
War is at an end. Today is Victory in Europe Day.
Well, we look forward to all of those VE celebrations, but before that we have got a VW Type 2 camper van display that will be happening and going out first on the track. It is a bit of a drier start to the day, which we're grateful for, David, but I'm sure all of the drivers and riders are as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly the motorbike riders yesterday, but the rain, you know, it was challenging for sure for some of those drivers. Made for some great racing, but it was challenging. So I think
yes,
a dry day doesn't hurt.
Certainly, it was very wet, but we did have some sunny spells, and one of those moments where the sun cast over the Goodwood Motor Circuit was during the Jim Clark celebrations. That was an absolutely brilliant moment as we marked the 60th anniversary of his second World Championship. We saw lots of his beautiful Team Lotus cars line up on the grid, and to top it all off, there was a herd of sheep that weaved their way through those beautiful cars, which made for such a majestic moment. That was truly wonderful, wasn't it?
Truly surreal, I have to say, as well. And then, you know, Jackie Stewart getting that special trophy that he didn't get back in time. It was just a wonderful day. People like Damon Hill on the grid, and then the sheep, as you say, having a little look around the cars. They were quite curious sheep, I think.
Yeah, it was wonderful to see all of those cars, the names that were driving those cars, and of course the sheep as well. But David, I know you had a close eye on the racing that was going on. That was one of the parades, and there was a certain one that stood out to you, wasn't there?
Well, yet again, the St Mary's Part 1 delivered. I thought, you know, absolute stellar cast of drivers. You know, we had people from all over the world coming together, and then we had this great battle. Obviously, Gordon Shedden got off the line then, the Jaguar, but it was the big Fords battling it out in the end. The Fairlane against the Thunderbird, and Tom Christensen sneaked through there against Steve Soper. Steve Soper had a little go at the end there, just managed to keep it on the line, but it was an absolutely brilliant race. Great challenge, a lot of respect, close racing. Touring cars as it should be. Yeah,
we had loads of fantastic racing yesterday, and that was certainly one of the highlights. Something else that I think the whole team had as a highlight was seeing our Ed Foster in one of these VW camper vans.
I think it was one of those just there, yes.
We've not caught up with him yet as to how that was. We're stood here in front of them, but I believe he's down in the paddock now.
Good morning, everyone. I have briefly escaped the assembly area, and I'm now in the paddocks, and I'm surrounded by the RAC TT cars. The reason for that is that's the big race today, and that's the one I'm really looking forward to. So, who is going to win? It's always a bit of a lottery, but the big decider today is going to be the rain. Behind me, you can see some of the E-types. They've got independent rear suspension. They're softer, they're easier to drive in the wet. If we move this way, you can see the Ollie Bryant Cobra, which has won before, but that was dry. The Cobras tend to be a bit quicker in the wet, but that's the great thing about racing. We don't know what's going to happen. I can't wait, but I'm going to head back to the assembly area and go and start talking to some drivers.
Thanks so much, Ed. We look forward to hearing from you throughout the day. A different array of cars you had there as to what we've got behind us. Rosie, we're getting a few toots and beeps, probably because you've turned up. But lovely to see you again. I know you've been over the road and exploring all the Revive and Thrive area, and you even got to do a bit of dancing yesterday, didn't you?
I think dancing is a strong word for what I attempted to do yesterday. I did have a go at the Lindy Hop yesterday with lovely Mark, who actually tried to teach me a couple of years ago as well, and as he said, 2 left feet and welly boots is probably not ideal, but it's a lot of fun. And I think the best thing about the Lindy Hop area is that the band is playing all day. You've got lots of couples having a go on the dance floor, and they're really good as well. I was stood in awe watching some of them who are so in sync. So at some point I'd love to actually learn how to do it, but the group have been fantastic, and as you can see, me attempting alongside a lot of other people who actually know what they're doing, but everyone's smiling, everyone's happy, and there are lots of bars and restaurants around that area as well. So it's a really happy place, and I know we haven't had the best weather, but actually it really hasn't dampened anything. And yesterday afternoon was sunshine all day, and you could really tell over that side that no one cared about the rain.
Yeah, it's been fantastic to see these groups of dancers turning up in different corners of the Revival site, which has been wonderful to see. You look fantastic. I think keep going with that.
Oh, we've got to get better at it. We've got to get better.
But as well, on the dance floor, it's wonderful to see all of the outfits, the accessories, the effort that people are putting into what they're wearing. You must have seen a favourite outfit so far of the weekend, in your opinion.
I think so. Do you know what? I think it's the really genuine outfits, the people that have brought stuff over from their great-grandparents that have worn all of those amazing outfits, and the genuine 1940s, 50s and 60s. I'm loving that we're celebrating Summer of Love as well, because, again, very similar to you right now, bright colours. You look fabulous, by the way. Bright colours, lots of energy, lots of fun, and I really love seeing the children making an effort as well. Everyone's brought their old prams, the old-fashioned prams with them, so I think everyone's just encompassing it. And as I said at the beginning of the week, it does feel like you've stepped into a movie set.
Yeah, and we've seen that on our side, haven't we, David? Some of the youngsters taking to the Setrington Cup yesterday was a fantastic highlight. We saw them in their overalls, a little radio on their ear. They're even getting into the spirit of Revival.
Absolutely, yeah. And I enjoyed talking to Karoon there yesterday as he was pushing the car up the hill with Kush, his son. Did a great job in the race, by the way. And then, obviously, great start here. We've got all these VWs behind us, these Type 2s ready to kick the day off in the right fashion for this.
Run us over quite soon, I think.
I think they're getting a little impatient behind us now.
Well, I think it is about time to let them get off. They're tooting and beeping at us, waving their flags. So let's get to our commentary team, who's going to talk us through this incredible parade.
Thank you, Grace. Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing the parade, the final one of the 3 this weekend as we go into this last day of the Goodwood Revival. But what a wonderful opportunity it is to celebrate and have fun. And you'll see a lot of people out standing up at the top in these open top ones. They're not all open top. They're quite rare, actually, some of these open top ones. But there are so many families gathering together. This is lovely. We've got around 120, and there we are. We've got the sign to show, basically, that everything's starting to happen here at Goodwood today, and we are seeing some wonderful displays. Ben Edwards and Bruce Jones with you for this part, and Bruce, it's a lovely way to start the day, isn't it?
It is. It really, Ben, puts a smile on everyone's face, because I mean, people are having so much fun, and yesterday morning when it was raining as they were going around, still a few people were happy to put their head up on the withdrawable roofs, but we have some that are just prepared to the most magnificent level, some with their absolutely original patina, which I really love. But of course we've got the camper van version of the combi, we've got a little fire engine version there, we've got an ambulance version, we've got the radio vans, we've got the pickups as well. But the level of presentation on these cars is phenomenal, and the detail, every single one seems to have been customised in a slightly different way. And I was looking at one in the paddock as I was coming through, and instead of a gear lever, they've got one of those lovely hand pull pumps you'd find in a pub. Sponsored by Harp Lager of the day, I think.
Fantastic. Well, as we know, these were begun in 1950. It was something that came up after the war, based on the VW Beetle. Same engine, basically, as the VW Beetle, but it was a designer or an idea, basically, to turn them into vans. And they became so practical. They started building them, and then suddenly they were building thousands of them. And there were 1.7 million made between 1950 and 1967. Some of the ones you're looking at here are from that earliest period. You see those open screens on some. Now, apparently, not all of them have opening screens, but quite a lot of them do. Some of those early ones have the opening screens. And they are split screens, of course. That is part of what this first model was. The split screen van club in the UK is a big part for many of these people. Many of them are a member, and they have some big gatherings as well.
And also another reason they had the split screen was curved glass was still quite hard to produce at mass production levels, but it gave them a distinctive feature. But these tie in so well with the Goodwood circuit. You think about the years these were built, they pretty much echo, these Type 2s, the span of this circuit, 1948 to 66 for the circuit, 1950 to 67 for these. And you do see the sort of gradual modernisation. The initial ones have rear lights that are almost non-existent, so they're tiny, like a little torchlight, and then the later ones very similar to the tail lights you'd have on the next iteration. But these vehicles were created by someone whose son went racing. Bernardus Pon, Ben Pon, his raced. He was the Dutch VW importer.
That's right.
And it was a very new company. He was over in Wolfsburg and just sort of looked around and sort of thought, could we do a commercial vehicle?
Yeah.
It's very rare that an importer then goes to a company and just puts an idea to them, and it ran. And this obviously carries all the way through to our Summer of Love here at Goodwood, and very much a lot of the people on board these vehicles. You can see an arm sticking out of a window. They're very much a Summer of Love sort of coloured hippie scape, but you know, it's just so wonderful to see them. I didn't know what to expect but I did know the number was going to be huge, 120 to 130, bringing their own costumes, having so much fun.
Yeah, and being able to stand out at the back is lovely. Now, this is one I've been learning about a little bit more because I met up with some friends, and they are involved actually in that group, but it's friends of theirs that own this one, and it's been part of family for over 40 years. Jan, who has this VW, her father bought it and then he sold it, sadly, but she was able to get it back after a couple of years, so it's been a part of the family for a long time, and it's one of those with 21 windows. It's from the 1967 year, so it's one of the last ones, whereas you're looking here, of course, at one of the very early ones from 1950 period, and look at all the windows, and that is a part of these. Some of them have 23 actually, going back to that early stage. This is one of the very first of the ones that we've got here, and it's in very original form, which is fun to see. And yeah, this is seeing the mixture there. I don't think I've been looking around some of these, and there are none that are absolutely identical to each other. There's always little differences.
100%. Some parked inside the circuit, some are outside. So wherever you are on the circuit, you can find some to look at and examine. The doors are open. People often sitting at the table in the middle, just having a coffee as you go past. And some clearly love theirs so much they've reproduced and have a little mini me on the roof. You can see just going out of shot. So everyone distinctive and different, and a lot of people really regretting their choices of wearing nylon wigs.
Absolutely, yeah. No, but it's such a lovely way to celebrate and enjoy, with the peace flag up there on that one as well that I was talking about, and yeah, a wave as they go around the track. And they all come to Goodwood actually. Goodwood is always a big event for them anyway, but the fact that they were able to bring the VW camper van has sort of added to the story, and I think that's the story for many of the families. It's so lovely to see families getting together in these and enjoying such a wonderful weekend. We're starting it off with a nice tour around the track, because the opportunity just to go around the circuit is a lovely thing here.
And also just to be able to run in convoy with so many friends and new friends from the clubs. But a lot of them have come across from Europe. You've seen some on Swedish plates, Dutch plates, German plates, yeah. And again, it's just super special. But it's hard to sort of overestimate just how important they were in terms of being able to get across, travel around Europe in the 1960s in particular. And of course then you had the whole West Coast scene, California. We're celebrating Haight-Ashbury, that zone of San Francisco really was the epicenter of the Summer of Love. And of course people just going upstate, living in the woods in these, you know, fantastic vehicles. But here we are. You have to appreciate some of these are really rather old, but they still look fantastic.
Yeah, actually I was looking at one earlier on that is very old, another old one, 1952 one, and it's a combi from the early period, and it was apparently bought initially by a gingerbread company in Sweden, and they've sort of kept the original specification of it from the colouring. So if we see that rather old one, I'll point it out. But see, there are different ways of travelling around here, aren't there? It's fun.
It really is. Now, look, as we're looking at one of the pickup versions, a twin cab, talking to people who drove them in period, they said the most bizarre thing, of course, the engine is mounted right at the back, but without a cockpit or a cabin for the noise to come through, you can't hear the engine noise. And we sent our own colleague, Ed Foster, out in a more regular one. In fact, that's the one with the really leery wrap, the Carsham one. And he could hear the engine, but he wasn't too sure which gears he had. That was the problem. He might have had first, he didn't think so. Second, possibly not. But, a great experience there. The Goodwood Chars just avoiding work as ever.
Absolutely, which is great. I do gather that with the full camper van versions, you do actually get quite a lot of noise from the engine, even though it's in the back, because of course the noise comes through. Air cooled, remember? So that is an aspect of the VW engines from those early days. And they went from around 1100cc when they started in 1950. They did build it up to around 15, just under 1500cc for the later ones, didn't they?
Yeah, they did, and I think hills became less of a challenge with those. But what just works for me on a Sunday morning here at Goodwood is just the sheer fun and passion that everyone has with these vehicles. And also, with so many parked up when they finish this parade, do go and take a look at them if you're here. But if you're all around the world, see if you can sort some out, because they just work on all levels.
They do indeed, and it's really lovely to see them out here. So many enjoying themselves. I gather, apparently, that there was over 1,000 people applied for the opportunity to bring their VW van this weekend. I mean, we've got this massive collection of. They had to put a limit on it though, and we've got between 120 and 130 here. But apparently, over 1,000 people applied. Incredible.
Well, even for the ones that didn't make it, they'll have probably been prepared to a better level than they have for years. So in its own way, it's sort of adding to the longevity of the Type 2, as it was initially called. But of course, we think of them as the twin screen or the combi models. And every one, as Ben and I have established, is different. Quite remarkable and wonderful on not travelling at speed. Hoist those windows up at the front.
It's lovely that the kids also get the chance to enjoy this and experience it for the first time. And hopefully these youngsters may well keep these vans for many, many years. As I said, that one I mentioned has been in family for a long time, but I think for some I bet there are a few here that have been in family for many, many years. There are others, of course, who grew up around one of these and just thought, oh, I love those. And then when they get to a stage in life where they can afford to buy one, and of course, we were talking about the value of them has gone up over the years. Really, there was a time when they weren't really worth very much at all, but now they're worth anywhere between 25 and 100,000 really in the UK.
That is quite a figure, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I think they've just added to their value by being here. They've added to our day by being here. They brought a whole lot of fun. Of course, we're going to get cars on the track for the first race of the day, starting at 9:30. But lovely. The morning's it's not raining, we'll take that. So but for a chance, I'd say for all these vehicles and all the people driving these Type 2s, it's sunny in their world. That's very good.
It is, yes. It was a bit wet yesterday, yes, and not many people were standing out, although there was one group. It was lovely to see them, even in the rain, standing out the top. But this time is definitely a better, easier day to enjoy it, and we've got so many people out there celebrating. Some of the extended versions, that rather rare one on the right with the high ceiling, that was a fun one to see as well. So all these different versions of these VW campers, and they became works vehicles in many ways. The pickup truck, as you mentioned, there aren't many of the pickup trucks now because they were works vehicles in their period. Many of them didn't survive, they didn't get all the way through, whereas camper vans, of course, were part of family and they were looked after far more, and they've been restored more. So it is actually great to see some of these actual working vans. And as you mentioned, the ambulances, some of those, they come about pretty early 1950s. They started turning them into ambulances.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't a whole array of commercial vehicles at the time, so great to have those. And here's one with a special spotlight on the front, so I think that's a aftermarket job. But then with the twin cab, much more useful than a single cab, and of course it took various other manufacturers followed that at certain points. But again, I really rather love the ones that look as though they've just been hauled out of a shed. I don't know what it is, but it just sort of works for me, because also the camper vans, don't forget, a lot of them would be used for family holidays, but yes, you don't normally go on holiday 52 weeks a year, so they would be tucked away, and brought out from time to time, so naturally they'd have had a longer life.
Absolutely. No, and it makes sense that these ones have survived for longer and that they're still very popular. amongst people, and they are still used for all sorts of events, whether it's purely going off for a bit of a holiday or coming to an event like this. As I mentioned, there are other opportunities to do events as well, and yeah, it is very, very entertaining to see these out for the final time this weekend. This is their third and final run around the Goodwood circuit, but an opportunity to celebrate the 75 years since they were first created and how they just took off and gave so many people in life a chance to do some travelling, to go camping. In those days, it was much more difficult to take a flight somewhere, so the easiest thing was to jump in one of these, and they proved to be so reliable. They were not fast at all, but in fact there was a speed limit on them originally, I gather, and it was a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit because they were seen to be vans, but they managed to have an argument about it, and that got taken away quite early on. But they wouldn't do more than about 50 miles an hour, the first ones, but of course they developed well over the years.
Yes, and certainly when you took the vault from the 1100 to the 1500, there was a little more scope to go fast. But, you know, in some ways, we see a lot of them, particularly in the UK. In the summer months, they come out and they drive their way down to Cornwall or Pembrokeshire. But I think we're seeing the creme de la creme of the Type 2 crop here at Goodwood. Absolutely, yeah. They were created with a 6-volt engine, a 6-volt battery for the engine. Some of them were 12-volt by 1967, actually, funnily enough. So towards the end of this period of this first version of the VW camper van, it came to 1967. They went to the 12-volt battery. So some of those will be 12-volt, and some of them will have been adapted, of course. Some of them will have decided to change it to 12-volt, and many of them have been modified in various ways. But the driving position, as you can see from that lovely shot as well, you're right up at the front, lovely view, seeing out the window. And I'm glad to see that without the rain today, they're not having to wipe the windows quite as much as they had to yesterday. I was talking to Jan, who's got her one. She was saying she was getting everybody to always bring cloths along just in case, because you need to wipe the windows if necessary. Well, it was quite entertaining when our man on the grid, Ed Foster, got to drive one yesterday. He got in, had never sat in it before, just things like lights, windscreen wipers, and then trying to locate everything. And also the pedals are slightly tricky because they come out of the floor rather than hanging down, and apparently you can put your foot down, and then you almost have to put your foot on top of them to depress them fully. So again, just trying to adapt, probably wet-soled, leather-soled shoes as well, making things tricky. But you know, you have your own driving style in these. But it's been a lot of fun. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Yeah, it's been great to see them, and all the slight modifications and how the families have enjoyed themselves. And there's a great look at the number 932. Yum. That suits a lot of people. So yeah, I think that really kind of suits the whole scene here at the moment. There are some great registration numbers on a lot of these different vehicles from their period, of course, as well. But it is time for them to steer off. The way they've been parking them all around the Goodwood area is fantastic, actually. So wherever you wander around, you'll come across a few more. And I think they had to change the plan slightly because of the rain we've had over the weekend. I think that was part of the reason they moved them around a little bit. But it's worked extremely well. No, it has, and at any point you're walking between A and B, you will find some on the infield. I think probably more on the outfield. As a result, some coming out onto the start-finish straight are turning left, some turning right to go onto the infield. But do take a look at them, and the people who brought them here, so friendly, and they've all got their own little party scene around their encampment, their various encampments. But I think it's been a real thrill. But that figure you said, Ben, over 1,000 people applying to bring their Type 2s here, you can be sure that will probably spur other events. Now they know there are so many people that want to bring these out. Yeah, no, it's lovely. It's really good news, and so lovely to see the mixture of machinery that we've got here. Such great history, and then going up into those late 1960s when they were such a big part of people's family life and being able to travel, but also the working versions, as we say, which had to work very, very hard in period, and there really aren't so many now. As our friend was saying, yes, when you're running one of those, not being able to hear the engine was always a bit tricky, but not knowing what the revs were. But for most people, it is very definitely easy to hear the motor. I was gathering that sometimes you can't even put the radio on, really, because in some of the camper vans it's pretty noisy in there when you're doing a reasonable speed, but that's just part and parcel of it, all part of the fun. That's rather a lovely message on the back. Certainly when you get stuck behind one, they're not the quickest things, but everything's faster, nothing's cooler. Yeah, you're sort of there or thereabouts. Yeah, that's great. And the passion for all of these people, and how much it has mattered to them to be able to show here at Goodwood and on this final run
I do hope they've had a good time and can enjoy the rest of the day when we get into slightly different action coming up onto the circuit. We will be getting into some racing very soon now, and the weather in good shape at this stage. We've got a pretty much dry track, and we're looking forward to the Chichester Cup coming up, and Bruce, you'll be taking us through that. And then we've got the Sussex Trophy, the Setrington Cup. Harry Benjamin's going to be doing that once again with you, and that's of course the young kids having their little pedal play.
Yeah, just talking through those first three events following on from the Type 2s. We start with tiny little Formula Juniors, we go to big sports cars from the late 1950s, and then to pedal cars. This is Goodwood.
It's a great mix, isn't it? What a wonderful mix. That really is something to look forward to, and there's plenty more to look forward to as well. Let's have a little look at the highlights then of the VW Type 2 camper vans getting out onto the track for this final time. And we had the blast there, these guns from World War II, which are always a part of the show here at Goodwood as well. And so many people out enjoying the display. And look at the liveries on all the different VW camper vans as well. You never see anything that's too identical. Some of them are quite low, the suspension quite lowered, others quite high, some with raised sections as well. Lots of windows, and just a way to have a celebration.
Well, one of the celebrations this year's revival is the Summer of Love, and people very much echo that with a lot of these vans. But we had the camper vans, we have the pickups, we have the ones with the raised roof. But it was fun all round. Didn't matter what colour, what state of repair, but this was a hugely popular display, the Type 2s.
Yeah, wonderful to see. And do hope you've enjoyed this start of the final day at the Goodwood Revival.
Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing, and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Good Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
You found it then?
Of course I did. Good boy.
For a small donation, you too can help young people like Amaka.
I don't need donations. I need your investment. I'm part of Generation Potential, not Gen Z, Gen Alpha, whatever random name they decide. I have so much to offer the world. I could solve the climate crisis. I could cure disease. I could write a blockbuster movie. Because I'm going places. I want to make it so big. Ooh, okay. I'll be at some fancy fundraising events, deciding on who gets my investment. Today, I am here looking for your investment into our future. We want to learn skills, to gain confidence, to find opportunities, to change the world for the better.
Invest in us. Invest in Generation Potential.
It shouldn't matter how we start, it's what we do next that counts. Hey! Guys!
Well, what a way to start the track action with those VW campers, the largest gathering of those Type 2 camper vans. It was brilliant to see. And what I enjoyed the most, I think, was seeing all the different varieties, as in you had one that was an ambulance, an ice cream van, a family camper. There were so many stories amongst that parade, which was lovely to see.
Absolutely. I mean, you would think that, you know, with 120 Type 2s there'd be 2 or 3 the same, but not one was the same as the other. And I just want them to start every revival, do you? I think they're great.
It was brilliant, and all the flags hanging off them, the people poking out of the top. It was absolutely wonderful way to start. So as you can hear behind us, the engines are starting to roar for those 1,100cc single-seaters that are going to be taking to the Chichester Cup. Now, these are really beautiful machines, David, and one that we're looking forward to starting the final day at Revival.
Yeah, it's a 20-minute race. It's going to be a great way to kick off Sunday at Revival. And like you say, these are these Formula Juniors. These, you know, the formula was invented in the late 50s to get people into racing. 1-litre engines, came out of Italy originally, and they've all got some very exotic names that I think I'll leave the commentary team to pronounce, but they're getting warmed up and heading out onto the grid.
Yes, I mean, they're getting louder as we're setting off, but they might not set the fastest lap time, but they're going to be competitive, and I think that's what people enjoy about this race, is the close action that we're about to see.
Yeah, it's just a great way to kick off the festivities today, and as you see, they'll go up and they're on a welcome dry track.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we can see them just pulling onto the grid now, so let's get to our explainer video that will tell us how the Chichester Cup will work.
Named after the city to the south of Goodwood, the Chichester Cup was first held at the Easter meeting in 1949 and was a regular fixture through the 1950s and 60s for Formula Libre, sports cars, and then from 1960, Formula Junior. Powered by production-based engines with a maximum capacity of 1.1 litres, Formula Junior replaced the 500cc Formula 3 category as the entry level to single-seater motorsport between 1958 and 1963, and was a fertile proving ground for drivers including Jim Clark and John Surtees. There are 3 versions of the modern Chichester Cup, celebrating the different eras of Formula Junior. Version 1 is for front-engined cars, version 2 is for rear-engined cars with drum brakes, and version 3 is for rear-engined cars with disc brakes. It's always one of the most competitive races of the weekend.
Well, the stage is set. Thank you very much to David and Grace. Complicated names, David, like U2, but actually that's the simplest one on the grid. But we have so many different makes of cars. Stangolinis, Volpinis, Alexis's, Apaches, Autosports, Alfa Danas, et al. So, John, we're going to be kept on our toes. But the U2 at the front, very simple car, but a very clever car from Arthur Mallock and driven by his son Ray.
Yes, indeed. Major Arthur Mallock produced the U2 in the middle 50s as an 1172 Ford Special, and I saw that car race when I was a child in Ireland. Ray Mallock, the son of the great Major, is behind the wheel, and he set pole position. And this car, while it might look more like, let's say, a special than some of the more mini Formula One cars that are following behind, is extremely effective, and particularly in the hands of Ray Mallock. And that car is the car that set the pole position time, and no surprise whatsoever when Ray's behind the wheel.
Yeah, and of course you get the shuffling of the pack with so many different constructors, but some cars that didn't go so well in period have actually gone very well in practice here. The Condor, 2 of the top 5 cars. In period you wouldn't have found them there. You'd have found the likes of Lola, Gemini, Stangalini, Emerson nearer the top, but anybody who can keep up with the U2 is going to be doing very, very well indeed. Packed grid of cars, 30 car grid. A couple of cars didn't set a time, but the driver of car 32, there he is racing with that bronze and white helmet. He's raced pretty much all his career in. Ray Mallock clear by 0.6 of a second, but conditions are a little bit mixed. Right now, though, it's a greyish morning, but the track is dry. That will be a helping hand.
Well, it's dry in parts, it is patchy in other parts, so I think all the competitors, when they're going around this parade lap, will get to see just precisely where the damp patches are and where the drier bits are. And of course we had off and on rain, shower, squalls coming through yesterday, but there you can see the light patches indicate that's where it's dry, the dark patches where it's wet, and of course they're on race tyres, and to try and get a modicum of temperature into your race tyres on a parade lap, you're not going to get an awful lot. Likewise for brake temperature, so all those little details which drivers need to go through, the routines that they go through before they bring their cars here onto the grid. It's going to be a lap, I would say, all about caution, and try not to win it going into Madrid or coming out of Madrid.
No, certainly so. A fast flowing circuit, Goodwood. You always need to carry your momentum, as you say. Small engines, mainly Fords, mainly Fiats, but low on horsepower, so it is all about maintaining that flow.
I mean, the concept behind Formula Junior, which I think originated in Italy, and Count Gianni Laurani, a great Italian aristocrat and a major motorsport personality, was one of the principles behind creating a junior formula, which is meant to be based very much on production parts. And some of the cars out of Italy, the Stangalinis and Volpis and others, actually used the component, the suspension component, from the production car from which the engine derived. Whereas we're looking at here at the U2, designed by Arthur Mallock, has got a solid front axle in it, but boy does that car work. I mean, Ray Mallock is about 6'5" in the shade. How he gets himself into that car is, I don't know. The engine is alongside his legs. It's a great car, and Ray is going to show us precisely what his father created some 55 or 60 years ago, just how competitive that car still is.
Yeah, for almost all these cars, of course, engine at the front, transmission needing to go past the driver to get the rear wheels. However, the mitter towards the back of the field, that has front wheel drives, so doing things differently, and it's got a DKW engine.
Indeed, the two-stroke DKW, but looking at the Alexis, the little orange Alexis, the gear shift is between the driver's legs, so the gearbox is, you straddle the gearbox. Now, other cars, we saw some of the other cars looking, there was one, I think might have been the Volpi Fiat, which has got a totally offset driving position, and that was to get the driver lower in the car to enable the drive shaft, which runs from the gearbox through to the differential, to get all those items as low as possible. There is the Alexis. I mean, can you imagine sitting over the top of a gearbox? Not if anything, just the heat that will come out of that. But it's a short 20-minute race.
20-minute race.
And just having a look at the various thoughts and ideas that went into the design, and certainly the British cars, the Elva, the Lolas, the Geminis, probably were a little bit further down the road in terms of sophistication. There you can see that's a modern-looking front suspension on that Lola.
Yeah, and then just aping the way that Cooper and then Lotus put the engine behind the drivers, we have the other 2 iterations of Formula Junior that we have in a sort of 3-year cycle here at the Goodwood Revival. This is the turn of the earliest ones. This is a chance. In fact, this field has such a diverse number of constructors in. It's great looking, and some of the ones you don't know. Now, this is a lovely one. This is an Oscar.
Yeah.
And the level of preparation on Joe Colasaco's car is phenomenal.
When you see the rear view of the car, you think it's got to be a Formula One Ferrari 246 from the period up to the end of 1960. And look, probably a lot of the design cues were taken from a Formula One car. So you've got to maybe a 3/4 scale Formula One car with an 1100cc Fiat production engine in it. And it produced inexpensive and accessible racing for young up-and-coming drivers all through Europe and eventually through well, basically around the world.
Yeah, and in fact that particular one, Joe Colasaco's sitting on board, was ordered by Luigi Canetti's NART team, the North American racing team, so it was the junior team to the senior team, if you will. But anyhow, the stage is clear. The track, as you said, it looks dryish, but probably doesn't feel it that way. It was a dank night, there was a lot of rain last night, and certainly there's going to be a level of circumspection required. But then the man on pole position, Ray Mallock, he knows that U2 so well, and the main charge for the Mallock group was the way that they always got their suspension spot on. That was what led the setup of that car.
Yeah, it was just a very straightforward, uncomplicated, but very effective design. And it's got a rather boxy look to it, as opposed to some of the other mini Formula One cars that are behind. It doesn't matter what it looks like, it's what it performs like. And then waiting for the lights or the flag to fall, and Ray Mallock will be the man who will be trying to take full advantage of his pole position.
So nerves all the way up and down the grid. It's only a 20-minute race. The green flags are off on their formation lap. Neat and tidy. Alfa Mallock just getting the feel behind. Visors going down, no one wanting those steaming up. But again, one wonderful array of cars, from your Lolas, your Elvas, your Geminis. They're all in there. The Volpinis, the Stangolinis that were so strong in Italy as well.
One thing that came along in Formula Junior, mostly it started with a Fiat 1100cc engine, but once Ford introduced the 105e 1100cc pushrod engine, that got developed by many tuners throughout the world, but in the UK. But once Cosworth got their hands on it, a little Formula Junior engine of that capacity on a pair of twin Weber carburetors, pushing out around about 110 brake horsepower in a car that probably weighs a little over 400 kilograms. So it's not Formula One power, but it's good, the power to weight ratio, and produces a lovely balance between power, grip and performance.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out these were fantastic cars to race. Small, making the tracks feel big. But let's take a look at the grid. Ray Mallock, as we mentioned, on pole in the U2 Ford engine car, alongside Stuart Roach, long-time racer in Formula Junior. Here's Alexis providing variety, and Condor, the Condor from Adrian Russell. First of two of those on the grid, starts third. Joe Colasaco in that little mini-me Ferrari, which of course is an Oscar. Second of the Condors, that's Alex Morton, fifth on the grid. Then Horatio Fitzsimon, look out for him in the unusual Apache, starting from sixth place. The one-off Nike, Charles Cook on board that, and Mark Woodhouse alongside in the best of the many Elvas, followed by Neil McFadden with a similar car, both with BMC engines, and James Owen in a Gemini. Of course, that was the car that got Jim Clark going in single-seater racing. Lola Ford, Robin Longdon, Dave Wall, Gemini, Stangolini of Tom de Gresse, that was the mark that did so well in Italy. Then the Emerson of Anthony Odissoff, Stefan Ray, Scorpion, so many manufacturers here. Robin Lackford in an Elva. Justin Fleming, Lola, Alpha Dana, really rare car from Denmark, and Jack Nellerman at the wheel. He's been racing that forever and a day. Martin Shepherd in a Stangolini, and the Elva of Andrea Goreno starts down in 20th position on this 30-car grid. Packed from top to bottom. Forrest Van Yecker, another constructor there, the Rayberg. The Autosport from Canada, that's Richard Bishop Miller. Rudolf Ernst in the front-wheel drive Mitter with the two-stroke DKW engine. Then the Huffaker of Richard Spritz. Peter Fenichel in a Stangolini. Duncan Rabagliati, the backbone of Formula Junior historic racing in his Alexis. The Tarashi of Daniel Sanadini, that should advance. The Volpini of Roger Woodbridge, and two cars that didn't get a time, the Gemini of Graham Barron, and Guy Verhofstadt, such a fierce racer in his Elva at the back of the grid. So the cars coming through the chicane, the track is dry. They will form up on the grid, 20 minutes of racing ahead. 3x2 goes the grid. And that front row, three different constructors, the U2 of Ray Mallock, the Alexis of Stuart Roach, and Adrian Russell in a Condor. His is blue, orange in the middle for the Alexis, and green for the U2 of Ray Mallock. Last few cars just coming around the corner through that really tight chicane that ends this really wonderful flowing lap around Goodwood. Now, let's see who can get the power down. There's not a lot of power down, but as I said before, John, it's getting the momentum and keeping that momentum.
Yeah, it's just balancing the revs against the amount of grip that these cars will have on a, say, marginally damp, dry circuit. So too much wheel spin, you'll just sit there and go nowhere. Balance it correctly, you'll find yourself probably in the lead into magic and nicking lap.
Well, an absolutely flying start from someone at about the 4th row. From pole position, though, Ray Mallock seems to have got the job done. Let's swing around and see the cars. Yes, he absolutely does. Oh, you can definitely see those damp patches on the approach to the first corner. Madwick, neat and tidy. I think it was the driver of 117 who really got a bit of a hurry up, a bit of a move on. Charles Cook in the Nike. But up front, well, Ray Mallock leading from Stuart Roach. They've already made a little bit of a break. Look, there's a gap back to 3rd place, and it looks as though Joe Colasacco, yeah, he's moved the Oscar up into 3rd place, in behind, neat and tidy, flowing down through Ford Water. What comes next, St Mary's? Oh, such a key place, and Stuart Roach, so much experience in this. Alexis into the lead. Ray Mallock, what are you going to do in defence? He's coming back.
Well, Stuart Roach has managed to just find speed on the exit of Madwick and swept past Ray Mallock in the U2, and I'm slightly surprised that the pace that we're seeing from the Alexis in this opening lap is running wide going through St Mary's.
Well, the driver who should have been fighting at the front, that's Adrian Russell. He started 3rd, but his pale blue Condors obviously had one problem and then another. I'm beginning to wonder if he's maybe got gear change problems. He certainly went out wide and got on the grass, and that is still damp at St Mary's. Up front, though, Stuart Roach is going clear.
Yes, he's got a good advantage coming down Lavin Straight. Almost 3 abreast as they go through the kink. Coming on the straight. Oh, again, somebody runs very wide just through. You can see just in the background. Ray Mallock, I think, maybe found a little bit more bite, a little bit more grip. He's trying to get back at Stuart Roach. Coming down into Woodcut for there is the advantage is probably around about a second or so into the chicane for the first time in this 20-minute race.
Yeah, I think it was Mark Woodhouse who got things slightly wrong in his Elva going. The straight down to lap from Lavin to Woodcut is not straight. He ended up on the grass, but at the end of the opening lap, it's Stuart Roach. Brilliant start for him. 1.6 seconds to good, and then a similar margin back from Ray Mallock in 2nd to Joe Colasacco in 3rd. But a few people needing recovery drives. And in fact, I tell you what, the person who made such an amazing start was actually Niall McFadden in his Elva BMC. That's the white one with the black stripe up it. But up front, well, in qualifying, in practice, as we call it here at Goodwood, it was all advantage for the U2 of Ray Mallock, but at the moment it's not going his way. Maybe he's just being a little bit cautious, getting the feel for the car, but Ray, I think, is better than that, so let's see if he can find his way back.
Well, we've got 17 minutes and a little bit on the clock remaining, and it'll pass very quickly, but drivers now finding just where the damp patches are and where the grip is. So let's look at the start, Bruce.
Well, I want to see what went wrong for the driver of car number 24. Adrian Russell was going really well in practice, getting to St Mary's, but unfortunately St Mary's is turning left and he couldn't get the Condor round enough, and you could see the spray coming off the front wheels there. So he did well to keep that balance, keep it settled, but obviously lost him a lot of positions there.
Yes,
and then that was, just double check, it was car number 2, so it was Mark Woodhouse getting it wrong, or more to the point, getting it right by getting on the track. And then, well, if you can't turn into the chicane, that was quite an avoidance there. Car number 17 just skating its way through, but everyone else did really well in avoidance.
He had a little lock-up coming into the chicane and decided, I'm just going to have to go straight through and carrying too much speed. His hand came out of the cockpit to say, I've got a problem. No! Coming through Woodcut. And well saved indeed. That was a challenge and an overtake and a defence. And here we go.
Yeah, well, that was Horatio Fitzsimon, who I really fancy to come up the order. He's driving a car that's not so fancy, the Apache, but he's having a really good scrap.
Horatio Fitzsimon is extremely competitive in rear-engine Formula Junior racing. This is, of course, made our sort of front-engine Formula Junior. So you got the Elva there just going through, and the Lola. Lola slightly more of a low-line Formula Junior. The Elva slightly more sit-up and bag.
Right, having had his problem with Sperry's on the opening lap, the pale blue Condor that started 3rd on the grid, car number 24, picking off his rivals, neat and tidy. So I think he's made 2 mistakes in this race. Oh dear, we've already got a faller, a retirement, car number 31, that sitting at the side of the track, not car 31, it's not on my entry list, I'll get that to a second. So many cars to consider, but he's done a very sensible job there to pull to the side of the circuit. This is the end of the previous lap. Horatio Fitzsimon, the blue car on with the white stripe, but sideways it isn't always good, and actually going off the track is one thing, but that little strip of grass would have been horrible, and he managed to just about balance it back in. But that is a big angle of dangle there.
I mean, he did very well to keep the car from rotating. So getting onto the grass, no grip whatsoever, then back onto the tarmac, then back onto the racetrack.
Oh dear, this is the driver, Charles Cook, car 117, the Nike, that was in that battle with Horatio Fitzsimon, and a lap later he was the one going around. So 5th place is not his any longer, and you can see quite a nice tidy rejoin there. He will fight his way back, but it's not a long race. What have we got left on the clock? We've already burnt through nearly 5 minutes out of the 20.
There's a little Lola number 5 and double wave yellow flags for a problem somewhere. We don't know whether it's which part of the racetrack it is. Certainly wavable yellow flags coming into the chicane.
Right, Horatio Fitzsimon pressing on in the Apache, a car built in California. You know, most of the cars you get used to them being built in the UK and Italy, but there's a big scene building up in the States. This is the battle for 5th place now, and at the moment Adrian Russell is pressing. Bear in mind the driver of the Condor, the pale blue car number 24, fast enough to be third in practice. Third on the grid. He had a disastrous first lap with, I think, possibly 2 moments, but Horatio Fitzsimon is not going to say, after you, Claude, come on through. He's keeping that Apache in front.
Yes, and the Apache, of course, running with a Fiat 1100cc motor, whereas the Condor's got the 1100cc Ford motor, which probably, in terms of overall horsepower, might have a little bit of an advantage over the Fiat power unit, but hand up as the...
Well, it's Andrea Guarino, yet another of the Elbers, but it clearly identified a problem. Now, battle at the front of the race isn't so much of a battle because Stuart Roach has pulled best part of 5 seconds clear of Ray Mallock, who's got about 3 seconds over Joe Colasacco. So again, 3 different... Here comes our race leader, car number 12, hands up saying thank you to those that had spotted him coming through. In fact, already he's extended the lead a little bit more. You need a longer shot. As he goes through the chicane, you need to look out for the boxy, low car number 32 in green. It's the U2, it's Ray Mallock, but he doesn't seem to have the answers to Stuart Roach.
No, Stuart Roach is up and running away, and I can't even see where the U2 is. It's just coming into view now, and the gap certainly extended up to 5.1 seconds. So Ray Mallock has got no answer whatsoever to Stuart Roach in the Alexis, and this is the car that was on pole position. Okay, the gaps in terms of times between pole and second place were marginal, but the gap here in this 20-minute race has extended much more rapidly than I think Ray Mallock might have expected or probably had hoped for.
A little bit of something sitting in the track in the middle, so as long as you get a clean exit from the chicane, you should be able to go either side. It appears to be a mirror off the side of one of the cars. I can't quite tell, something else, Ben. By the way, Stuart Roach does have a lot of experience in the Alexis that's leading the race. He actually came second in this event. I know it's a bit of tape, I think. Back in 2006, it was 131 that went round. That's the Gemini of Dave Wall. I only saw the 31 as he parked it up, but very clever to move it behind the tyre wall and park it safely on the exit of the chicane, because otherwise you start having possible intervention, and you do not need that during the course of the race. Let it flow. Now, again, yet another car with that offset driving position. That's Justin Fleming sitting low, transmission going past him. Right, Stuart Roach leads this race around 5 seconds, but battling up and down the field. This little battle is just outside the top 10. But again, you fight who's around you, don't you, John?
You do indeed. And the mixture of power units, some of them are running the BMC A series motor, which wasn't as powerful as the Ford, probably more on the power with what Fiat had. But it just, and you should see there's a single Weber carburetor just poking out from the engine. So that's more than likely going to be a BMC motor in that number 22. So that's an Autosport, but that's got a Triumph motor in it. Very unusual to see a Triumph motor in Formula Junior.
Well, interestingly, he was the Autosport. The Autosport team was Autosport Equipment was a Canadian outfit. It was a Canadian Lotus importer, obviously with an eye on performance. And this was built in Ontario. But again, just lovely to have the diversity in events like the Chichester Cup. Keep bringing out cars that otherwise might be tucked away. Right, what is happening in the world with Adrian Russell? He's right on the tail of Alex Morton. 24 chasing down 8. Condor chasing down Condor, as it would happen. So these two cars from Surrey, they swap position. That was clearly going to be coming because Adrian Russell is on fine form. There's a car that spun on the exit of St Mary's. They'll see that as they go over the rise and turn to the left. And in fact,
a couple of cars in fact.
So number 16 coming back onto the track. That's the Stangalini of Peter Fenichel. Didn't pick up the other one, but anyhow, they managed to get from the wet grass to the dry tarmac.
They're showing an oil flag. That means either there's liquid on the track from a motor, or it just might be that the particular part of the racetrack is damper. Then drivers are recognising, let's have a review of what happens, and coming into St Mary's, and the little, yes, just rotates around the Stangalini backwards onto the grass, and then almost one in sympathy. Now, whether that's because there is fluid on the track, we saw that flag, you can see it just to the left in the marshal's post, but...
Okay, here's our race leader about to do some lapping, and it's Stuart Roach well clear. He's now 7 and a bit seconds clear. Doesn't have what's left on the clock. We're almost at the halfway point in this 20-minute race, and he's just simply flying, just going past the Rayberg of Floris Jan Hecker, and he's got the flow we were talking about, John. He knows this car, he knows this circuit, and he's keeping the momentum. Not a lot of horse, but he's really, as he charges down to Ford Water, he can put the car where he wants.
Yes, and he's also just recorded the fastest race lap, so that's 1:32.2 for Stuart Roach, and Ray Mallock now dropping 9 seconds away.
Yeah, you know what? Before this race is over, Adrian Russell in his recovery drive, he's already just gone past Joe Colasaco's Oscar, and he's charging off after Ray Mallock now. So this could be the recovery drive of the day, because the first opening lap for the pale blue Condor of Adrian Russell was somewhat a disaster, and he has been absolutely flying ever since.
Stangalini, the Fiat, just the second of the two cars behind the Lola, up into the entry into Magic. Two cars side by side entering the corner. And let's see how they come out. Do they come out side by side? No. The advantage has been won.
So the gap continues to go out, battling down the order. Car 34 having a bit of a run. Driver on board, James Owen, the Silver Line livery. Oh dear, Peter Fenichel is going from bad to worse. The second spin for him at the circuit here, but each time he's just got enough traction there. But that is his bogey corner, St Mary's. There may well have been some fluid down there, but sometimes if you got it wrong one lap, you may be going a little bit cautiously, but still that yellow and red slippery surface flag.
You can maybe see there's a very faint dark line running round the exit of St Mary's all the way up into Lavender, and there you can see in the background again the little Stangalini rotating, and that was slightly earlier in the corner, just at the apex. So whether that's a problem with this particular car or whether that's an issue on the circuit, but the marshals are certainly holding out the red and yellow flag, which indicates that there's something moist, whether it's water or whether it might be fluid of oil or even fuel. As Ray Mallock now falling away, I mean, 13.1 seconds, he'll be very disappointed.
Oh dear, another faller, and that's the Emerson of Anthony Olisov. I do feel that the wee warrior, it worries no more. But I'm really thinking within a lap, Adrian Russell is to be right on the tail for second place.
Yeah, the right front suspension, you can see, is at a very abnormal angle, so that might have been a mechanical failure. Maybe it was a contact with another car. And again, that's coming the exit of St Mary's into the first part of Lavender.
Yeah, you can't tell there may have been contact because that front left wheel certainly not at the angle it should have been. Driver moved away. Now, is that car in a dangerous position? That's something the race stewards have to consider. Right, pressing on. Stuart Roach continues to press on. Nearly 15 seconds clear in his Alexis. Middle of the front row, great start. Safety car, not surprised. You know, they get the signal, out they come. So, what's bad news for Stuart Roach? His lead, nearly 15 seconds behind the safety car, will come down in time to next to nothing. Of course, the next in line will be, we think, Ray Mallock. No more overtaking now the safety car is out, but Adrian Russell's got right onto his tail. There they are behind. In fact, no, sorry, babe. Okay, the orange car is the one that the safety car needs to pick up. That's our race leader. You have to wait a little bit. Through the chicane will come that battle for second place, but of course they can battle no more until the safety car has withdrawn. In the background, you can just see the low-lying green car, number 32, that's Ray Mallock, number 24, the chasing Condor of Adrian Russell. They will form in position.
The great strength that Stuart Roach has got is that there are a couple of cars between him and Ray Mallock, and when this race goes green, we've got just 6 3/4 minutes remaining. So he is reasonably comfortable, I think, albeit you don't want to have to find your way. And they're waving through the cars that are ahead of our race leader, the blue there as well. So they'll get waved by and they'll try to catch up to the end of the crocodile, as it were, the train of cars. And once the issue has been resolved, then we have what left, 6 minutes remaining.
Yeah, well, I think by the time at this pace it goes around, we may be fortunate to get 2 flying laps in, the sprint to the end of the race. We may not. However, it depends how quickly the rescue crews can withdraw the car from deep in the gravel down at Lavant Corner. That's the Emerson of Anthony Olisov, car number 3. But for Stuart Roach, he's put on a phenomenal performance, that Alexis. He knows the car, as I said, he knows the circuit. Didn't make the best of starts, but he hunted down Ray Mallock on the opening lap, chose his moment and just sailed past.
Yes, and the Alexis brand, not maybe as well known as many others on the grid, but a really lovely looking, a low line Formula Junior, and how the designer was able to get the driver as low in the cockpit as Stuart Roach is sitting is a part of the feature that makes this car so competitive.
So, of course, for Stuart Roach, he's now in position behind the safety car. He is the leader of the race. There are 2 cars between him and the cars that are second and third in the field. The green U2 of Ray Mallock is fourth in that line of cars, but second in the race. So he's got to pick off the two drivers he's about to lap, but he knows all along he's suddenly got Adrian Russell right on his tail. And on this sort of slightly grey morning, that bright blue Condor is going to be fairly easy to identify. But it would have been small in his mirrors, but it became increasing large. He really closed in super fast. But for our race leader, Stuart Roach, stay cool, stay calm, watch the lights. They're just going past the scene of the crime, and it is, unfortunately, the Emerson is still in there. So the clock continues to count down. It's a 20-minute race, another lap behind the safety car. It may lead them to no racing lap to the finish. Let's cross our fingers, John, and hope they can at least get a flurry to go to the checkered flag.
The difficulty they've got in removing the car from the gravel trap is that it's got that damaged right front suspension, so it's not quite as simple as just putting a rope on it and pulling it out. Yet, how do you get a vehicle to that, or do you just put a large snatch rope and haul it from off the part of the circuit that they can get to?
Yeah, of course, the grass has been rather wettened over the previous few days. Well, scoop it up, put it on a truck. Well, I don't think that's quite the approach, but I think the Everyman's Garage flatbed might be where it's ending up.
Yeah, but if they use this vehicle, at least it's got big enough wheels and tyres to drive into the gravel and just put a snatch rope to it. So a realignment of the ambulance there. So what is going on? Just over 3 3/4 minutes to go. So I'm afraid it doesn't look like we're going to see a race to the flag.
Yeah, we may not get a restart. I mean, for Stuart Roach, he's thoroughly, if he stays in this position, of course, and behind the safety car, the checkered flag is brought out, he will take victory, but he truly deserves it. I mean, he streaked so far clear. He's 10 seconds clear or so. Ray Mallock had no answers, and Ray Mallock suddenly was about to have a problem on his hands because Adrian Russell had recovered from a dreadful opening lap where he ran off at St Mary's, and I think also had a problem at Madgwick, and has closed right in. In the natural sequence of events, the green number 32, the U2 that started on pole, and pale blue Condor that started third on the grid would have a real scrap, but the way at which Adrian Russell managed to close up on Ray Mallock suggests that if it's even a one-lap fight, that he should come out on top. But Ray, tip-top driver, wily as well, so he's not going to make it easy.
No, the Mallock is the most unusual looking of Formula Junior cars, but extremely effective. Very much more looks like a clubman's car, which would have been another series that would have been run in the 1950s and 60s and whatever, but Ray gets to sit really low on it. He's got basically the drive shaft runs alongside his left leg, so slightly exposed. Oh, there we go. So they're trying to get a rope or a snatch cable attached to the back of the number 3 Emerson with his BMC motor, 1100cc, running either twin SU carburetors or a single Weber 45 DCOE, one of probably the most famous carburetors ever produced by the Weber company in Italy.
Right, the key is not just how quickly can this be removed, but where, as we have the SC boards, where will the safety car be and the field be when this car is pull clear, and only when it's clear can the marshals send the signal to race control that racing can resume. But look, I'm afraid Father Time is possibly not our friend. Just over 100 seconds remain until the checkered flag is due to fall, and it may well fall with cars still behind the safety car. But I mean, it's a race that belongs to Stuart Roach. Starts the middle of the front row with his Alexis, got the better of Ray Mallock, pulled clear. Adrian Russell outside the front row had a really awful first lap, fell way down the order, but picked off his rivals. So for all of them, a top 3 finish will be fine, but I think for Adrian Russell, he'd really fancy his chances of getting past Ray Mallock. And tucked in behind them is Joe Colasacco in his Oscar. Maybe he could have a flurry, but I'm not entirely sure as they pass the scene with that Emerson still down there at Lavant Corner that we're going to get any further racing in this opening race of the Sunday here in the Goodwood Revival. This is the Chichester Cup.
Well, the car is being removed. You can see it being pulled by that heavy vehicle. So, but whether they can get it behind there, whether it can be removed to safety behind the access route in the entry into Lavant, and let this race get underway. We've got just, well, no, we're not going to have, there's not going to be a restart. Well, there is 45 seconds.
Yeah, and the lights are still flashing. They can be turned off a half lap before the safety car withdraws, but it's actually working its way down the Lavant straight now, so I fear that will probably be that. I don't want to count my chickens before they come home to roost, but I think 10 laps will be all we achieve in this this race. But masterclass from Alexis driver at the front of the field, car number 12, driven beautifully, as it has been for years, by Stuart Roach.
Yeah, so he had a good start into Madrick, but Ray Mallock led in and led out of it. But between Madrick and Fordwater, this car and this driver just suddenly found speed, grip, performance, and managed to find a way past Ray Mallock, who thought, well, I've done the hard yards to get the lead at the beginning, and what's gone wrong? Why come up? This lovely orange Alexis is just overtaken me and driven away from me.
And the time has run away, 20 minutes as a lap, so the checkered flag will greet Stuart Roach. He'd obviously love to pass it at full racing speed. We'd have loved to see the flurry to the finish, but alongside the SC safety car board, the waved yellow flag is the checkered flag, and as the cars come slowly out of the chicane, I think we have our finishing order. There falls the checkered flag. Arm up from our race winner, Stuart Roach. 3 cars further back, second place for Ray Mallock, tucked in behind. We have Adrian Russell, 3 different constructors, and again, you can only race what you can race, but this race belonged to Stuart Roach, so all fair and square.
Yes, domination literally from the minute the flag fell, and overtook Ray Mallock just 3 corners in, and never ever challenged thereafter, and took the checkered flag, albeit behind the safety car. But it's a victory he'll cherish. And just keeping the name of Alexis, which was probably not one of the better known names in Formula Junior. They went on and produced a rear engine, and a lot of the keep the name alive is by Duncan Robagliati. Duncan's a great friend of all of us in the commentary booth. I've known him for 60 odd years. Don't I tell you how long ago that is? And he is just the authority, the world authority on the Alexis brand.
Yeah, and he has really helped assemble these fields and encouraged these cars not to be kept off the tracks, brought them back, and the Formula Junior historic racing scene goes all around Europe. It's thriving. Cars are still being found all around the world to come back to race over here. A lot went racing in Australia, New Zealand, the States, Canada, and all across Europe. But it's just wonderful to see and to understand these were the cars that introduced young drivers that actually in certain cases, well, take Jim Clark's, vaulted very quickly thereafter into Formula One.
Yes, and John Surtees made the transition from being a 500cc and other capacities world champion and raced a Cooper here for Ken Tyrrell, and some of the iconic photographs coming through Woodcote with John behind the wheel of the Cooper stand out. I think if you look around Goodwood over the weekend, you'll see a photograph of John Surtees in that car.
Well, great to see people here have made such an effort as ever with their costumes for the weekend. In some cases they just fish them out of the wardrobe, but certainly a lot of people plan, they buy, they create, and sometimes they defy the weather, seeing people in the skimpy summer dresses when the weather has been a little, how shall we say, inclement, windy and wet, but the smiles never fall off people's faces, John.
It's a family weekend, and there's just so much to see. I mean, what goes on the racetrack is only one element of all the entertainment that's available. And the thing, the Haight-Ashbury thing, the whole hippie, just on the entry to the circuit. I mean, I don't know if it takes you back to those days, Bruce, but certainly I'm familiar with them.
I think I did have some tie-dye trousers. Best kept quiet about that. Hey-ho. But, yeah, wonderful scenes here. So the first race has been completed. The second race will be coming fairly shortly, and it's a big, powerful sports car race. So we go from one point of the spectrum, but bear in mind that the meetings here in period at Goodwood, these cars would have been on the same programme because, of course, different types of racing. Sports cars, single-seaters, GTs, and eventually saloon cars would come out to play as well. So, you know, any meeting at Goodwood would have had this wonderful diversity, and it's just great to see people from all around the world watching on the global feed, but also for people to be here at the circuit. Lovely to see the marshals applauding the winners, and even drivers who've had their mishaps sitting at the side of the circuit. Greeting Stuart Roach, who'll go down to receive his victor's garland, and likewise second place going to Ray Mallock, and at the back of the pack in that pale blue Condor it will be Adrian Russell going down at a bated pace over the start-finish line to form up for the podium ceremony, which is just at the front of the grid. And there they are, being flagged into position. They've had time to consider it. The winning car goes to the middle of the track. Ray Mallock will go to the pit wall side in second place. And as they hop out, we'll go down fairly quickly to Ed Foster, who'll grab some interviews as soon as the helmets are off. But it's definitely a thumbs up from our race winner, Stuart Roach. Second here some while ago, and he's really got it together here today. Wonderful start for him, brilliant opening lap, and certainly he'll be very proud indeed. First winner of the Sunday here, Chichester Cup. It's over, finished behind the safety car, but when that helmet comes off, I tell you what, I reckon there's going to be a smile on his face. So well done indeed to Stuart Roach, and lovely to hear the round of applause from people in the grandstands and all around the circuit on their slowing down laps. So Sunday underway here at Goodwood, and great to see the handshake with Ray Mallock. And let's go down to Ed Foster with interviews.
Stuart, what a fantastic drive from you. What did you have for breakfast this morning?
Just a couple of slices of toast.
Well, a fantastic drive. I mean, tricky conditions, though.
Yeah, perfect conditions for me, though. I love these sort of conditions. Just find the grip and just go as fast as you can.
I guess your heart skipped a beat when the safety car came out and you thought you'd have to do it all over again.
It did. I thought, well, let's close the gap up. And I was thinking, well, they're going to add 3 minutes on. And, you know, then when I saw the checker flag, shame to finish under the safety car, but I was quite relieved in a way.
A win's a win. Well done.
Thank you.
Let's find Ray. Ray, I'm sorry to interrupt. Just before, well, why don't you take a cigar, get one of those while they're there. Ray, he's a tricky man to keep with, isn't he?
He is in these conditions. I mean, this is where Stuart excels, and hats off to him. Not only dealing with the greasy conditions or very slippery conditions to start with, but then when some oil went down just to make it extra slippy, that was Stuart Roach conditions. So, and he took full advantage of it. Hats off to him. Lovely drive.
Yeah, but a great drive from yourself to finish second.
I enjoyed it. It was good. Thank you.
We all did. Well done, Ray. Let's find Adrian. Here he is. I think Adrian, you were probably wishing for the safety car to come in, with such was your pace.
I was right on it, actually, because I was so embarrassed after that terrible start, missing second gear and then sliding off on the grass around St Mary's. So I really had to make up to my reputation was in tatters, if not already, you know. So, yeah, but such an exciting race. I wish I'd had just a couple more laps after the safety car went in. But there you go. I'm over the moon, and it could have been so much worse.
Well, great drive. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you, Ed. Thank you.
So nicely encapsulated, lovely interviews there. Thank you very much, Ed Foster on the grid. Stuart Roach, victory today. It looked as though it was only by 3 seconds. We know it would have been more than that without the safety car. Brilliant run in his Alexis. Honest appraisal of the greasy track, the oily track from Ray Mallock, and Adrian Russell, that wonderful recovery drive after 2 misdemeanors on the opening lap up to 3rd place. Joe Colasacco ran solidly in his Oscar to take 4th place. Alex Morton, the 2nd of the Condors, 5th. And Horatio Fitzsimon had his own moment down at Woodcote with a big sideways moment in the Apache. 6th place for him. Then Robin Longdon, so long in the Lola, 7th place for him. Niall McFadden, 8th. Charles Cook in the Nike in 9th. And Mark Woodhouse, who had a little moment on the opening lap on the 11th straight, getting on the grass, 10th place for him. And going outside the top 10, James Owen, look at the constructor variety. Gemini, Elva, Stangalini, Lola, Alpha Dana, Autosport, etc. But James Owen 11th, Robin Lackford 12th, Tom de Gres, best of the Stangalinis in 13th, Martin Shepherd, similar amount for him in 14th, Justin Fleming, Jack Nellerman, been driving the Alpha Dana for eons, takes 16th. Richard Bishop Miller in the Canadian-built Autosport, 17th. Floris Jan Hecker, the Rayberg, 18th. Rudolf Ernst in the Mitter, the front-wheel drive Mitter, takes 19th. And Duncan Rabagliati, the backbone of Formula Junior, 20th in his Alexis. And completing the order, we had the bulk of the field doing a fantastic job. But let's take a look at the highlights. Chichester Cup starting the Sunday of racing here at the Goodwood Revival, and an incredible array of constructors. On the front row, on the outside, the Condor of Adrian Russell, now sitting pretty in the middle. That is just where the drivers sit, looking forward. That was car number 8, that was Alex Morton. But the middle of the front row, we had Stuart Roach. He was beaten away by the green pole-sitting U2 of Ray Mallock. He got into the first corner first, but then the sort-out was a-coming. And this is a moment where it went the charge for after a poor start. Adrian Russell onto the grass, falling back even further, but he got back on track and got going. And at this point already, Stuart Roach had taken the lead of the race and was starting to pull clear. There was fighting all the way up and down the order, but with every lap. Here's a moment Horatio Fitzsimon will put in his scrapbook, metaphorically, and got the car back on the track. Conditions very tricky, and the driver he'd been fighting against that was the Nike of Charles Cook. He too had his moment just a lap later. They'd been fighting over 5th position. There was no real fighting at the very front, however, because Stuart Roach was getting clear. A spin for Peter Fenichel, and that corner became his bogey corner. That's St Mary's, always tricky, and particularly on a greasy track. The charges kept on coming and kept on coming, but what happened was one of the cars went sliding off. It was the Emerson of Anthony Odissoff. The safety car came out, and that brought the race to a conclusion without a restart, and victory went to Stuart Roach, and he thoroughly enjoyed it. He was the master of a tricky and slippery track on Sunday morning.
For 70 years, we've had a single philosophy. Lightness is a force.
Day so far here at the Goodwood Revival. In between the rain clouds yesterday, the sunshine was absolutely out at times. And one of the joys of the Revival is the way people used to live in the past. Vintage fashion, not just the backdrop, it is front and centre here. So much to do as well. Onto the Ferris wheel, in your tweed, your linen, your polished chrome, scarves fluttering in the wind. And if you get the chance as well, for all ages, there is something to enjoy at the Goodwood Revival. Even the sheep had a bit of an outing onto the track in celebration of Jim Clark yesterday, and behaving very well as they weaved their way through some of his legendary machinery.
Well, I've made my way down to the Revive and Thrive workshop area. Yesterday we were painting. Today we are going to be making buttons. Alongside me, as always, Dominic Chenier. It's lovely to be back again. We were just discussing what we're going to do over here and whether you trust me with it.
Is that a nervous laugh of yours?
It's a nervous laugh. It's so busy again here, and it's so colourful in this area. How has it been today?
It's been incredible. I mean, the mud is not putting people off, which is so nice to see. The sun is shining now, thank goodness. We've got a bench full of people over there doing embroidery. We've had collage, and we've got pyrography coming up later as well. There's all different crafts, and it's so nice to see everyone enjoying themselves.
And as you said, you've got lots going on, but have a look at this, because obviously we're celebrating the Summer of Love this year at Goodwood Revival. And what would you describe this as?
This has been designed by Hayley here, and this is a completely bespoke panel that's been printed onto this fabric. And if you look closely, there's over 100 buttons that are on that board that have been stitched in, and every one of those buttons has been made by visitors to Revival.
Okay, and this is what I'm going to be doing now.
We are about to add one more button to that board.
To do it anyway. Okay, and we've got lovely Martin here to show us how to do this. You've been making buttons all day, all weekend. Tell me how to do it. Let's go.
First of all, I need you to just pop over here.
Give me that again. Here we go.
Yeah. Pop over here, just twist that out, and we'll get a top out of there, and then there you go. If you slide along, and slide.
Slide down along.
There you go. And
See, I've already gone wrong.
Perfect. Pull that out and take one of each out.
We've got quite a few, haven't we? Okay.
And then keep a hold of those for a minute.
These are our buttons, ready to go.
This is where it all begins. Okay.
Perfect. What colour are we going for? Red?
I think we were going to go for red and try and complete one of the bits on the board.
Perfect.
Okay,
How are your hammer skills?
Let's see.
This is where the nervous laugh comes in, I think.
Well, only because I was told just before we went on that I'm going to be hammering. I'm good with a hammer. But,
you said you were left-handed though, but you're holding that with your right hand.
I'm a lefty when I write, but I'm a right with sport. So I think this is a sport.
Hammering counts as I think. I'm on board. Yeah. Hammering's a sport.
So what you're going to do with a reasonable amount of force.
Yeah.
Is bang round the edge of the cutter. It's got a serrated bottom, so I'm going to hold that there for you.
Okay. So am I hammering just on here?
Yeah. Use this side of the hammer, the
Yeah.
nice hard side of the hammer.
You've got to really whack it.
Give it a whack.
Is that a good enough whack?
Goodness me!
Look at that!
Come on!
I mean,
Perfect!
That's like an exclusive club. People are hammering this for hours.
Yeah, goodness me, it's nearly gone through the bench.
Hey, listen, I can make things.
We've confirmed, right-handed. Hammering is a sport.
Can I join the repair shop?
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. So we've got this bit
Cut
here.
our fabric circle. What we do is we pop over the top part of the die. You're going to take the top part of the button, place it in the middle, and push down nice and evenly. It's got the same amount of fabric around all the sides.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It'll be
and then
even.
tease the fabric into the middle.
That's not bad. That's all right, I think.
Yeah.
And you just tease the fabric into the middle.
Yeah. Gosh, this is actually. Do you know what? It's a bit more fiddly than I thought it would be.
Oh, it's so worth it at the end.
Okay, is that good enough?
Perfect. And
Is
then
it?
you grab the
He's being kind.
He is being kind.
bottom part of the button.
Yeah.
Flip it the other way up and pop it in this part of the die.
Okay. I can't believe how many you've made of these this weekend.
My hands are
I bet they are.
suffering. And if you grab this piece, flip it the other way up.
Yep.
Go in nice and level. Fantastic. I'll hold that and you push down as hard as you can on there.
Oh, here we go again. The poor bench. Hang on.
Come on, let's see if I've done
Got a button.
Come on! Look at that! We've actually managed it. I've made a button, and then this is going to go over here and just on what I'm going to call one of the targets, and that will be my button. It's really fun. You can come down here and enjoy that. And actually, that was really fun. Martin, thank you. I'm glad I didn't whack your fingers either. It is therapeutic with a hammer as well. Dominic, as ever, thank you so much. So much to do here. Lots of workshops to enjoy. I'm sure we'll be back here again very soon to see what else I can try my hand at.
Great effort from Rosie there. I'm sure we'll be seeing her on the repair shop anytime soon. And look at that. That's what I needed yesterday in the car park before I got stuck. It's Harry Benjamin and Alice Powell up in the commentary box with you. We are gearing up for the Sussex Trophy as these sports cars head out onto what is still a little bit of a slippery track. Before we get into the racing action proper, let's have a look at what the Sussex Trophy is all about.
The Sussex Trophy is named after Goodwood's home county in the south of England and first featured in 1952 as a Formula Libra race. It changed to sports cars in 1956 at the September meeting, when Roy Salvadori took victory at the wheel of a Cooper T41. It took on various forms over the following years, from a race for 1.1 litre sports cars to multi-class GT event, featuring everything from AC Cobras to Ferrari 250 GTOs, which remained a regular fixture until its final running in 1966. At the Revival, the Sussex Trophy is a 25-minute race for World Championship sports cars and production sports racing cars of a type that raced between 1955 and 1960, inspired by the Tourist Trophy races of 1958 and 1959, which brought the Sports Car World Championship to Goodwood.
A staple of the Goodwood Revival, this, and one of its prettiest races, the Sussex Trophy, bringing together these World Championship sports cars and production sports racing cars from the late 50s, an era when cars were designed, really, Alice, to be as beautiful as they are fast.
They are so beautiful, and there is our pole sitter, Ollie Bryant, pulling up into pole position. He won this race in 2023, 2024. Can he make a hat-trick of wins? But it's going to be close. He's got Roger Wills, who's been chasing him down in one of our other beautiful Lotus Climax 15s, and Chris Ward is going to be alongside them in a Jag D-type long nose. And qualifying, Harry, that was pretty close.
It really was, wasn't it? It was a really exciting qualifying, nothing in it almost, but Ollie Bryant managing to steal that pole position. 3 cars on the front row, but Bryant will have that inside line, which hasn't always proved the best in some of the races we've seen so far. But really a nice wide variety of vehicles in the field. Lister Nobblies, as you say, the Jag D types making up the order. It's the Lotus 15s, though, that have really found success here at the motor circuit over the last couple of years, so keep an eye out for them as well. So going to be an intriguing race. Also, we had a bit of oil put down in the last race just gone, so track's still a little bit slippery in parts.
It is. That'll clean up as the race goes through, but I just was having a chuckle to myself there. The mechanic on the 24 Lotus at the front, Roger Wills' car, our cameraman, snuck in to have a look at the tyre pressure gauge, and the mechanic quickly flipped it over. It's all about the spirit of racing here, but they're so competitive, they want to win, so not giving anything away, including the tyre pressures.
Absolutely. As we get a look at James Cottingham's Lister Jaguar, just sitting in that second row, nudged in behind the front row, so he'll start from 5th place. Thumbs up, he's ready, he's in the zone, in that number 8 Tajero Jag, I should say, featuring that powerful 3-litre Jaguar XK engine built for the 1959 24 Hours of Le Mans. Get your cameras at the ready. These are some of the cars that you're going to want to get a nice picture of. And some sort of the more unusual machinery as well that we'll see throughout the field. Not your typical Lotuses or your Jaguars. We're getting a look at the Scarab there. Christian Albrecht starting from 6th place in the blue Scarab. Actually, left-hand drive, that one, compared to the majority, where you'll see the drivers on the right-hand side.
We do, and we've already touched on the Lotus Climax 15. We've got about 6 of them on the grids, and 3 of them are in the top 5, with the Jag D-type long nose on the right-hand side. You just saw there. Crowd, grandstand in front of our commentary box is filling up, Harry. It's been great to see all the fans wandering around and having a look at plenty of machinery, and of course the Revive and Thrive area as well. And we're going to be treated to some fantastic racing, and I think we've seen over the past couple of days the track has dried quite quickly, particularly for the breeze that we've got. It's not as breezy as it has been in the past couple of days, so it may take longer to dry, but the driver's going to get a little bit of a sense of what the track feels like on this formation. That's, they'll have one formation lap, they'll come round as the rest of the marshal just clearing at the back of the grid, and then racing will get underway. Traditional start with the Union Jack flag will be raised, and you can't move before that starts to lower. So once that starts to lower, that's when you can make your move off the line.
And have a listen to that if you're here at the Goodwood Motor Circuit. If you are watching on the screens from around the world, these incredible World Championship sports cars and production sports racing cars from the late 50s, 1955 through to 1960, setting off on their green flag lap, and then they'll line up on the grid, and we will have a 25-minute race. So much to look out for here. The Lotus 15s may well have the advantage. Ollie Bryant sits on pole position. He will have a slight advantage over the rest. We know Ollie Bryant, a long-time Goodwood Revival racer across the categories as well. we'll expect to see a little bit of dust popping up as well from the cement dust that's been laid down to dry up the oil. And we take a proper look at how the grid sets on that front row then. 2 Lotus 15s and the Jaguar D-Type long nose of Chris Ward sitting in third. Behind them, the Lotus 15 and the Tejero Jaguar, James Wood and James Cottingham behind. Then on row 3, Christian Albrecht's Scarab will line up in 6th, ahead of the first of the Coopers, the T38 of Frederick Wakeman, alongside Maxwell Lynn's Lister, the Costin. Row 4, rounding out the top 10, another of the D-Type long noses of Seb Perez and John Spears' Lister Jag. Then, as we get into the mid-pack, it's another Lotus 15 of Bonamy Grimes, followed by Gary Pearson's Jaguar D-Type long nose and the Cooper, the T49 Monaco of Nick Finborough going from 13th. Then it's Saif Asim in the Lister Nobly, followed by the Sadler Chevrolet Mark II of Julien Majoub. Into row 7, James Thorpe's Lister Jag, the Flatiron, going from 16th position ahead of Graham Moss's Nobly, and Justin Mears in another T49 Monaco Cooper. Rounding out the top 20, another Tejero Jag, and the Lotus 11 LM150. That's Will Nuttall in 20th. Then we've got Hans Hugenholtz, another of the Costins, followed by Ollie Crosswaite in the Cooper T49 Monaco, 23rd position. Another of the listers, Mark Donner in 23rd. The penultimate row will see a Cooper T38 and an Alton Jaguar Sports, John Burton going from 25th position. And then right at the back in 26, we'll have Guillaume Peters, Lotus 15, alongside the sister Massimo Vitati. And lining up last in 28, the Lister Nobly of John Saunders. So a stacked field then, 28 cars, temperatures a little cooler than they were for the practice qualifying. Could be quite intriguing going into Madrid, Alice.
It certainly can. Of course, you've got to try and keep it on the road. The last few burnouts are taking place on the grid as the drivers coming to line up. There's Ollie Bryant already settled in first place, and to his left-hand side will be the number 24 of Roger Willis. That car was raced by Bruce McLaren and Sid Jensen back in the Goodwood RAC TT in 1958. And then our Jag D-Type, the sole Jag D-Type on the front row with Chris Ward, who's been racing many things this weekend. So hopefully he's going to adapt well. Green flag at the back, Harry.
The revs are rising. We are about to go racing once more here at the Goodwood, the Revival. The flag goes down and we've got a staller. Ollie Bryant not able to get off the line, but he does do it. Everyone gets around him. The Sussex Trophy is underway. Ollie Bryant, though, with the worst of starts imaginable, but good to see him getting going in that Lotus 15 as they all file for position, coming through Madwig. And in the lead then as they emerge is the other Lotus 15, Roger Wills, who started in second, leads the Sussex Trophy.
It does, and that's gutting for Ollie Bryant, but he'll be charging through, so we'll keep an eye on that. But a great start by James Wood. He snuck through in the climax 15, but he's going to be under pressure from the number 6, but he's having a sneak up the inside as they go through. You see that dust, and round the outside goes Chris Ward. Is he going to be able to sneak into the lead? No, thinks better of it. Tucks in behind in the Lotus, in the Jag D-Type. You can just see that dust on the outside. A few drivers kicking it up. So plenty of drivers under pressure, but particularly our race leader at the moment, as back down the inside goes James Wood.
Side-by-side action, though, with a little twitch on board. Chris Ward, Jaguar D-Type long nose, just manages to gather it all up, but he would have lost a bit of ground there. And through comes Christian Albrecht in the Scarab. That's the blue car, left-hand drive, with the number 5 emblazoned on the front, managing to make the move, but no. Onto the brakes through the right-hander, hanging it out round the outside. Chris Ward, as they still do battle at the front, and we've got a change. James Wood is fighting for the lead here and has managed to get through. The Lotus 15 takes its sister, Roger Wills, demoted down into second as we come out of the chicane. And actually, Roger Wills has not had the best exit there, and he's lost a further position. He's now down to third as James Cottingham's Tejero Jaguar has managed to make it through.
James Cottingham won this race in that car in 2022 and 2021, so he knows how to drive it quickly around this Goodwood circuit, putting all types of pressure on our race leader. He's having a look. That's going to be brave down the inside of Fordwater. He thinks better of it. Still, the battles continue. Chris Ward trying to make his way further up. Albrecht is still trying to hunt away past, jostling position all the way down the order. We'll just have a look where Ollie Bryant is, who was our pole sitter, down in 10th place. So we'll have a look. He's actually just set the fastest first sector of anyone by quite a chunk.
This could be quite exciting, though, seeing Ollie Bryant can make his way up through the field. Still a fair way to go in this race. 22.5 minutes and counting. Out in front, though, by almost 0.4 of a second is Wood in the Lotus 15, followed by James Cottingham's Tejero Jaguar. But then we are going to see the move, though, and he's managed to get him as well. So fantastic work there. Battles all throughout the field from right at the start, with the 26 now able to get ahead of Chris Ward, as well as they continue to do battle. 1, 2 and 3 making their way through their pictures now, and in the lead is that Cottingham Tejero Jaguar as they make their way through the chicane, but Chris Ward is trying to fight back as well, having fallen down to third.
The Lotus Climax, they are more nimble, but they haven't got the power. The proof is there going down the straight compared to the Jaguars, as Chris Ward goes round the outside, but late on the brakes goes James Wood in the 26. And this 26 car has actually won the Sussex Trophy back in 1959 and 1960. So not in this current modern day has it won, but Ollie Bryant, you can see he's got his lights on in the background, already up into 8th place. He can see this lead battle, and he's probably saying, yeah, you carry on, boys, you keep battling, I'll filter my way through. Slides in past the number 7 there, Gary Pearson, in another one of our long-nosed Jags, and still battles, variation of lines as well. But the number 8 getting a slide on as it comes up the hill into Lavant.
Sliding with every corner that goes by. 1, 2 and 3 still nose to tail as we get a nice little look here of Ollie Bryant making his way round the outside of the 92. That's Bonamy Grimes' Lotus 15 as they battle. Ollie Bryant trying to get himself up another position here after starting on pole, stalling at the start and then managing to get it going again. Bryant with work to do. 1, 2 and 3 still fighting it out. Out there in the lead is James Cottingham. Chris Ward now up into 2nd position and all over the back of Cottingham as they come into the chicane. The Tejero Jaguar leading from the Jaguar D-type long nose, but the 26 as well still lurking behind the other Lotus 15 in 3rd as they race their way down towards Madrick, and then fighting back, I think, just finding a little bit more time on that last run as the car that started 2nd, Roger Wills' Lotus 15, the white car, which is currently trying to fend off the blue Christian Albrecht Scarab.
So he's looking close now, Chris Ward. He knows this track like the back of his hand. He'll know it's not worth going down the inside at Fordwater. Is he going to have a look down in St Mary's, one of the fastest corners on the track? But no, but the 26 slides through. James Wood, what a move. 2 into 1.
What a move to take the lead in the 26. The Lotus 15 leads this race. James Wood, take a bow for that. I want to see that again. Can he stay out there? In front, though, as we still see Ollie Bryant now in the number 1 Lotus 15. The car that's trying to fight its way back to the front. Ollie Bryant has won here the last 2 times in a row, looking to make it a 3rd from pole, but stalled at the start and has it all to do. He's currently up to 7th position, but we're enjoying that fantastic battle for the lead, which is only helping Ollie Bryant's case. It means they're not able to get away. They are still fairly compact at the front.
I think James Wood knows. He knows that, okay, I haven't got the speed down the straight compared to these Jaguars, as James Bryant's still trying to get past the 92 of Grimes, who's putting up a great defence. So here's the replay. He knows he hasn't got the power, but he's got the better ability on the brakes because he's lighter, as we've said, and more nimble, and he just braves it down the inside, gets it stopped. Beautiful stuff. And Chris Ward probably thought, where's he come from?
That was superb. The fight, though, continues on. This 2nd and 3rd making your way through your screens now. The number 6, that is Chris Ward in the Jaguar D-type long nose, being hunted down. I think actually that's managed to take back the lead here. It has. Yeah. So 2nd place now has been demoted back to 2nd, but still with him. Half a second is the gap. James Cottingham currently in 3rd, just keeping with them. Christian Albrecht 4th. Then comes the Lotus 15 of Roger Wills. Bonamy Grimes still keeping ahead of Ollie Bryant. The car with the lights on in the left-hand side of your picture, still trying to fight down the inside. He's right with Wills as well, trying to push the car through. Bit of dust kicked up. No, it's not dust. It's a spinning Scarab. The left-hander, round it goes. Cars having to avoid and take to the grass, but it looked like everybody just about missed it and got away fairly cleanly. The Scarab, I think that was going round.
It was, and that was Maxwell Lynn in our highest running Lister Chevrolet that was making avoidance, has dropped down the order, but this battle still continues at the front. Well done to everyone for pretty much avoiding, as I say that, continue. I wonder if something's been dropped.
Is there more oil out on track?
Yeah, I wonder if something's been
everyone to spin
down there. So yellow flags are waving, and a slippery surface flag is up. So we've got a few cars. I wonder if we will see a safety car, and we will. So safety car has been deployed, so that's going to pause racing, at least for the moment. No radio communications for these drivers, so they have to keep out with the flag signals. You can see James Cottingham already raises his hand because the safety car boards will be out around the circuit along with the yellow flags.
In that melee, Ollie Bryan managed to keep his nose clean and jump right up to 4th position. But safety car is out then. Would heavily suspect someone's laid down a bit of oil in that melee, possibly from the Scarab, as it went round and was the first of the spinners, and that caused carnage. And then we caught there in the background a few moments ago several others spinning off and out of the car then, and race over by the looks of it. But as the field then will get neutralised, behind the safety car is Chris Ward's Jaguar D-Type long nose that will lead from James Wood in the Lotus 15. James Cottingham, the Tejero Jag, in 3rd. There was the stricken Scarab. Looks like that is now out of this one. Ollie Bryan recovering back up to 14th. This helping him nicely. Managed to get ahead of Bonamy Grimes, who was having a great fight with. For quite a few laps, couldn't get past that other Lotus 15 for a while. Let's take a look here. This is Ollie Bryan, and then you just see the smoke, and he's already spinning out straight away. So are they victims of the oil, or was it that Scarab that was laying down the oil initially and spinning on its own wheels? Number 24 having a great recovery, though.
I have a feeling that it might have been... Oh, the number 9, please don't say it makes contact.
Oh, they did.
It does. It does, and that's why we saw Christian put his head back in disbelief, but he wasn't able to get going. So I wonder if he has maybe just dropped some oil there, because you'll look further in the background at some point. Cars will skate on through. Oh, who was that? It was that number 19 going on the grass here in the background, and then there, the number 9 spins round. One of our Toje Jags, 69 goes round there. So they're all pirouetting in the background. And actually, there's a crowd at the background waving to try and slow some of the cars down. I do think there's some oil there. But Ollie Bryan was trying to make his way through. Of course, started on pole position and didn't get that great start. He was almost maybe getting a bit frustrated behind, because he knows he's got the pace. Qualified on pole. They had their official practice on Friday. But that's unfortunately game over for the Scarab and Christian Albrecht.
Marshals then straight to work, helping the driver, getting the car as well as clear as they can. Safety car conditions then, the clock continues to count down. And after all the melee, the spins, we'll see if we're going to throw a red flag in this race, because they're going to need to put some sort of cement dust down and check out what is actually on the track and see how much oil they're going to have to deal with there. So red flag then, the race stopped with the Jaguar D-Type long nose of Chris Ward leading ahead of James Wood's Lotus 15, James Cottingham in the Tejero Jag, Ollie Bryant recovering up into 4th. Bonamy Grimes in the other Lotus 15 was one of the cars that managed to just about survive the potential oil, but lost a position in doing so, had to go onto the grass. And one of the listers as well, of Lynn, managing to get up into the top 8 out of all that. So a couple then cars falling by the waysiding, in particular that car, the left-hand drive, the number 5 Scarab Chevrolet Mark 1 of Christian Albrecht, painstakingly constructed around the survival cell and remade absolutely as original with all the components. But a shame to see that car out. It's having a good run.
It certainly was. I'm just trying to see who some of our biggest movers are, who benefit maybe from that spin. Bonamy Grimes started in 11th, up now into 5th. Ollie Bryant was able to get his way through a couple of cars, avoiding the spinning cars. So a few benefiting. So they'll line up, usually 3 by 3 we've had over the course of the weekend. They'll raise their hand to just let everybody know we're stopping here. Safety car will go on through. The marshals are doing a fantastic job, as always, and have all weekend. They've braved some of the heavy rain that we've had across the weekend, so our wonderful crowd that are here. So we're going to get a replay of the start. So Ollie Bryant, he moves, and I think he just releases the clutch a little bit too quickly, saves it, put his hand up and is able to go. Everyone else seemed fairly cleanly away. Someone a little bit slower is at the number 10 climax, maybe at the back of the grid. But well done for everyone avoiding, because you can be a bit blind going up when you're jostling for position.
James Wood in the second row was right behind Bryant, just squeezing his Lotus 15 through. And there is James Wood with his hand up at the moment in the number 26 Lotus 15, sitting in second, and that's a dent.
For our Jag, yeah. Dent in the back. That should continue. Having let the coming round the exit of the chicane, I'd likely to see that Darren will line up and join the back of the grid. I think he is going to, which is good to see.
Raced by Jack Brabham, this second of 4 known Jaguar Tejeros, built in 1957, with maybe a little bit of remodelling having to be done once we get to the checkered flag for this one on the rear right.
I think so. I think it certainly will. But we'll have to have a little wait. So there's our marshals having a little look, assess of their situation, putting down the dust, and then they'll have to give it a good brush to get it in to absorb the oil and the fluid that's been dropped down on the exit, or all the way through actually, Lavant corner. It's a long right-hander. You rise up on the crest. Apex, probably just after the end of the curve, depending what car you'll be racing in, and then you got a slightly uphill exit, the long run towards Woodcote. But we will, likely we've seen all weekend, we'll have another standing start, and it will be Chris Ward that will be leading them away, and he's in the Jag D-Type long nose, which is the original 1955 Le Mans winning D-Type. Mike Hawthorne was at the wheel of that. There we go. As I said, he's been doing plenty of racing over the course of the weekend, as many of these drivers on the grid are, including Ollie Bryant. You can just see behind him. But while the marshals assess the situation, we are just going to hear from some of our partners.
Which way is it going to go in the Harewood Trophy? All three fighting. Atkinson up the inside. Number 1 from Watch Out.
Goodwood is just absolutely fantastic, and if you guys have never been here, you've got to come here very soon.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars. You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Currently under red flag conditions here for the Sussex Trophy. That was due to a little bit of a melee a few moments ago. A bit of oil being laid down, we think possibly by the Scarab coming through here. I think maybe a burst oil pipe, and suddenly oil immediately onto the track, and that's causing spins for 3, 4, 5 cars. And look in the rear, you'll see even more finding their way facing in the wrong direction. Christian Albrecht in the left-hand drive Scarab, that was his day over. So with all that oil down and the spinners moving their way into the grass, and a bit of contact unfortunately there, nothing that can be done on that front. That has brought out the red flag. We should be able to get this race underway again shortly, but certainly the marshals doing a great job as they get that track up to speed again. And this was the view as Ollie Bryant was trying to make a move and recover. Well, he ended up picking up a few places, lucky to avoid spinning himself with the oil laid down onto the track. Just getting a closer look at the smoke from that Scarab there. I'm sure there'll be more news on that as we get it. And this was the bit of contact here, and straight into the back for the Tejero Jag. Darren not able to do much to avoid that contact, unfortunately. Actually, the others lucky not to also hit each other. Everyone just spinning on their own. But we will get this race back underway. We're going to have another green flag lap and 10 minutes of racing shortly. But for the Scarab, that is certainly day done. As the Scarab spins off, and that is the end of that. Okay, we're going to get this race underway shortly. In the meantime, Rosie's been off and around the Goodwood Revival area, and we can find her in the Revival Village.
Well, we've been talking a lot of fashion this last few days, and who better to talk to about that than Amber Butchart, our British fashion historian. You've been here for the last 3 days. How's it been?
Oh, it's been absolutely fantastic. It is always so much fun. We have been shooting loads of content for the Revival Style Instagram page and getting sort of exclusive backstage little snippets. I've been speaking to Dita Von Teese quite a lot, which has been very exciting.
How was that?
Yeah, exciting. I mean, she's always looks so incredible, that like getting to kind of talk to her and understand a bit about how she puts her looks together is just really brilliant.
Well, how do you put your looks together? Because you always look fantastic.
Oh, thank you so much. Well, I think it helps. I used to be the buyer for a vintage clothing company a very long time ago. That's where I started my career. And I still actually have loads of pieces from that time, including this that I'm wearing today. So it's almost like I have this kind of archive of things that I can draw on when Goodwood comes around and kind of go, oh, I've not worn that before. I've not worn that for ages. Let's get those things out. So it's a great opportunity to really kind of breathe some life into those pieces in my wardrobe.
And in terms of this event, it's so you. This is surely everything that you're looking forward to. What have you noticed the most out of this year?
I think this year, oh gosh.
Sorry to put you on the spot there, apologies. But in terms of all the fashion and everything, have you seen anything this year that you've sort of gone, wow, that's a really standout?
I mean, every year there are certain standout pieces, and I really luckily get to always interview the best dressed winners as well, which is really exciting. What I love, and this year especially, is there's a real mix of second-hand and vintage pieces, but also homemade as well, which I absolutely love. So many people, either who have won the best dressed or that we've just kind of stopped as they've been going around, have said, well, I actually made this myself, or I had a vintage pattern and I got someone to make this. And I think that really captures the ethos of Revival style, because it's very much about mixing vintage pieces with maybe some contemporary pieces, but also making things yourself or getting things made as well, and just a sort of combination of all of those different things.
And it's the ethos, isn't it, of rethink, repair, rewear, and it's skills that are dying, but so lovely to see, particularly in the workshop area, that we can see them coming back.
Exactly. And Narissa, for example, who's over in the workshop area, she's one of the people I spoke to who has made her own dress. She always makes her own. She's even made her own bag yesterday. Like, she looks absolutely incredible and just completely captures that ethos as well. It's like style, but it's also sustainability.
Well, listen, Amber, we love chatting to you. We could chat to you all day about this, and I hope you've had a wonderful 3 days. It's been wonderful watching everything that you've been doing. Amber Butchart, our British fashion historian and broadcaster as well, who's been looking out for everyone here, but as always looks fabulous with everything that she wears.
Thank you, Rosie. So much to see around here. So much still to come as well throughout the rest of the day. After the resumption and completion of the Sussex Trophy, we'll get the Setrington Cup Part 2 back underway. The pedal car race will be here, followed by the track parade. The Alfa Romeos will be out on to the track at about 10 to 12, celebrating the last 100 years, really, and their golden era in motorsport. Then we'll get back to the racing action, 20 past 12 for the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy Part 2. Hopefully, slightly better weather conditions today. And then at 1 o'clock, celebrating VE Day and the anniversary celebration. Street party will happen ahead of the big race, the RAC TT celebration from 2:15 this afternoon, those 1960s GT cars. And then it is non-stop racing all the way to finish the final day of the Goodwood Revival. The Glover Trophy F1 action from the non-championship races just before 4 o'clock, ahead of another tribute to Jim Clark, which was absolutely sensational yesterday, looking to be great today as well. The Richmond and Gordon Trophies, the penultimate race with the F1 action from the late 50s, and then we'll finalise things with the St Mary's Trophy Part 2. Those 50s tin top races with their owners racing it out. But still, some racing to complete, as we will get this Sussex Trophy for 50s World Championship sports cars and sports racing production cars from the late 50s, really 1955 to 1960, represented in the field. Back underway after a red flag due to oil, we believe, being spilled onto the circuit. Lots of cars having to spin and avoid that. So the safety car initially brought out, followed by the red flag. But now we're back for our green flag lap, and we'll get this race, Alice Powell, back underway.
We certainly will. We're going to have a new race duration, 10 minutes, when we get back underway. So drivers will get a little snippet of what the track's going to be like as they're heading up to Lavin, which our leaders are just going up to now. Well done to the marshals for sorting the track, and the Goodwood staff as well. So through St Mary's goes the rest of the field. And it's going to be Chris Ward that's going to be leading us off, and you can see just keeping a bit tight to that dust there, which will quickly absorb the oil. And then there's Ollie Bryant. You can just see in the Lotus Climax with the slight yellow lip. He is going to be hoping, Harry, for a much better start than he had in the first one. He was our original pole sitter, but he was charging through, but he was struggling to get through behind Wannabe Grimes, I think it was in the 92, but then was able to sneak through once the Scarab popped that oil line, and the oil was sent spinning at Lavin, so he was able to then get through. But Chris Ward, building tyre temperature once again. The mechanics weren't able to come onto the grid, so there were no adjustments, no dropping of the tyre pressures. As they're going to go through the chicane, yellow flag will be out to slow the cars down. And look at that, what a sight. We've got a packed grandstand. No one, only a few people have braved the deck chairs in the background. But a great race is expected. You can say this is part 2 of the Sussex Trophy. As a final adjustments to the visor, and plenty of mechanics waiting in the pit lane.
Certainly are. I think we're going to be treated to some flat out racing in these last 10 minutes. It will be Chris Ward on the Jaguar D-Type long nose on the far left of picture in that pole position. The Lotus 15 with the number 26 emblazoned on the front, James Wood lining up in second, and then the Tajero Jag in the number 8 on the far right. That's James Cottingham. Keep an eye out for this one though. Ollie Bryant in the Lotus 15 initially started this race on pole, bogged down at the start. Will that play on his mind again? With almost stalling that Lotus 15, he could rocket through the gap in the middle. It's a short dash down to the first corner, the right-hander of Majvik. We're going to get this race back underway. 10 minutes of flat-out action for the Sussex Trophy. As the final cars just slot into their positions. Everyone poised and ready to see these sports car World Championship winning production race cars from the late 50s get back underway. The green flag flies at the back, and we are racing once more at the Goodwood Motor Circuit for the Sussex Trophy. Better start this time around for Ollie Bryant from the second row. Chris Ward looks like he's going to have, though, just a nose in front as we head into the right-hander, dipping to the inside, the Lotus 15 in the number 26, trying to get up but underneath it as they almost slide their way through. But it's 1, 2, 3 as they were on the start line, making their way out of Madrick now.
It was, and Gary Pearson in one of our long-nosed Jags who just flirting through the shot there was forced on the grass. And I think Seb Perez in another one of our D-types didn't get the best of starts, but Ollie Bryant learned from his mistake in the first one, was able to get cleanly off the line. He's going to brave it round the outside of the number 8. Jag slots into third place.
Lovely move from Ollie Bryant, then up a position into third. Next target will be that 26 Lotus 15 ahead of him of James Wood. Is actually, well, now the James Cottingham Tajero Jag just starting to drop back a little bit, but everybody keeping their noses clean as we run through this first restarted lap. Look for the lights that are on that Lotus 15 of Ollie Bryant, carving his way through the field now to the left, but no. Great on the brakes is James Wood, and so good on the brakes. He gets alongside almost. Can he get it stopped in time? Ends up having to compromise his exit, and that is all the invitation Ollie Bryant needed to nick second place. I thought Wood would get the lead there, but in the end he loses a position, and it's Ollie Bryant now up into second.
I was thinking, no, he's not going to, is he? And he was, and I think he even caught Chris Ward by surprise, who had to turn out as he was turning into the corner, and Ollie Bryant said, yep, perfect, thank you very much. James Wood heavily compromising his exit. So, Chris Ward, he'll know, he's raced against Ollie Bryant many a times here at Goodwood. He'll know what a fast, super fast racer he is, but he is in the faster, at least in the straight line anyway, Jaguar. The slightly slower down the straight climax, but as we've seen, braking ability much stronger, as perfectly demonstrated by Chris Wood down into Woodcote. Going back up, he's going to try and brave it round the outside, and he should get this stop, and this should be the move completed, and it is. New race leader.
Made it look so easy, did Ollie Bryant. Back up into the lead of this race, where he started the Sussex Trophy, bogged down on the first start. Then the red flag saved him. Up positions, fighting back. Started this race from the second row in fourth. Nice tentative start, and now is just carving through the field like a knife through butter. Ollie Bryant looking to make it 3 wins on the trot, but Chris Ward is not giving up here, and I'll tell you what, neither is James Wood. Back in the picture, in third in the Lotus 15, the third of the cars running through the chicane now. This is not yet over here. Bryant hasn't got up the road and escaped just yet.
He hasn't, and Chris Ward he's snaking, he's getting the rear out of his Jaguar, trying to use that power as much of his advantage as possible. I mean, James Wood down into that final section of track, that he is hugely strong there, particularly on the brakes. Maybe not so much in this section. The number 8 of James Cottingham has slightly fallen away, but did I see in the background Seb Perez trying to make his way back through? We've got Roger Wills in the 24. Who was starting on the front row and of course had that spin, avoiding the spin in Scarab, is trying to make his way back through as well. Bonamy Grimes in one of our other Lotus climaxes, so a nice tight battle there. We're going to have a replay in the background. So this is going to be, the move for the lead for Ollie Bryan knew that move was pretty much completed, much stronger on the brakes. Chris Ward had to concede, was squeezed on the inside there. Oh, and we've got the number 16. That looks like James Thorpe in our Jag flat iron has ventured off somewhere along the track. But let's see if James Wood can make a move stick down into Woodcote this time round.
The other James in the field there, coming through your screen. James Cottingham currently sitting in 4th in one of the Tejero Jags. It just calms down slightly out in front. Over 5.5 minutes left. I think there's a nice battle going on between 8th, 9th and 10th at the moment as we get a look at the number 18 making its way through. That is one of the Coopers. It's the T49 Monaco edition. A little further back in the pack, fighting with the 69. This is just outside of the top 10 at the moment, but moves being made up and down the field as it quietens down slightly at the front. The gap opens up to just over 1.1 seconds. The number 9, which we saw, one of the cars that was a victim of the initial oil being bled onto the track. Darren McWhitter in the Tejero Jaguar being hunted down by the 22 of Julian Majuve. That's what we're looking at now. This, the Sadler Chevrolet Mark II, the first dedicated sports car built around a Chevrolet V8 engine. They're fighting a little further down, 15th and 16th at the moment.
Yeah, and actually Bill Sadler raced this chassis here at Goodwood back in 1957. So Julian's at the hands of it. Who's that Julian that just had a spin in the background there? I think it was with the number 17
off as well. That's Saif Assam's Nobly. Is there more oil down, or is that just somebody having a little bit of an off? They both rejoin and no one's spinning in the background, so I think we might be getting away with that one. Let's have a look. Look at the top of your screen now. We're looking for the silver.
Oh, Julian that goes first.
Has a spin, gets out slightly onto the wet patch, possibly on the grass, and then for Saif Assam, he just has to take avoiding action and manages to cobble it all up together in the Lister Nobly and get going again.
He does. Yeah, good avoidance there. Or just a bit too much speed for Julian Majuve as he was going through the second part of St Mary's, and as you said, the Nobly. And the name Nobly comes from that distinctive and odd curved design of the bodywork of that Jag. But battle's continuing slightly further up the field. We've got Grimes trying to get past the number 8 Cottingham, who didn't have the best of restarts at this second part of the race, and gap starting to form out the front. Chris Ward is just slightly further back now, just looking for doing fairly similar lap times, to be honest. So ebbing and flowing is the time up there when they the two cars had better maybe in one sector than the other.
This is a nice battle though at the moment between 4th and 5th. James Cottingham leading it in the Tejero Jag, but Bonamy Grimes, who was in a great fight with Ollie Bryan for a while, had to take to the grass and closes in under braking, hangs the tail out as well. Lovely car control from Bonamy Grimes driving the Lotus 15, one of the final Series 3 Type 15s built by Lotus. Good exit out of the final chicane, but just status quo as they head towards Madwick, and they're catching up to 3rd place man James Wood in one of the other Lotus 15s. So this could be a late 3-way battle for that final step on the, well, there isn't a podium, but imagine there was.
There is. They all went to be down there talking to Ed at the end of the race. New fastest lap for Ollie Bryan. Yeah, well, everyone wants to talk to Ed, right? New fastest lap for Ollie Bryan, who's really stretching his legs out front. The first driver during this race to dip into the 125. So their track is actually probably in still pretty decent condition because they're going faster than they were in qualifying, even though it's been a bit patchy and some oil down as well. We've had plenty of racing and driving around over the course of the weekend. Still, this fight continues. The 92's trying to get underneath at Lavender Corner. That's going to be brave, and it was. You saw a wobble there, and not able then to, will be a sitting duck really down the straight for the Jag. That's going to storm up through and chase down James Wood in the 26.
Yeah, Bonamy Grimes is the one doing all the attacking at the moment, and they will know that the more they attack, it just allows 3rd place man James Wood to get up the road a little bit, but the gap's even out slightly. This is your race leader, and starting what should be the final lap with just over a minute remaining then. Ollie Bryan, who initially half an hour ago looked like the race win, had fallen away from him, bit of traffic to avoid, but looked mighty and is working his way up the field. But battle's still being had in that middle pack. This is over 14th place at the moment. All nose to tail coming through the chicane. It's the number 4 at the head of this field. One of the D-type long noses, that's Seb Perez, who we were keeping a little eye on. Just managing to get ahead now and get that bit of a gap. This is the 9 of Darren McWhirter in the Tejero Jag, making its way through. Good start, good restart actually for the 50. Will Nuttall, who started all the way down in 20th in the Lotus 11 LM150 and is up inside the top 10.
Yes, but Ollie Bryan's got it all under control with 10 seconds left on the clock. This will be him coming round to take victory, providing he gets nice and smoothly through Woodcote Corner, where we've seen probably Chris Ward more sideways than going in a straight line during this race. But a fantastic drive by Ollie Bryan. Didn't get the best of starts initially and tail out as he's going to come across the line to take the win, Harry.
And it will be 3 wins in a row for Ollie Bryan as he takes the Sussex Trophy once more in the number 1 Lotus 15, the mighty Lotus that has seen him to victory 3 times on the trot. Great recovery drive from Bryan. Chris Ward in the Jaguar D-type long nose coming second. We've still got battles further down the path. Really enjoying their time out there. These two have been glued together for a while now. Oliver Crosswaite in the 18, the T49 Monaco trying to get inside on the chicane on the 69 Cooper T49 Monaco. Justin Mears able to hold him off. It's going to be a sprint to the line. Is it going to be a photo finish? All of that over 14th and 15th. I think the 69 got it.
He did.
Yeah, the T49 Monaco with Justin Mears at the wheel. Got that one. That was superb. So it doesn't matter what position you finish in, you're going to be fighting tooth and nail to the end, exactly. As Ollie Bryan did, recovering beautifully to take the win.
Everyone having such a fab time out there and appreciating the event and these stunning cars that we've been able to see. And Ollie Bryan, well done. He drove a fantastic restart, worked his way through, was able to smooth his way past round the outside on the brakes of Chris Ward in the D-type, which actually was, as I said, more sideways than anything else. Flash of the lights from Ollie Bryan. And that D-type, back in its day, Harry, in 1955, had a max speed of 172 miles an hour. Hugely impressive compared to actually the 491 Ferrari that had 160. So that's why the climaxes were struggling in a straight line compared to the long nose. But Ollie Bryan made the most of its agility on the brakes and its handling around the corners to come home to take the win.
Certainly did. Winner of the Sussex Trophy 2023, 2024 and 2025. Ollie Bryan in the 1958 Lotus with the Coventry Climax engine. Front engine, 4-cylinder, designed initially for Formula 2 and Grand Prix racing. Making its way to the very front of the queue with the number 6 Jag D-type of Chris Ward with the long nose in second, and third James Woods Lotus 15 as he climbs out of his car. Ollie Bryan, the winner of the Sussex Trophy. These World Championship sports cars, production sports racing cars from the late 1950s. Flick up of the visor. Looks like he had to work fairly hard for that one. Thumbs up as well. I'm sure we'll see a wry smile. The helmet is off, which means only one thing. It's time for Ed Foster.
Ollie, you did not make it easy for yourself there.
No, certainly not. Yeah, I think I was 11th or 12th after the start. So on the practice start, too much wheel spin. So the real start, not enough, and I stalled. Very lucky nobody collected me on the way through. So that was lucky. But after that, I knew at the restart I had to get on with it. And Chris is so good around here. You know, he always finds there's extra few tenths around here. And I knew if he was close on a straight, there's a good chance he could get back past me. So I had to push and build a bit of a gap. And, you know, it was an eventful end to the race. So it was really good.
Some poor sods had to put together your whole race in a matter of 30 seconds. I think we should be able to see it on the screen here. So just talk through some of these moments.
So that's the first start. So that's obviously disaster. The first thing is trying to restart the car without being hit from behind. So managed to do that, and then it was a really good scrap. The Scarab, I think it was, blew up in front of me and dropped the oil. So that was very lively. Managed to sneak through. And then they obviously did the right thing, restarted it to give us time to have a proper race. And at the restart, I obviously had to have a good scrap with Chris, get past him, and then try and build a bit of a gap so he couldn't come back through. But yeah, it was delighted, and obviously great we managed to get a gap in the weather to get a good race in. And I'd like to dedicate this win to our friend Kevin Morfitt, who can't be here this weekend, but he'll be watching from home, so he'll be very pleased.
Great drive. You'll sleep well tonight.
Thank you. Cheers.
Right, let's find second place man, Chris. Chris, I mean, you tried everything. A fantastic effort, and perhaps without a red flag, you might have had it.
Yeah, for sure. You can't allow for things like that. So we were leading, we were going well. We had the safety car, and we had a new start. So Ollie, to be fair to him, it was a question of when. But he's an awesome driver. He's got a good little car. But so pleased with how the D-Type's going. To be able to put it on the front row and also finish P2 is truly amazing for that type of car. And again, thank you to Nigel for allowing me to drive it.
It was a fantastic effort. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's find James. He's coming to us. James, I have to say, your braking down into Woodcote, extraordinary.
Well, you have to use some strengths of a little car. Yeah, so it is one place I was confident in. We haven't run the car since the revival last year where we had a problem. So it's great to have it out, which I said to you before qualifying. So, yeah, and it seemed to work quite well. Shame we had to restart. But, yeah, meant that the pack closed up behind. But it was a great race, good fun. Obviously with Ollie, with Chris and James. Yeah, sorry for Christian with his problem. But, yeah, I hope everyone's all right.
It was a great drive. Well done, James.
Thank you. And just one quick thing, as you know, Ed, it's the first meeting that Freddie's not here. And just like to say hi to him. This is for him.
Well done, James.
Well, the Sussex Trophy then provided action from start to finish. These championship sports cars from the late 1950s putting on a show. Ollie Bryant was the man we're looking at right at the front. That's James Cottingham in the car, though, and Ollie Bryant on the far left. Didn't quite get the start he wanted to. Stalled on the line, lucky not to be collected, and then got going, but lost all the good work he'd done in qualifying, and that allowed Roger Wills initially in the Lotus 15 and Chris Ward in the Jag D-Type long nose to get the best of starts. Two side-by-side action right from Madwick.
We couldn't keep up at this point of the race. They get chopping and changing for the lead and podium positions as they're all nose to tail filtered through the chicane, and swapping place. James Cottingham was trying to make the best use of the Jaguar down the inside of the 26. James Wood, who had that ability though in the end on the brakes.
Certainly did. The battle of the Jameses went on, and the recovery drive from Ollie Bryant continued, carving his way through the field. But the battle for the lead was yet to be finished. 1, 2 and 3, all battling it out, and then disaster for the Scarab. The engine went pop, and that was oil all over the track, and many becoming a victim of that, spinning into the grass, and a bit of contact as well for one of the Tejera Jags. That brought out the red flag, so the marshals could get to work quickly, recover some of the stricken cars, and get that oil cleared up as quickly as possible. But it certainly provided a lot of cars heading into a spin, and what a move this was. A little later on, looking at the third place car as well, Ollie Bryant making that move as he carved his way to the top of the field.
Julian Majou was trying to make his way back through. He did have a spin, but a few drivers snaking off. But again, Sussex Trophy delivers, and it was Ollie Bryant who makes it 3 wins in a row.
These then are the provisional finishing results of the Sussex Trophy. Almost 3 seconds, just over 3 seconds the gap. Ollie Bryant taking the win is third on the trot. Chris Woods, D-Type long nose in second. James Wood in the Lotus 15 rounding out the top 3. James Cottingham as well in a great battle. Bonamy Grimes with a really nice drive too in the Lotus 15. Had to take some avoiding action with that oil spill. Roger Wills started on the front row, faded to 6th in the end in his Lotus 15 ahead of Gary Pearson. Frederick Wakeman in the Cooper T38, the first of the Coopers in 8th, ahead of John Spears and Will Nuttall in the Lotus 11 LM150, all the way from the back of the pack 20th position to the top 10. Really nice drive from Will Nuttall. Seb Perez was battling early doors, but also found himself falling backwards right in the closing stages in his D-Type long nose in 12th. Darren McWhirter in the Tejero Jag 13th ahead of Justin Mears. Cooper Climax T49 Monaco. What a race that was for 14th and 15th with Ollie Crossway in the other Cooper T49 Monaco. Nothing between them, just a couple of hundredths of a second as they crossed the line over 14th and 15th. Head of the Lister Costin, the saddler of Gary Pearson. Saifa Sam had to take some avoiding action into the grass. That cost him time in the Cooper T38 ahead of Guillaume Peters and Hans Hugenholz in the Lister, costing the top 20 in the field.
Unforgettable, that's what you are. That's why, darling, it's incredible that someone so unforgettable thinks that I am unforgettable too.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
Well, the tension is indeed building here for the Setrington Cup, but I'm with probably the coolest customer on the whole grid, Dylan Turner, yesterday's winner. You're looking pretty relaxed.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this race, obviously, but yeah, it's going to be good, but it's going to be difficult to come back from 69th. No, not 69th, 64th. So I'm going to try my best, but see what the result is in the end.
But now you've got a win in the bag, you don't really need to worry, do you?
Yeah. We're aiming for top 30, top 40, but yeah, just happy with the win yesterday. It's all I can really ask for, so.
Well, once a winner, actually, that usually sort of sets the tone, so best of luck today. And I think we've got a proud dad pulling the wagon.
Yeah, it was so fun to watch yesterday, and we did do some practice beforehand, and I said, it's all about the start, Dylan. Everything is about the start in this little race. So I was out in the lane with him, and I pushed him quite hard in his practice, and it worked well yesterday. So he said it was a bit of tough love in training, so but it's fun to watch yesterday, so good.
You can go a bit easier on him today now. He's got a win under his belt.
I told him he can relax today.
Well, best of luck, both of you. And now I think we've got Ed up at the chicane, maybe checking out the conditions on the track here.
Thanks, David. Yes, I'm actually standing slightly out of the way of the flow of traffic. Some of the driving standards are a little bit suspect. So I'm stood here at the chicane. The chicane has not been closed up yet. These are the bollards, and you can lift them. They're polystyrene. Track conditions, little bit damp, you can see, and they've got to stay off these white lines. It depends how they set the cars up. They might get a bit of understeer, a bit of oversteer, or they might get T-boned. That's what you get. This is the last car going down now. You'll see a lot of people towing the cars, and there's a lot of people pushing them, because what you've got to do is you've got to save the legs. No matter how much chocolate these children have had before the race, they've got to be pushed to the start. They need all the horsepower to get those 200 plus yards down to the finish line. I'm going to go up and I'm going to catch the winners.
Thanks, Ed. Yes, I've spotted this lovely looking pink car that I noticed a certain Lenny Button's name on the side. However, Lenny isn't driving this car. We've got a wonderful driver that stepped in for her. Charlotte, it would be great to speak to you and get the story as to what's happened here. How come you're driving this car?
She didn't want to drive the car, so yeah. We got to drive the car.
That's really incredible that you got asked to drive. So, are you prepared for this?
Yeah.
Yeah? What? Have you driven one of these cars before? What preparations have you done?
Well, we have one car, but then my little sister's driving it.
Ah, okay. This all sounds like great teamwork. Okay, so are you looking forward to this race?
Yeah.
What are you most looking forward to? Which is the best part about it?
Probably the end when we all line up, because then my brother's there.
And you can all celebrate together. Well, I also notice you've got your mechanic with you who's pushing behind. You're doing a fine job there. What is the role of the mechanic in this race?
So we drop our arm when the flag goes down, and then they run to the car and do the rest.
Ah, okay. So you're there for moral support as well, cheering them on?
Yes, moral support, yes.
Okay, do you have to do any maintenance on these cars?
We have to set the pedal position right and make sure the horn works. But other than that, not much, no.
Okay, sounds like a good machine to maintain. Well, thank you for speaking to us, and all the best to you, Charlotte. Good luck.
Thank you.
Let's get to the commentary box for this one. Off she goes.
Thank you very much, Grace, Harry Benjamin, Bruce Jones. I've called in the big gun for this one, Bruce. The Setrington Cup is here, part 2. We're getting to go pedalling all over again.
More than 60 cars and all the grid positions were drawn out of the hat yesterday. And if you started, let's say, on pole yesterday, you'll be starting in 68th position today. So we've got some people who didn't feature in the overall results, but they were the ones that started the back yesterday. Just want to pick out Arabella Smith-Fitchett. She went up from 68th to 36th. And we heard Dylan Turner suggesting he's got to get mid-order. She's starting 3rd today, so it's going to be a real scramble. But as yesterday, Harry, coaching right the way from start to finish, and that was our 2nd place finisher yesterday, Ella Barmetier, a French racer who's come to join us. It's about nailing the start and getting down and through the chicane. We can stand up in our commentary box, look down. It looks like it's quite a wide line through the chicane, but when you've got 68 vehicles... Oh, is this a refusal? No, racing coming on. Right, they're ready. Harry, when's the flag going to drop?
Well, I don't know who's taking this more seriously, the drivers or the parents of the drivers, as our kids are poised and ready for the Setrington Cup, a Le Mans style start. It is so important. Final marshalling being done as we wait for the flag to drop. The marshal gives the signal. You can see everyone's got slightly different poises. One leg forward and arm out. Try and get the balance just right before you get in to these Austin J40 pedal cars. Just over 200 yards. You have to ferociously pedal before you can become the victor. Look at the front of the field as well. They've got the best chance. Random lottery. They pick their slots. Their best chance of taking the win here this afternoon for the Setrington Cup. Conditions Seemed lovely.
First start to do is get your legs into the car, get your feet on the pedal and get pedalling furiously. Some of the cars are jauntily angled a little bit, not quite at 45 degrees, gives them a slight advantage, and we're off. Those at the front of the grid clearly have an advantage, but we always have some charges. Number 9 not quite getting well off the pole, that's Nelson Dayton. He should pick up. Number 10 being pushed into action, that's Hugo Alexander. And look, we've already got some front runners bursting through from the middle order, and those that start at the back, I mean, the chicane must feel a mile away for them.
The 32 having a good run as well. I think that might be the 8 possibly in the red pedal car that's had the best of the starts. Little jink to the right though. We've got big movers at the front making a move round the outside as we approach the first chicane, the first of the obstacles. The white pedal car is absolutely flying out in front and taking the lead as it all starts to squeeze up inside the chicane. Everyone seems to negotiating it fairly well in these early stages, but soon the line will come.
Have they gone too soon? Have they taken the best out of their tyres? Anyhow, it's head down, the little feet. When you look at the front end, oh, someone's getting a little bit caught at the chicane there. Car number 24, Arabeth Smith-Fitchett, going very nicely, but she's falling back on the left-hand side. But it looks so. Look at this slipstream. Are we going to have a burst, a starburst formation at the end? Can anyone burst out nearly at the end? Will the power last? There's the checkered flag, and we have a victor there by the shortest of margins. Fantastic job from the driver of car 39. That's Devon Isabel Baker. Whoa.
What a result. Those legs did not give an inch all the way to the flag, and she looks like she worked hard for that one. Chocolate will be the reward, and an impressive pedal ride.
And some racing, great dynasties. The Buncombe family, so much fun here at the circuit, and they took second place with a fantastic push at the finish. Charlie Buncombe getting the job done. Charles want the back to clean the cars. Come on, a bit of encouragement. Have we got some still to get down to the chicane? Yes, we do. They will be encouraged to finish, but our top 3 are already pretty much eyeing up the sweet bags.
Bit of outside assistance needed as well. Baker from Buncombe, from Majoub as well, taking the top 3 result in the 41. Cyrus Majoub, the Majoub name very familiar to those here at the Goodwood Revival, and help given all the way to the bitter end. But that is the Setrington Cup. Here's Ed Foster.
Devon Isabel, what an amazing race. Did you enjoy that?
It was very good.
And have you been doing lots of practice?
Lots, because...
And what have you been eating to prepare?
Vegetables.
Not chocolate?
No.
And how are you going to celebrate tonight?
I don't know.
Maybe throw a big party?
Maybe.
Well, look, congratulations. That was an amazing race. Well done. Let's find second place Charlie. Charlie with a surname we all know, Charlie Buncombe. Charlie, you tried everything there, but congratulations. You're on the podium. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was very good. My knees, they're really touching.
Yeah, so you're getting a bit tall for the machine. So have you been asking your father for advice?
Yeah, a little bit. My granddad and dad have been helping with the car a lot.
What do they tell you to do?
They just say, deal with the pain, just force the pain through.
So do you think this might be your last year?
Yeah.
Well, look, what a way to finish though with a podium. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Right, so we got Cyrus here. Cyrus, I'll come around the other side. Got your laurel on already. What a race. What kind of preparation have you done for this?
The whole of Friday, I spent pedalling around the paddock.
Wow, you're not quite tired from that?
Yeah.
But I mean, look at this, but your car obviously worked very well.
Yeah, it did.
And it's got quite busy at the chicane, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Do you think we need to have a word about driving standards to people? Some naughty drivers?
Yeah.
Well, look, you did so well. Congratulations on your podium. Well done.
Well done, Ed, as well. And I've been doing some quick totting up. Of course, we look for an aggregate result, and I reckon the driver who finished third has ended up top. Anyhow, let's take a look back at the highlights, Ed.
Absolutely, the Setrington Cup getting underway, the part 2 of the pedal race that we all come to the Goodwood Revival for, and a Le Mans style start, so crucial here, sliding into their machines. And initially it was Buncombe with a good start, but then came Baker through on the chicane, lovely move down the inside and cut him off for good measure on the exit.
Yeah, but the important thing, kept pedaling, all looking very stylish in their Ralph Lauren race suits, but it was threading the eye of the needle. But the first through few were just able to press on, and there was the checkered line, and the relief for Devon Isabel Baker.
And chocolate, the order of the day then here at the Goodwood Revival.
Ahead of Sunday's Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy, I've joined James Hayden, one of our commentators in the bike paddock. Now, yesterday, James, the bike race was an exciting one, and I think the rain added to that suspense as well.
Very much. I mean, the heavens opened, it poured, you know, it was tricky conditions. There was a bit of sort of a fuel on the track, so difficult out there. They also made a little bit of a last-minute rule change right before the start, which upset a few of the riders. Didn't make it us to the commentary box for that. And it was really to do with when you could come in and pit. Normally it's between 16 minutes and 8 minutes, but it was open to come in sort of any time as long as the other rider, you know, got more than one lap. So that was interesting. And but what a race we had! It was really all about the man riding this bike, Billy McConnell. He was in incredible form, and he pulled out a 42-second lead. Handed over to Perkin, his teammate, who did a wonderful job. So they're the winners on this 1962 Manx. And one thing that was really interesting, they ran a front tyre like this on the rear as well. You're allowed to do it, it's in the rules, but it's got quite a lot of tread, so it helps disperse the water. So those guys are looking, really good for the win today. But there's plenty of other riders. I mean, it's a stacked course, full of talent here. And really, we've got an interesting battle for second, third, fourth. And I think that's going to be fascinating today. So it's just 8 seconds cover those guys. That's like Russell, Plater, and Dunlop, and their teammates. So that's a really fascinating battle.
Yeah, and just on Dunlop, he had a bike change last minute as well, but the way he rode that race to climb up to fourth when he qualified quite low down, that was a phenomenal ride from him.
Yeah, I mean, he overtook more than 20 people. He was riding fantastic and really in the hunt. So that is going to be a fascinating battle.
But
So
can we expect anything less from him as
No,
the all-time TT great?
Yeah, absolutely. He's always a trier. He digs in, and you've got to love that. But the other guys are no slouches. I mean, we might even have some other guys sort of coming in to do it. So obviously John McGuinness, they had a problem yesterday. They couldn't get out, and so they'll be like really trying to get on it.
One big name we saw that didn't start as well, Carlos Checa. We saw him pull off. We had some shots of him, which was so disheartening. So is it looking like he's going to go out?
Yeah, so that's looking good again. Fingers crossed. So that was gutting. That was on the warm-up lap with his teammate, and the bike just expired. So we really want to see Checa out there. X-World Superbike champ. MotoGP
he needs
race
to be in
winner.
the mix.
He's got to be in the mix. So that would be lovely.
Yeah. So just remind us again, James, how the rules work with these races, because it is a 2-part race. So even if they start, what does that mean for the points?
Well, they're
How
not
does
going
it work?
to. They can't win the overall because basically the 2 races are added together time-wise, and that gets your winner basically.
Okay.
So that's why I'm saying with a 42-second lead, these
It's
guys are looking.
likely.
As long as they don't make any mistakes. But we know with these old bikes, anything can happen.
Yeah.
But that's what's going to happen, and it's. Obviously, we've seen it turn on its head many times before. Personally, I can't wait, and hopefully at the moment it's dry.
So let's look forward to that one. Thanks so much, James. We'll be watching the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy.
Well, I've made my way into Betty's Salon, presented by Regent Seven Seas Cruises, and alongside me, the owner, Lisa George. You've been busy all week, haven't you?
We have, yep, very busy, really busy. 1,500 ladies.
And just tell us what you are doing here.
Betty's Hair Salon. We're a dry styling hair salon for guests, all the ladies.
All the ladies have been coming in here, and I can see why. I'm going to chat to one of your stylists very quickly as well, because they have been non-stop the whole time that they've been here. Lisa, if I can just get a quick word from you about the last few days. Really busy?
Absolutely bonkers. It's been amazing.
How different is this event, though, to come in here and to be styling for you, sort of the old-fashioned style hairs?
Well, it's actually my favourite thing in the world to do. If I could do this every single day, I would. This is my 10th or 11th year now. And it's just the highlight of my year. It's just like seeing everybody's outfits, matching their hairstyle to their outfits, and just sort of hearing people's stories, really. It's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Lisa, we'll let you get on. Enjoy. Hopefully we see you at the end. We're going to come around here, Lisa, and just have a quick look, because it is absolutely jam-packed with ladies having their hair done. Do you do makeup as well, or is it just hair?
Just hair. Hair. We used to do makeup, but hair is kind of the main focus.
I also think hair really makes the look, actually, particularly in the 1940s, 50s and 60s style. You need good hair for that, and you can see actually here, just having a look, this hairstyle is gorgeous. If I can just, are you happy with how it's turning out?
Yeah, no, it's amazing.
It is amazing.
The detail's incredible.
Did you come here knowing today that you could come in and have your hair done?
Yes, I did. So
booked in early then?
I did, very early.
Listen, enjoy. As we keep moving down the rest of the line, we've got lots and lots of ladies having their hairstylists. Hello, I'm going to chat with you very quickly. This is looking stunning. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
And are you happy with all of this?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I really enjoy having my hair done here.
Yeah. I mean, you can't beat it, can you? It's always really lovely. And how's your week been?
Wonderful. I love being here.
It is. It's pretty good fun, isn't it? And how many different looks have you been doing a day?
Oh gosh, I couldn't count. No, that's the fun of it. Sometimes we get to choose what we, sometimes they'll say, do whatever you think. So that's great.
That's always good fun. Well, listen, we'll leave you to it. Lisa, I think we're just checking in with everyone. I'll let you go. It's really busy, and it's a really good fun vibe in here as well. How much do you enjoy this every year?
I spend 4 months prepping. I love it. I love it. Yeah. No, it's It's Sunday today, and today is a day of calm.
Wow, I can't believe this is calm, because you must have... That's extraordinary.
Yeah.
Well, listen, it's great. Everyone can come in here. They can come in here, and I'm assuming it's for a free service. You can come in?
It's £70. £70 for hair only. It's about a 45-minute appointment, so it doesn't take up too much of the ladies' day. Yeah, come on down.
This isn't taking up any part of a day. It's always lovely to be having your hair done. I might pop back in later if it rains and get my hair sorted. This is Betty's Salon, presented by Regent Seven Seas Cruises. It's been wonderful to come here. Well done to Lisa and all of the team, because it has been very, very busy here every day.
Well, it is always busy here at Goodwood, with so much action going on the track, but also above the track, of course.
8 o'clock this morning, the weather was far kinder than it was on Saturday, so we were treated to 2 Spitfires and a Hurricane taking to the skies, and still the sound of those 3 Merlin engines. Just a wonderful, wonderful way to get things underway. There's the Hurricane taking off, undercarriage going up, and flying in formation. We're so fortunate to have such incredible machines still in the sky with the most brilliant of pilots, and of course the Spitfire was evolved through the course of the war. The Hurricanes would go off after the bombers, and the Spitfires would try and take down the Messerschmitt ME-109s, but every time you see them, they are so super wonderful. The sound, the sight, and then you get to see them down on the ground on terra firma here at Goodwood Circuit. Let's go down to Ed.
Derek, we're surrounded by wonderful Alfa Romeos. Now, I know, a lot of your success came in Porsches, but what a mark Alfa Romeo is and was.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back so far, doesn't it? It goes back, to before Fangio and Farina and all those great drivers. I mean, they've always been there. And then they were in a bit of a dwell. And fortunately for me, I got in with the Alfa Romeo team from Germany, which ran the Works Alphas in '75, and we won the World Sports Car Championship. But super drivers, myself, I don't mean myself, sorry. Mazzario and Jody Scheckter drove, and Jack Lafitte drove, and Jackie Ickx drove as teammates in the 2 cars. And I did several races, but I couldn't do all because I was racing for Mirage as well at the same time. But they were wonderful, and they just became very reliable too. So I'm driving one of the actual slightly older cars, like a year older, which is only the V8. The one I drove was the T33 12-cylinder, flat 12, and that was magic to drive.
I mean, they all look magic. Derek, enjoy it.
Yeah, I think I will. It's not for long, but I will. Thank you.
Well, here we are celebrating this 100 years since 1925, when Alfa Romeo won their first ever World Championship for manufacturers in Grand Prix racing, but also, as we've mentioned, 75 years ago since they won the first Formula One title, as it was then called, because the Formula One name was not used until post-war in 1950, of course, but they went on to take titles in 1950 and 1951 with the new Drivers' Championship, as it was then, and also, as we heard from Derek Bell, they also had success with their sports cars in the early 1970s.
They absolutely did. Rich days for sports cars. In fact, fairly shortly they were followed by rather slimmer days. The rules kept on changing, but Alfa Romeo, after several years of trying, got it absolutely spot on. And it's just right that a marque with such incredible history and endurance in racing, they've been over 100 years in competition, and we have everything here up to the cars from 1975 that Derek was talking about. Glorious Disco Volante coming towards us, one of many, many cars from the collection of the Mann family, and 3 Rag running along behind is another one that catches an eye, but this one dates back somewhat further back to the late 1920s. But some of these cars have been in family's ownership for such a long time. We look at the development from the P2, which alas couldn't be released from us. It's such a treasure back home in Italy that the authorities wouldn't sign it off to come here, but the P3s et al, but so many different shapes, and the way they went racing with the likes of Louis Chiron. In fact, one of the Chiron cars is coming with the number 6 on the front. That was a car that was raced by Jean-Pierre Wimy, and Chiron bought it. That's got an interesting story in how it was moved around the world. More of that a little bit later, but look, from the Sit Up and Beg Giulietta in the background, there we are, red with the 94 on it, to the glorious TZ, Ben. I really love those low-lying sports cars of the early to mid 1960s. They really look great, and you know what, they sound, they also, you look at them, they're very much Alfa Romeos, and I do like that strong lineage.
Absolutely, no, it is gorgeous. The Giulia Sprint GTA models, they're coming up onto the grid, and the bodywork as well on these TZs, they're absolutely glorious, the aerodynamics.
But the point is, if you look at those two head-on, there's the TZ1 in the middle of the grid, we're looking at the Disco Volante on the outside, but if you look at the TZ2, and if we move across the grid, it looks similar, and then you notice, if you put them side by side, it's rather lower, rather sleeker, and the tail end of the car has been adapted accordingly. So progress, you know, you never stand still. Great to see the Elisab family car sitting there in the middle. That's the TZ1. The TZ2, look, you just find a few more design details, and as ever, taller drivers do find it a little bit of a struggle in Alfa Romeos. Always seem to be built around people of a slightly shorter stature, but to my eye, one of the most beautiful cars here at Goodwood this weekend.
Absolutely. I think the history of Alfa Romeo really is so special. It's a name that has been a part of motor racing as well as on the road, of course, for such a long time, right from the early 1900s when it was first created, and it first went into motorsport way back, actually, back in 1911, when you think about how long ago that was. The Targa Florio led briefly, actually, when they first started competing. And then after the First World War, it became Alfa Romeo, very much so. And some of these cars that we're looking at here were the incredibly successful machines in the 1920s and 1930s, because Alfa Romeo really dominated that world of what was called Grand Prix racing, but it was also sports car racing as well.
And don't forget, we had them on the banking at Brooklands, and the one in the background there, GF573, that was a Testafisa. It was a 6-cylinder, we know that because it's called a 6C, size of the engine, the capacity, 1750. But the clue in the Testafisa, it was something commissioned basically to be as aerodynamic around the high-speed banking at Brooklands, commissioned by Captain George Easton and Ronald Stewart, and not surprisingly, that set lots of records. But it just went to show that sort of tailoring, you could request your car to be body-shaped for you.
Absolutely, and what you've got to see is this very long front end, because they ran an 8-cylinder, straight 8, so it's not a V8, straight 8-cylinder. And when you open up the bonnets, I was having a little look, and just the length of that engine, but it was also an extremely efficient motor.
Yeah, it was, and you know, the straight was the format. Obviously went to flats and Vs somewhat later, but so many of these cars have a storied history, and the fact that events like this, you get them prepared for this. There's Archie Collins, who not so long ago was in the pedal car race, the Setrington Cup. His father Ben restores these cars, and for the Auriga collection they brought a couple of absolute beauties this weekend. Really, beauty though is in the eye of the beholder. So up and down, there's Magnus Alfriscar, one of several in this parade that's actually competing here at Goodwood this weekend. So good to see that down there as well.
Absolutely, and another one of these beautiful sports cars, the Bobby, they're a special little machine, isn't it?
Yeah, and so many cars of the 50s into the 60s were almost one-offs, but the Alfa Romeo engine was slotted into all sorts of things. Don't forget, we even had them slotted into McLarens in the early 70s. Andrew Adamick could run those when the bulk of the field were running Ford Cosworth, but obviously wanting to run with national power under his right foot.
Well, and sometimes you've got the beautiful coupe versions as well, with that cut-off rear end. And then you go back to the very early models when they were getting all that early success. Remember that Alfa Romeo won the Le Mans race in the early 1930s 4 times in a row. It was the only time they did win Le Mans. They went on to win classes later on in their careers. There's a lovely early car as well. So, and then developing into the 50s and 60s with these very scenic machines that also promoted the road cars hugely, obviously.
I think I just spotted the winner of the Setrington Cup race sitting on board there. It certainly looked similar, and that's quite a prize drive. Win the race, you don't get a bag of sweets, well you do, but to get out on this grid. And again, you just have to thank the industry that we don't just take cars that go racing and when they're defunct or no longer have series and tuck them away. We restore them, we burnish them, we polish them, and just keep them on their tiptoes to come out. And it's a real treat anytime you get a marked celebration, but I think for Alfa Romeo it's just really very, very special.
Absolutely right. Again, some of the earlier models here, that's a very, very early one actually, which is rather lovely to see. And all of these having such great history from Alfa Romeo.
Yeah, and that's David Hart on board. He does a lot of racing. I can't remember how many cars he's competing in this weekend, so very busy to go out and display the great Dutch enthusiasts. And if you've got 2 rows of seats, you're certainly going to fill them. So these cars will go out around the track, and we'll get to hear their engine notes ringing out. We've got the 8s and the 6s to entertain us, all sorts of engine size, and pretty much the largest of the early ones was the 2600, and we got a Muletto model of that. In fact, that's the one that David Hart is sitting on board, the one we just spied, and that was means it's sort of a development model, and they tried the various engines, aerodynamics and other elements to improve the breed, which is what racing is all about.
Absolutely, and that's what they've done so effectively. So do listen in, as Bruce was saying there, the sound of these engines, really right from the beginning right up to the later years, fascinating. So you get a wonderful noise from these machines as they head out onto the circuit. It's dry at the moment. We are expecting a little bit of rain in a little while, so let's hope that they can stay dry, particularly those that are sitting out there without any crash helmets on. But it's a lovely opportunity to celebrate Alfa Romeo, and I know there is so much history, so much love. There is Derek Bell, as we heard from him, going out, and this of course was one of the later sports cars that they raced with in the 1970s, and eventually it took a little while to get them sorted, and as he said, there were developments of engines that also supplied. In the end, in 1975, they took some great championship success, but it did take a few years to really make it work well.
It really did. This is a car, I'll tell you the little story about this one now. It needed to get exported for whatever reason from Uruguay, and the way to get it out of the country without people noticing was to build a raft on top of some oil barrels, paint the car a different colour and get some people that didn't look like a race team, and over the River Plate it went. But then it was an ex-Chiron car, but it started life in the hands of Jean-Pierre Wimiel, fantastic racer, but they're just so pure. And I do love, as we look at the TZs. Oh, right, here's the Testafisa. This is the one that was taken to the banking at Brooklands and sort of basically sculpted to be as aerodynamic as possible. And, you can see some of the design cues there.
The design I agree with on the Alfa Romeos, just walking around them, I was having a little look around them earlier, and that's so beautifully designed at that period, of course, and going on to be very, very successful. But the bodywork in that early period, it was a major part to try and make it happen, and it has been done so well by Alfa Romeo all over the years, of course, by some great designers and adapters who've done such a great job with it. From that period, Vittorio Jano was so crucial to Alfa Romeo. It was a time when Enzo Ferrari himself was racing for Alfa Romeo, and you'll see the Ferrari sign on a few of these cars, showing that Enzo Ferrari competed in them, and also then ran the team that ran Alfa Romeo very successfully in those 1930s.
And it's safe to say he looked, he listened, he learned, he sort of bided his time until he was free of his contract with them. And then, of course, Alfa Romeo cleaned up in the first 2 years of the modern iteration of the World Championship, 1950 and 51, with their 158 Alfetta, followed by the 159. And then, at that stage, he was ready to chime in his own right. And the first Ferrari Formula 1 win was in 1951. And the rest is history. But talking of history, the sight of all these little Giulia Sprint GTAs, of course, they were fantastic in the sort of mid-engine size rank of the European Touring Car Championship, but they did all the rallies they did as well. They're such nimble cars, and also events like the Targa Florio. You know, when you see the period photos, they just look so right. I still really fancy one today.
I agree, yes. The Giulia's such a pretty little car, but they developed them so effectively for going racing, and they built up the engine sizes started to increase a little bit, but they weren't massive. They were light and very aerodynamic as well, and they were able to achieve lots of things in sort of touring car racing as well, all sorts.
Yeah, and really their arch rivals at that stage were the Lotus Cortinas. You see a lot of those racing here, and if you're looking at Giulia Sprint GT8s, you tend to think of Andrea Adamic, who was just absolutely fantastic in them. But around the circuits, when they were a fair bit more dangerous than now, around the Nürburgring, Nordschleife, Spa-Francorchamps, et al., I think they were heady days. But some cars come out and in time they don't quite look the ticket, but all these Alfa Romeos that have been assembled still look absolutely magnificent right now.
Yeah, the Zagato designs were very impressive. The way that he would come up with special lighter framework steel tubes, aluminium bodywork as well, and that was a key part of some of their success, especially with the Giuliettas as well. They're looking at the slightly later one here, but that was a big part of Alfa Romeo's success.
No, it was, and again, of course, they had their internal battle with Lancias in the 60s, both in racing and rallying. But just lovely to see them in such number. And also, when you get these assemblies of cars together, we've got the fantastic Monza pit lane for them with this absolute pick of the pack. So those at the circuit can go down and wander, but people watching all around the world, it's all being filmed for you. It's just such a treat. In coming years, we'll have further celebrations of other manufacturers, but right now, this moment belongs to Alfa Romeo. And the fact we're celebrating an entire century since they landed the effective inaugural world's title in 1925, very special indeed. That was the P2, the P3s followed, and the racing heritage went all the way through in terms of World Championship success to 1975. This is a slightly earlier 33 TT, but Derek Bell, you know, he was very thankful for the drive. He was a Formula 1 driver who was just dipping his toe into sports cars and showed what a star he was, and the Le Mans 24-hour victories came his way thereafter.
Absolutely, and it's so lovely to see Derek here. That's such a Goodwood star. I was just looking at once again at the number 40 there. You can see the Alfa Giulia TZ. This actual car competed at Le Mans in 1964, and together with two other TZs in Scuderia Sant Ambrose. The two other were red, and this was the green one. Unfortunately, Le Mans didn't quite work out for that particular car. It did crash out after 5.5 hours, but isn't it lovely to see it in its restored way?
Well, it is, and of course Le Mans back then was absolutely, now we've only got two classes, hypercar and GT3, but the multi-class according to engine capacity, and a lot of manufacturers, they really just wanted to get in the mix. And the class win at Le Mans, you know, we keep using the phrase sell on Monday, Sunday, win on Monday, sorry, the other way around, win on Sunday, sell on Monday. You know, all the manufacturers then were looking for any publicity they could, but particularly for an endurance race, that was the real one that tested their mettle. So any success, class or outright at Le Mans, was worth its weight in gold.
Absolutely, yeah. So you can see the real mix of cars from that period once again, really up to the 1970s, much more recent machine. Lovely noise as they're heading around, and I do hope that all you Alfa Romeo fans are soaking this up in a good way. Number 67, another of the 1600 GTA Corsas. This is the Giulia Sprint that we're looking at here right now, and the Giulia Sprint, as we were saying, was which has achieved so much over the years, that period in the 1960s, absolutely crucial to them.
Well, it's interesting looking at one with German sign writing, because I was mentioning earlier, competing at the Nürburgring, a lot of German teams really got stuck into running those on the European scene, so very much a part of German series races, international, European series races as well. But don't forget, rallying definitely was very much part of the lexicon back then. Many teams would do racing and rallying where they possibly could.
Absolutely.
Now, this is a lovely car owned by the Cook family. It's a two-tone blue version that's there as a tribute to Louis Chiron, who absolutely adored the 8C 2300 Monza, and it's just great to see something a little bit different. We've become very accustomed to Italian racing cars being run in national racing red, so it's lovely to see something a little bit different. And this is a car that's been on show for quite some while, but just lovely car. 1934, and the developments were all starting to come, but obviously within a handful of years we burst into World War II, and competition machinery was put away for a while. But don't forget, of course, the Alfettas that won the World Championship in 1950 and 51 were created in the late 1930s. Thank goodness they were tucked away, but then racing took a while to get back up to speed, but they were brought out. But then, of course, as soon as you got to the 50s, things started moving on very quickly.
Absolutely, and of course they created the Alfetta in the mid-1930s because actually they had great success in the early 30s in Grand Prix racing, but then when the German teams came along with a bit of backing, it was very difficult to go up against them. They did get a final win. Nuvolari got a great win at the German Grand Prix in 1935, didn't he? And the fact that they didn't even have the anthem for him because they were expecting a German win.
Yeah, I mean, in the history of racing, that was one of the standout surprise results. You know, they expected to go, well, here's David Hart, you know, arch historic racer with son Olivier, but you know, he's got an eye for all things automotive, and this one has an incredible history. And it's a Muletta. This is the one I was talking about, the one they use for development purposes. And again, you never know what we don't know from the outside what developments it brought on, but you can imagine, you can just see slightly different front end on the car there. Just starting to think, Ben, about aerodynamics. Of course, it was all about the engine and the suspension to start with and what they could do with their tyres, but if you could make it a little bit more streamlined, even if you're just working out better ways to channel air through the engine to cool it, all things need development. And if you want to be top in motor racing, which is absolutely what Alfa Romeo did,
you've got to work at it.
Absolutely, yeah, and they did it so very, very effectively. The cars are heading back in, and of course, if you are here at Goodwood, there are opportunities to go and have a look and see at what they actually look up nice and close. And I do, as I say, the design, beautiful engineering on many of these machines, and it's so wonderful that they still exist, that they've been restored. So many of them are still kept in original form, and it's a real display that we have been able to enjoy throughout the weekend from Alfa Romeo, celebrating those many victories, but building up the company as well. It became such an important part. It did need support from the government even before the Second World War, but they were able to continue. And of course, Enzo Ferrari was a key part before the Second World War. He was a driver in some of these cars, and then he managed to run them in his race team, and then he became their big rival, of course, in the early 1950s. But Alfa did beat Ferrari just in 1951 when Fangio took his first title. It was all a bit close towards the end, but they went for the wrong tyres on the Ferraris at the final race, and Alfa Romeo did manage to take their second title in a row and then pull out of Formula One.
Yes, I think they'd already also caught wind, not just of financial strife coming their way, but the fact that the rules would change for the World Championship for 1952. It went to Formula 2 regulation, smaller engines, and it possibly wasn't a bad time to to bow out, because quite clearly also, as I said before, the cars were built in the late 1930s, and it was going to be a whole step forward. But of course, none of the teams there had an idea of where Formula 1 was going, and boy, did it change.
So let's just have a little look back at the lovely parade and this fantastic mix of machines, and able to go out there and enjoy the cars. Some of these, plenty of them, we've seen here race at Goodwood over the years, no doubt, but it's lovely to see some of the early cars as well that were very much the sports races at the time, going right through that range with so many stars, and particularly with Derek Bell going out. It's always lovely to see Derek out in a car, even though he's not racing this weekend.
Yeah, he just slots in, just looks absolutely right, and of course what an amazing career, and just lovely to see some of the early models, but the smiles they bring, and for people who've never seen them before, a chance to really understand the backbone of racing in the 20s and 30s, and some very, very famous cars among the mix. According to your age, you have your passions, but for some it's the Giulia GTA Spiders, but for others it's the ones with those long prows, the 6 and 8 litre 8 straight engines. Just fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely awesome to see this real mix of Alfa Romeos, and I do hope you've been able to enjoy and soak up some of the atmosphere and the history of the Italian manufacturer.
In the Goodwood Trophy, all three fighting. Atkinson up the inside, number one, but watch out!
Well, I've made my way down to Tyrrell's shed, which has now been turned into our Heritage Skills Academy. John alongside me to talk everything that's going on in here. It's been really busy in here as well, but so much that's going on. Just tell us a few things that you've got.
Well, we've moved in here we used to be outside in the main square. We moved in here and we have been inundated from day one. We had hundreds of people here on Friday and it's been like that ever since. But we're demonstrating the skills that are associated with old school mechanical engineering and old school coach building, which is demonstrated over here.
Well, we can have a look at this because it is all really, really old school. Are these sort of skills you'd love to see come back again?
They haven't gone away. The industry hasn't done any training for a long time. We started about 8 years ago, and now we've got about 200 apprentices in 160 companies all around the UK. And that includes Bentley and Aston Martin, and this young man, Reese, here, is one of Aston Martin's finest.
And this is obviously such a historic shed as well. This was bought here last year, saved from demolition, Ken Tyrrell's original work shed. Does that make it extra special to be demonstrating these skills?
Definitely, and we had one of Tyrrell's engineers come in. He said, I haven't been here for 40 years and it's identical. So, and this is where they built the first six-wheeled Formula One car. And, you know, that it's real history. And the environment is great for the apprentices and we love it here.
And you've had so many of the public coming in and you're actually allowing them to have a go at these skills as well?
Yes, they're doing the wheeling, they can work on engines, they can work on gearboxes, cylinder heads, and the youngsters are really, really involved in one.
Yeah, it's great to be inspiring the younger generation actually to see all of these incredible ways of working and having a go. It might spark something in them to want to work on cars.
We've already had probably a dozen young people that have said, this is what I want to do for a career. So and about 3 new companies as well. So it's a real success for us.
Oh, well, listen, John, it's been great to come in here, I have to say, and it's such a historic place, and it's really wonderful to know that this has actually been kept exactly how it was before.
Oh, definitely.
Well, listen, John, thank you for chatting to us. I'm going to go around and have a look and see if I can have a go at any of these skills. I think for the last few days we've realised I'm not that skillful at anything, but let's go and have a look, and we'll leave you to it, and I'm going to go and have a look and see what I can get up to.
And now we are building up to the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy, the second race of the weekend, but the 2 races together will determine the outcome winners, the outcome podium finishers. So a 25-minute race, 2 riders, and they are using the 500cc pre-1966 Grand Prix bikes. Norton, BMW, we've got them involved as well, of course, and the matchless G50, plenty of those as well. One of the Triumph Daytonas. So it's lovely to see this group of racers that are about to come out. We've got some super professional racers competing in this as well as the owners too. So lots to look forward to. Let's get back to Grace.
Ahead of part 2 for the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy, I'm joined by multiple TT winner Michael Rutter. Michael, it's brilliant to see you here, although unfortunately you're not riding, and so therefore you can't defend your 2 titles that you've got on the bounce here. But like I say, it's brilliant to see you after a few altercations at the TT this year. Just start by telling us, how are you first of all?
Yeah, thank you. It was hard. I've had a hard few months, I had 3 months, so it's 3.5 months since the accident. My own fault. Tried to, what I recommend, don't look behind you at 140 mile an hour, really. I just ran out of road. We had a bit of a problem with the bike, and unfortunately I broke my back, my L2, and it's been plated, and that. They give me about a year for it to grow back, and I did some damage to my leg, and battered myself a bit really, but I'm back here. I'm all right. I'm fine. I feel like I could race, you know, but the trouble is, especially on these old classic bikes and that, you can easily slip off them. There's a lot of oil down. They do break down. You know, they're not the most reliable bikes in the world, and I can't afford to crash again.
Yeah, well, it's brilliant to hear that you're feeling so well and looking so smart as well. But you mentioned there about these bikes. They are classic bikes. We've got a grid full of Manx Nortons, G50s, a Honda in there for good measure this year by Dean Harrison. But you're the best person to tell us exactly what these bikes are like to ride, because they're quite different to modern superbikes.
They're so special. I think there's like about 18 or 19 Manx Nortons. I think there's 7 or 8 G50 match lists, and like you say, the one Honda and a couple of BMWs. I rode the Honda with Chris Barth the first time I ever came here. I was riding the Honda at the time, I think, what was it, 20 years ago now, and I came on there, and that's all I was allowed to ride, and I think that's the same with Dean now. But yeah, like the Manx Nortons to what we ride back in, like, you know, the modern day bikes, it's so scary, like, because we jump out, and this track is fantastic. You know, it's one of the, I remember coming in my first time, coming down the back straight, and it's like you've gone back in time. You know, all the grandstands, the people all dressed. My dad used to race Manx Nortons as well, so you get that feel of being what he went through. And the thing is, the bikes have got so much grip now with the new tyres, and you get a lot of chatter. So the front forks, you can see the front end of the bike moving from under you, and when you go into some of the corners, you're doing, you know, 120 miles an hour, 130 miles an hour into some of the bottom corners there, and it's frightening. You got to be strung up there to believe you can win.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure if you've heard, but Billy McConnell, who won the race yesterday, he's running a front tyre on both the front and the rear of his bike, again to improve that grip, and he's looking like he's going strong.
Yeah, he's brilliant, like Billy and Tony. You know, it was fantastic to see Tony Perch win, because he's been coming for years as well, and yeah, that was a very good way to do it, really, because I spoke to a few people in the race, and Billy was just away with it, and basically that's what he did. They changed the tyres round, put the front in the rear, and it gives you so much more grip. And I was speaking to Storm, who rides for us, Storm Stacey, and he said he just left him. He just had that much grip, and very, very clever thing to do.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for your insights. Before we let you go, a certain Emmanuel Pirot is riding the bike that you won on last year. Have you spoken to him, shared any advice? What's he saying?
Well, after practice or qualifying, he was like absolutely down in the dumps, and he was only like 6 or 7 seconds off, which, you know, but still, jumping on a bike like that is fantastic. And then he ended up on the podium, so that's my normal bike I race with Mike Russell, and yeah, he's nicked my ride.
Well, hopefully we see you back here next year, Michael. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Brilliant to get an insight from a TT rider, but for now we'll get to our explainer video that will give us the rules and regulations for this one.
Motorcycles only competed once at Goodwood Motor Circuit in period at the so-called Goodwood Saturday meeting on 14th of April 1951. But they have been an ever-present fixture at the revival since 1998. Two-time 500cc world champion Barry Sheene was a star of the early bike races at the revival, winning 5 times, including his last ever race in 2002. When he tragically died in 2003, the race, previously called the Lennox Cup after one of the family titles, was renamed in his honour. The Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy is a 2-part race with an aggregate result. In each part, the owner shares with a VIP rider, including a roll call of Isle of Man, Grand Prix and World Superbike stars. The race alternates between 2 forms, one for motorcycles built up to 1954 and the other up to 1966. At the 2025 revival, it's the turn of the 1960s machines, meaning fans of two-wheeled motorsport will be treated to a thrilling battle between Manx Nortons, matchless G50s and MV Agusta 503s.
John, up at the sharp end, it's all on the cards, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot better now. It's dry. Yeah, bit of a disaster yesterday. We broke down on the warm-up lap, so I feel like I'm a little bit behind the ball a bit. But we had a great qualifying. Really enjoyed Friday, but see what today brings.
they're pretty challenging things, these in the wet and the wet dry track. It's difficult.
Yeah, they're sort of aquaplaning around. A little bit too late, really, but I never got to ride. I wasn't too bothered, to be fair. I was hiding in the pit lane, but really looking forward to this race, and that's what we're coming to do, put a show on. Loads of good minds, good experienced riders. Let's put a good show on.
Well, look, best of luck.
Lovely to hear from the superstar John McGuinness, of course, so multiple winner of the TT, and looking forward to seeing him out on the bike in a little while. James Hayden is alongside me, and James, you know, you've raced well here at Goodwood in the past. We are looking forward to this second race because it was a tricky one yesterday with that wet weather.
Yes, it was indeed. It was, the conditions were very, very wet, and we had a little rule change as well chucked in there, so it was a difficult race, but it's a two-part race, obviously nice and dry there for the riders at the moment, and really looking forward to getting everyone back out. As we say, we just saw John McGuinness, and unfortunately him and Burrell didn't get a lap in yesterday, but they're right just on row 2, so they'll be up for trying to make amends.
So let's quickly go through the grid for this, and on that front row we have Russell and Pirot sharing that once again. Rivas and Stacey, Francois Rivas and Storm Stacey, they're actually up the front as well with James Hillier and Dan Jackson. John McGuinness and Barry Burrell, that's as we heard. We'll see what they can do with Josh Brooks and Seb Perez. Dean Harrison with Bath and Tony Perkin with Billy McConnell. Now Billy McConnell and Tony Perkin had the big lead. They start on the third row. Ian Bain and Ian Hutchinson are just alongside, then Glenn English and Steve Plater, Mark Taylor and Liam Haslam, and then as we continue on back down to row 5, we have the likes of Jamie O'Brien, Luke Hedger, Lee Johnson and Richard Parker, Ben Birchall and Jake Detloff on that group as well. And just heading down that order, you can see that we've still got this mix of Norton Manx's matchless G50s. Those are the sort of two main rival bikes all the way down the field, but we do have a couple of the BMWs as well, the RS54 short strokes, which is good to see. But the mix of these machines, these bikes from this period, very competitive with each other, of course. They've got the one Triumph Daytona there, you can see number 32 of Kevin Rushworth and Maria Costello racing that one, but that is the only Triumph that we have starting down in 28th place. There you can see all the way down to 30 on the grid, and there we are getting them onto the grid right now as we're getting ready for this race to get underway. Now the superstars will be taking the bikes on after the pit stops, so some of them will stop quite early.
Yes, that's right. So basically it is the sort of the non-professional rider, as if you like. They go first today and then they'll come in, and the pit opens between 8 and 16 minutes after the race starts, so that's the window they've got to change in, and they'll probably come in as early as they can, around that sort of 16-minute mark, you know, to give the riders as much time, the faster riders, the professional riders, as much time as they can. And we really have got such quality here. You know, we've got World Superbike champions, we've got, you know, a MotoGP race winner.
We've got a problem
British
here
champions.
though. Look, that bike, number 35, Keith Bush and David Johnson, I don't think they're getting it running. I'm not quite sure what they were up to, but they weren't able to get it into position. You see how some people are keeping the engine revs going. It's that one there I'm talking about.
It is, yeah. So Manx Norton there, it is Keith Bush and the Australian Dave Johnson, as you say. They take a bit of start in, so whether it got stalled as they came round on, I think he's got it going again.
Yeah, he's got it going now.
Got it going, so they bumped it, so he'll just get that back in position.
Good.
And that's sort of just delaying it a bit. Remember, Le Mans start here as well, so the guys will be running across. It's not allowed to be in gear, so the other rider has to just have it, just sort of ticking over, just revving, ready for the guy. 5 seconds and we're nearly off.
Here we go then. We are all set for the second part of the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy. We're onto the bikes. Who's going to get away quickly? Good start from
Harrison.
Dean Harrison. Yeah, Dean Harrison's done a really good job with the Hanson Honda, which is one of the unusual ones here. And also James Hillier there with Dan Jackson's bike on the number 37 into second place.
Yeah, he is running quite wide, so they all seem to get away cleanly, as you say. It is Hillier, and then we've also got number 12, the Manx Norton of Hutchinson, and Bain is up there as well. and then you got the number 7 bike, another G50 of Glenn English.
Yeah, and Glenn English and Steve Plater did a really good job yesterday. They finished in 2nd place overall. Now remember, how you finish this race matters, but it's putting the 2 races together that gives us the overall victory, and it was over 40 seconds a gap that Tony Perkin and Billy McConnell had yesterday, but we're into a separate race. Let's focus on this race and then think about it afterwards, about who's taking the overall victory.
Yeah, very much. Obviously, yeah, with the 2 added up. I'm just looking for number 24. That was your race winner from yesterday, as you say, the McConnell Perkin bike. I didn't seem to see him in that top sort of 5 or 10 yet, so they've got a bit of a lead, but they won't want to lose too much. Oh, we got someone, one of the BMWs there. You can see that big sort of a boxer twin. But as they come down, and 3 abreast here as they come down into Woodcote.
Yeah, this is tight. This is a wonderful battle already going on, as you can imagine. Nice dry track, so they've got plenty of space. And on the bikes, the wonderful thing about here at Goodwood, you've got that space to run 2, 3 alongside each other, almost going into the corners, and that is wonderful to see. Holding on in their little group at the moment, we do have Josh Brooks, who's sharing with Seb Perez as well.
So it is English and Plater. So Glenn English, he's in the lead. Now remember, with those guys finishing 2nd yesterday, at the moment this is really good for them. As we look a little further down, and Perkin has not had a great start, so he's lost 17 places. He's in 24th.
Yeah, it does look as though it might have had a problem, because the number 24 bike, as you say, ironically in 24th position, has dropped 17 places apparently. Whether there is a problem. No, there it is. You can see number 24. Now that's the winner from yesterday.
They can be really awkward to get into gear on the start. You know, some guys just use their hand. They can be. So whether he's had a problem there, he looks like he's flying though now. Tony Perkin, he's just working his way through, and at the moment, so 24th, he is 14 seconds down. So he's all right, but he's got some work to do. Yesterday's winner.
Yeah, absolutely, does have some work to do. And of course, he will be handing over to Billy McConnell, superstar, but there are plenty more superstars coming out when we get into the pit stops. We've got a battle for the lead going on now.
Yeah, we have indeed. Dan Jackson there. You can see him just, he's there. Teammates of Hillier. He won here in the members meeting on a TZ 350, and he's having a cracking battle with Glenn English.
He is. Can Dan Jackson do something to find a way through as he comes up over the line to complete another lap? Still 21.5 minutes or 21.75 minutes still to go in this Barry Sheen Trophy, and trying to put the pressure on here.
Yeah, both on matchless G50s here. So, what a beautiful motorcycle they are, and it looks like Glenn English has got quite a good toe. He might be able to pull out. Yeah, he's looking his wrong side though for there.
Try to go around the outside, but that's always going to be a bit tricky. So settles in once again, and still at this stage, Dan Jackson's doing enough. But Glenn English, we've seen him go well here at Goodwood in the past as well. As I say, that was a good result yesterday they had, but it does depend a lot on how the bike that won yesterday, which is making a bit of progress. It's up to 20th, by the way, after over the line a moment ago.
Yeah,
did make some time.
Yeah, you can also see the pairing. So behind them, Birchall is, well, you got this battle, and then Ben Birchall and Detloff, they're in 3rd behind here. Birchall, obviously the 4-time world sidecar champion. He's riding on 2 wheels this weekend. Then you got Bain and Hutchison 4th, Haslam and Taylor 5th now. Laverty, good to see. Sykes 7th, ex-world superbike champion, and Carlos Checa. They made a lot of places there. They're up into 9th, another ex-world superbike champion.
That's good news, because that bike had a problem yesterday, so that's good news. And when we see Carlos actually on the bike, they may well be able to make some more progress. But at the moment, it's Dan Jackson. That bike was on the front row originally, and of course they still had to run onto the bike and get on it. Dan did that very, very well, and is still controlling this from Glenn English in 2nd place. Here we are then looking at the number 24 of the winner yesterday, Tony Perkin and Billy McConnell. Now that is in 20th place, still trying to gain a bit more time over the next few laps, because that last lap wasn't quite as effective as the previous.
No, and I tell you to keep a little eye on, that's number 82, Taylor and Haslam bike. They're lapping 2 seconds quicker than the leaders at the moment. They're 3 seconds behind, so they might well be joining this party as well in the next few laps. Look at this side by side as they come through St Mary's. That's tight. It actually cost Glenn English a little bit of time. Dan Jackson, he knows what he's doing around here, as does English.
Absolutely.
Look behind him, you can see number 82. He is coming through. This was that battle. He's on the wrong side there, but he's just trying to sweep it through. And Jackson saying no, he's having none of it. They lean on each other, the two matchless G50s as they come through. You see that stutter bump.
Yeah, this is a great battle between the two at the moment. As I say, just to let you know, the number 24 has gone up to 18th place, so that was a bit of a game, but here we are. Here's a real opportunity to dive down the inside, and it is a pass. Fantastic by Glenn English.
Yeah, he's been looking for a way round. He's been just climbing all over the back, and he's got through cleanly. He's probably seen on his board as well that someone's catching him in the shape of Taylor, who's coming through. He has a little look behind, a little suss out. Jackson pulls out, and he's going to have the line again for Madwick.
Yeah, the straight line speed was good, so coming out of the chicane, absolutely perfect. And but as you say, the number 82 is definitely catching.
He is. He's the only man. He did a 129.9 on that lap compared to the leader's 132.1, so 2 seconds quicker. He will be, he was 3 seconds behind. He's now 0.8 of a second behind. And he's going to pass over to Leon Haslam when that window opens, so they're in a really good position.
Absolutely. It's interesting because they had a non-finish yesterday, so at the number 82. So in terms of the overall victory, they won't be able to take the win. But look at this, fantastic. Into second. Into second,
and really, he is riding superbly.
So Mark Taylor doing an amazing job here. Number 82 with one of the Norton Maxes now up against.
It's just a bit of smoke though coming out that the front of that bike. I mean, it seems to be running okay.
So let's have a look as he tries to come through. Meanwhile, the winner from yesterday is some 26 seconds behind. Remember, they had over 40-second advantage yesterday. Whether that's still going to be worked out or not. Take another look at this, James.
Yeah, he comes in, and it's a really nice move as he comes in through St Mary's, and then he sort of heads it down into Levant.
Yeah,
and he's coming out, and he's got the lead. He's diving the lead, so he's got past Dan Jackson on that lap as well. But as we say, there is a little bit of smoke. They do smoke a bit. They do drop a little bit of oil sometimes. It just seems to be going perfectly well though at the moment. Jackson pulls back out again, coming into Madwick, and he's got past. Obviously that little bump. Oh, he goes a fraction wide. He's actually going to lose Taylor's going to lose a fraction of top speed compared to the full fairing bikes that he's surrounded by. But the Manx Norton that he's on, remember he's racing two matchless G50s here, are known to be slightly quicker but a little bit heavier.
Okay, well, he's doing well, but it is very much a three-way fight now because he's now been pushed back down to third place, and we might see a change of lead once again with Glenn English, number 7, trying to come back on the attack. I'm really impressed with when Dan Jackson comes out of the chicane. He's always so rapid out of the chicane. In some other areas, he's not so rapid, but out of the chicane, he's remarkable.
Yeah, he's got a really nice line. It's all about keeping it going. Again, you see that little bit of oil just sort of coming onto the exhaust there and just sort of burning off, giving us a
tucked in though.
Smoke. Yes, he is. He's managed to slip it up the inside of Glenn English once again.
Yeah, that was impressive to move up into second now, trying to tuck down as much as possible to get a bit of reduction in drag, but he has lost that position once again. The pit lane window, by the way, is open already, so we will see some bikes coming in, dive down the inside, trying to get back into second place. Beautifully done.
And he does. I mean, these guys having a great scrap. A lot of the bikes will be coming in now they can and swapping to their the professional rider. But Jackson, he's a top pedaler himself, so he's not having any. All these three are going, but we might see them coming on the next lap.
Yeah, absolutely. But we shall see. And of course, Perkin will be, I think, coming in pretty early at the moment, down in 14th position at the moment. So we'll see if he comes in early.
Yeah, he will do. And as you say, he's got that. He's still with that huge 40-second lead after a superb ride from McConnell yesterday. They've still got a little bit of a cushion, but he'll be getting it swapped as soon as they can as they go past number 26 there, the Manx Norton of the Molnar.
Yeah. So, keeping well out of the way, but we've still got a three-way fight.
What a scrap that is as well. So, number 24, he is he is still the overall leader. He's just passing.
Not come in yet, though.
He's certainly not.
I wonder if he would have got the message this time, because they wouldn't have got the message from the pit lane to say it's open until they went past that time. So maybe it's this next lap that he'll come in.
Yeah, I think he will. As you say, we will want to hand over as soon as he can to the Australian McConnell.
Yeah, we shall see. is Billy McConnell going to be able to do the sort of amazing performance that he did yesterday in the wet? We shall have to wait and see, but they've got an advantage anyway. Right, here we are, back with our leaders. Dan Jackson just holding on, but no, the battle for second place. Again, it's Mark Taylor who's nipped into second.
Yes, he has indeed. And just looking at that, so McConnell and Perkin, they're up to 10th, but they're 32 seconds behind. Remember, in yesterday's race they were 42, so they've got a cushion, but it's getting smaller and smaller every lap. And again, these guys are doing another lap, so your top three are coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm now just beginning to see, I am just beginning to see some riders coming in as I look out of our commentary box window. And so, but we haven't taken anybody until they're in about 5th or 6th place before they started coming in. But that is going to start getting a bit busier in the pit lane right now. Number 3, that's the Barry Burrell, John McGuinness. So John McGuinness is about to jump on board.
And that's it, John McGuinness, off he comes on the Manx Norton there. So John will be, where is McGuinness at the moment? They were in 5th spot, so they're in 5th, and he's one of the first to change to your number 24 there.
Stayed out.
He's stayed out for one more lap, which is surprising.
Yeah.
So he's just losing a little bit of time. It's 36 seconds, and actually Plater's the man to watch. So actually there's only 3 seconds in it, roughly. So he will want to be coming in. There's Adam Child just coming through, but these are your leaders, and what a great scrap. Whether English has made a slight mistake, but number 7 has just slipped off fractionally from these two.
Yeah, just a little bit, but we've still got a great battle, as you say. Up front, this is proving to be very entertaining, but Dan Jackson, who has had great experience here doing the Barry Sheen in the past, had some podium finishes in the past, but he is under attack. The outside is so brave. At this stage in the race, you see this sometimes, you've done this sort of thing yourself to win this race 10 years ago, but you did it on the last lap, into the pits.
Yeah, so Jackson into the pits, hits the brakes hard, got to slow it down to 20 miles an hour. So Jackson coming in, he'll be handing over to James Hillier, the TT ace. So that's going to be a swap there. Storm Stacey as well, we see the British Superbike star, he's just there, and in he comes.
Right, this is going to be fascinating to see.
Hillier's off, there's James Hillier, there's your swap. Nice, clean, quick move. You can waste or gain quite a bit of time in the pits if you're quick.
Dan Jackson, a little shake of the head, but he's done a brilliant job. I think Dan's done a really good job there. He is very quick, like Goodwood always. Let's see how this all starts to settle down. Right, is this coming in now?
I can't believe he's not come in.
That's the message.
So he's going to, let's have a look, 39.3 seconds behind. Remember, yesterday they had 42, so there is nothing in it at the front.
Absolutely. So this is going to be an interesting race, there's no doubt about it. At the moment, it is the number 82 that has been seen to be the leader, but we're going to have to wait just to see as they come round again effectively, just to see what the full orders are. And this one, the winner yesterday with that massive lead, that's how we're going to have to watch. Now, we've been seeing this battle for quite a while, and it's going to be the same between the two bikes, isn't it?
It is. I'll expect them to probably come in this lap, so look out for like a wave of the foot or hand. Sometimes you kind of get in the zone, and so no, Taylor's doing one more lap. I think behind him, let's have a look. Yep, Glenn English is coming in, number 7, so he's coming in to swap with Steve Plater. And these guys, obviously, with finishing second in yesterday's race, having that big lead on McConnell and Perkin. So it's going to be between those two at the moment for the overall win.
Absolutely, yeah. So let's see.
Steve Plater gets on, jumps on, and away he goes.
It's rather fun in the bike rules is that you don't have a limit in the pit lane, whereas with the car stops you have to be in the pits for a certain period before you go, but with the bikes it's great, you just jump on and get out straight away.
Yeah, you do indeed. It's just the important thing. Oh, look at that, they've come out very, very close as well there with Hillier, number 37. So these two were scrapping before, they've changed on different laps, but they're together. Now, here's yesterday's winner, Perkin is in. He'll be swapping to the Australian Billy McConnell, so he's just got to get in first under 20 mile an hour. He's going to swap. Where's Billy? We'll see Billy in a second. Billy's going to jump on. Where's Billy?
Oh, they're doing it as a one-rider race. You're allowed to do that. We do know that. You're allowed to do that. You have to make your stop and then come back out once again. But I hadn't realised, I didn't know that it was just going to be one of the riders, because you had said to me that Davey Todd's doing that as well, isn't he?
Yeah, well, that's a surprise for all of us. So I don't know whether something's happened this morning for Billy. So
okay,
Well, that's a big change. But anyway, he's still going to be in the hunt. But let's have a little look at this then. So Plater, let's have a look when we're going to get when he comes back across the line. At the moment, he's over a minute behind now. So actually, the man looking in the lead is actually Plater in English in second in the overall thing. But it's Haslam now on the bike with Taylor. He's in the pit, so you're going to swap with Haslam now. Number 82. What a job he's done, Taylor. Really impressive. Leon Haslam finished second in the World Superbikes, ex-British Superbike champion. Really nice takeoff. Has a little look, joins the track.
Oh, look at where he joins.
He's going to be right in the hunt. That's just what we wanted as well.
It is. We've got the same trio, the same triple headers here, and it's now the star riders, and we're going to get just the same kind of race between them. This is lovely to see. And a move around the outside. James Hillier trying to make it happen, but already being fought off if at all possible. Let's see. He's managed to do it.
It's amazing. They've all come in on different laps to swap, and yet they've all remained. Their pit stops have been very similar, because these three are the top three in the race at the moment.
Leon Haslam, number 82, just on his first lap today on the bike. So you've always, and he's actually made a little error there, and he's lost down to third. But that's typical on your opening lap in a way, isn't it?
It is very much. You're kind of getting into it, and so at the end of the day, also we know that Perkin McConnell is now minus 44 seconds. So he's just his lead from yesterday, that 42 seconds. So he's 2 seconds behind Plater and English.
So the gap is absolutely kind of perfect in terms of the overall win. It's going to be very, very close indeed. Now, just to look back to how things were going yesterday, it really was very tricky in those wet conditions. It's a slightly different race today. It was Glenn English and Steve Plater who finished second. Michael Russell and Emanuele Pirro finished in third place. So there's no doubt it's the Glenn English Steve Plater bike, number 7, there you are, looking at that is in a very strong performance here, as long as it sort of stays in this lead group.
Yeah, that's right. So that's the man we're talking about, is Steve Plater on the Matches G50. So it's one of those things, he knows he's going to be thereabouts. So he's just got to keep it going round, just keep it smooth and neat. Try not to miss a gear, try not to over-rev it, because obviously that's when the damage comes with these old motorcycles. As we look back again to Perkin. So we're not quite sure what's happened to McConnell, who was teammates with him yesterday.
We're getting a bit of a penalty for bike 42. Apparently that did come into the pit lane late.
That's Hornby and Dunlop. There's number 42. That's got Michael Dunlop on it, the fastest everyone, man with the most TT wins ever, and 33.
This is important. Look, trying to gain a little bit more time. Does go through the number 24, looking for the outright win, and the gap still at 44 seconds. So still on a possibility of taking the overall win in the 2 races combined, but this is the one. And actually, because this one is running just off the lead, so it's slightly less than 44, isn't it? Yeah. Because I'm talking about the distance to the leader.
And also Russell he's changed with Emanuele Pirro, who's done a brilliant job, and he's the fastest man on the track, 129.5. So he was 2 seconds quicker than the leader. He's 24 seconds down, so he's not going to have enough time to reel that in, but he's going to be close for that last podium spot as well. So he's really going to be between him and Dunlop on that one. So it's going to be interesting to see what Dunlop can do.
Absolutely. So this is, the lead has actually opened up a bit more now. It's gone up to 3.3 seconds. I'm surprised, but it's very impressive what James Hillier is doing right now.
Yeah, it's obviously they're coming amongst all the sort of back markers, but it is number 37, Jackson and Hillier motorcycle. Those guys are in the lead on their G50. Second is English and Plater, number 7, and third is 82.
So we've got a few other penalties apparently, and including number 66 bike, which is currently running in 4th place. Apparently they've got a 5-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane. There's a little bunch of them. I think 66 is the...
John McGuinness. So he had a problem with that bike yesterday, and unfortunately it looks like he's had another problem again today. He's looking down. They're off sort of fragile things, so that's a shame for John.
Yeah, I do feel for John McGuinness. What a superstar, and they haven't had a particularly great weekend. Now, number 7 definitely coming under a bit more pressure, but actually just getting through. It was about through that pack, that trying to come through there and hold on to that position, because number 26 is a bit further down the order.
Yeah, that's one of the Molnar bikes. A little bit of smoke puffing out the back of it. You see as he just changed gear there. Slow Plater just coming in. He knows that he knows that he'll be given a pit board. He'll be knowing roughly what he's got to do. Just behind him is Haslam as well. So Haslam number 82, that motorcycle just coming through as well.
But remember, that bike, number 82, the Haslam bike, did not finish yesterday, so no chance of getting an overall result from the two races combined. But you were talking about Michael Russell, and he's still going very quickly. He's moved up to 5th place now, sharing with Emanuele Pirro, but Pirro did the earlier run. He's still 20 seconds off the lead, but he's got a good chance. Actually, he will move up to 4th because of the penalty that's been applied to number 66. So effectively, he's already up to 4th, but then it is a long way to go to top 3.
It is. He's also lapping 3 seconds a lap quicker than the men in 2nd and 3rd. So he could just keep doing that. He's the only man lapping in the 129s at the moment. So Russell doing a really good job, number 68. As we look back at Tony Perkin, he knows he's going to be thereabouts. He's having to ride round. That's Michael Dunlop just in front of him, so that'll be a good man to try and hang on to. We look back at Steve Plater.
Absolutely, Steve Plater in a strong position still at this stage. Place a little further back in the number 82. You can see that's in 3rd position and holding on, but as I say, Leon Haslam hasn't really got a chance for an overall result. Might get a podium in this race, but it's the combination of the two races together that really means a podium finish. But joining in once again, and as you can see, that Plater's doing a fine job of just trying to get past on slower bikes.
Yeah, look at Leon Haslam as well. So Haslam there in 3rd. He's taking him a little bit to kind of get going, but he is getting going now. He's closed that gap back in on Plater in front of him. So he was a 0.7, 0.8 of a second quicker on that last lap. That's the man we're talking about. What a classy rider Leon Haslam's been. He's raced everything. He's raced 500 Grand Prix, 250 Grand Prix, Spars Superbikes, British Superbike. He's won the Suzuki Great Hour 3 times. He is a really, really accomplished racer, and he's closing in. So the battle in this race might be changing soon, but this is your leader, James Hilliard, team with Jackson, and they've got a nice comfortable cushion, 6.5 seconds out in front.
That's impressive. A good gap there now as James Hilliard's just opened up that lead a little bit more. The Matchless G50, it's a beautiful version of the Matchless G50, this one, and it's working extremely well around this Goodwood circuit.
It is, you know, it was all about the Maxes and the Matchless G50s, big 500cc single overhead cam air-cooled single. They give about 52 brake horsepower and about 7,200 revs, and he's tucking in lovely. He's doing a good job, and he's putting away now. Look at this. This is Haslam and Plater. These guys having a ding. It looks like Haslam might just have got in front, and he has. Wow. So it will be 2nd place on track for Haslam. He pushes Plater to 3rd, but Plater doesn't need to worry too much. And I tell you what, Russell has come all the way to 4th on that last lap. He has taken in some big changes. So Russell, 29.4. Again, he's by far the quickest rider out there.
Yeah, but he is 11 seconds behind this trio that have been battling up front. So I don't think he's going to be able to catch, because we've only got a second and a bit to do. Are we going to get another lap, or are we on the last lap? I think
it's going to be touch and go, isn't it? Or maybe we get one more. This could be the last lap. That is Michael Russell. That's the man we're talking about. 3rd yesterday. He's 4th on track at the moment, and he's
it's smoky.
That's Johnson. So Johnson got a big oil leak there. So just something coming onto the exhaust. So that is your leader, Jackson. We've got 42 seconds remaining, and here he comes in, just slipping past the back markers. That's number 51 of James Ellison, ex-GP man and Superbike man. There's Adam Child, and then you've got this battle for 3rd again, and Plater had got back past Haslam then.
Absolutely. The gap to the Perkin McConnell bike is some 55 seconds. I think this is still a very good chance for Glenn English and Steve Plater, but it's going to be quite tight. We'll have to see how it works out. The checker flag is going to be out on this lap, because we're getting down to 0 time remaining, and it does look as though it's going to be the perfect race, this one, for Dan Jackson and James Hillier. James has done a great job opening up the gap as much as possible, and it is, as he comes across the line, James Hillier who takes the victory in the 2nd part of the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy, sharing with Dan Jackson. And that's Haslam 2nd.
Yeah, he's got Plater on the line.
Perfect. really good. But number 7, I think they are in a very good position, Glenn English and Steve Plater, because looking at the times, we'll wait to see how that all works out, but they did a good job. There is your winner from yesterday.
He had 42 seconds yesterday, 42.3 seconds. So the question's going to be, how Haslam and so Plater was 8.3 seconds off the overall win. And is he coming through? It's going to be within a few seconds. You know, when you add both these races up, here comes Tony Perkin. He's had to do the whole thing on his own. Comes into the final chicane.
Yeah, this is so important. We'll see what the gap is. I'm not sure it's going to be enough, but it might be enough for a podium finish overall in the end. Coming across the line after that brilliant victory yesterday and finishing in the end in 12th position with a gap of 58
seconds. So it was an 8 second. By the time you take that all off, he's 8 seconds behind. So the question's also going to be, where is Russell in comparison? 17, so it's complicated.
Yeah, that's the Mike Farrell, Jenny Tinmouth, the match list.
Oh, that's Jenny there,
on.
so that's a problem with Bob Bart. It looks like we've got a big oil drop here.
Yeah, and that might have been the cause of a bit
of... Oh,
goodness me.
Wow. So hopefully he's... Blimey, that you see that. Here's Jenny Tinmouth, number 25.
And then they're in that part where the oil went down here, aren't they?
I see, yep.
Did somebody have a problem? Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, that was...
Oh, poor Jenny. She did not deserve that. She, as you say, a little bit of oil's come out the bike of Johnson, and she's been the next ride around, so that was unlucky for Jenny.
But well done to James Hillier and Dan Jackson for a brilliant race today. Now, just to remind you, they finished 6th yesterday, but they were quite a long way behind the Glenn English Steve Plater bike, number 7, that finished in 2nd overall. So, although they managed to build an advantage of 8 seconds today, very different day, of course, in the dry. The advantage you get, very different it can be in the wet sometimes. And yesterday's wet race did leave some quite big gaps between the riders. We will get an overall picture shortly of the top 3. But what a great race that was. It was highly entertaining. We had the top 3 fighting so well for so long.
Yeah, we did. Hillier, Haslam, Plater, really good ride, and then the teammates before them, Jackson, Taylor, English, great job all round. But so those guys will be really chuffed, and they're going to be on the, well, they obviously won this race. It's going to be close to see if they're just on the podium or not, or whether it's and also the same with Russell and Pirro.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, see how it all works out. Yeah, because Russell did that really good climb up the order up into 4th position, so just missing out on the podium in this race. Let's go down and join Ed Foster.
What a cracking race, Dan. I mean, that was a busy first stint.
After the disappointment of yesterday, look, I shouldn't be disappointed. P6, nothing wrong with that in those conditions, but I've always wanted this. I've dreamt of this, and yeah, I had to fight for it, and it was one of those races. Loved it, absolutely. The bike was faultless, and me and James worked great together, and Brenmar, who owned the bike, both support me and James, and it's a huge thanks to those.
Well ridden, mate. Well done. Let's have a chat to James. Sorry, Dan. James, I mean, it was looking very close when you came out of the pits, but you managed to build a bit of a gap.
Yeah, it was nice actually to have that. I knew straight away who I was looking for, so I knew where we were in the race immediately, and I just tried to control the gap, look after the bike. I was shifting a little early near the end just to keep the revs down a little bit, and you know, you never know what could happen. So yeah, pleased with that. It made up for yesterday. We had a bit of a mix-up at the start, so it made life hard for ourselves, but made up for it today, so it's nice. There's definitely more enjoyable riding around here in the dry than that was pretty miserable yesterday in the rain. But anyway, yeah, good end to the day, and yeah, lovely event again.
Well done.
Thank you.
Right, let's find second place guys. We've got Leon here, we've got Mark. Guys, well, Leon, let's start with you. It was what a finish, what a final few laps.
Yeah, it was good. We obviously only got 4 laps in the dry on the first day, so we was still learning as we went along, but obviously our team did fantastic there. It come from pretty much back of the grid all the way through to the lead, so had a good little battle with Steve for that second place, so yeah, I was really happy.
And that's opening a few laps. I guess that's why you go racing, isn't it? Stuff like that.
100%. That is what dreams are absolutely made of. I'm absolutely over the moon.
I mean, you guys, incredible speed you had in the first few laps.
I've had a little bit of bad luck here in the past, and today I wanted to change that. So, yeah, I'm absolutely made up. I'm lost for words. I just want to say hello to my wife at home, Katie, and my 2 little boys, Mason and Alfie.
Well done. Right, 3rd place. Here we go. Glenn, Steve. Glenn, we'll start with you. Another podium. I mean, fantastic result.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, it was a good team. Yeah, bike was prepared brilliant. It was lively trying to just stay with them boys, but yeah, great. That's what we wanted.
Steve, that I mean, it could have gone either way those last few laps.
Hey mate, listen, it was Leon came past. I don't know who the person was. Might have been, I don't know who it was. I was kind of battling with, and then I kind of give him a bit of a rub down the back straight down towards the end of the lap, and then Leon come past, and I was quite confident where I passed him. But then coming into the last corner, we come on the back marker. Leon actually braked earlier. I went down the inside, but he just squeezed me out. He didn't know I was there. He just squeezed me out, and I was going to run on the damp, so I had to let go of the brake, and it was game over. But what a good ding dong, eh? My teammate, he did all the hard work then. Cracking start, and good old Glenn. Yeah.
Well done, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So it has been a fantastic weekend of the 2 races, 2 very different races, and as we heard from the riders, racing today in the dry certainly made for a proper battle, whereas yesterday it was so challenging in the wet. But a great performance up front from an early stage, James, and we can have a look back at the start of this race because we had 3 riders really fighting, and just from the start it developed beautifully throughout the whole race, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. It was number 39, the Hanson Honda, that got the whole shot, but Dan Jackson quickly came through, number 37, to take the lead, and then him, Taylor and English had this terrific battle, just really knocking it out in the first stint before they changed over. And then we saw Perkin. He's had to ride on his own. Billy McConnell's suffered a sort of a big burn on his leg, so he couldn't ride today. We've just found out. And then these guys just going at it at the front. It was English and Jackson, both on matchless G50s, and really having a good tussle. And then Haslam's teammate Taylor, he came through riding superbly, and just riding the wheels off it. He was so tenacious. You see him slip up the inside here late on the brakes, and he sort of gave a really good version of himself. And then these guys all changed on different laps after a really big scrap, so they're just sort of battling on, and then once that pit lane window opened, they made a change. But you can see Taylor there on the Manx Norton. This was the first of the changes, swapping over to James Hillier. James Hillier got a nice smooth start, the TT man, and got out in front. You can see someone's exhaust there just popped off and sparking. That's Josh Brooks actually, and then off it comes. So thankfully he stays all right. Then Leon Haslam.
I love the little nod between each other.
And then we had this swap over. They all changed on different laps, but they came out, and then the race just resumed with new riders. And then Hillier just inched away, nice, smooth, neat, and he took a brilliant win there. And you can see how much it meant to him.
Yeah, that was absolutely superb by both riders. And in fact, all 6 riders in that top 3, because they put on a great show throughout. Michael Russell, though, who ended up in 4th place, did set the fastest lap during that race. So looking at the celebration, it is an opportunity to enjoy what has been achieved here, and many congratulations to the winners of this race, Dan Jackson and James Hillier. They took a very, very good win in the end by 8 seconds. Taylor and Haslam, 2nd place. So the Matchless and Norton Manx battle, it's always a close battle. It's rather lovely that we've got them both bikes up there. The Matchless, the winner, Norton Manx in 2nd, and another Matchless of English and Plater in 3rd place. And we're still waiting to see the overall result in a little bit. Russell and Piro, I mean, Russell had a brilliant ride to come up to 4th place, taking quite a long way back. Higlett and Laverty finished in 5th place. Bain and Hutchinson in 6th place. And then also the number 22 of Francois Rivaz and Storm Stacey that had actually had one of those front row starts. It was 3rd quickest in qualifying, and they ended up in 7th position. The number 66 was next up, Lee Johnson and Richard Parker, with another of the Norton Manx, another Matchless then in 9th place, and that was the Josh Brooks Seb Perez bike. And in 10th place, another Manx, and that is the number 8 of Sylvain Barrier and Jimmy May. further down the order, we saw some ups and downs as well there. And in 11th place, we could see the number 27 of Carlos Checa. They had a problem yesterday, but at least they managed to complete the race this time. Perkin and McConnell finished in 12th place. Hornby and Dunlop, they did come from quite a long way back. Great talent, of course, but they didn't manage to make up quite as much ground as we'd hoped. Detloff and Birchall, then Bailey and Bridewell finishing in 15th place ahead of Farrell and Tinmouth, Hocking and Ellison, and then a little bit further down the order, Tom and Charles Molnar, they were finished in 19th, Dawson and Cummins in 20th. So, what have we seen in terms of the overall result? Here we are, the final standings, and it is indeed, it is the Glen English Steve Plater win of the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy at Goodwood here in 2025, with a 7-second advantage in the end over Billy McConnell and Tony Perkin. They won yesterday. They've still ended up with an overall podium, and third place, impressiously, has gone to Michael Russell and Emanuele Pirro. So those are the top three places. James, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic, and well done English and Plato. And I've got to take your hat off to Russell and Pirro. Second time in a race bike and a podium. Great stuff.
Oh, that was great. A lovely race and lots of action, and well done to them for taking the win. Let's go down to Grace and Alice.
The RAC TT Celebration is without doubt the world's greatest historic motorsport race, and I'm joined by one of our commentary team, Alice Powell, ahead of Goodwood Revival's blue ribboned race. Alice, the 2025 edition of the TT is looking to be one of the most competitive, full of cars that would have raced back in the mid-1960s. So talk to us about some of the sparkling cars we can expect to see in this.
Full of cars that make plenty of noise, including this one behind me. This is the pole position car that's going to be lining up later on, and it's the AC Cobra Ford V8 underneath. We've got some Jag E-types there as well. We've got the TVR Griffith that Tom Christensen is going to be behind the wheel. That's going to line up in third place, and that actually won the race last year as well. So we've got fantastic grid of cars, and then actually this grid often tops over £30 million. So some very valuable cars in there as well.
Wow, yes, definitely a pretty penny, and conveniently this one has got the number one for pole position on this. But an interesting choice by Tom Ingram that he's swapped the winning TVR that won last year for his Jaguar E-Type. So what kind of competition is he expecting to face? Because not only have we got sparkling cars, but
Yes.
this grid is full of glittering names.
We're going to have tough competition out there. We've got Formula One World Champions, we've got Touring Car Champions, we've got Le Mans winners, NASCAR Champions, IndyCar Champions, you name it. This race, Grace, has got it, and it's going to be exceptional. Tom Christensen, he is in the winning car from last year. We've got Darren Turner, Le Mans winner as well, with Ollie Bryant in this lovely number one Cobra. And Jack Villeneuve, it's his first time racing here at Goodwood in the Revival. Tony Kanaan as well. So some firsts, but some fantastic drivers.
Yeah, and that's going to make it even more exciting. Well, there's lots to look forward to in this one. The machines, the names, it's going to be a fierce race. We look forward to watching that one.
For a small donation, you too can help young people like Amaka.
I don't need donations. I need your investments. I'm part of Generation Potential, not Gen Z, Gen Alpha, whatever random name they decide. I have so much to offer the world. I could solve the climate crisis. I could cure disease. I could write a blockbuster movie. Because I'm going places. I want to make it so big. Ooh, okay. I'll be at some fancy fundraising events, deciding who gets my investments. Today, I am here looking for your investments into our future. We want to learn skills, to gain confidence, to find opportunities, to change the world for the better. Invest in us. Invest in Generation Potential. It shouldn't matter how we start, it's what we do next that counts. Hey! Guys!
Well, we have enjoyed some great racing, but it is now time to celebrate a victory in Europe Day, VE Day. 80 years, of course, since World War II came to an end in Europe, and the VE Day celebration that took place. That is what we are looking back at, and some of the machinery, of course, going out on the track is very much to do with the Second World War. And I'm very happy to say that joining us in the commentary box, Richard Beddle, who is the president of the Military Vehicle Trust and was chairman for many, many years as well. So Richard, it's lovely to have you with us, and of course we are going to be seeing some of the vehicles that were a part of World War II, part of this celebration. But at the end of the day, it's the VE Day that we are really talking about, the end of that war. Such a major moment to celebrate, wasn't it?
Absolutely, and we've got I can see on the screen now we've got some British motorcycles are in fact the rarest of the lot, and we've got a very, very nice matchless, I can see there, a Norton, 2 BSAs. How nice it is to see the British motorcycles. We see an awful lot of Harleys, and we will see some Harleys as well, but look at those. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant, lovely original accessories. Difficult to find accessories for a lot of these motorcycles.
Motorcycles in the war were, of course, absolutely crucial for the use of armies, etc., weren't they?
Absolutely, and you know, very, very important for very often for passing messages.
Yeah, I can imagine, absolutely. So it's lovely that we've got this mix here. They were a very key part in getting people to get those messages, move them around quickly, sometimes to pass on information that was crucial at a time. This VE Day celebration, of course, it is, as I say, 80 years since it all happened, but it is amazing because in those days more than 1 million people were celebrating on the streets throughout the UK. Totally understandable because of what they'd gone through at that period.
Absolutely, and a lot of motor cars, we'll see 1 or 2 motor cars later, but a lot of motor cars that had been tucked away during the war were brought out. There's one particular one which I picked out earlier, a Rover 20 that was registered on the first day of the war, and that has appeared here today and was brought out in time for the celebrations at the end of the war.
Yeah, I can imagine. The war, of course, I mean, we grew up after the war. John Watson is with me as well. John, you know, we weren't around when the war was still on, but the news and the information as we grew up, you know, it was always pretty remarkable, wasn't it?
Well, I was born 1 year after VE Day, and of course as a child growing up in the late 40s, early 50s, a lot of the, for example, ration cards and petrol rationing and lots of things that were a part of the war effort to ensure that we got through what was a very, very difficult period, particularly with the amount of Wolfpack submarines out in the Atlantic targeting ships coming into the UK. So while I was not around during the period of the 6 years of the Second World War, the legacy of it carried forward into the early 50s.
Indeed, it did. Absolutely right. Yeah. But this VE Day celebration, you can totally understand why it was such a big celebration, such a long war, so painful for so many people. But it was done, it was sorted, and then everybody could celebrate. And that's sort of what we're going to be doing here. And you can see lots of families coming down onto the grid, lots of tables coming onto the grid. And this is a little bit the way it was celebrated at the time. As I said, you know, there's so many people out in the streets in the UK, and this is an effect, isn't it, the same?
Yes, we're going to see lots of interesting vehicles that took part in these VE Day parades, including some very interesting buses that served during the war. A couple of them actually went over to France.
Yeah, absolutely. I can understand that, and it was a key part of the manufacturing as well. And of course, for some manufacturers that were absolutely kind of wrapped up in producing, whether it was bikes or jeeps or machines, you know, it had a big effect on their moving forward too, didn't it, John?
Well, of course, we're talking about motorcycles and the pivotal role that they were required for during the Second World War. But the other vehicle that was utterly, unbelievable was the Willys Jeep. And Richard, the Willys Jeep was made originally by the Willys Company, but in fact, throughout the war, it was the Ford Motor Company that manufactured more of these Jeeps than was maybe manufactured by Willys in the first place.
Absolutely, and of course the name Jeep came from Ford. The Fords were called Ford General Purpose, and they were referred to by the soldiers as GPs, and of course GP then was turned into the word Jeep.
Indeed.
And I don't know, but when I was in Portugal last weekend, and there's a museum in the village I was in, and there's just a Jeep, a Willys or a Ford, mostly Ford. Would it be right to say that there are as many Jeeps running around today as there would have been on VE Day?
Nearly. There are a lot of Jeeps, and don't forget that today you can make a Jeep, you can build a Jeep, you can buy new chassis, you can buy new bodywork, whereas 30 years ago, 40 years ago, when we all started collecting military vehicles, people thought we were completely mad. You couldn't get any spare parts at all. And then the Greek government released all their spare parts. Then the Norwegians released some very, very nice, very original Jeeps in the late 70s with all the spare parts. And of course that gave us all a chance to rebuild the Jeeps we had, which were languishing, with proper spares.
Fascinating. Well, yeah, so much of it was about the machinery that was involved, but it is also, as I say, all about the VE Day. Let's take a little look back to some of the heritage of it.
War is at an end. Today is Victory in Europe Day.
Yeah, there's a reminder of what it was, the celebration of VE Day. King George VI and Queen Elizabeth, accompanied by their daughters and, of course, by Prime Minister Winston Churchill, they appeared on the balcony of the palace, as we saw. That was a key part of that very, very special day. And there was a quote by Winston Churchill that day. God bless you all, he said. This is your victory. In our long history, we have never seen a greater day than this. Everyone, man or woman, has done their best. That was a lovely quote from Winston Churchill, and you can totally understand it, and you can also understand how people are now celebrating 80 years later that World War II came to an end. And you could see from that film as well that in those days the dancing was taking place. But it's lovely to see some of these machines coming out to play, or well, not to play, but just to give the demonstration of some of the work that had to be done through that Second World War.
There was a Dodge weapons carrier that just went past. Absolutely the middle vehicle that did all the work during the Second World War, built in the United States, very, very strong, very tough, and very easy to keep going. And many, many estates in this country kept their Dodge weapons carriers going right the way through to the 80s.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's great to know the history of some of this machinery. And it's lovely to see the dancing going on down on the grid as well. They've pretty got a great show to share us that celebration, that unique day that we're looking back to when thankfully the European war was over. Of course, it took a little bit later into the year before the war was over throughout the whole world, when it ended in Japan as well. But the VE Day was so crucial to everybody. The Austin 7, always lovely to see that.
Amazing little vehicles and still running around. It's a four-seater car, and it's about the size of a postage stamp. But
That was
an amazing car which gave people access to a road vehicle at a time when people were maybe still using bicycles, public transport, of course, and then accessibility through to an inexpensive road car. Fantastic.
Great stuff. Let's go down there and join David and Grace.
We're getting right in the action of the dancing down here. It is such a great spirit and atmosphere on the floor. The band has started playing, people are swinging and dancing. This is brilliant, isn't it, David?
Well, it actually feels like we've gone back to that day in 1945, doesn't it, when you look around? It's an amazing atmosphere down here. Victory in Europe Day. I feel like I'm there.
Yeah, there's definitely swings, dancing. If you pan round here, you can see there's a bit of a slower number starting here. But lots of people have been practicing their dancing here on the Revival site. Over on the Richmond lawn, it's brilliant to see people getting into the spirit of that special day, the 80th anniversary to mark the end of World War II. This really captures the joy of that day, I think.
Well, everybody loves a street party, and I think the way they just brought the chairs and tables out there, and then we've got the band playing now on the thing, they're having a great time down here.
They certainly are. Well, we'll let you guys enjoy this dancing a bit more, but come back to us and we'll try and find a few people to speak to get their reactions from this incredible moment.
Well, I've got a seat at the table. I'm joined by two lovely ladies. Why didn't you come in? We'll say hello. So what are we eating today?
Oh, well, I've got some biscuits, and I've got some cake and some trifle.
Oh, very nice. Oh, look, we've got biscuits here, and you're offering me some juice as well. Where's that gone?
Yeah, we've got some squash or a cup of tea, cup of char, standard. We're just here to have a good time.
Made with real tea?
Real leaves, yeah, of course, from the pot.
Bay leaves?
No, tea leaves. Do you want a Tannocks?
Yeah, right, I will, thanks. And what have you got in there?
Squash.
Is it just squash?
Yes, it is just squash. It's a family party, yeah. Goodwood Revival.
Well, look, cheers, everyone. Let's see what Rosie's been up to.
Yeah, thank you, Ed. I've also got a seat at the table as well. We've got lots of children around us too. We've got Primrose just down here. We've actually got a mouthful full of chocolate Primrose. What have you enjoyed the most here? She's thinking about it. Is it the chocolate and the biscuits?
The children racing.
The children racing, and then you get to eat snacks as well. Young man, are you enjoying your time?
Yes.
Favourite biscuit so far?
Probably these ones.
And how good is it to be part of these celebrations?
It's fantastic, yes.
It's amazing, isn't it, to be part of all of this? It's very different to see this on the track.
And it's brilliant for the children because this is living history, and it makes it sense to them rather than sitting in a classroom.
Yeah, it does actually. So true. Do you really feel that around here with them understanding what's going on and celebrating 80 years?
Absolutely. They understand it way more than I think most of the children their age would.
And I think to be dressed up as well.
Yeah. And these guys have done it since they were teeny tiny babies. So they've always been to Goodwood Revival.
Oh, well, that is fantastic. And It is part of life, and it's wonderful to see. We need to be doing more street parties, I think, because this is so much fun. Everyone got their flags in the air. Everyone's eating their cakes and their biscuits. This little guy's got chips down here. I'm not quite sure where he got those from, but I might pinch a couple of those. Grace, what are you up to?
Thanks, Rosie. I've just caught some dancers here who are bobbing along to this little number. It's brilliant to see you guys looking lovely at Revival. What's the emotion right now as we're swinging along?
It's amazing. We're on the track and seeing everyone dressed up, it's actually really amazing. And this is my dad. So having a dance with my dad on the track to this is perfection.
Fantastic. And have you been to Revival before, guys?
Every year.
Every year. And how does 2025 match up? This is quite a special moment.
Gets better every year. Every year.
That's wonderful to hear. So tell me a bit about the dancing that you're doing here. Does this have a name?
This is us trying to dance in time. That is the name of this dance. No. Yeah, do you know what? It's just really nice to have a dance with my dad. Like I say, we've been coming for years. I think 17 years or something like that. And just to have the opportunity to come on the track and celebrate is amazing, like I say, and get dressed up. Yeah, it's really lovely. I feel like, mwah, there we go.
It's been years since she's kissed me.
Well, that's brilliant. Well, that's the beauty of dancing and the beauty of this moment. Just enjoy it. We'll leave you to it, but enjoy the rest of your weekend, guys.
You too. Thank you so much. It's been amazing.
Well, you never know who you're going to find on the grid. And actually, for the first time in a long time, my sister is here. Alice, you have no idea this is going to happen. Come with me. Are you having a good weekend?
I'm having a lovely time. It's amazing.
Great. We got Ellie and Rosanna should follow us. Yeah, come on. Look, do you know what I'm going to do? Is I'm going to embarrass you and I'm going to take you for a little bit of a dance. What I'm going to do is hand over the mic and let's have a dance.
Okay.
And there's your hairband. Annie, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I've made my way down the table a little bit and it is absolutely buzzing here. Everyone enjoying themselves. Miranda, how much are you loving this? You've got your kids here.
Gosh, it's amazing. You just can't believe that we're on the motor circuit, having a tea party. It's an amazing atmosphere.
A little bit different to just having the bikes on here.
It really, really is. It's very surreal.
What are you enjoying most about this?
I mean, this is a highlight. This is once in a lifetime. But we loved going through the Ferris wheel and seeing all the cars. I mean, the whole thing. Just amazing.
Well, it's lovely to see you got your children down here. We got one.
Ottilie and Charlie and Ludo.
Ottilie, are you having a good day? Yeah, she's got a mouthful of biscuits. She's definitely enjoying herself. I want to come down here because we've got our cleaning ladies as well, who we always have our cleaning ladies, but they've got their pies at the ready, eating their. Now, is this a real pie?
Of course it is.
Of course it is. Of course it's a real pie.
Baked this morning.
Oh, absolutely. Did you bake it yourself?
Well, no, Dolly did.
Yeah, I did. I'm the baker. Yeah, I'm the baker.
She's good with pastry, I'm good with sandwiches.
What kind of pie is it?
Cherry.
Cherry pie. Any
cherry
good?
Lattice pie. Cherry lattice pie. I really did make this.
Delicious.
We see you guys here a lot as well. How much are you enjoying this street party?
Oh, this street party is wonderful. It's so nice to see everyone come together, all the different ages, all the different eras. It's just so lovely.
It is lovely.
Warms our hearts.
It does, doesn't it? And it's lovely to celebrate 80 years as well. And we've got lots of people here ready to celebrate it. And it's wonderful to see so many kids here, lots of flags. We've got our pie as well, Grace. Do you have a pie, Grace, over there?
Yeah, do you?
I think we do. I think we've got more than pie here. Can I join in the tea party, guys? Is that okay? This looks delightful. What have we got on the table to eat here?
So there's tea cakes, biscuits and a pretend pie.
Oh, but you must have a favourite though.
My favourite is the biscuits.
The biscuits, yeah, good choice. Chocolate's my favourite, so make sure you save me one. But this is a brilliant little celebration. The flags are waving, the food is out. This is wonderful, isn't it?
This is amazing. It's just fantastic because obviously everyone's out and about and we're just remembering how amazing it is to
to just really just do the street parties.
Yeah, and a street party on the circuit as well. That's wonderful. I might stretch over the table here, see if we can get a word from a few little ones who's actually, there's got a chewing on a biscuit at the moment. That looks quite tasty, but are you enjoying the celebrations? This is a wonderful moment to capture.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's really good. It's amazing to be about on track as well. It's just such a rare occasion. It's lovely.
Especially on the track as well. Do you guys think you're going to have a dance as well? Get right in the spirit?
Oh, definitely. My wife loves to have a dance, so yeah, we'll definitely all go up and have a dance soon. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, we'll leave you to your cups of tea and juices, but thank you so much for speaking to me. I think Ed has caught up with a few more people enjoying the celebrations.
Well, thanks very much, Grace. Obviously, there's a lot of frivolity here, and someone's going to keep everything in check. Is everyone behaving themselves?
Oh, yes, indeed, sir. We, the home guard, are making sure everyone is enjoying themselves. And at the same time, make sure there are no troublemakers within the crowd themselves, sir.
Quite right, but there's no fun unless it's organised, is there?
No, sir, indeed not.
And you must have had a busy last few years?
Oh, yes, indeed, sir. Making sure we keep Jerry off our shores. Just like Churchill said, we shall fight them on the beaches, we shall fight them on the landing grounds, we shall fight them in the fields and in the streets. We shall never surrender, sir.
And have you had a chance to have some cake yet?
Not yet, sir, but hopefully I'll get the chance if anyone's not eaten them all.
Yes, I hope your commanding officer won't be watching.
I'll sneak a cake in, sir, or maybe it's a couple.
Well done. Well, look, I think Rosie's with someone else.
Yeah, thank you. And I was about to say that it's getting out of hand here because we've got one little boy here already dancing on the table. So definitely the celebrations are carrying on with not only lots of biscuits, but I know the adults have got their drinks at the ready as well. We've got some hip hip hooray going on over here. He's got it going. Go on, young man, try that again. Hip hip hooray. Hooray! Getting everyone going. How good is this atmosphere?
Oh, it's absolutely marvellous. It's just the best thing. It's absolutely wonderful.
And you've got a fabulous outfit for today as well, ready to go.
Thank you. Yes, well, I'm just so proud of the fact we've won the war.
Exactly that, an 80-year celebration. And it really is a celebration of relief as well back in those days. We're going to come down here. You look very ready to go. And look at you in your suit as well. Are you enjoying your day?
Yeah, this has probably been one of the best weekends of my life so far.
And how old are you?
8.
8, so in 8 years this is the best weekend ever?
Yep.
What's been your favourite part, do you think?
Probably racing in the Setrington Cup.
Oh, wow, how did you do?
I came 4th overall.
That's really good, you've got to be celebrating here. How many biscuits have you had so far?
3.
Only 3? Mum, are you stopping him?
No, not at all. I haven't had anything to do with it. No.
I think you need to be eating more biscuits here, definitely. Have you managed to have a biscuit or a cake?
Yeah, I've had 4 biscuits.
4 biscuits, quite right. Lots of kids coming up. I'm going to walk down here as well. You look like you're having a lovely day. You enjoying yourself?
Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm going to leave you to it to enjoy. These cups are filled with juice. I hope some of the adults have some of the alcohol as well at the ready. Grace and David, we will head straight back to you.
Thanks so much, Rosie. It's wonderful to see. Look how long this table stretches back for. We'll just get a shot of this long table that stretches the whole of the start-finish straight of Goodwood Motor Circuit, full of cakes, biscuits, those Union Jack flags. It's really captured the spirit of those celebrations 80 years ago.
Everyone's in such a good mood. I've just spoken to a couple of people there and they were saying they couldn't believe the sheep here yesterday for the Jim Clark. And I think we've actually topped it today with this street party. You know, it's just absolutely great atmosphere. We've just had some open-top buses turning up there. It's just fantastic.
Yeah.
And everybody's really got into the spirit.
It is. It's full of joy, cheerful, smiles everywhere. I think it's really encompassed that moment. And as well to see youngsters as well as the older generation really getting into the spirit. The array of people here that are celebrating is really wonderful.
And Ed Foster, he can dance, who knew?
Yes, yeah. Well, we should certainly get a dance later. The band are just about to close their music as we hear some words from the Duke of Richmond.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this very special moment, our VE Day street party. 80 years ago, on the 8th of May 1945, Britain and her allies poured into the streets to mark victory in Europe. After nearly 6 long and grueling years of war of extraordinary sacrifice and outstanding bravery, the conflict in Europe was finally over. Of course, the war was not yet finished in the Pacific, and there were still difficult months ahead before the final end of fighting on August the 15th. But here in Europe, it was a day when joy and togetherness returned, a moment of relief, gratitude, and hope for the future. Across the nation, there was a spontaneous, collective euphoria. Tables were laid out in the streets, bunting was strung between lampposts, neighbours gathered to dance and sing, as for the first time in nearly 6 years, people allowed themselves to celebrate. In London, an enormous crowd gathered, using whatever transport they could lay their hands on, as Winston Churchill appeared with the King and Queen on the balcony of Buckingham Palace. The imagery from the day captures an outpouring of emotion, the like of which has perhaps never been seen before or since in human history. That is the spirit that we are remembering here today. It is the chance not only to reflect on the hardship of those times, but to honour the values that carried people through them. Resilience, unity, and an unshakable belief in brighter days ahead. Those lessons remain as important today as they were then. I'm especially so delighted to see so many children with us at the tables this afternoon. It is through you, the next generation, that these stories will be carried forward, and that the courage and sacrifice of those years will never ever be forgotten. So please join the party and embrace the jubilation. Have a dance, raise a glass, enjoy the music, the laughter, and the spirit of a street party such as our parents and grandparents experienced in 1945. When our celebration draws to a close, we shall join together in a proud rendition of God Save the King, after which I ask you all kindly to clear the track promptly so that we can continue with the racing. Thank you all very much for being here, and please enjoy the celebration. Thank you all.
Very good to hear from the Duke of Richmond about the history of the VE Day, and here we are, everybody celebrating, having a lovely time on the grid right now, enjoying this moment, celebrating the 80 years since World War II came to an end. And it has mattered to so many people, but it's so lovely, John, that we're seeing so many people really celebrating, and the kids as well, having a great time here.
Well, I think there's one word I can think of just watching these celebrations, and that's community. You know, towns, villages, hamlets throughout the country celebrated this day 80 years ago, and it brought together, after 6 years of appalling warfare throughout Europe, throughout the world, and they all came out in their millions to celebrate. And here's sort of almost like a view of what this would have been like. You could imagine this in the middle of Chichester. You've got 4 main streets in Chichester, north, south, east and west. And this could be a scene from Chichester in 1945.
Absolutely right, yes. I mean, as we said, they were all over the nation celebrating then. But it is lovely to see it here at Goodwood today, celebrating that moment, celebrating 80 years since World War II in Europe came to an end. And there are so many people having a lovely time here. And as you say, it's a social network as well. And that even here at Goodwood, that's true, because there are so many members of Goodwood who, as we've heard from some of those interviews, have been coming for so many years. Some of those kids, coming through and then perhaps getting a love for racing, or not. They might get love for all the other things here at Goodwood. There are so many things for them to enjoy.
I think what Goodwood represents is it is a family event. It's not just for dyed-in-the-wool motorsport fans. It's for families to come. It's to celebrate a very remarkable part of the southwest of West Sussex, a place that's got its own little microclimate, a place that I think is just one of the most special parts of the United Kingdom I've ever visited.
And lived in.
Community all around. You've got the South Downs behind us. You've got the English Channel just a few miles away. You've got the Isle of Wight. And it is a magical part of the country.
It is, absolutely. And it's really enjoyable to watch the celebration that's been going on here. And of course, there will be a certain time, as the Duke of Richmond was saying, that we will have to move on to go on to everything else that's happening here this afternoon. But it really is a joy to see everybody having such a lovely play and a celebration of the VE Day.
But then also, how often do you see members of the public being allowed to walk on a race circuit? I mean, we do see it occasionally at Monza when there's a massive crowd influx onto the circuit following a race win there. But to see in Great Britain, very rarely do we see how many, I don't know, must be about 3,000-4,000 people on the start-finish straight on a racetrack. This is going to go live in another 30 minutes or so, and then it'll be down to the hard business of who is going to win which respective race. Of course, the RAC TT Trophy, that's going to be the big event of the afternoon. And that's one of the races, which is the headline race here at Goodwood.
Absolutely, and very much looking forward to that. But as you say, it is so lovely that people can just go out onto the track and celebrate it, and celebrate this moment, but be on the circuit itself, that grid where we all see the bikes or the cars, whatever's about to set off in a race, have such a great battle out there, but to be out there themselves and just having a dance. It's lovely to see so many people dancing and enjoying this. It really is a wonderful view.
Well, I have to say, I think this is a unique event because you have all the racetracks that we have in the UK. I think this is the only one that's celebrating in this form, and it's the community. These are not just people from the general location of Goodwood, but people from all over the country have come to Goodwood to support the events, whether it's the members' meeting early in the season, the Festival of Speed in the middle of July, or here for the revival. And look, there's Dad having a dance with. He's not a bad old mover, I tell you.
Yeah, he's doing well.
Ben, if you could move like that, I think you'd be impressed.
Well, I think they're doing a great job, and it was lovely to hear from his daughter as well that this was their opportunity to get out and have a dance. And you can see that plenty of people are taking full advantage of that opportunity. Very, very special. And just look at the smiles on so many people's faces, and the little kids as well, who are soaking up this atmosphere. And yeah, of course, the Setrington Cup was a great part for some of the little kids out in the pedalling away for the win and those great results that they had. But it's such a mix, as you say. It's a family event here.
But also, I mean, all the adults are here. They'll have their own memories. But for children to be present and engaged in something like this, it's so important for a child when they're going through their childhood into adolescence and whatever, to have a dream, have something that they can remember. And there'll be children here who will go forward into their adult life, and the memory of this day might be the catalyst to what they choose to end up being either employed in or in a profession, maybe even into motorsport.
Well, talking about those who celebrated 80 years ago, David and Grace can meet up with some that were. Let's go to them.
Yes, that's right. We're joined by two gentlemen who were there 80 years ago at the VE celebrations. John and Henry, thank you so much for joining us. It would be great to get a few words from you about what that emotion was like on that day 80 years ago. Can you use a few words to describe?
I was 5 years old, and I can remember the VE party was in the basement of 121 Chatsbrook Street, which is just off of Victoria Station. And I can remember my father. There was about 20 people in the basement. We were sitting on the stairs, and my father was drunk and he fell down the stairs. And yeah, I can remember that. Yeah, I can remember the bombs. I can remember all those sort of things, yeah.
That's
yeah,
fantastic.
Quite something, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your memories.
And John, do you think we've done a good job recreating that day back then?
Well, I think so. Looking at it, I was only 3. And I was out on a street party at a place called Worcester Park in Surrey. And I've got a photograph of me at home actually sitting there with my parents, so I can prove I was actually there. And my father, who was quite keen on radio and things, he set up the public address equipment, so they had speakers in the street, so they could have speeches and things. But I only really remember it from my photograph sitting with the other children. But it was on the day. It was reasonable weather, and it was just a great thing to do. Yes, yes.
It's such a fantastic atmosphere here as well. Do you remember that euphoria back in the day?
Not at 3 years old. It was just nice to be out on a party and to be able to eat whatever you liked, because it was all food rationing, of course, you know, so it was nice to be there. But it's that photograph that I mostly remember of myself, yes, yes. But we've come to this event in recent years, so it's always very good.
Yeah, and
picking up shrapnel from the street.
Yeah.
I can remember the American soldiers and the American sailors. Yeah, I was evacuated up north on the first big blitz, 1940. I can never understand how I can still remember, because I was only like 18 months old. I was born on just the beginning of just after the outbreak of the Second World War, and I can remember my uncle going back the last time with his kit bag on his shoulder and his rifle. Yeah, so many things. Yeah.
Yeah, we really appreciate you sharing those emotions with us. And how would you describe the celebrations here at Revival? Do you think they've encompassed it well?
Something, yeah. It's difficult to take in.
Yeah.
But there you go.
Well, I heard you singing there a moment ago, so we'll leave you guys to the celebrations. I'm sure you'll continue that and maybe get a dance in as well.
I'll tell you.
You will. Look out for it. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw you on the screen yesterday afternoon. I was watching you interview various people. Yeah, quite something, yeah.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
Wow, look at this. They've produced a lovely view here on our cameras, a black and white version of what is going on here to take us back to how it would have been filmed in that period.
Well, Ben, and back in the day you had Pathé News, which you would have seen in a cinema, because television was literally at its infancy, and certainly televisions of that era were a 14-inch screen. I mean, resolution pretty awful. But I was just thinking, watching this celebration and some of the memories of the gentlemen Henry and John about their thoughts of when we had VE Day. I just wonder how many youngsters who were with their mums and dads, and mums and dads got a bit tiddly probably through the course of the day, how many children of that generation had their first sip of beer or cider or whatever they may have had to celebrate that special day in 1945?
Yeah, absolutely right. Let's go back down. Rosie has found somebody very interesting to talk to.
Yeah, thank you so much alongside me. Well, actually, you are in two characters here because you're James, but also what is your actual name as well?
It's Jeff Rose.
It's Jeff Rose. And Jeff, you were just saying to me about how the celebrations weren't repeated back in the day as much. So how special is it to see that nowadays we do celebrate?
I think it's very important to remember year after year after year so that we don't forget the horrors of war. All right.
And do you think when you had the celebrations back in the day, were they as jubilant and as big as we see them every year that we do now?
Oh, very much so. Yeah. Very much so. Yes. Even more so because those poor people celebrating in 1945 went through a great deal of hardship.
Yeah, they did. And I guess it's a sense of relief as well.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, yes, certainly. When you think 1939 to 1945, what they had to put up with, and a lot of them were bombed out of their homes, and a lot of privation, rationing, which didn't finish until the early 1950s. So, yeah.
And this is exactly why it is so important that we do celebrate every single year, and we do make it a thing, particularly for the youngsters. For you as well, how special is it to see so many children starting to understand what happened?
Absolutely brilliant, and long may it continue.
Yeah, exactly. Do you have fond memories of these celebrations when you were young?
I was probably a bit too young to appreciate them when they were actually going on. Yeah.
Well, listen, it's lovely to chat to you. We've obviously got everyone clearing the track for now, so thank you for talking to us, Jeff, and we will head straight back to the commentary team.
Thank you very much. And there we can see part of the collection of the vehicles. As I say, we've got Richard Medal with us from the Military Vehicle Trust. When you're looking at a collection like that, Richard, I mean, you know all of these inside out, but pick us out one or two that really mean something to you.
Well, there's a Dodge Command car in the middle, which is a rare vehicle. And of course, they were four-wheel drive. And don't forget, before the Second World War, there were very, very few four-wheel drive vehicles around. They weren't known, and the Dodge that we can see there is a very, very useful vehicle. The Swiss Army kept them on until the mid to late 80s. They're Second World War vehicles. They were still in use by the Norwegians until the early 90s because they're so good, easy to maintain, very, very good off-road, and robust.
Interesting, yeah. And of course, as you say, four-wheel drive, it's something we're so used to now, but it was great that it became much more common then.
Absolutely. I mean, before the war, four-wheel drive vehicles really weren't known. Bedford produced some marvellous four-wheel drive lorries, which they designed and built within 3 months. And they were four-wheel drive. And then, of course, the Jeep came along. And, you know, one calls a lot of the four-wheel drive vehicles these days Jeeps, but the Jeep was the first. I mean, let's face it, the Land Rover didn't come in until 1948. That was copied from the Jeep, and you know, here we are today with motor cars coming out with four-wheel drive, permanent four-wheel drive.
But we've also got some big trucks as well, some of these huge trucks that were developed over the war. What was the sort of story? Because were they mainly, I know that, you know, there were some UK, but a lot of American stuff as well?
Yes, absolutely. On the right, the recovery truck that we just saw is a Diamond T. That was in use by the Swiss Army until about 2005. And that particular vehicle was imported in beautiful condition. The Swiss used them as recovery trucks because they were so good. There was no point in replacing them. To its left, you've got an AEC Matador. Again, a British. That's unusual in that it had a diesel engine. Most of the British vehicles were, in fact, petrol engine until, you know, the AEC came along. The bus there is a lot of fun. That belongs to the Amberley Museum. It's a Leyland TD1, and it's looked after by the Amberley Museum now, ex Southdown Motor Services. Lovely open-top bus. Behind that is a GMC 6x6 lorry, American lorry. That was the base for the Ducks, which we used the amphibious vehicles, exactly the same mechanically, but with a duck body on, which you know, was a wonderful amphibious vehicle. The Ducks were in fact designed for 18 hours use in the water, and there are plenty of Ducks still around today.
The one on the right, is that the other Leyland, the KPZ2? That's slightly smaller, 20 seats.
Yes, that's right. It is lovely bus. I had a look at that. In fact, there was a shower yesterday, and I took refuge in that and had a good look at it while it was raining.
And this had a 4.3 litre light six petrol engine, I gather. As you say, petrol engines in this country were a bit more common than diesel at that time.
Absolutely, absolutely, and the British Army relied on petrol. 165,000 jerry cans went across on D-Day with the British alone, and you know, they relied on jerry cans. Each vehicle had a jerry can holder on it. You can see there the GMC, the last vehicle in the convoy there. That's got one jerry can that you can see on the running board. And many of them had 4 or 5 jerry cans in order to keep them going when, you know, the fighting started.
Yeah, there were a lot of these made as well, weren't there? Huge numbers, 2.5 ton, 6-wheel truck, and it was absolutely crucial to that part of that time.
Absolutely, and a really, really good truck off-road, American, GMC, General Motor Company. That's actually got a slightly longer body than some of the others. But as I said, the Swiss Army, the Norwegian Army, the Greek Army, they kept those trucks going right the way through to the 2000s because they were so good, and they were very good off-road. They were quite a bit narrower than some of the modern lorries, but particularly in Switzerland, in the mountains, they found them, to be better than some of the later vehicles that were produced by Movag and others.
Richard, all these vehicles, they weren't the most economical. I suspect they used fuel like it was just going out of fashion.
Yeah.
Who supplied our military with the fuel to keep these vehicles on the road?
Well, the refineries had to supply the government with fuel rather than private people. All the fuel for cars was stopped. You had a ration card. You weren't allowed to use petrol, as you probably well know, because the army, particularly, and to a degree the Air Force on the runways, needed the petrol for their vehicles. Mostly refined in the UK. Petrol was brought across from Canada, but it was a very, very, very important element.
Yeah, I can totally understand that. At that time, they had to get the petrol to these types of vehicles, and people who had vehicles themselves, weren't really able to use them at all at that stage. But, well, we're going back to black and white, which is rather lovely, isn't it?
It is lovely, and it's very interesting. That fire engine is now kept in the Amberley Museum. And a great friend of ours, Tony Brooks, is driving it. Tony looks after it, and Tony helped me on the tow lane here from day one of the revival. We did 23 years running the tow lane here with different Land Rovers, with Tony driving one and me driving the other. A great character, and he looks after that particular fire engine.
And that was a slightly earlier one, wasn't it? That was 1930, that fire engine, but
yeah.
It would have been, of course, I mean, anything built in the 1930s that was going to be useful would have been used hugely through that period.
Well, it was supplied with solid wheels and no windscreen, and it worked in Hove, that fire engine.
Wow. No, it's lovely to see people taking this opportunity to have a little travel around as they head back to the area where they will be parked up for the rest of the day.
Yes, absolutely, and it's a great opportunity for us military vehicle collectors to be able to bring the vehicles out and drive them around this wonderful circuit. Very rare Rover 20 there just going past, which is one I picked out earlier, and that particular vehicle again was registered on the first day of the war.
Was it?
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. Another of the Austin 7s just going through. But what's rather fun about this collection is going from the little tiny things to the huge big trucks. What's that one?
This vehicle, RBJ599, is the rarest one here. It's a British-built Ford, built at Dagenham. They built 8,600 of them, and they were very, very popular on the stock car tracks after the war. They were very strong, and they used to demolish nearly everything else on the stock car tracks, which is why there are only 6 left.
Wow. Okay, well, that's fantastic information. Thank you, Richard, so much for telling us so much. Let's have a little look back at the highlights of what has been this VE Day, Victory in Europe Day celebration that we have been enjoying so much, and we've been enjoying it, but some people out there have been enjoying it even more. Having a dance, having the kids there, the Duke of Richmond there to say hello to people. Many of them are people who've come to Goodwood for many years, but never had a chance to actually get out on the track itself. So lovely opportunity, and what a wonderful view we have had of that celebration time 80 years ago when the Second World War finally came to an end in Europe. As we were told, it did finish completely later on in August, but I do hope you've enjoyed it. We have certainly enjoyed this VE Day celebration at Goodwood.
This is an event like no other. Welcome to Goodwood.
That is it from Goodwood. It's been amazing, hasn't it?
Wonderful time.
Day, the weekend has been sensational.
Well, everybody said it's so exciting. I really, really wanted to come.
Goodwood Revival is like going to an art gallery, but the gallery comes past you at 150 miles an hour.
It's the way Goodwood should be, you know, turn up, put on a show, slide around.
It's the biggest event of its kind in the world, with the finest collection of cars who are actually racing.
You arrive here, get into your 1960s lightweight E-Type and head out onto the track, and it's just wonderful.
Jensen Button is in second position.
They drive them like they've stolen, and I love that.
Okay, burn it, burn it, burn it!
Everyone's in vintage clothes. There's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The Duke and his team put on a great show. I think the fans enjoy it. And that's the main thing, you know, we're just the entertainment act.
The champagne booth is always a favorite spot for me.
Just really an immersive experience.
It's just like being in a movie set. It's absolute fun.
You just couldn't help but feel happy today, could you? I mean, it's just being with the crowd and being a part of it. I love Goodwood.
We don't actually come for the racing. There's so much to see, there's so much to enjoy, there's something for everybody.
Everyone's got big smiles on their face, and you know, it looks incredible. And just what an amazing event.
Goodwood Revival is all about make, do, and mend, vintage style, not vintage values. We had some incredible conversations at the Revive and Thrive Village. People coming together and celebrating the past in the present.
Look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
These cars wouldn't be lasting this long if they weren't taken care of.
The whole atmosphere is amazing, and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
There is that around the outside. That is magnificent. What a super move.
I love vintage shops. For me, the best bit is seeing all the clothes, because I love clothes.
People really, really turn it out. I am deeply impressed by how everyone has really committed to the style here.
You know, if you haven't got the thing to finish off your outfit, it's absolutely 100% guaranteed that you'll find it here.
Makes my heart sing. I can't stop smiling.
Goodwood Revival Radio.
You know, I'm getting high on my own supply of everything that's going on here.
You know, you could be sitting, having a cup of tea, and a barbershop quartet come up and sing.
There's the Earl's Raceway, which is 50s, American rock and roll.
They're jiving, the whole place is rocking.
My favourite place is over the road.
Love the vintage fairground.
Just a unique atmosphere, everybody making an effort. It's the whole combination of the racing, it's of its own kind. I can't think of anything else that even comes close to this.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to details like nothing else.
Walking around here, it is a vision. Goodwood Revival is the place to be.
Not only is there a show in terms of the entertainment of motor racing, but it's everything else, the shopping, it's the funfair, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
The RAC TT celebration regularly draws the biggest names in motorsport to this grid inside some of the most glamorous of cars. And David, we can see behind us just how popular this blue ribboned event is by the crowds that it's drawing.
Absolutely. You say it's a blue ribboned event. It's not only the most prestigious race at the Goodwood Revival, it's probably the most prestigious race in historic racing in the world. I mean, as you say, the cars are spectacular, and the driver lineup we've got today is just incredible.
Yes, yes. So talk to us about some of those drivers. I mean, car number one has coincidentally put it on pole, and that's a beautiful AC Cobra that we're going to see take to the line first.
Yeah, when you just look over the shoulder here, you can see the top three cars, but you've got in third position on the grid, you've got Tom Christensen, that TVR, that won last year. So Tom, always quick. He's one to watch for sure. And then, of course, you've got Rob Huff behind the wheel of an E-Type in second place. Always entertaining. Yeah. Fast, but lurid slides on the lock stops, going back and forward. So great to watch Rob. But they're going to have to get past to get that number one car. And Darren Turner. Well, there's already Dylan Turner's got a win this weekend at the Setrington. Yes. So Dad will be looking to match his son and as you say, take that AC Cobra home.
That's a lovely link between the races here at Goodwood Revival. But also a certain Tom Ingram, he's driving an E-Type as well, but he won last year in that TVR. Do you think he's maybe thinking he should have stuck with that? But I'm sure he's going to give it a good go.
Well, I'm not sure how it was decided if he was. Maybe he did want to stick with it. But yes, maybe he's not in such a quick car as the TVR today. But he's back in the grid. But he's a great racer, so he'll be looking to come through during the race. Yeah, I'm sure he will be. We're just seeing some shots now of that lovely AC Cobra in the gold and red, that huge number one on the front. That's going to look good on pole position. Yes, and he's got Ollie Bryant in that car as well, and it's all about deciding which driver's going to go first. There's a bit of strategy in there. It's a 1 hour race, 2 drivers in this RSC, and you've got to basically decide. Yes, you've got to decide who's going to go and, at what time. So the owners will go out first, and then it'll be to the pro drivers, if you like, after that. But it's picking that moment of when to choose to swap over, and you don't want to hit a safety car when you can't get in. So it's a lot of strategy going on as well as driving fast. Yes, and these 2 driver or even 2 rider races that we see at Goodwood Revival are always exciting to look out in pit lane, because this is where the haste, the angst to get into the cars, doors are opening, helmets on, being strapped in. A race can be won or lost in the pits as well. Yes, and you say that. We just saw the great Jacques Villeneuve, Formula One World Championship winner there, and then Jake Hill, great. And this is what we love about Revival. You see a current touring car champion taking on an F1 world champion there. Of course, Jacques has never raced until this weekend at the Revival. He came along for fun last year and decided he had to get behind the wheel of a car. So he's going to baptism of fire in this race, I think. Yes, he's a prime example of how lots of people come here for fun, but the competitive bug bites them in the end. Alex Bunken there, he had a lot of success yesterday in the races at Goodwood Revival, so he'll be hungry for another win. They're all looking quite calm at the moment, but they'll be soon putting their helmets on, and I'm sure they'll see red once they do that. Yeah, Alex is a very cool customer. A fantastic win yesterday, racing on Friday as well. He won the first race with Jensen, and now they're in their E-Type. Jensen's just buying up Jaguars left, right, and centre to race here at Revival. Yeah, well, it's brilliant to see, and it's going to make fantastic racing for us. We can see all the cars lined up there in the holding area, but for now, we'll get to our race explainer that will tell us how this one will work.
As a round of the Sports Car World Championship and latterly the International Championship for GT manufacturers, the Royal Automobile Club Tourist Trophy was the headline event at Goodwood from 1958 to 1964. While the Sussex Trophy and Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy cover earlier periods of the original race, the Royal Automobile Club TT Celebration reimagines the final years of the Tourist Trophy at Goodwood in 1963 and 1964. It is recognised as the Blue Riband Race of the Revival and of historic motorsport globally. Featuring a mouth-watering grid of priceless GT cars and a star-studded lineup of VIP drivers. So here we are getting ready for this Royal Automobile Club TT celebration, the 1 hour race with 2 drivers for each car and some superstar drivers once again, and a wonderful mix of machinery as well that we are looking forward to seeing, the closed cockpit GT and selected prototypes in spirit of the RAC TT. And we're looking at the cars heading out already. We're going to get this race underway just a little bit earlier as well. There is a chance of rain coming, but not just yet. So let's get the race going, and then we can see sometimes a bit of rain can make a change to the race, of course. It's going to be a fun one to see. Alice Powell and John Watson joining me for this RAC TT celebration. We are going to see the stars in most of the cars coming out afterwards, aren't we? So the owners, the entrants of these cars are going to start the race, John, and then we're going to see the VIPs coming out after the pit stop.
Indeed, it'll be interesting to see at what point these cars driven by the owners or whomever make that mandatory pit stop, whether they do a short run or a slightly longer run, depending really where they are in the field.
And Alice, because Jensen Button is now the owner of actually a couple of cars, because he bought this one quite recently, so he's actually the starter, so he's a superstar, but of course he actually is going out at the beginning of the race.
He certainly is. He's down in 19th place at the moment, so he's got on the 8th row, so he's got a lot of work to do, but we're guessing that we've got the owner, the entrants going out first, because we are expecting the weather to move in, so we'll keep an eye on our looking out the commentary box window. Certainly the flags have picked up pace, but it is a 1 hour 2 driver race, and the pit window opens 20 minutes into the race, and it's open for 20 minutes, so it's open between 20 minutes and 40 minutes. But if we do have a safety car, you are not allowed to pit within that window.
Okay, that is a good point, and that safety car is always a potential thing, particularly if we do get some rain later on. John, in terms of the sort of cars that are entered into this, it's a real mix, isn't it, of some of the great star cars from that period?
Well, the 2 standout cars, one might say, are on screen, an AC Cobra and a Jaguar E-Type. And they're more than likely to be, and just following behind the car that won last year, in fact, the TVR Griffith 400. But it's probably from a Jaguar or an AC, and it'll depend, or will be dependent, should forecasts of maybe rain coming in, because there's usually, the Jaguar is considered the more compliant in wet track conditions, but in dry track conditions, the brute force of a 4.7 Ford Detroit petrol engine, 289 cubic inches, it is hard to overtake in a straight line.
I agree with that. Alice, it is fun to see that TVR Griffith, which battled so well. Last year we had Tom Ingram and Jake Hill having that amazing battle, and Jake was in the AC Cobra that Ollie Bryant's driving. They're both on, both cars are both on the front row, slightly different lineup in terms of drivers, but they're on the front row again.
That was probably one of the best battles we've seen in the TT, well, in recent times anyway. It was so close. They were just swapping positions, and as John mentioned, you know, the AC Cobra had the legs, but it was just so nip and tuck between 2 great drivers that we often see racing against each other in British touring cars.
Well, certainly Tom Ingram, I thought, was a standout driver 1 year ago, and he manhandled the TVR in a way I was thought, wow. I never thought I would see a TVR Griffith 400 model being driven with such vim and verve. And the battle with Jake Hill, Jake was in a Cobra, and one might have said the Cobra was the better all-around package, but Tom Ingram took the TVR and launched it to victory.
Absolutely, I agree. It was a fantastic race. Let's hope we get another great race, and let's go down for a grid walk now with Ed.
Well, thanks, Ben. For the eagle-eyed amongst you, you will have noticed that the flags have all picked up. The wind has started. I guess we will be getting some rain at some point, which will completely change the order. So let's just dive in. We've got TK there already doing an interview, but I think why not? We can jump in. Actually, let's speak to Mike. He's the man in charge at the moment. Mike, it's the worst bit, the waiting, isn't it?
Yes, it is. You sit here thinking, why am I paying a lot of money to be terrified?
And are you hoping for a dry race in this?
Yeah. The car's at its best in the dry. It's really short, really powerful, as you know, Ed. And in the wet, we can maybe top 5, top 6, but we can't win. I doubt we could podium. It'd be an E-type day if it rains.
Well, look, best of luck. Enjoy it.
Yeah, thank you, mate. Cheers.
Right, we'll leave Mike in peace, in amongst his own thoughts. Let's have a look. A few people disappearing. We got here. I think we got Fred in here. Yeah. Fred, there's amazing variation of cars up here. I guess they all have their different strengths depending on the weather.
Yeah, I'm hoping for dry weather today because this is quite a handful in the wet. It's not at its best, but we'll do our best.
All right, well, look, best of luck.
Thanks, Ed.
There's Fred there. There's people clearing off the grid, but until I get told to leave, we got Jake here. Let's have a chat to Jake. Jake, what were any last words to your co-driver?
I just said, just go for it, mate. You know, you got a front row seat for the best race here, so just go and do it.
Are you praying for a bit of rain?
It'd be nice. I wouldn't say no, Ed.
All right, Jake, best of luck. Okay, we've got cars starting up, but we haven't quite been told to leave yet. We've got Jack here. Jack, again, we're talking wet, dry, but the track seems all right at the moment?
I think so, but sometimes it's slippery on the other side of the track, so I'm about to find out.
And car's been obviously running very well.
Yeah, pretty well. It's only me that's holding it up.
It's all down to you now, mate. No pressure.
Cheers.
Right. Yeah, we're still not being told to leave. I think we probably should leave the grids. We've got Gary Pearson there and that lovely E-type, low-drag E-type. We've got cars starting up. We're going to be told to get off the grid. My hat's about to blow off. That's all from us.
Thanks so much, Ed. Great to hear from some of those drivers who are getting ready in conditions that could change as we go through this race. We've had several races, Alice, already this weekend where it might have started off dry and then ended up quite wet.
Well, Ed's hat is tightly on his head, so if that blows off, we definitely know that the winds are looking strong. But what a great sight we have there with the cars, beautiful cars lined up, the Cobra, the E-Type, the Griffith. Tom Christensen will take behind the wheel of that 46. So you mentioned, John, that you haven't seen that TVR move so well when Tom Ingram took it over last year. Maybe Tom will be able to impress you even more.
There's no doubt Tom is going to be a real star in this race, and I think maybe the first time he's actually raced a TVR. Griffith, it's a smaller car than those around. It's a shorter wheelbase. Might say it's a little bit more of a nervy, twitchy car, but watching what it achieved last year, that car was really a stellar car. And that could be the dark horse of this year's Tourist Trophy.
It's rather lovely to celebrate that it was actually 1965 when that car raced here, the TVR Griffith, so that's rather lovely that did happen. So we are getting ready for these cars to do the warm-up, do the formation lap, and get themselves a bit of a feel for how the track is feeling at this stage as well. And of course at the moment it's a fully dry track, so and it's clean around, so no major problems.
I think maybe coming through second part of Ford Water into St Mary's, that was the part of the track that we saw this morning was catching people out, and even through the exit of Lavant there was a massive incident earlier in the morning, and so drivers will be aware. Here, coming through Madrid, the track looks perfect. You wouldn't want for better conditions. So drivers would be sort of going out, feeling it, getting what their hands, their feet, and in fact their entire body tells them the car is going to do.
There are some lovely machines. We just saw Lister Jaguar, Costin going through. Let's take a look at the lineup then. It is on pole position. It is Ollie Bryant who will be starting the race from pole with the AC Cobra. He's already a winner this weekend, and he's with Darren Turner sharing today. We've got Andrew Bentley who'll be sharing with Rob Huff in the Jaguar E-Type, and then the TVR, as we're talking about, with Mike Whitaker starting and Tom Christensen taking on later on. Then we've got the Wakeman Prio listed Jaguar Costin, and behind them Jake Hill will later be out in the Tejera Buick EE Coupe. That's a bit more unusual. There's only 2 Tejeras in this race, I believe. Another of the Cobras, the Assam Shedden version. Gordon Shedden will be taking that on later on. We've got several of the AC Cobras. You can see Dario Franchitti is going to be competing later on, and Alex Brundle will be coming out later on as well. The number 77, Gary Pearson, though, who is a great experienced racer here at Goodwood, he'll be starting the race. Further down the order, Franchitti and Verdon Rowe. That's going to be a good mix. That's Marino Franchitti and Bobby Verdon Rowe. Bobby will be starting the race down in 12th place with his AC Cobra. Another of the Tejeras, as you can see, that's down in 13th place. And the Bizzarini 5300 GT down in 16th place, both on the same row, actually. The 2 Bizzarinis, that's a very unusual race car from that period as well. Keep an eye on it. Beautiful machines. They're starting back there in 16th and 18th places. The Buncombe Button Jaguar E-Type, it is actually, we do gather, it is Chris Buncombe who is starting that, by the way, not Jensen. So Jensen Button, even though he owns that car, he will be taking it on later. And alongside them, we've got Andrew Jordan and Matthew Holm. Matthew Holm starting the race in that 20th place. And then as we go down towards the back, some of the cars that are not quite so rapid, perhaps, the Sunbeam listed Tigers, a couple of those in the back group. Anthony Reid will be coming out a little bit later. And we've got that lovely Porsche down at the back, but it is a very beautiful Porsche 906. It'll be started by Yukinori Suzuki, and it'll be taken on by Neil Yarni later on. There it is.
Yes, there's the Porsche 906, one of only 3 rear or mid-engine, rear-engine GT cars taking place, and this was sort of the beginning of the transition from traditional front-mounted engine GT cars to cars like the Tejera or the Porsche.
Well, here we go then. It is an amazing grid. Some beautiful cars. If you think what these are worth, don't worry, think about it now. Just concentrate on the racing. We're waiting for the flag to come down. We're nearly there. The RAC TT celebration is underway. Brilliant start from that pole position. Oh no, we've got a car off already, number 25. That's the Carl Tilley car that will be shared by Jake Hill. Another car off on the side as well. And in number 24 it is the Jack Tetley, Alex Buncombe car that's gone off. Well, that's a great shame because we've had some pretty clean starts so far, Alice, but it didn't quite work. But look at the lead that's developed already.
It's great, and actually the Shedden Assam Cobra got a great launch. You could just see it going up the inside there. So they started down in 6th place, and it looks like they could already be into 4th place. Yeah, as they go through the first part of St Mary's.
Wow, remarkable, but what a great start by Ollie Bryan. He's opened up a big advantage so far, but will he be able to ease it away even further? As you say, that battle for 2nd place, Andrew Bentley holding on to 2nd place with the E-Type at this stage, as everybody trying to find some position.
Yes, one driver who lost out was Tom Christensen. He got bogged down at the start, lost the advantage of that front row starting position. Now clawing his way back up, he's just got up into 4th place, so up to speed. Expect to see Tom Christensen catch the tail of this top 3.
Oh, just remember, it's Mike Whitaker in it at the moment. Yes, it's Mike in it at the moment. Tom will be racing it later, as you say, but that TVR, which did win this race last year, as you say, the start didn't go perfectly well, but he is up into a clear 4th now, and he's trying to catch back up again. Starting here is not always very easy around Goodwood. Just seeing Richard Kent go through in the number 88 E-Type Jaguar, but it is Ollie Bryant who is currently leading this race by 1.5 seconds at the end of the first lap.
And there's the 94, the Verdon Rowe AC Cobra that was with those classic snake eyes on the front that was just slithering on the grass as it was coming down into Woodcote Corner. And then we're going to go 3 abreast. Are we? Maybe 4 abreast if we're lucky, down into Fordwater, and Verdon Rowe goes round the outside. However, we've got a battle on our hands for 2nd place. We've got the Jag E-Type under all sorts of pressure from the Cobra.
Yeah, Andrew Smith in the Cobra, who will be sharing with Dario Franchitti. That is what the battle's about there.
That's a very strong driver lineup. Andrew Smith did an excellent job winning earlier in the weekend in a GT category in a Porsche 904. But look at the way the Cobra, this is what is famous for, those power oversteer slides, but in the process drops back fractionally, coming out of the second, but 11th.
So this is a real battle as we come out of Lamont We're on board number 22, so we're with Chris Buncombe. This is the Jensen Button car. He'll be taking it on later on. And this is the Jaguar E-Type. Now, it started a bit further down the list. He only recently got this. They're down in 16th position. Well, they were as they crossed the line last time around. I think they're still in that order. But there's some good battling going on in that little section. And trying to make some progress up against the Cobra of Saif Hassan. I think they've made a bit of ground, actually. In the meantime, as you can see, Mike Whittaker with the TVR is doing well.
Yes, didn't take very long for him to latch himself onto this battle for second place. And currently, of these two cars, the third one is the quickest. But catching is one thing, overtaking is another. And you saw the Cobra struggling to find a way past Bentley in that second place E-Type Jaguar.
Absolutely. So we're on board with Mike Whittaker here as he is trying to see if he can make, but there is that change of second place. So that's a very, very good effort indeed by Andrew Smith, who's gotten a Cobra up into second place. So you've got a Cobra 1-2 at the moment.
Yeah, and the TVR is on its way, and just actually on the Shedden, the Sam car, that must have had an off at some point in the lap, so they've dropped all the way down. That's the car that got the electric start, dropped all the way down to 13th place now, and the Buncombe Button car did find its way through.
But Mike Whittaker's doing a great job. You're on board with him. He had fastest last lap around by nearly a second, really, over the front runners. So this TVR has got tremendous pace once again. And these two, both the Cobra initially and the Jaguar E-Type number 18, that's the Jaguar E-Type, that is coming under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I would expect in straight line performance the TVR to have the advantage over the Jaguar, but it's not just about speed on the straight, it's speed onto the straight. Look at Whittaker lining up the Jaguars. They come down into Magic, going to slip the nose of the TVR up the inside as we go back on board with Oliver Brown, leading the race now by 3.7 seconds. Yes, he's done it. He's up to third place. Whittaker slid through on the entry into Magic and taken third place.
He's taken that vicious little car with that huge power-to-rate ratio, the Ford 4.7 V8 underneath that lovely blue 46. And now he's been chasing down the next car, and his prey will be the AC Cobra of Smith.
Yeah, Mike Whittaker. Let's have another little look at this, Alice, and see how the overtake got done.
As John mentioned, that's just pure power compared to the Jaguar, hitting those down changes and even a little bit of grass from the AC Cobra in front of Smith, making use of all parts of this Goodwood circuit.
Well, it's all there to be used. This is the forward view looking into Magic, and then that was a very clean and relatively straightforward overtake. Just the speed off the chicane from the TVR greater than the Jaguar. Now the Cobra's under real threat as we come down into Woodcote at the end of Lavin Straight.
Yeah, so now you're into a battle for second position. By the way, I've just heard that the Alex Brundle, Gary Pearson cars had to come into the pits, so it does look as though Alex won't be out later. Gary Pearson did start the race in the E-Type, but they must have a technical problem, I think. But this battle for second place, now we saw the TVR very rapid here. It down this straight, down the start-finish straight, it is very rapid, but Mike on the outside, it's always harder to overtake.
Yeah, but Andrew Smith is a wily competitor. He knows where to place his car in a defensive situation, so he stayed to the inside on the entry into Magic to force Whittaker to go the long way around, which he wasn't able to do. So now it's all status quo coming through four-door, flat out in these cars, probably 140 miles an hour, then get onto the brakes into the first part of St Mary's, and then you make the cut back to go through the exit. So hold station, wait to see what you can do when you get onto Lavin Straight.
I think you've got to be very brave, John, to go around the outside at Madrid Corner in any car up against any driver.
Little puff of smoke. Yeah. But that, I think, was body rub, the tyre rubbing against the bodywork, so nothing to be concerned about. So let's watch it. The TVR, you can see, can hold that slightly tighter line all the way through and then gain on the exit. And of course, we saw just how quick the TVR is coming down pit straight and about to try and punch in the Cobra.
Is he going to be able to do it? You're on board in the battle for second place. Around the outside, a straight line speed of that TVR is so impressive, going past the Cobra, and he has taken second place. So now, of course, chasing after leader, 4-second gap to the race leader, Ollie Bryant. And Ollie actually, I don't know whether he's been told, but he just set the fastest first sector of anybody so far in this race. But let's just see what the gap is and whether over the next couple of laps the gap will reduce at all. So as he goes over the line this time, it's 4.7 seconds. but the pace is actually very, very similar to what Ollie Bryant is doing up front at this stage. So we shall see.
I think now that Whittaker's got clear air, all he has to focus on is trying to catch him. We just start saying it. Safety car has been deployed. So there is...
Driver's okay.
Is that one of the Tajeros?
Yeah, it's the Tajero 40E Coupe. Yeah, it is, and it's Afshin Fatemi who's had the crash. It would have been shared by Jean-Eric Verne, and that is a great shame because we've only got the two Tajeros in this race. A rare machine. Let's have a look, guys, at what happened. See what.
Again, coming through Ford water, and just ran wide, and the car got onto the grass, and then just nosedived into the tire wall, the rubber strap that failed, so the car rotated. All the energy, fortunately, was dissipated, and you can see drivers out of the car. He will certainly feel the impact of that later in the day and tomorrow, but safety car had to be deployed to remove the Trujillo to safety before we can continue racing.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of tyre wall damage there as well. I wonder, maybe will they stick out the red flag? We have seen that across the course of the weekend, but as you said, Ben, a very rare car, and actually that's an ex-Jackie Stewart Le Mans car from 1962.
Well, great history, but we're sad to see it go like that. Okay, guys, let's have another look at the start. I mean, it was a brilliant getaway by Ollie Bryant, wasn't it, Alice?
Yeah, and just looking in the middle there, the 24 and the 25 just coming together, and then that spun around, and it was a great avoidance from everybody else. So that's the Carl Tilley and Jake Hill car, which another one of our ex-Jackie Stewart cars that we've got on the grid, that shot over to left of screen, and then the 24, the Buncombe and Tetley car, was shot over to the right of screen. But this is on board with our, and there's the number 6. That was on board with our current race leader, and there was the Sheldon Assam car that snuck on through, and of course had an incident somewhere along the line, just dropped down the order. So starting from middle of the pack, and this was the Buncombe car. There was a lot of wheel and door banging, wasn't there?
A lot of hip and shoulder, but you're in the middle of or tail of the pack. You're in the part of the grid going into Madrid, where people are seeking to come up and around the outside of you, or come up, sneak up the inside of you, and sneak wherever you can.
Yeah, but there was certainly a bit more contact at the start of this race than we've seen in a few of them. But it's always understandable at the start of a race that can happen easily. Oh, running wide, number 5. That's the James Thorpe Bizzarini that ran wide onto the grass.
The Thorpe, and I think that was the Piro, wasn't it? Yeah, the car. But that set off Buncombe through. So then we were riding on board here. There's another great start of the Whittaker's TVR that just didn't get the launch, John.
No, I don't know whether he may have had too much wheel spin. There was blue smoke from the rear, but he was assumed by those around him and fell back from that front row starting position, lost 4 positions, but immediately straight on the pace and just passing cars with relative ease.
I think he actually dealt with that very sensibly, because it wasn't a great start, and he just backed off and let the number 17 go through. That's Fred Wakeman, who is very rapid, but he then just started to pick up the pace, as you say, and started overtaking.
Yeah, tried to have a little look down the inside, didn't he there, John, of another one of our AC Cobras.
Yeah, I mean, the TVR's, clearly is the quickest car on the circuit, in certain parts of the circuit especially, and Whittaker doing a good job just to place himself in the situation, not entering into Lavin, but waiting till the Cobra gets into, and then use a slightly different line and tighter exit coming through part 1, and there's having to be patient, not trying to overdrive. Now he's on the throttle and just driving the TVR off the exit of Lavin, and just no problem whatsoever. Just the speed the car's got, the acceleration is, pretty impressive.
It is. Yeah.
It is. Actually, I like the history of the TVR, because actually it was American racing driver and entrepreneur Jack Griffith that saw the potential of dropping a big American V8 into a tiny chassis, a little bit like what Carroll Shelby did with the AC.
I think there may have been a case of, if it works for Carroll Shelby, it might work for a TVR.
Indeed, and it did work, and it does work now.
It's working now, yeah.
I think it was updated before the race last year. They have to stick to historic regulations. You're not allowed to do things that it didn't race in at the time. The restrictions and regulations here at Goodwood are very, very strong, and they tell the teams what you can and what you can't do. For example, all on sustainable fuel as well. No matter how classic the cars racing here at Goodwood, they're on sustainable fuel, and that can sometimes change what you need to do a little bit on the balance of the engine, but they do all work as long as you just make those tiny adjustments. So they're behind the safety car now, John, and just taking it steady. So it gives us a chance to just catch up with some of those interesting machines.
Well, there is one, the Chevrolet Stingray with the split rear window. That's a valuable car because they were the initial production run of the Chevrolet Stingray, and then in later evolutions of the car they went to a full rear screen, but the split screen one is the real one.
We are seeing a red flag now, and Alice, as you mentioned, you thought that might be a situation, because if the barrier needs repairing, that does take a little bit of time.
It does, and you can see the marshal left of screen there, just directing the cars to keep over to the right-hand side, but that was a huge impact. And as you saw, the tyre barrier did its job, but of course it needs repairing, and we can see we've got marshals and Goodwood staff already heading onto circuit.
You're looking at the James Thorpe Bizzarini that we did see run a bit wide, the 300 GT Corsa. So that is also running okay at this stage. It's a little bit, where is it down on the order? It's 11th place it was before we got to what is now the red flag, of course.
I've always been a little bit confused by the Bizzarini because it's essentially an Italian car with an American Chevrolet V8 engine in it. It's got a really swoopy bodywork. You would expect it to be at least a match for the AC Cobras and others around it. Maybe the TVR is a little bit further down the road now. But such a beautiful looking car and Italian design and style.
Yeah, and the Bizzarini was kind of known back in the day for excelling at the fast flowing circuits, which you could probably definitely count Goodwood as one of those, with the mid-engine layout for that optimal weight distribution and handling.
Absolutely. The reason for this red flag, just to remind you, is Afshin Fatemi, who unfortunately crashed in his Tagera. And this is the lap before, I gather. This is the lap before, so he'd already had a spin that previous lap, lost the back end, managed, I think, to get going. It does spin easy. I mean, I didn't think he was going to go around again then.
And the reason it spins easy is because the grass is like a skating rink. There's been so much wet weather over the period of days, and you get onto the grass and there is the sad vision of just seeing the car nose diving into the tyre wall, and driver steps out waving, yeah, I'm okay. Look, he'll be shaken and will have a few bruises and whatever in the hours following, but that impact, you can see how large. I mean, the front of the car, particularly around the left front, I mean, virtually stoved in.
Yeah, that is going to need a lot of restoration work, a lot of work done, but I'm sure it will be done. And yeah, I'm just so pleased he's okay. I mean, that's the main thing when you see an impact that heavy. But absolutely, the way he just was able to jump out of the car, that was great news.
Yeah, and a violent spin. It blew the door open as well, but they've done a great recovering those cars. So the rest of the field has now stopped down on the exit of the chicane, and I'm pretty sure the leaders were about to come up and lap our lovely Porsche 906. So I'm guessing when we do get to restart, because usually we're going to start back on the grid, and wow, you can see the damage to the tyre barrier, which you kind of do want to see because it has done its job. It's absorbed that impact.
Yeah, but they're doing a great job, the marshals, as ever, and the way they do this at Goodwood. They will get this ready and the race will get underway soon. But what it does do is give us a chance to speak to some of those involved, as they've had to come to a halt for now. So let's go down to Ed Foster.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, I'm down in the pit lane, which is as windy as before, but no rain yet. We've got plenty of second drivers hanging around. Rob? Always got a smile on your face. Everything running all right at the moment for you guys?
Yeah, Andrew had a great start. He's just getting used to the car. He's only had yesterday in it, so he made a great start. I'm very pleased for him. Red flag's obviously not great, but there could be some rain on the horizon.
Yes, I can see in your eyes that you've been dancing all night praying for rain, haven't you?
I was dancing last night, yes. It wasn't a rain dance, but throwing some shapes. But yeah, the TT is a wonderful race, and to be up the front is great. Andrew's doing a great job, and he'll hand the car over and we'll see what we can do.
The E-Types do look great fun to drive, whereas the Cobras just look a little scary.
Yeah, I mean, if you were inside the E-Type, it's also scary. I think it's more the noise of the Cobras. They've got so much grunt coming out the corner. The E-Type's just a joy to drive. We're really on top of it. Valley have done an amazing job with it. Richard obviously drives it very well as well. So it's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to be up the front.
Cheers, Rob. You'd have to pay me a lot of money to sit next to you. Right, let's cruise on down. Emanuele here. Manuele with slight pause in play at the moment, but well, was it 4th place in the bike race?
Actually, overall 3rd. Let me stand up because I will never match you. But
I tell you what, shall I sit down? There we go. So, a podium overall.
Yeah, this is unbelievable. I was just telling my wife, you know, I've been doing 3 car races and 1 bike race, and the only podium I scored is with the bike, and I think the bookmakers would have given 1 in a million chances. But it's been an incredible journey, and what for me was special is I really want to thank all the riders community. They welcomed me very well, and the Russell family. It was an unbelievable dream, so I wish everybody could have had a weekend like mine.
And have you promised Marlene that you won't do another bike race now?
I did promise, but I was crossing fingers in the hands and in the feet. So, you know, as Italians, we have a lot of qualities, but we're not really honest. So,
excellent, Emanuele. Thank you. Classic, the most welcoming, wonderful family, Emanuele and Marlene. Let's have a wander down, see who we can see further down the pits. Well, you do get some drivers that see me start and they disappear. We've got Matt Neal here. Matt, sorry to interrupt. Are you looking at weather apps?
Yeah, at the moment it says it's pouring with rain here.
Now look, in that Tiger, it's quite a handful, isn't it?
It's a handful of the dry. It's a horror story. It's a horror story. It's survival in the wet. But it's the same for everybody, so just got to get on with it. I just wish the red flag hadn't come out so we could have a bit more dry running yet.
You've been in that car sort of quite a few years now, but I guess it doesn't get any easier.
You get more familiar with it. Probably 10 years now with I've shared with Chris, and he's a really good gentleman driver. You know, you really have to keep your wits about you to stay with him. But it's great. It's good fun. It's probably one of the easier ones I fit in. I was with James in the Bizzarini last year. That was good. But it's nice to be back with Tony and the guys in the Tiger. Yeah.
Well, best of luck for the rest of the race.
Cheers, mate.
Excellent. Matt Neal there, who famously once said, I asked how he fitted into a Mini. He said, I don't sit in a Mini, I wear a Mini. Which I can feel his pain. I can feel his pain. Right, let's crack on down here. Who else have we got? Neil Yarney. Neil, how are we doing? How's your weekend going?
Well, so far so good. I'm, I guess, the only one hoping for rain with the Porsche 906, because that's when it gets good for us.
I think all the E-Type drivers are hoping for rain as well. I just caught Matt Neal looking at a weather app.
Ah, yeah, okay, then there we go. But the Porsche is very nice to drive, a little bit underpowered, obviously, against the big engines, but beautiful to drive, and in the rain, it comes alive.
Cheers, Neil.
Thank you.
Yes, we got Alex here. Alex, just this horrible waiting, but what a weekend you've had. It must be so great to get a result in Jensen C-Type.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't have hoped for a better start to the weekend, really, but it was great to get that win, and got a P6 in the Pre-63 E-Type last night, and yeah, now in the big race, the TT. Unfortunately, Jack had a car come in front of him just before turn 1, and unfortunately that put us on the grass, and we went back to the back of the grid, I think, and he's doing well. I think he's got about 6 or 7 cars behind him now, but sort of good for us now. We're going to be bunched back up. I don't know what's going to go on with the pit window now. We'll have to wait and see, but yeah, can't wait to get in the car, but rain's looking pretty ominous, unfortunately.
Now, I know you're in a Cobra today, but just to give people a flavour of what's the difference between a Pre-63 E-Type and a TT E-Type here, because there's a lot more power, isn't there?
Yeah, for sure. You've got a lot more power with this car, about 70 or 80 more horsepower. So you need to watch the right foot a lot more, but the handling's a bit better. So a little bit more traction with this car as well. So yeah, quite different to drive. So yeah, it's quite hard to get in, out of one into the other. But we'll see what we can do.
Cheers, Al.
Thank you. Cheers, guys.
Right, so we're edging closer to the end of the pit lane, but there will be plenty more drivers to talk to. We've got a driver there with their helmet on, so we will leave them in peace. That tends to be the universal sign of don't talk to me. So let's leave that. We've got plenty. Oh, here we go. We've got Team America here. You all look as though you're up to no good at all.
Is it started raining up there yet?
Yeah, we're wondering at your altitude how the weather is.
My hat's still dry, so I think you're all right. Scott, how's it all going?
Waiting for the rain. So as soon as it goes wet on your hat, mate, we'll be in trouble. But no, looking forward to it. I don't know about these red flags, though. Come on.
Tony, I've got to ask, how's your first revival been?
interesting when I have these people scaring the hell out of me about everything that could go wrong, but I love it. I've been meaning to do this event for so long, and finally I'm here, so I'm enjoying every moment of it.
Darren, it must be nice to share a track with him again.
No, not really. No, we've had so much fun. Most of the fun was giving each other a hard time. Kind of like the old days, but less serious. But yeah, it's going to be interesting when this rain arrives. I think at the track, we know how slippery it is. And for someone that's never been here before, it's going to be quite a shock.
Tony, I seem to remember telling you that these historic Dunlops have loads of grip in the wet, and you believed me.
No. And actually, I was able to find out how you're as big of a liar as Dario, Dixon, and Marino, so thanks for that.
Marino, where's your car at the moment?
I think we're in P6. Bobby had a great start. When the rain comes, we're in trouble. It was not fun yesterday, so I'm hoping it can just hold off. But they've stopped the clock, so I was hoping they were just going to run the clock. It could be worse, though. You could be Tom Christensen in that TVR. Yeah, Tom's just down there. He's a man looking quite scared at the moment. I've never seen that before. The Viking looking scared. No, look.
Well, he's right here. Tom, I hear you're very much looking forward to the rain coming in the TVR.
Yeah, absolutely not. No, great car, and Mike is doing a really good job there. Short wheelbase, big power. So rain is not the perfect suited for that little lovely TVR.
It's quite nervous even in the dry, isn't it?
Yeah, you certainly need the fast hands.
All right, Tom. Well, look, enjoy it.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, who else? Jensen. How are we doing? The waiting's the worst bit, isn't it?
It is. But yeah, obviously with the red flag. First of all, glad the driver's okay. That looked like a hefty shunt. But yeah, they got to obviously get the barriers in good shape, because if the rain's coming, there's a possibility one of us is going to be that direction again. So it's all good. But yeah, it's a shame because we would have already had the pit window open and would be driving in the dry. So it's obviously not meant to be. So we'll see what happens with the weather, but it's looking a bit darker and getting a bit windier, isn't it?
Now, it's your own E-Type you're racing. Every single one of the Cobra drivers are dreading the rain. But surely you're quite looking forward to it.
Yeah. They're slightly better than the Cobras, but there's still everything's tricky around here in the wet. They're historic cars, so they drop more oil maybe rather than others, more than others. So it's always tricky when a circuit's wet with a bit of oil down. But yeah, and also we've not done any testing. The first time we drove the car in anger was first qualifying. So yeah, it's a bit of work to do, but I think we've fettered it a little bit overnight, and it should be in reasonable shape for the race.
Cheers, Jensen. Best of luck. Right, here we go. We've got Tom here. Tom, sorry, you're looking a bit lost. We're at Goodwood, in the middle of the TT. Whereabouts is your car?
I am currently seeing if anyone knows the moves to the rain dance. It's not something I've ever been taught. They never taught it at school, the rain dance. And everyone keeps saying you need to do the rain dance, but I don't know what it is. Do you know the moves?
I don't. I'm afraid. Yes. So I've actually, awfully, I've already done a dance today, and I won't be doing another one. Look, whereabouts is your car? Is everything going all right so far?
Good. Yeah, we're 7th at the moment, which is marvellous. So Rich has done a really, really good job to get through from 17th. So he's done a really, really good job. We've gone down a bit of a wet setup strategy as well, sort of trying to preempt what we think is on its way, but it's looking fairly bright at the minute. We could do with it coming in sooner rather than later. But I think we're all just waiting to hear what the plan is in terms of pit lane times, driver time, when we're going to be doing it, if we're still going to be going. So I think there's about 6 minutes left. So I think we're still in a little bit of limbo. Not the dance move for you, not less limbo, to try and work out what's going on. Good news, at least he's at the car as well, because that was a pretty nasty shunt.
Great. Well, look, Tom, enjoy the rest of it.
Thank you.
Right, well, that's me basically at the bottom of the pit lane, so let's go back to the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Ed, and great to hear from so many of the star drivers who are looking forward to getting out of the cars but are a bit concerned about the weather, as we gathered. The repair's still being done, of course. John, it does take a little while, doesn't it?
Yeah, there was a substantial shunt that Trujillo went in there, and it probably was doing 60, 70 miles an hour at the point of impact. So you've got that belt of rubber in front of then a tyre wall. But behind the tyre wall, and you can see there's a lot of, it looks like ivy that's, part of the, if you like, the whole ethos of Goodwood. So you've got to get to the location of the tyre wall and then restart stacking the tyres up. And it just takes a certain amount of time to do it. You can't rush it. So more tyres are being put into place, and big crew bars are being used to lever those tyres into place. So there's still a little bit of work remaining. But of course, everybody's looking skyward, doing a rain dance, or on the other hand, praying for it to stay dry. We don't know what's going to happen, but the weather forecast certainly looked like it was going to be, let's say, challenging.
Well, we shall see what happened. There is a little bit of a delay, but we are looking forward to when this race does start again.
Every day, the city offers up a million beautiful moments just waiting to be captured.
The streets are just paved with inspiration. Ideas around every corner.
It's the scale, the characters.
The buzz, the color, the energy.
You never know what you're gonna see that day. It's crazy.
It's a different place every day.
Outside the Goodwood Aerodrome, I'm joined by two fantastic ladies who I'm really excited to introduce to you. First, we have Jo Salter, the UK's first female fighter jet pilot. Great to have you here, Jo. And Amelia Richardson, the UK's youngest gliding instructor and aerobatic pilot. I am so inspired right now. I would love to know what brings you to Goodwood Revival, because I guess it's not just about motorsport, but there's a big aviation push here as well.
There really is, and it's fantastic to be part of an event which not only celebrates the cars, but celebrates the old vintage planes. And there have been so much effort put in by the owners and pilots of these planes to bring them, and we're lucky enough to be standing in front of a Spitfire, which I believe Amelia is going to tell you a little more information about.
Yes, because you've been part of something quite special here, Amelia, at Goodwood Revival. Tell us a bit more about the Spirit of Aviation.
The Spirit of Aviation is here to celebrate all the incredible vintage aircraft that have been restored to flying condition. And they're here on display today, very much like this Mark 1A Spitfire we've got here. It's incredible, and it's also celebrating the 85th anniversary of the Battle of Britain Memorial.
Amazing. I mean, it looks fantastic stood here behind us. Can you talk us through this aircraft? Maybe if we walk around and show us some of the parts, the controls, and I guess how different it is to the planes that you guys are used to flying.
I mean, I was lucky enough to learn to fly on something called the Chipmunk, which is a tail dragger, which is the same as you'll see here at the Spitfire. You see how it sits backwards rather than up. And so that's one distinctive point that you'll see that's different.
So I haven't flown a Spitfire, but I've flown a Yak 3. It's sort of the Soviet version of a Spitfire, but this is a Mark 1A. This would have been one of the lead aircraft in the Battle of Britain. It's got the Merlin engine in it. I think it's a little over 1,000 horsepower, and they sound incredible. And she's lovely. I really want one.
You'd like one of these. And weighs about 3.5 tons. So if you think about these young people who were jumping in on the Battle of Britain, who were 19, 20 years old, only the age really that Amelia is now, and just expected to go and sacrifice their lives for us.
It really encompasses the story as well that we're celebrating at Revival with the V celebrations. Amelia, you're used to gliding. I mean, how different is this compared to what you're used to flying?
Well, I do fly with an engine now, but compared to a glider, it's very different. It's more convenient having an engine, but having no engine is just as fun because you can go and do so many things, including flying upside down, which is awesome.
And Joe, a fighter jet pilot, what's the day in a life like for that?
I mean, that was everywhere, quite fast and low, and flew the Tornado when it was still in service, although I have had the chance to fly in a Jaguar, a Harrier, a Typhoon and an F-16, so...
Wow. You guys are very inspirational. Thank you so much for speaking to us. It's brilliant to see you here and leading the Freddie March Spirit of Aviation. We look forward to seeing you later. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Grace. Thank you, Grace.
Thank you.
Well, we've been looking for lovely stories of people's outfits all week, and we've heard so many good ones. And Helen alongside me has a fantastic one of her outfit. Helen, please explain to me what you are wearing today.
Hi there. Well, this is my father's uniform. He was a flight engineer, chief flight engineer for Transglobe Airways in the 1960s.
And how old is this uniform now?
So basically, my maths is not great, but probably from about 1964 onwards, so pretty ancient. He was also quite a sort of slim, or is still a slim man, so I fit it quite well. In fact, the hat is a little bit too small for me.
But can we show also the stripes as well that you've got? Explain these as well, no?
That man. There's the epaulets there, the 4 and the 4, because he was chief flight engineer. So often people think that that's because they're chief pilot or a captain, but he was chief flight engineer of that airline.
How old is your father now, if you don't mind me asking?
He is 90. I'm going to try and make sure that he sees this, because he gets so chuffed when I wear this every year to Goodwood Revival. He
worn it every year?
Yes, he absolutely adores it when I wear it, so it's quite special.
Has he told you what that means to him in terms of seeing his daughter wearing something that he was so passionate about?
He's had me in this outfit framed in the house, so yeah, he's very proud. And for him, flying was such a passion. It wasn't just a job, it was absolute sheer joy and his passion. He flew till he was 70, so those were special days for him.
What does it mean to you to be wearing this today? Because it's like you've got a piece of him with you at all times.
Absolutely, a piece of him in his absolute prime, and he's a hell of a guy, and we all love him dearly.
I bet there are some stories he could tell us.
Absolutely, possibly not some of them to be repeated, but yes, he's had a very, very lovely career, and it's not often people really, really love what they do, and he did.
Helen, you're doing him proud by wearing this and wearing it in style as well. Thank you for sharing your story and for his story as well. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thanks so much.
Goodwood sets the standard. On September 18th, 1948, Goodwood Motor Circuit hosts Britain's first professionally organised post-war motor race meeting. At the 2023 Goodwood Revival, the Ford Water Trophy was the first historic race in the world to run on sustainable fuel. And now, all cars will race on sustainable fuel. Another significant achievement for the Goodwood Motor Circuit. Goodwood, racing green.
Well, the rain is definitely falling now. The wind is picking up, but the cars will be soon heading off behind the safety car. So you can see they're being lined up right now, actually, because, and that's the dance for the rain, I believe.
Well, the rain is falling, and certainly it's coming in not vertically, it's coming in horizontally, because the wind is picking up. It's currently around about 25 miles an hour, Alice. Enough to blow a dog off a chain, my friends tell me.
And that looks like you're dancing from last night there, John.
Well, you didn't know what I got up to last night, but certainly dancing was not one of them.
Well, we are going to be getting this race underway. And from what we've heard, it will still be the full time that is remaining. We've got 47 minutes of this race still to go. And they won't be allowed to come into the pits for a driver change for another 17 minutes, basically, because they have to do 20 minutes of the race before. So, yeah, no, it's a bit less than that, so, isn't it? 7 minutes,
7
sorry.
minutes.
I shouldn't say 17. 7 minutes of the race before they can come in and put the star drivers to swap over. But as we heard from some of those star drivers, doing this in the rain is not going to be so easy.
One might assume that everybody's going to dive into the pit lane at the earliest opportunity to put the star or the pro drivers behind the wheel, because these conditions are going to become more demanding for those non-star professional drivers. I mean, Ollie Bryant, of course, qualifies as a pro driver in my book, but if the conditions continue to deteriorate, we've got rain falling, and though you're not really seeing it on their circuit, but it is raining heavily, the wind is picking up. The wind is directly into the noses of the cars. They go into Madrick, which is no bad thing. But around other bits of the... Look at the wind.
Yeah.
But around other parts of the circuit, the wind will catch, especially the nose of a car, maybe around St. Mary's, or maybe even going through the double apex at Lavant. Look, if the wind, look, people are having to use the umbrella as a buffer to stop themselves getting blown.
Yeah, but they're having to hold on to those umbrellas, and I think we'll see a few of those turn upside down probably. So, yeah, it is getting very windy, and it's due to get even stronger wind. So this is all part and parcel of it. They are going to do 2 laps behind the safety car, apparently, and that may be to sort of just understand how the track's feeling.
And it's a safety car start, not a standing start.
That's right. So the safety car will then peel into the pits, Alice, and then they just get going.
Yes, and there's a prime example of the rain really coming down now, and green flag is being waved, so the clock has started running
right.
as well, so time will tick down. And at Goodwood, it's a real challenge in the dry, and even more of a challenge in the wet, as we even saw like Jensen Button, Dario, etc., all saying, oh, we don't want it to rain, because it's hard as it is in these cars.
It'll take about 4 minutes for them to do these 2 laps behind the safety car. So actually, that means there's only going to be about three minutes or so before they can then come in for the pit stops.
Yeah, it's just a slightly unusual circumstance, but just the point at the red flag was displayed. It was close to the opening of the pit stop window. So, I mean, I'm assuming that most drivers will be using information from the pit lane to say when they can come in. But of course, if a lot of cars come in at the one time, then you're going to get a traffic jam and people coming in, others in the middle of a driver change and others going out. So we have to think about what's the best thing to do. Stay out a little bit longer and get a clearer pit lane, or come in early and maybe find yourself in a traffic jam.
That's the difficult thing, isn't it? But we just saw the 25, the Tillian Hill car, which had that spin at the very start of the race, is coming out to join the back of this pack, as well as the Shelby Cobra of the Thistlethwaite and Dumas car that was towed into pit lane, or pushed into the pit lane underneath the safety car, or when underneath the red flag. But that's whatever the issue was, they've managed to get it all sorted, which is great to see. So they'll be joining the back of this pack.
Okay, so just to remind you, it is Ollie Bryant who is leading behind the safety car at the moment. This is the first of 2 laps that they will do at a steady pace behind the safety car. And Ollie Bryant in the AC Cobra, who had built up a useful advantage, around 4 seconds by the time they all had to slow down. And initially they were behind safety car, then a red flag because of the damage that had been done. But that's all been put back together. Behind Ollie Bryant, you've got Mike Whitaker, who's done a great job because he had to make up a few places, having not got off the line particularly well, but then moved up into second place. And we know that Mike Whitaker is going to be quite a threat, although hearing from Tom Christensen earlier saying that actually the TVR is not the easiest car to drive in the rain.
Well, Tom did a brilliant job yesterday in the touring car round, driving the Ford Thunderbird, and he managed to beat Steve Stoper, driving another massive piece of American metal. And all the skills that Tom Christensen had in his active racing career are as sharp as they will ever be. And he may say, oh, I'm not too sure, but make no mistake, Tom Christensen, if you win 9 Le Mans, and a lot of those were been in wet nighttime racing, you have to know which way to drive in the rain.
Yeah, well, that's certainly something they do know very well, but we are getting quite different views now, Alice, aren't we? I mean, I'm amazed at how, from the start of that last race, and I did say we've had a few races which have changed completely, but now we've had this pause. It's a completely different track to be out on, isn't it?
It certainly is, and you can see headlights ablaze. So that is telling you one thing as well, that it's getting darker here. The 36 just going through shot there, known as the Hairy Canary. That will have Jacques Villeneuve in later on. I just saw it come out of the chicane, and it floored it, and it was squirming all the way up the straight. And I've just been told that the Ford, and there it is, the Porsche 906 has come into the pits.
The big problem everybody was going to be faced with is when this race goes green and you stand on the throttle, you're going to see cars snaking whichever way under acceleration, because the amount of traction going to be available is minimal. So you've got to find a way to build momentum by not using maximum RPM. Just use the torque of the motor and maybe short shift 2,000 revs below maximum power, just to get your momentum built up and to try and avoid lighting up those rear wheels and the consequence problems that would follow.
100%, and we actually saw that yesterday in the St Mary's when we got a shower. We were riding on board with the Buncombe car and several other cars actually who were short shifting during that race, just to try and give themselves a little bit of hope in the most powerful cars. And in particular, some of these cars have definitely got a lot more power.
So they're about 2/3 of the way around the second lap at the moment, behind the safety car, and then as they come up through the chicane, the safety car of course will be peeling out of the way, and the race will get underway under motion. They're not going to line up on the grid for a standing start, remember, it's just a rolling start. And I think by the time the time goes, they'll only be doing a race of 1 lap before the pit lane opens. But as you guys said, not necessarily everyone's going to come in at the same lap, because it could get very, very busy in there. The pit lane is a tight place here at Goodwood, so you've got to decide sometimes when is best to go in.
Safety car light out, Ben, so yep. Safety car will peel into the pit lane entry just at the exit of the chicane, and then the race control will be in the hands of Ollie Bryant in the lead Cobra, and he'll have a laser attached to the rear of that AC Cobra from the Whittaker TVR. Whittaker wants to get as close as he possibly can. Well, in fact, the Jaguar goes behind the chicane rather than entering the pit. But now Oliver Bryant is in control.
Here we go then. We are getting all set for the restart, and it's another brilliant start by Ollie Bryant, the man who took it from pole position. And it's also a great start from Andrew Bentley, who's coming through on the inside there, and I think he's going to grab sorry, no, it's not Andrew Bentley, it is the number 79 Andrew Smith who's nipped through and taken second. And off has gone the Nicholas Ditting E-Type. Hopefully they can get back on. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a few more going off.
Well, it was a very tricky restart, everybody being cautious, particularly Whittaker in the TVR. He didn't do what those around him did, and he consequently lost 2 positions. But listen, don't worry about it. We're just on the restart, the first lap of this restart. It's about feeling what the racetrack is going to give you and what your car can benefit from extremely tricky conditions. Track is still not fully wet, as I would call it. It's in that transitional phase between slick going to wet. You want a lot more water on the racetrack.
The TVR's lost quite a lot of places there, Alice.
Yeah, we knew it was going to be difficult in the rain, and it has. It's dropped back quite a little bit. It's now lost a place to the Bentley Huff in the Jag E-Type semi-lightweight, as you can just see how tricky the conditions are. And this rain is scheduled to get even heavier, John.
But look, I mean, everybody is literally tippy-toeing them. The speed they're going into Lavender is about a half what they'd do normally in dry conditions. And again, how much throttle application? I would say get it over the Trajero and the Corvette. But it's just about use the least amount of throttle, just get your car rolling momentum.
Oh, it's looking stuck. Matthew Holmes in that. He would be handing over to Andrew Jordan later. The pit window is opened, although if we go to safety car, the pit will be closed. So let's see if anybody comes in. The marshal's doing a great job to try and get it out of the gravel.
I think they've succeeded doing a great job.
Yeah.
So any takers for the pit lane, because they look at the E-Type coming down from the outside and climbs up across. So the Huff Bentley Jaguar has taken over second place. Well, I thought it had, but Andrew Smith is not conceding it. He's going to hang out up the inside, but will the Jaguar have the pace on the exit? Yes, it does. The Cobra just couldn't deliver the Jaguar midway through the exit of Madrid Corner.
So we do have a few takers to come in the pits. The Prio Wakeman Jaguars come in. The Kent Ingram Jags. Tom Ingram will be hopping in to that car. So there's Prio that's going to be jumping in. The Lynn Johnson, so we're going to say Jimmy Johnson take over in the AC Cobra, and the Shedden Assam Cobra has come in too.
But this battle for second place is really looking very strong between the two Andrews. So it's Andrew Smith in the Cobra, back ahead of the E-Type once again. These two are having such a good battle. Andrew Bentley, who will be turning his E-Type over to Rob Huff, as we heard from Rob earlier on. There's nothing to choose between them at this stage.
In fact, I think they're beginning to close down the gap to the race leader, because coming into 11th, the gap between first and second looks like slightly less than it was just one lap ago. And there, the Lister Jaguar, Andy Prio behind the wheel, the cut 7, it returns to the racetrack, as does the Cobra following. So good pit stops by these teams. They've probably been able to get in and out in the space of less than the space of one lap.
Yeah, seeing Tom Ingram come back out as well, that's always going to be fun, because he had that win here last year. Right, let's keep an eye. Are they going to be coming in, do you think, Alice, or will they stay out?
I expect you're going to see Rob Huff really want to hop into that car. We've seen some great driving from him in the rain in past times here. So we'll have a little look. Obviously, the Turner-Bryant car, they're probably the most experienced driver pairing out there. Let's see if Bryant decides to come into the pit. So let's have a look. Is he coming in? No, so he carries on. We'll check out in the background to see the other two, but as we expected, in comes the Jag.
Yeah, the Jag's coming in. I'd expect Ollie Bryant to stay out probably as long as possible, because he's almost the match in terms of pace of Darren Turner, and he is the incumbent. He's accustomed to these conditions, so all those that are jumping into the pit lane now are going to be strangers to these conditions, so this is where Ollie Bryant can really capitalise, in my view. But watch Rob Houghton when he gets behind the wheel of this Jaguar. He is sensational.
He is.
He's not just quick, he is entertaining at the same time.
Yeah, so keep an eye on this one. Rob Huff has got a real chance, because they had a strong position before deciding to come into the pits. Remember, we've still got plenty of time before you have to make the pit stop. So as you say, I think Ollie Bryant might stay out there a bit longer, because then they get a nice empty pit lane as well when they come in, and shouldn't get a delay. Remember, you have to be in the pits for 50 seconds. If you are naughty and you go out too quickly, you get a penalty. So they need to stick to that.
So here's our race leader coming into 11th, and a slightly erratic movement on the windscreen wipers, but as long as it keeps the screen clear. And Ollie Bryant's doing pretty much what I suggested, is not use maximum RPM, just use the torque of the motor to drive you through the corner to the exit, and then when you're on the straight you can go higher and higher. But look, he's having to struggle even in a straight line to keep the car pointing straight.
Yeah, it's so tough, isn't it? So a great onboard shot we're getting, and here it's a tricky corner in the dry, let alone the wet. You're braking and turning at the same time, and here going to have a handful of opposite lock at some point, and it's probably likely going to be around about here when he gets back on the power. There we go, and then into the chicane. And drivers get the signal from the marshals. If we look to the right-hand side, that says there, the sign that says pit lane open, and that will close in about 15 minutes' time.
Yeah, he's doing a good job so far, holding on to the lead right now and still putting together some decent laps. 1:53, and that seems to be the sort of pace. We're seeing similar pace right now from Andrew Smith as well.
Oh, Ollie Bryant well and truly sliding sideways coming through Madrick, and just behind Andrew Smith in a similar Cobra. As you say, Ben, more or less matching. In fact, I would say maybe marginally, depending which part of the racetrack we're on, but catching our race leader down through the very fast, tricky forward motor section of the circuit.
So I was just about to say the Bunkum Button car is into the pits as well. So Jenson Button will be hopping in, and the Tetley Buncombe as well is in, so plenty of people now swapping in. I did see that Dario Franchitti was wandering up and down with his helmet on, so he'll be probably looking to take over from the 79 at any moment now.
Yeah, so you are getting all the star drivers beginning to come out. Not all of them just yet. This was the slide you were referring to.
I mean, I said this yesterday about Chris Ward and the E-Type Jaguar. Well, there, Ollie Bryant, if you could take a picture of that, how many kids would love to have that image of an AC Cobra on their wall in their bedroom?
But great control. But as you say, these two Cobras are doing very, very similar pace all the way around. But it is impressive what they're both doing. But I have to say, Andrew Smith is right there. And in fact, that first sector again, slightly quicker.
Yes, I mean, and the Tiger's slipped off the track. And we heard what Matt Neal was saying, that the Tiger has got little grip in the dry. In the wet, it's an extremely difficult car. It's a very short wheelbase car with a huge amount of power, the same as an AC Cobra, or for that matter, the TVR Griffith.
Yeah, well, that is the car that is shared by Michael Squire and Nigel Greensall. And Michael hasn't been in to pass over to Nigel just yet. So, meanwhile, we've got more cars coming out of the pits. And actually, the gap there went up a bit. I don't know quite what happened.
No, and certainly somewhere around the lap, Andrew Smith lost traction. Rob Hubb, now, watch a maestro at work. This will be a masterclass in driving an E-Type Jaguar in wet circuit conditions. Don't let me down, Rob.
Alice, Rob is the first of those that has made the pit stop, isn't he? So he's leading that group that have made pit stops. So the question is, when the others then make the pit stops, is this car going to be the one in front?
Well, he's going to give it his best shot, that's for sure, is Rob Huff, and we just saw a glimpse of the 36. Jacques Villeneuve is behind the wheel of that now, so he's trying to learn this track in these conditions and learn the car as well, John.
Key will be to watch what Rob Huff's first flying lap time is. Now he's behind the wheel of the E-Type against the pace of the two lead AC Cobras.
Well, he's just done a good lap, but in fact, Tom Ingram behind him, who's a long way behind him, has also just done a very good lap, 50.037.
So he's actually gone 2 seconds quicker, 2.7 seconds quicker than Rob Huff.
Yeah, so both Huff and Ingram are looking as though they're putting together some pretty rapid pace right now. Ollie Bryant did a 1:53.9. He's still holding the lead in the number one Cobra, as you can see. But let's just watch, because the gap is opening up, definitely. It's strange, because Andrew Smith was really doing a great job, but he's just dropped back a little bit more. I hope there's no technical problem with the car as well, but he has definitely dropped back further.
I mean, the lap time of Tom Ingram and Andy Priou, both doing 1 minute 50.1s or 50.3s. I mean, that pace is just unbelievable. Back to the Jaguar of Rob Huff, waiting to see when he will start to make inroads. Currently, that car are waiting for to complete his lap to find out the gap between what is currently in 8th place Jaguar E-Type against a race-leading AC Cobra.
Absolutely, and what we're watching here in these conditions, when it's raining like this is, and it's got a strong breeze as well, you're watching some of the great drivers in the world showing that they can hold it together, but it is never easy, and around this circuit, easy to make a mistake and fall off, but they're doing a great job so far. We've still got just over half an hour to go in this race, and of course, we haven't yet had our race leader or second place or third place come into the pits for their swap of drivers, but they're doing a good job up front at the moment. Ollie Bryant really putting together some very good laps so far. Just done a 1:52.8, so that's in the mix, isn't it?
Yes, so the quickest laps we've seen have been a 1:50.4. That was the last lap for Tom Ingram. I'm looking to see if anybody's gone any faster than that. No, I think Ingram still is the quickest car on the circuit.
The rain is coming down even heavier now. You can see from the amount of spray that's fallen in the past couple of laps. So that's going to make it even trickier for the drivers. But certainly, like you said there, Ben and John, the lap times from Tom Ingram are pretty impressive. Rob Huff that time round has entered into the 1:51, so he is getting a bit quicker.
But the key thing is he's under 50 seconds behind, and you have to be in the pits for 50 seconds.
Absolutely. So, and is this our hero? Is this Jensen getting a little bit sideways as he comes into St Mary's? And normally you never see Jensen getting sideways except if he's in the bar.
So that's that's the Ingram car that seems to be one of the fastest out there, if not the fastest out there at the moment. So Tom, who's used to driving a front-wheel touring car, he's behind a rear-wheel drive Jag, and looks like he's still got it back from his Ginetta Junior days.
He's doing a fantastic job with it, as you say. Very, very impressive. That is a great classic E-Type, of course, as well. Raced in the early 1960s by Dick Prothero with various wins, but it's always been competitive here at Goodwood as well.
Keep an eye on Andy Prio, who's running directly behind Tom Ingram. So Prio is running, well, about half a second, maybe slightly more slower than Ingram is doing in the E-Type Jaguar, but those two are generally, I think, the quickest two cars on the circuit a minute. I mean, the last lap for Andrew Smith was 1:57. The last lap for Ollie Bryant leading this race was a 1:54. They're losing shed loads of time compared to those two competitors.
They're probably getting into a bit more traffic now as well, aren't they? So, and that can really slow you down in certain places. So there's our race leader. There is Ollie Bryant. He will be handing over to Darren Turner soon, but he doesn't have to do it just yet. He's still got another just under 10 minutes if he needs to or wants to. They have to go to make the change before we come up with 20 minutes to go.
Yes, so he's got a little bit of time left. Tom Ingram's now just approaching the back of some traffic, so he's got that to deal with. Same with our leader, who's coming up to the number 30, the Aitard and Cook car, so he'll have to try and navigate his way past that. So that's going to again play a part. We've seen it throughout plenty of the races here over the course of the weekend, and yeah, there's some traffic, but actually that's going to be a battle on track. That's the Thorpe Piro car, so Tom will try and navigate that and slide his way into 6th place.
The thing that Ingram's got to be careful of is the car he's trying to overtake. Has he got any awareness at all that he's alongside, going the long way around the outside into 11th corner? So he's successfully negotiated that particular car.
Absolutely, and interestingly, Ingram doing that 1:49.7 on that last lap, so he's the first one into the 40s in this wet condition, and yet, as you were saying, Brian did a 1:53, Smith a 1:57, Smith in. So Andrew Smith handing over to Dario Franchitti, and although he had good pace in the wet initially, it seemed to go off a little bit for some reason in the last few laps.
Yeah, he lost suddenly about 3-4 seconds on one lap. We didn't see the reason for it. It may have been traffic, it could have been maybe just an error of driving. But into the car goes Dario Franchitti, and it'll be interesting to see how Dario, he's going to go out stone cold, no idea what grip levels are going to be like, and he's a super competitive driver in a very competitive machine.
Yeah, only one mechanic can help with strapping the driver in. There'll be another mechanic somewhere on the pit wall that will be timing to make sure that they don't go out any quicker than 50 seconds, and it's really hard for a driver, well, in any category, whether you're doing single-seaters or GTs, to try and strap yourself in, which is why you often see, and there's Tom Christensen now getting into our TVR, which is a handful in the dry, and it's going to be a handful in the wet, and Whitaker passing on a little bit of knowledge, because of course, like you said, those drivers that are jumping in are cold. They've got no feel of these track conditions.
No, and that was, you put your top driver, your professional drivers in second, it doesn't matter. They are going to be going out stone cold. They haven't driven these cars since qualifying yesterday, and those were different conditions to those that they're contending with now. As our race leader comes around, he's going to complete his 18th lap, and I wonder, are they going to think about, do we come in sooner or hang it out to the last possible minute? He's losing time here behind the Chevy Corvette, and I think maybe Ollie Bryant, does he? No, he's not stinging. I thought he might have used that as an excuse, and he puts his hand out to say thank you very much. That was a signal from the pit lane, acknowledging.
Yeah, well, that may be that he's going to come in at the next lap. I would think they might, because they don't want to risk going too close to the limit. And also, looking at what Huff's doing right now, I think that Rob Huff will be ahead of Ollie Bryant when they come back out, because the pace that Huff is still doing, he's just done a 1:50.7, so he has put together another great lap. Andy Prio's done another good lap too, but he's further down the order. He's currently down in 5th place. So here you are, riding on board with our current race leader, Ollie Bryant, who will be, I think, handing over pretty shortly to Darren Turner, but that car may not be leading after the pit stop.
Ben, I think this car should have come in when the Corvette was just directly ahead of him, because he lost a bunch of time in that last sector of the racetrack. Now he's going to be in his right away, manages to keep the car corrected. I think that was an error, maybe in terms of strategy. We saw the pit board go out, we saw his hand come out to acknowledge that, so I would say certainly he'll be in at the end of this lap.
Now, Tom Ingram is really rapidly catching this car on screen, the number 18 of Rob Huff, and he was 1.3 seconds quicker than Rob Huff. The gap was 8 seconds between the two of them. It's now down to 6.7 seconds. Prio, he's moving rapidly as well. Apart from he got a bit of traffic in that middle to last sector, so he's dropped back off Tom Ingram. But we are going to, I think, have a great battle, not just for the podium places, but for the win as well.
So the Corvette is still on the tail of our race leader. Now that was a car that was a lap down at the point when Ollie Bryant overtook it. So Bryant is really, I think, struggling. Hand is out now, indicating him coming in. So that was an indication to the car following to expect the Cobra to peel off to the right and enter the pit lane.
So this is really interesting. Race leader Ollie Bryant coming into the pits to hand over to Darren Turner. I think he's going to certainly lose the lead. It's a question more of how many places will they lose. Will they lose 1 or 2? Because behind, as you say, Ingram is flying along as well. So it could be tricky to come out even second. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, these are the calls that the people in the pit lane make, but sometimes factors beyond the control of the pit lane, or maybe even the driver behind the wheel. So this is the car that is this now going to be our lead car.
It is.
Rob Huff behind the wheel. So Jaguar is actually leading for the first time this afternoon in the TT, and directly behind is a slithering E-Type, and that is Tom Ingram.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be third place for the Cobra. And this, Alice, is not a huge surprise, because we've been hearing again and again when you're in an E-Type in the wet, it can sometimes be a more balanced car to play with than with the Cobra.
Compliant.
Compliant.
And they did talk about making some suspension changes to take into account the potential wet weather. And those that have done that to their car will now be feeling the benefits.
So he's only just coming out the pits now, is Darren Turner, so he's actually going to be quite a way behind. He's down in 4th place now. Interesting to see where the Franchitti Smith car is. I think
it's just overtaken this car.
Just sailed on past. And one other thing to point out is a black and white flag out for car number 9, and that's Tony Kanaan behind the wheel of that.
And Gordon Shedden's going past as well. Gordon Shedden's just nipped past on the outside. And it's always tough when you go out first, isn't it? Last, I mean, the second drive for Darren Turner is great experience, but you're going out in a car, you don't know how it's going to feel until you've done a lap.
No, I mean, the point of staying out late or long was to let the driver who's behind the wheel, who's been accustomed to the conditions, use that to his own benefit and to the benefit of the car. But Darren's now behind, Darren Turner now behind the wheel. He's going out with other competitors around him who've been out for 5 or 6 laps. They're up to speed. Darren's got to get up to speed, and it's going to take him a minimum of 1, if not 2 laps to do so.
So you're looking at number 18, the E-Type that is leading this race, with Rob Huff currently driving after Andrew Bentley doing a great job in the early stint. But what is also interesting is this one, number 88, the other E-Type, because Tom Ingram, as you've been telling us, Alice, has been setting the fastest pace. It's not a big difference, but we've still got quite a while to go in this race, and if he can keep doing that, there is a chance we're going to see a race-to-race battle.
We certainly will. I've just poked my head out to have a look at the pit boards that are being hung out the side of pit lane, and both Tom Ingram and Rob Huff have the gap to each other, so they know it's race on. Of course, it'd be hard to sort of know who you're racing against, particularly within the lap cars, but these drivers being made fully aware of that gap.
Well, 21 minutes remaining and a 5.3 second gap between this lead car, Rob Huff, and second place car, Tom Ingram, both Jaguar E-Types. And the next up is then Andy Prio in the Lister Jaguar. And then in 4th place, we get the first of the AC Cobras, Al Buncombe. Al Buncombe yesterday was an outstanding driver in the Sterling Moss Trophy. He was the quickest car on the racetrack. We didn't get to see it because there's such a focus on the battle going on for the lead.
And what we've seen is that the Ollie Bryant's car with Darren Turner now is in 7th place, having led extremely well until the pit stop, but the others have been making up time, and so now down in 7th
yes place. I think that was quite a long pit stop for them, so I'm not entirely sure that went on, but look at that gap at the front that you can see on left of screen. 4.3 is the gap. So I know there's been a little bit of traffic in play, John, but Tom Ingram, he just seems to be so at one with this particular E-Type, and he seems to be railing in Rob Huff.
Well, I was very impressed by what I saw last year Tom Ingram do, and I'm being further impressed by what he's doing here right now in the most demanding of conditions at Goodwood. I mean, the track surface is slippery. It's just a matter of now. This is going to delay Ingram a little bit. He's got traffic coming through the chicane, but already before they're exiting the chicane, he's got the nose of the E-Type up alongside the Bizzarini and accelerates away.
Yeah, so let's just see what is the gap. It's come down to 3.2 seconds. He's gained nearly 2 seconds on that lap. That's amazing. Despite that, as you say, it looked like he might get blocked at the chicane, but you're right. I think he dealt with that actually very well. He didn't lose much time coming through there.
I mean, Ben, we all read books, but if you're a racing driver, you've got to read the racetrack. You've got to read your competitors.
Yeah.
And that's what Tom Ingram did. He saw that. He knew he was going to be compromised, but he made the best of that compromise to get the run off the corner by placing himself slightly differently to the car he was following.
So they got one car just in front at the lap there that Rob Huff has managed to get past, and then they've got a bit of space. There's a bit of a gap. So the next car that they will come across will be, it's just actually exiting Lavant now, and that's our number 4 car, which is one of our Chevrolet Corvette Stingrays. Nick Jarvis, I believe, is behind the wheel of that at the moment, unless it might, no, actually Fassler is behind the wheel. So once Tom Ingram has got past this next car, both of our leading cars have got a little bit of a gap, so be interested to keep an eye on the sector times to see who has got the outright pace.
Tom Ingram sawing away at the steering wheel as he exits Lavant. He's got that, there it is, the Bizzarini, and he's going to just swoop and just devour it, and job done coming down the straight. The Bizzarini staying to the right of the straight, and Tom Ingram got a clear run down in his sights. He's got our race leader. It was 3.2 seconds when they came across the line at the beginning of this lap. It's probably going to be down to maybe around about 2 seconds. There's the race leader, Rob Huff.
Yeah, although he was a little slower on the first sector, that may well have been due to traffic. So now he's got to, in a way, use this next lap. And as Alex was telling us, they've got a bit of clear space. This will be interesting now, because with both having clear space, this will give us a very clear indication. Actually, yeah, they've done very similar times, and the gap is down to just over 3 seconds.
He gained less on this lap. That was due to overtaking the Corvette coming out of the chicane than he did on previous laps. But now, again, nothing between race leader and second place, and it's a battle of the 2 drivers in their respective E-Type Jaguars.
Well, I have to say, I'm so impressed to see so many of you fans out there here at Goodwood with umbrellas, but staying out there to watch what we are enjoying, the RAC TT celebration. And this is proving to be a really good battle, possibly, between Rob Huff and Tom Ingram. Andy Prio is currently holding in 3rd place. He's not far behind, but he's not doing quite the same lap times.
No, but it's a strong 3rd place in a car which has never been considered to be quite the match for an E-Type. And I spoke to Andy a little bit earlier, and he said, you know, in the dry it's one thing, in the wet it's a different challenge. So he's adapting to driving a Lister Jaguar, I think, for the first time.
Now, keeping an eye on the sectors, Rob Huff seems to be getting a bit more in the groove in that first sector. He was a few tenths quicker than Tom Ingram, and already, I was saying about, they've got a bit of a space with the lap car. They're already coming up behind them, so this just shows the pace difference, and that will spread between the field. And it looks like, let's have a look, 3.4 seconds it is the gap at the moment, and Jake Hill has, just another driver will point out, has made his way from the back of the grid up to 10th.
And that's an outstanding drive. And Jake Hill, we saw last year just being beaten by Tom Ingram, but this is a car that he has jumped into, and he's relishing it. It's a completely different configuration. It's a mid-engine, a Buick V8.
Now, I hate to ruin the party, but according to the timing screens, car 18, which is our race leader, has got a 10-second penalty for a pit stop infringement.
Oh my goodness. A 10-second penalty.
That put him back into 3rd place, 2nd place for sure.
Yeah, so that has had a huge effect on Rob Huff and Andrew Bentley. So that they timed the stop. It has to be 50 seconds, no more. And if it is quicker than that, you do get penalties added in, don't you?
So that will be because they have basically done the pit stop too quickly.
Yeah.
So that is what it is. So maybe a dodgy pit stop, or someone forgot to press the button and maybe just assumed. So that's going to be hugely frustrating for the Bentley Huff car. But Tom Ingram and the Kent car are going to have a big smile on the face as we're seeing Darren Turner now filtering his way through some of the traffic.
This was our race leader, now in 9th place, and I suspect some of that was due to making the pit stop slightly maybe later than strategically would have been beneficial.
Yeah, well, I gather there might be some more penalties coming up in a little while, but also this is fascinating. So there you are, there's the car that now has a 10-second penalty. Rob Huff is only 2.6 seconds ahead of Tom Ingram, so that would hand the lead to Tom Ingram. And remember, Tom won this last year in a different car, but he won it last year.
And I would hope that the respective pits would have taken that information on board. Certainly the Rob Huff Jaguar we're looking at now, they will be, well, they can't, there's no ship-to-shore radio. But in the case of Tom Ingram, the pit lane could indicate that there's a penalty for the lead Jaguar, and he doesn't need to overtake, he doesn't need to race Rob Huff any longer. He can finish second on the road.
And they're being shown at the end of the pit wall that by the marshals that who has got a penalty. So Tom Ingram will probably see that, he'll be aware, but that's going to bring into play Prio, who is around about 9 seconds behind Tom Ingram, which puts him 11.5 seconds behind our race leader.
Just seeing a penalty, but it is for somebody a bit further down. It's Nick Jarvis and Marcel Fassler in the number 4 car. They're down in 16th, but they've been given a 10-second penalty for a pit stop infringement as well. It won't affect their position hugely, though.
Tom Christensen really seems to be struggling that car down in 15th position. That was a car that was charging to the front of the field when this race got underway, and Tom just hasn't been able to extract the performance in these difficult conditions that it was able to do, or the car did certainly in the dryer.
Yeah, and he did say it was difficult in the way, and just looking at his times, he's about 7 seconds away from what the quick E-types are doing up front. Those two E-types running first and second on the road, although Huff has got that penalty, that they are doing 1:48 now, that's the fastest pace we've seen. But they're both so close in terms of their lap times. I just feel for Andy Bentley and Rob Huff that they've got this 10-second penalty. They could still get the podium out of this, though, couldn't they?
Yeah, they definitely could. And I was just having a little chuckle on the screen of Tom Ingram was going past Tom Christensen. Actually, Tom Ingram won in that car last year, so he might be able to, I don't want to commentators curse it, but possibly get back-to-back wins, but in a different car.
The gap between first and third is 11.5 seconds, so adding a 10-second penalty to Rob Huff should see him finish probably in third position, all things being equal.
Just riding on board with Darren Turner, he's just been passed by Jenson Button, actually, so going even further down. So that's the Ollie Bryant Cobra we were riding on earlier. Darren Turner now in the car, and he's definitely struggling in the wet with this car a little bit, and Jenson Button has gained a place. Oh, going off the number 50 car, that's the Mike and Loris Hesmans, the Bizzarini. They're just coming back on, so this may, is this probably just a slide and then getting back onto the tarmac.
And he's got a slightly erratic windscreen wiper. The windscreen wiper is going AWOL.
It certainly is. So it's probably very difficult to see where you're going, which doesn't make life any easier.
No, it certainly doesn't. As the rain, we got a great shot of air, continues to fall quite heavily. A few puddles starting to form. You often see puddles on the exit of Woodcote, which is where the Bizzarini was coming into now.
Look,
and
hand up on windscreen.
He's not waving at us, he's having a wipe of the inside of the
That's Scott Dixon. Scott Dixon, they don't race a lot in NASCAR, not NASCAR, in IndyCar, certainly not in conditions like that in an enclosed car. So hand up, clearing the windscreen on the inside.
He's about to be lapped too, isn't he, by our current race leader, although not effectively with the 10-second penalty. Actually, Rob Huff has opened up the gap by a little bit more now to Ingram on that last one, and he's now 3 seconds ahead, but with a 10-second penalty at the moment, he would be in second place because Andy Prio is a bit further back.
So he's having to push as hard as he can in the 11 and a bit minutes of this race remaining. So coming up behind Scott Dixon, and he'll want to clear that car as quickly as possible, not lose time to the second place, which is going to be de facto the race leader, Tom Ingram.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom's just coming over the line now. The gap has come back down again a little bit, and it's not surprising. It's dealing with traffic. It's come back down to 2.5 seconds. They're doing such similar lap times. Sometimes it's Rob Huff who goes a fraction faster. Sometimes it's Tom Ingram. Both are great superstar touring car racers, of course. These are older sports cars, but they're both just as rapid in them as they would be in their modern touring cars.
Yeah, one's a Roadster, one's a Fixed Head Coupe. But what's interesting is the pace that these two lead drivers are recording lap upon lap is virtually minimum 2 seconds a lap quicker than the rest of the field and in some cases in the top 6 more than 3 seconds.
Absolutely.
Tony Kanaan and Dario Franchitti having a nice battle on track. It was actually going across the line was one of the closest battles. It just over a tenth of a second was separating the two of those, and then slightly further down the order for 11th and 12th place, Lotterer and Turner were having a battle as well.
It's fun, isn't it, that we've got these different battles in different places between superstar drivers, and but we've still got this potential fight up top as well. I'm just wondering whether Andy Prio can just get a little bit closer to the top 2. He's currently in that 3rd position in the Lister Jaguar Costin. So as we said, you know, in some ways you wouldn't expect that car to be going quite so well in these conditions. If it was drier, it might suit him better, but we're not looking at much sign of it drying. The rain is still falling.
And the rain is going to continue to fall, and we're expecting the wind to pick up even more, though albeit at the minute it looks like it's actually slightly reduced, but it's the rain and the track conditions which have been the big problem that every driver, apart from our 2 race leaders, have had to deal with.
Jack Villeneuve being lapped there in that bright yellow Cobra, the Cobra's got its nickname Hairy Canary, and you can just really see these puddles. And there is our 3rd place car that's lost a little bit of pace, John. He was actually in the 148.49s, which is what Huff and Ingram are still doing, but the past few laps he's been 150s, 151.
Off has gone number 9.
Tony Kanaan.
Yeah, Tony Kanaan. That's the E-Type, so that's a bit unfortunate. It's
Oh, he went well, and I don't know how he managed to get himself, because he almost didn't even turn into the corner and carrying so much speed.
Got excited over
he's almost been like on a ski slope, side-slipping his way across the grass on the exit of St Mary's.
Got excited overtaking Dario Franchitti, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Not for the first time.
It was lovely to see him, and to see Tony Kanaan here is actually lovely. I used to commentate on him when he was racing, and he's an Indy 500 winner, an Indy champion back in 2004, and it's rather lovely to see him here at Goodwood.
And an extremely popular competitor in IndyCar racing. A real character and personality.
But he did say he was having to learn the track in the wet. He's never driven this in the wet, so to go off there is actually quite common, isn't it?
Jacques Villeneuve had the same comment when I saw him on Friday, Thursday evening, and learning Goodwood in the dry in an AC Cobra is no walk in the park. Having to drive in a wet circuit in an AC Cobra where you got really, you don't need a steering wheel, you just use your foot on the throttle to steer the car by the rear of it.
Yeah, there you are looking at Jacques Villeneuve, talking about Jack. There, it's fun to see him out there, and he's getting his first experience really this weekend of everything. But he's very relaxed and enjoying. He was chatting to a friend of a guy who works with us, Peter, a friend of mine, and they were chatting together yesterday. And he said Jack's so relaxed. His wife with him in this weekend, and he's really enjoying just being part of Goodwood.
Yes, it's a new experience. Jacques, of course, a world champion in 1997 and winning IndyCar and whatever, but not really fully active these days. Watch what's happening here. Traffic getting in the way of race leader Rob Huff's got to be patient. Going into Ford Water, you manage to clear the Cobra, but wait until you get to maybe the exit of St Mary's before you want to challenge the, I can't even read what that car is, number 16.
Yeah, that's
directly ahead of him.
Andre Lotterer, actually, in the E-Type, the low drag coupe.
It is a low drag. That's why the rear of the car looks a little bit more like a 250 GTO Berlinetta Ferrari.
Yeah, absolutely. They do look a bit different with that low drag style. So we're going back on board. So we're on board with Jenson Button right now, actually. So Jenson has made some good ground because they were a bit further back earlier. Currently running in 10th position. And funnily enough, he's not far behind Jake Hill, but Jake's going well too, isn't he?
Yeah, Jake is going really well. He's has been one of the fastest, at least in the top 5 of pace. As you can see, Jenson Button's left-hand side of the car starting to steam up a little bit, but it's okay, driver's view at the moment, down the gears nicely, and doing a pretty decent job in his own
visibility not brilliant, and I don't know, there's a streak, whether I don't know, there's a crack in the windscreen or whether that's just something on the inside of the car, but certainly he does not have the full range of visibility on the left side of the car. So going through the chicane, oops, did I clip it, did I not? So, and also watch the rev counter as Jenson changes gear. He's going nowhere near the maximum RPM of 6,000 RPM, up to about 4.5, maybe 5, and he keeps it in 3rd gear all the way down. into Madgwick. Normally that would be 4th gear and then back down to 3rd.
Totally understandable, but in these wet conditions where the grip is so little. There you are, the man who's leading this race on the road at the moment, but with a 10-second penalty, it still looks as though second place is the place he will end up, because Tom Ingram only 2 seconds behind.
And he was, yeah, and he was right behind him, and then he got caught in traffic, and then I just saw in the background, through the spray, it was hard to see. Tom was aquaplaning, he was going left, right with the wheel. Conditions are pretty tricky out there now, particularly when you're heading up to Ford Water. If you are going to make a move, John, on that right-hand side, often a big puddle forms.
There's a nasty puddle on the right-hand side. Before you get into Ford Water, it's deep, and if you do hit it in a car, these are treaded Dunlop race tires, but they're not deep, sort of wet weather treaded tires, so aquaplaning is always a concern. But Ingram again has closed that gap. It was 2 seconds when they came across the start-finish line. So Tom, whatever his problems were, and look, now Rob Huff's got to find a way past Jake Hill in the Trigero. That's quite a quick car on the straight.
It's surprising to see Jake Hill lapped. I mean, last year he was fighting for the victory with Tom Ingram, but of course it's a very different situation in a car. Oh my goodness, look at that. Huff almost sliding it on a straight.
The little undulations as you come down into Woodcote are sufficient now to make your car lose traction, and that's why you saw that little snap up the inside. Ingram, can he get through? These are two titans of touring car racing, Jake Hill and the Trigero. Tom Ingram, and Tom is getting through cleanly, and he's gained because that was a courageous commitment from the Jaguar driver and good racing skills from both to avoid contact.
They race against each other all the time, of course, in British Touring Car Championship, as well as here at Goodwood when they had that massive battle last year.
Yeah, they had such a great battle, and they've not had as many battles in touring cars this year. Jake not having as a good a year as, of course, he did last year, winning the Touring Car Championship. And look at, the grass there.
Is he still in front? Okay, yes, he is. But yeah, as you say, that could have been a risky moment, couldn't it?
Danger, just letting your car free it up on the exit of the corner to keep it as straight as possible. And just getting that rear wheel to catch again, coming through Ford Water, running it right out to the edge on that white painted line. You don't want to get there. Let's look again and see. This is the exit of Madgwick. Kept it just about pointing in a straight line, but that could have caused them to go into a real sort of tank slapper.
Was that luck or skill, that save there?
I would say 100% skill.
That was very clever, yeah. Both of these guys, I mean, I'm absolutely loving watching both of them, Rob Huff and Tom Ingram, in some of the most difficult conditions you can have here. In these beautiful E-types, they are driving superbly well. Will one or other make a mistake? They haven't done yet. They've both been lapping at such good pace. The lap times are increasing again because it's got wetter. They were in the 140s, now they're in the 150s again.
Indeed. But certainly, I tell you, Rob Huff wants the honour of taking this checkered flag, in spite of being a penalty, a time penalty, which will be added to his race time. He wants to be the man that takes the checkered flag, and he gets maybe say morally, well, on the racetrack, I did the business. But of course, if there's a penalty, and the one catches that deep puddle in the exit of Woodcote.
And what makes it even more amazing is these two drivers, when they have been racing in touring cars, they've been driving in front-wheel drive cars, and of course these beautiful Jaguars are rear-wheel drive, and that's a whole different thing to get your head around.
I have to say, as a pure enthusiast, racing cars should only be rear-wheel drive, but people would disagree with me.
And also, I was just looking at the time remaining. They actually crossed the line at 1 minute 50 seconds, and that's the pace they're doing. So are they going to get the checkered flag when they come around or not? It's going to be marginal one way or the other whether the checkered flag comes out at the end of this lap.
Well, Ingram is almost in the wheel tracks of Rob Huff, catching as he's done and then putting himself into a position, and again watching the back of Huff's Jaguar, just those undulations and the standing water, just the car is almost floating its way around this, what we may think would be the final lap, or maybe the penultimate lap.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Rob Huff who's out in front at the moment, but with the penalty that he's been given, it is very much Tom Ingram in second place. But as you say, Tom wants to get past, doesn't he, Alice?
They're still pushing, and I'm just having a look at the sector times. Their pace has dropped a little bit, so your guess is as good as mine, and my visibility out of the commentary box window, guys, it's hard to see whether the last lap board or whether they've got the checkered flag ready. I think they have got it ready, but it is going to be, in terms of the time,
it's going to be very close, because we've now just got roughly half a minute to complete the last sector of this lap. And I don't know, I think there could be about 3 or 4 seconds in it that may see them have one more lap. Ingram behind, under braking, car snaking the back of the car, moving around as Ingram got so close to the back of Rob Huff.
This could be it. This could be the checker flag coming up. We could be seeing the final battle, even though we know this is going to be changed by the penalty. Who's going to cross the line first? Is it going to be Rob Huff? Is it going to be Tom Ingram? In these incredibly difficult conditions, is the flag out? Are they going to get across the line? Yes, the flag will be out, and Rob Huff does get across the line first, but it is Tom Ingram who wins E-Types first and second, and they both did such an amazing job. But Rob Huff with a penalty from the pit stop that was just over 10-second penalty, that's put him down to second place.
So Andy Prio comes through in the Lister, so he will secure third place. Wasn't able to do enough to keep in contact with what would have been the leading duo, so he will finish a comfortable third place, and well, I don't know how many seconds behind he will be, but certainly it'll be a podium finish for the Lister Jaguar.
And Alice, one of the most impressive performances is actually who's going to finish fourth, the number 24 of Alex Buncombe and Jack Tetley, because they were a long way back initially.
They were such a long way back with that contact at the start. You look at the puddles forming on the exit of Woodcote there. So brilliant job by Buncombe to get up to there, and look at these puddles now. And is that just a bit of showboating?
No, Alex is pushing all the way. He was brilliant in the rain yesterday. He's been brilliant here this afternoon in a Cobra, and having to make up ground from the loss of position early at the start. So again, another masterclass from the man from Somerset. His best mate, of course, everybody knows, is Jensen Button.
Absolutely, and a fantastic job, as you said, and the first of the Cobras actually in the wet to get over the line. So that's impressive because the AC Cobra is so rapid. Let's have a little look at this again on the last lap.
There was a bit of a touring car love tap there by Tom Ingram on the rear of Huff's car. I mean, got away with it.
I mean, certainly if there was a touch, it was the lightest of touches. Or if it wasn't a touch, there was a cigarette paper between the two cars.
It was wonderful to watch. I mean, they are touring car stars, but the way they delivered and the way they even have a little touch like that, and they both still managed to deal with it. I find it incredible how they do that. But well done to them. But it is Tom Ingram who has taken the victory along with Richard Kent. Well done to them, Richard Kent and Tom Ingram, and Richard did a good job earlier as well, but Tom absolutely stunning. But of course, partly because of the penalty that has come out because of the pit stop, not working quite so well for Andrew Bentley and Rob Huff, but they also had done a superb job, and it'll be wonderful to hear from them shortly. And that third place, of course, also a good result for the number 17 of Andy Prio and Fred Wakeman.
I don't think Tom knew that he'd won, actually, because they had to put P1 on the pit board there, and they were pointing, no, you are the winner, and Rob Huff has technically pulled up into the P1 slot. So Tom Ingram is back-to-back race winners here in the RAC TT.
And there'll be a conversation about what happened in the pit lane, and you can hear. But even so, and there's a little shake of the head for Rob Huff to hear the story. But it was wonderful what they did, and they gave us such a great show. And we're still waiting for the third place car to come along. Well, let's go down and join Ed, because that really was a remarkable race, and well done to them. Let's hear from them.
Richard, Tom, I'll let you get your helmet off. To Richard, I mean, so much happened there, but what a result.
Oh, incredible. After the red flag, I just sort of was watching the clouds and just praying that it would start to rain, and when it did, thought game on.
I mean, you must be delighted.
Yep, and Tom just did an outstanding job. The team did a great job. Ashley, my mechanic, Andy, the engineer. What a standout bunch of guys.
Brilliant, well done. Now, Tom, let's get that helmet off. I believe you are the first person ever to win this race back-to-back in different cars. Congratulations.
I don't know what to say to that. I really don't know what to say to that. Well done to this team, honestly. A huge thank you. I didn't expect to ever have a chance to do it, so it's been absolutely amazing. massive well done to Richard. Well done, you've done an absolute amazing job. So, yeah, to be found out the first person to have done it, it means an absolute world. So, thank you to Goodwood. Thank you so much to this amazing team, and thank you for the opportunity. Obviously, bitter for Rob and Andrew, but we were having an amazing race up to that point. Horrible conditions. The last probably 4 laps we were aquaplaning coming up towards Ford Water, and it was getting to the point that I don't think either of us actually saw the checkered flag as we came across the line. The only way we worked it out was looking at the big screens on the way around. So I think that was the only way that both of us worked out that the race had ended. Otherwise, we'd probably keep going until it got dark.
Well, we would have watched it. Well done.
Thank you.
Speaking of which, let's go and find second place men. Andrew, Rob. Andrew, let's come on in. Rob, what a drive, but I mean, so gutting.
Yeah, I obviously didn't really know about it. I saw the pit board, and I guess I probably gathered we had the 10-second penalty, but I didn't obviously know what for, so I just thought I'd just push as hard as I can. And I saw Tom was behind us, and just did my best to keep behind him. But the aquaplane at the end was unreal, and you know, you're coming through the left kink on the back straight with half a turn of right-hand lock with your foot almost pointed to the floor. And then every lap was changing all the time. So frustrating. We won on the road, and I'll take that.
Andrew, I mean, I know you didn't win, but podium in the TT, it's a cracking result.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely amazing. You know, it's all down to Richard Mines. He should have been in the car. He had a proper racing driver training incident, fell off his bike a month ago, and he was very kind to put me in it. So yeah, this is for him for sure. Yeah, frustrating, but yeah, we proved we're quick enough, I suppose. So yeah, try it again.
Certainly were. Well done. Let's find third place men. Sorry, guys. Andy, Fred. Andy, why don't you spin around? Fred, we'll start with you. Podium in the TT. I mean, I guess the rain helped.
Well, I didn't think it would, but Andy is unbelievable in the wet. He's obviously won this when it's these conditions, and it's all down to him.
Oh, well, don't know about
Andy, you need to go and start doing all your racing in Scotland, because it rains all the time up there.
I know, I'm from Guernsey, and it's like power boating every day. So, no, Fred drove a really solid first in, a beautiful car, well prepared. One of one, so it was wonderful to be there. Well done to these guys, but next year we'll come back. It's very fast in the dry, so maybe we'll have another go at it, Fred. He might let me have another go. Well, I'll have to ask him nicely.
And when you came out from the stop, you had an incredible pace, but it just drifted off a bit. Was that just the conditions worsening?
Just being gentle through traffic and not being stupid. I saw that we had a big gap to the front, so Fred said, look, push like hell if you can win. Otherwise, just bring it home, and we just... You know, it was survival, to be honest. Standing water everywhere, but I was happy with that race.
Well done, guys.
Thank you.
Well, superb. And yeah, we do feel for Rob Huff and Andrew Bentley for the penalty for the pit stop, and to lose, as you can see, the gap 10.3 seconds. My goodness, it was just over a 10-second. Well, that's with the 10-second penalty that has put them in second. But well done, brilliant job by Tom Ingram as well to be that close, and Richard Kent did a great job earlier on. And in third place, as you saw, Andy Prio finishing in third place, and Fred Wakeman. Fourth place to Tetley and Buncombe. They did a fantastic job because they had been quite a long way down after that incident on the opening lap. Gordon Shedden had brought the number 6 car up reasonably well, with Saif Hassan doing a good job earlier on as well. In sixth place, we had the AC Cobra that was right up front earlier on with Andrew Smith and Dario Franchitti. In seventh place, the number 13 car of Sean Lynn and Jimmy Johnson. Eighth position, another of the Jaguar E-Types. The E-Types certainly working well in the wet, Joaquin Corocon and Tony Kanaan, and it's lovely to see Tony Kanaan racing here this weekend. Jake Hill in ninth place in the end in the Trajero Buick EE Coupe in the number 25 car with Carl Tilley, and finishing out the top 10 there was Jenson Button, so he got into 10th. Just quickly going down the rest of the top 20 there, you can see a real mix. Tom Christensen was one of the ones that really knew that it wasn't going to be great in the wet, because that TVR Griffith had been so rapid at the beginning with Mike Whitaker, but it ended up finishing down in 15th position. Matt Neal was a bit concerned about how the Sunbeam listed Tiger would be, but they've finished in 17th place. Verdon Rowe and Franchitti, their AC Cobra dropped down, and Berjat Villeneuve brought his one home in 19th place. And in 20th position, Matthew Home brought the Chevrolet Corvette Stingray in that position. So there we are, that's the results. let's look back at some of the highlights here. And of course, it was a very different start because it was dry when we got this race underway, Alice.
This seems so long ago, Ben.
It does.
But yeah, it was a cracking start, but we did have a couple of spinners, and look in the background of shot, there goes one. And another one will shoot over to the right-hand side of screen. So lucky, both drivers lucky to escape with that, and that was the Jake Hill and Tilly car that did battle its way back through into the top 10. But some hugely close racing to kick off the TT.
Yeah, and the Cobras were working really well, but so was the TVR in the dry. It was very rapid. Mike Whitaker was doing a fabulous job making up some of the lost ground and was catching up. Then we had this initial spin, but then the next lap around, it was more than a big spin, sadly. Off onto the grass and bosh, into the barrier. Ashton Fatemi, he's fine, was able to get out of the car okay, but obviously caused the red flag, and whilst the repairs are being done, it got very wet. So this is the beginning of the race once again. It was wet already, and then we were getting into driver change.
Yes, we certainly were, and that was the Holman Jordan Chevrolet that got stuck in the grass, and that Jake Hill was running slightly wide on the exit there, and then when it hit to the pit stops, the Bryant and Turner AC Cobra that was leading the way for a lot of the race then started to struggle when the rain hit.
Yeah, definitely dropping back a little bit when Darren Turner was struggling with it a little more. But what we had was a great battle up front. Richard Kent had done a good job earlier on, but Tom Ingram was then getting closer and closer to Rob Huff. Still people, not surprisingly, going off onto the gravel. Tony Kanaan having a bit of a moment as well, but the car survived. They did finish in 8th place in the end. But it was all fun and games across the line, and in the end it was a great result, a second win in a row for Tom Ingram here at Goodwood in the RAC TT.
Goodwood is just absolutely fantastic, and if you guys have never been here, you've got to come here very soon.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars. You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
effectively come down to the Hornets' nest.
You have indeed,
because I'm
Hornets'
with
nest.
the Hornets bikers now, and Stevie alongside of me. It's wonderful to see so many bikes here, Stevie. Just tell us a little bit about this.
Well, we're an homage to the 1940s motorcycle clubs, racing clubs, and the gangs that grew up out of the Second World War, really, and the returning servicemen that could have emulated. So they used their unit insignias on the back of their racing jerseys and colours. Rode the wartime motorcycles. They were looking for a bit of fun after the war, and I guess that's, you know, so here we are to emulate that.
And actually, you said that some of these actually are wartime motorbikes.
Yeah, quite a few of them are 40s bikes and are war bikes, American, you know, military motorcycles.
And you've been coming here for how many years?
Oh, 15 years as the Hornets. And a lot of us have come before. I've been coming since the beginning, so that's nearly 30 years essentially.
Something slightly different for this year, because so what happened yesterday, Stevie?
I got married yesterday.
But you got married here yesterday.
Yeah. We had a Hornets wedding, and these are obviously all my my guests and my family, and we got married in there in Gasoline Alley with all the old American cars, the hot rodders, the mods and rockers, the motorcyclists, the race drivers. So yeah. So
Goodwood Revival really is in your blood.
Oh, it's a family thing. Yeah, it is. Yeah, we're all petrol heads.
What keeps you coming back? What keeps you coming back every year, and you know, with your gang?
It's a very, very special place, and I think we feel honoured and privileged that we do get invited every year, because it's never a given, and we try our best to look after the crowds and show them something what is a bit special, really. I mean, we sort of take it for granted because we ride these motorcycles every day, all across Europe, places like that, but it's easy to forget that a lot of people never see them, don't think that they're rideable. So I think it's good to give back, and the kids love it. Gavin makes badges every year. We hand them out to children. We see kids that have grown up here and come back, and they're adults now, which is amazing, really. So I think it's just a very special place. And the Duke asked so Huggy years ago, really, if he'd formed this and started. So that's how we're here.
I mean, you must have been on so many adventures, but would you say this is one of the best ones, like you said, to be able to see that?
Yeah, I come back here every year, and it never feels old to me. It's crazy, you know.
Oh, well, listen.
Always excited.
We love it. Is a great thing. We love having you here. It's great to see so many of the bikes, and there's been so much attention just as we've stood here now. Lots of people are taking pictures of, as we called it, the Hornet's Nest.
Thanks, Rosie. Well, we've had certainly a wide selection of weather to hit us across the weekend here at the Goodwood Revival. Of course, enjoying the Duke's speech from earlier in the day, where we had a little bit more brightness than we're currently experiencing. The day celebrations underway as well. We've seen the Lindy Hop in full action across the weekend too. This is why we love the Goodwood Revival. It's not just what's about on the track, it's celebrating the golden era when the motor circuit first came to be, and all of the racing that took place on the track, and the dancing, the clothing, the music that we all enjoyed as well, creating such a vibrant culture reimagined here at the Goodwood Revival. But I'm afraid the dancing has rather come to a halt, and we have wet weather on the track, and it is still raining. It is very slippy, and we are about to get the next race underway. It's Harry Benjamin and Alice Powell with you, and we have got the Glover Trophy coming your way, one of the most prestigious races here at the Goodwood Revival, celebrating that proud history of Formula One racing here at the motor circuit. And here's Ben to tell you a little bit more about it.
There are few races at the Revival with stronger heritage than the Glover Trophy. Named after Dan Glover of United Lubricants, it was introduced in 1950 as the blue riband of Formula 3 racing. And then from 1955 to 1963, it became the prize for the Formula 1 race at Goodwood's annual Easter meeting. At the Revival, the Glover Trophy is a 25-minute contest for 1.5-litre F1 cars that raced from 1961 to 1965, the pinnacle years of Formula 1 at the motor circuit. Even after all these years, there are few sights more evocative than these iconic cars, driven in period by legends like Moss, Clark, Surtees, Hill and Stewart, in action on Goodwood's fast-flowing layout. Much like in the 1960s, when Jim Clark was dominating Formula One, the Lotus 25 is regularly the car to beat, although it faces stiff challenge from BRMs, Coopers and the unmistakable flat 12 Ferrari 1512.
Looking forward to this one, then 1.5 litre Grand Prix cars that race between 1961 and 1965. 25 minutes of racing, but unfortunately it is umbrellas up. And well, I think I was actually quite well prepared. Now, the powers that be have decided this needs to make the live broadcast. This is me putting on a protective poncho, and I think doing a pretty good job, Alice.
I think actually you should credit the person that took this video. Perfectly placed to film this fantastic footage of you attempting. I mean, you did draw it out for a long time, but I mean, suits you, mate. Look great.
And don't forget the hood as well, which I clearly was having a little bit of trouble with. David Green as well, enjoying the action.
Before, right?
I have dressed myself before, but you know what? A poncho is actually harder than you think it is. And there's the thumbs up. And, well, I think there are some people that are rocking the poncho. They're the lady in the middle, although that one's a little bit more fetching than the one I was wearing, I have to say. I have ditched the poncho and I've gone for an umbrella, and on my way to the commentary box, it was only one of those little umbrellas, which honestly doesn't do the job sometimes with the rain that we've got pouring down. But it doesn't matter.
Brollies are about to go.
That one's, I've seen.
That looks like my brolly.
I'm surprised that brolly's not inside out by now. Come rain or shine, though, we like to go racing, and we are going to get some racing in the form of this Glover Trophy underway shortly, but news from race control, it is going to be a safety car start. 2 laps, Alice, behind the safety car.
Yes, their qualifying did take place in the dry, so that's why they're going to go out behind the safety car and do a couple of laps, and conditions are really tough. We heard from Tom Ingram and Rob Huff at the end of the TT there saying they were just aquaplaning all down the straights. The rain has eased, still coming down, but not as hard. The wind seems to be increasing. We were going to be having Josh Hill, that was going to be driving his grandfather's BRM P57, which he won the 1962 championship in. Lead the field off, but due to weather conditions not having that, not taking part in that now, which is a shame for Josh, but you will see him later on in the weekend in the Jim Clark tribute. But all drivers are all ready, changed their visors and got those clear visors on for the weather.
And we will get this race underway, and this is how the grid looks. It's a Brabham BT7 on pole position. Lucas Halusa doing the job when the sun was out yesterday. Joe Calasaco's Ferrari alongside with Mark Shaw in the Lotus 21 in third. Top 5 rounded out by Ben Mitchell's Cooper. Then it's a couple of other Lotuses. The 25 and the 24 make up the top 7. The Gilby Climax, the Type B, Kyle Tilley in 8th with the BRM P261 of Philip Buhofer rounding out the top 10. Then it's the Lotus BRM 24 just behind of Malcolm Thorne in 11th. A Lotus 21 followed by a Lotus 18. Top 15 rounded up by Charles McCabe's BRM P578. Then it is the 32 Lotus 21-24 in 16th, ahead of the Cooper of Puccinelli, the T53 in at 17th, with the top 20 rounded out by Dan Collins's Lotus 21. The ATS 100 Grand Prix is in the hands of Jason Wright, going from 21st. He's got the BRP with the BRM powering that alongside in 22nd. The Lotus 18, the Lotus 24, and right at the back of this 25-car grid will be Daniele Salodini in the JBW Climax F1. So, a stacked grid of cars then, celebrating the last and fastest Formula One machines to compete at Goodwood in the period, as we get a beautiful glimpse up close and personal with that number 29 Lotus making its way, the 25. Such a iconic, really, design that these have established now throughout the years. Long, sleek, cylindrical, copying that tubular frame that really set the benchmark for the official World Championship later on in 1950.
It certainly is, and we're going to have some close racing, I'm expecting. Qualifying was fairly close. Halukas in the Brabham was half a second clear of Colasacco in the Ferrari. But of course, totally different weather conditions. Some of the mechanics are heading back onto the grid, so I don't know, maybe we've still got a further delay. So we'll keep you up to date, because they were cleared and now some of them have come back on. So we'll try and find out what is happening. Maybe still a couple of recoveries taking place after the TT.
Well, last bit of briefing, and just the drivers being brought up to speed with how race control want to do this race. No radio, of course, communication to the pit lane. So last bits of briefing that there will be 2 laps behind the safety car, and making their way through the 24 again, that Lotus BRM. Malcolm Thorne at the wheel, one of 2 built and run by Reg Parnell for what was a busy 1963 season. Chris Amon racing that at the US and the Mexican Grand Prix, designed to be a conventional alternative to that revolutionary monocoque Lotus 25 that we have seen beautifully displayed across the weekend. But the engines sound like they are being fired up and revving. Little windscreens on some of these to help with the rain, but I'm not sure it's going to do too much help, Alice.
It's not going to help maybe with the buffer from this wind, though, that we might be getting. But there's the car that's lining up on pole position, which was a Works Brabham Formula 1 car. And there seems to be cloth dropped on the side of the track. Oh,
they've clocked it, they've clocked it.
The marshal is recovering that car. So this was a successful car in its day, with Dan Gurney was driving it back in the 60s.
Yeah, that's the car on pole. The Brabham BT7, Lucas Halusa in that. The Works Brabham Formula 1 car, as you say, Alice, driven by Dan Gurney. Denny Holm, Jack Brabham himself with Grand Prix wins. Only ever 2 BT7s made, still fitted with the original Coventry Climax 1.5 litre V8 in that one. That is the car on the far left. In the middle, with the number 12 in red, is the Ferrari. Joe Colasacco, 1512 Ferrari, the second of 3 produced. Debuted in the hands of John Surtees, that during the German Grand Prix. That's the car in the middle. And on the far right, in third, will be the 99 of Mark Shaw as we get going behind the safety car. The race officially starting then as the clock counts down. 2 laps behind the safety car, which I think is the right thing to do to get everybody up to speed with the ever-changing conditions of this track. That third car, by the way, the Lotus 21 of Mark Shaw, the Works car built for Jim Clark back in 1961. Those are the top 3 in the field.
So it's technically the start of the race now, because as you can see, the clock has started to count down. So they will do 2 laps, and wow, there's our spray. You don't want to be going through those puddles. This is now heading up to Ford water, particularly on driver's right-hand side. A lot of standing water, and it's called Ford water, really, for that reason. Do often see plenty of water gather there. And we often do get quite a big puddle. They're just coming to St Mary's now, by the way. We do get puddles going towards Lavant. We get puddles, quite a large one on the exit of Woodcote. And I'm just looking out the commentary box window, Harry. You're closer to that part of the corner, and the exit of the chicane seems to me quite a big puddle.
I think there may well be a few helmets filled with water once we get to it. Hearing that the number 51, Jason Wright, that's the ATS 100 GP, was supposed to be from 21st position in this race, has got going, but had started from the pit lane, so joining up right at the back for that one. As we are in the Glover Trophy, we'll have this lap plus another one behind the safety car before we can get up to full speed running, or maybe full speed in these conditions, but certainly no safety car out on track, we hope. But of course, we have to assess the conditions for this Glover Trophy. We've got 1.5 litre Grand Prix cars of a type that raced between 1961 and 1965. Never held an official Formula One championship race, but the non-championship Glover Trophy allowed teams and drivers to test out their cars before the new season. And these cars, Alice, well, they ushered in that generation of, as we can see, tall-tired, low-slung cars. That's all going to have a different effect for how they go racing around this track, which is going to have a very different feel at speeds behind a safety car to when they get up and running full speed.
It certainly is, and I'm actually interested to see how Joe Colasarco is going to get on in the Ferrari, because back in the day it wasn't as nimble as some of our Lotus Climaxes. He's got a couple of those behind him on the grid, and also the BRMs. So these these conditions may not favour him at the moment. And what did I just see a car in the background pull into pit lane? My eyes deceiving me. Maybe they were, but yes, it'll be interesting to see how he gets on.
I think your eyes were deceiving you.
29 has pulled into the pits. So that is Nick Fennell in one of our Lotus Climaxes, a car that Jim Clark drove at the end of 1962.
Well, we'll see, but at the moment the clock continues to count down onto the second lap behind the safety car with Lucas Halusa in that #1 car. So I think the 29 has come in and hasn't come into the pit lane. Looks like it's just gone straight into the Parc Fermé area as the rain continues to pummel down onto this Goodwood motor circuit. So Fennell down in that Lotus 25. Now looks like he has decided to come out of this race. So slow speeds here, but a minute to get up to speed as well. Just like in modern day racing, spray will have an impact as well. So the man out in front, Lucas Halusa, will have literally the best view in the house because he won't have a face full of spray.
He will. I hope he's put some anti-fog on that visor. I can actually see he's got it open ever so slightly. The risk that you have that if you do have your visor open is you're going to get rain and spray coming inside, but they're having to go at the pace of the safety car, which doesn't feel like it wants to travel that quickly around the track, and I don't really blame them at the moment. You can still see puddles down the Lavant Straight, and they're going to blend into Woodcote, and even at a slow speed. Look at the spray, Harry, and these unlike our saloon cars, our GT cars that we've had in previous, they don't have front lights, but they will have to have and have been instructed, and I can actually see looking out on the pit wall that they have got a sign ready for those cars that haven't got their rear rain lights on. So of course, when the rain is coming down, you must have those lights on.
So down to 22 cars by the looks of things. Shame for Nick Fennell in the Lotus 25. Started in 6th, was going to be on the 3rd row as the safety car lights off. Will peel behind the chicane and we will get the Glover Trophy up to full racing speed. Out in front, the Brabham BT7 leads the field. Lucas Halusa with a good restart, but it's Joe Colasarco in the red Ferrari under pressure from Mark Shaw trying to make his way around the outside. It's Ferrari versus Lotus. The Lotus gets through, so too does the 36 Lotus 21, and to compound the Ferrari's luck coming through Madwig, I think that's the Cooper, the T56 of Ben Mitchell. The Ferrari losing ground.
It is a bit of a beast. We did say that it might struggle in these conditions, not as agile as the 56. Wow, braver than I would be. Ben Mitchell in the Cooper Climax goes through that big puddle there. So everyone nice and safely through the first corner, and up now they'll go through into St Mary's. Everyone kind of keeping themselves to themselves, keeping some space. Obviously the Ferrari dropped back slightly, so everyone keeping it fairly steady at the moment.
Good restart then from the Brabham BT7 out in front. Halusa stabilising, but Colasarco, the big loser in that Ferrari, that red Ferrari, dropping 1, 2, 3 positions. And now Lucas Halusa running wide, nearly off the track, because here comes Stuart Hall in the Lotus 21 down the inside. Lovely move. Was that a little bit of a mistake by Halusa? Just couldn't quite get the purchase he needed through the right-hander, and that was all Stuart Hall needed, who now leads this race in that Lotus 21. Halusa now under pressure in that Brabham, the number 1 car, under pressure now from the car behind.
Yeah, so the Brabham drops back into second place. I want to keep an eye on the 56 of Ben Mitchell, because I feel like he's going to be pretty handy. He started, Harry, down in 5th place, and already he made his way up to the podium positions, and he smells at 2nd place here. He's going to have a look down the inside of the chicane. He's sticking his nose in, going the tighter line. Maybe that should just break off line, as we're going to have a look of the overtake, and maybe a little bit too deep, I certainly would say, for the Brabham, and in and through goes the Lotus Climax.
We know the Lotuses are strong in this Glover Trophy. The Lotus 25 in the hands of Andy Middlehurst took the win last year, and 2022 and 2021. Have we got a bit of side-by-side action coming into the chicane? We have, and that could have been much, much worse for Kyle Tilley in the Gilby, the one and only existing Gilby Type B Grand Prix car, deciding not to make the chicane, and that could have had consequences, but they both lived to fight another day on that one.
Yes, they certainly did, but good avoidance there, and notice he didn't change his visor as well, so goes on through. So let's have a look at the gaps now. So Hall was the fastest driver at that last time round with a 154.756, and he's increasing his lead at the top at least. He's set the fastest first sector of anybody, which is 1 second quicker at the moment than Ben Mitchell.
I think Halusa's really struggling here in the Brabham, just in the back of shot, up and over the hill, struggling to get the throttle down, and that is really allowing the Gilby to catch right up of Mark Shaw, who is closing in. Started 3rd, did that 99 car, and now trying to make his way back up into the position he started this race. Out in front, pulling almost a 4-second gap on the rest of the field, is the Lotus 21 of Stuart Hall in the 36. There he is there in that all-green tubular chassis, making his way through the chicane and really pushing already up to 6 seconds. So the conditions out there super tricky. Everyone doing a brilliant job so far. And have I just jinxed it there? Halusa couldn't get the car stopped in time and has had to cut the chicane. He'll have to lift off a little bit, and the 56 of Ben Mitchell just ahead in that Cooper, or momentarily thinking, oh, I've got a bit more company. You're much closer than you were before the chicane.
Certainly will, but out front, Hall is starting to stretch his legs from Ben Mitchell. Though I did think it was certainly one to watch, and maybe he still could be at this moment in the race. It's 52-0 from Hall, and that is compared to the 55 of Ben Mitchell, who is the 2nd fastest driver in this race. So Hall feeling much more comfortable, is Stuart, in his Lotus Climax 21.
Certainly is. Another position lost for Joe Colasacco on this lap in that Ferrari, which started in 2nd, has just been overtaken a little further back by the Lotus BRM 24, and is now down to 7th as we get a little glimpse at the 54, trying to make gains on the number 5. This is a little further back in the pack, and just trying to pull out of the way of the slipstream is the Lotus 18 of Richard Davidson, and chasing down the BRM, the P578 of Charles McKay. That's the car in front, and I think just in the spray behind someone will emerge as well, wanting to get in on this fight too. But at the moment, the stalemate between them, and actually it's looking like it was just coming under a little bit of increased pressure there, but holding on at the moment. Back up to Lucas Halusa in 3rd. Still being chased down by Tilley in the Gilby. Coming into the chicane now. Last time around, had to cut it, wouldn't make the corner. Wait for the puddle on the exit. Let's see what it's like. Nice bit of avoidance there. It actually doesn't look too bad there in terms of standing water. And it's a good exit, though, from Tilley. Down the start-finish straight towards Madgwick we go. Side by side here in the Glover Trophy. But then just as they ease off into the braking zone, Halusa holds the place.
This is the closest battle out on track at the moment. With 13 minutes remaining, Tilley's going to want to try and clear this car. to get through and chase down the next car, which will be Ben Mitchell. And still out front, that gap, Stuart Hall continues. And we'll see they may come up at some point, though, to some lap cars, which can play a part during the race. You've got to, well, it's a bit of luck. It can be a little bit of luck and timing your pass. But Stuart, if he's got this gap, he won't need to really risk anything too much.
Little twitch on the rear end from the 27. That is Tilly in the Gilby Climax Type 2. One of several races on this Goodwood Revival scheduled to retain the name from its original race meeting, from Goodwood's original racing era that's being celebrated all weekend long, having been run every single year since 1998. And back in the day evolved into a non-championship Formula One race in 1955, and that is what we are celebrating with the Glover Trophy here today. The fastest Formula One machines to compete at Goodwood in period, and extending his lead up front by almost 12.5 seconds now is Hall in the Lotus 21. The next best is the Cooper T56 in the hands of Ben Mitchell. Then in third it's Lucas Halusa, still holding on in the Brabham, but that Gilby is not giving up. We see them here now coming into the chicane. This is the closest fight for third. There's your race leader though, continuing up ahead. Then there's second coming through your picture now, and here is the battle once more for third. Better exit this time out for Tilly in the Gilby, and he streams past Halusa's machine and couldn't get the job done one lap ago. Now manages to make that third place his.
He is through, so up he goes past the Brabham, and the Gilby Climax was a one-off Formula One car, really, built by the private British entrant Gilby Engineering. So quite a rare car that we've got on the grid here, but it slots into the final podium paying position, and we've got the number 17 that's slowing down. That's one of our Cooper Climax T53s. Or was that a spin and just getting going again? So that looked like that's a spin to me at Lavant Corner. Are we going to get a nice 360? No, he's going to go on the grass. Well, there's going to be even less grip, but does manage to keep out of any sort of trouble.
Flavio Puccinelli in that car. As we get a look at one of the other closer battles on track. Now this is the Ferrari, Joe Calasaco's 1512, which was running up in second and now has fallen all the way down to 7th and has got company as well in the form of the Cooper Climax T60 running in the hands of Richard Wilson. That car started in 9th position here. So the battle for 7th right now being had between the Ferrari and the Cooper here at the Goodwood Motor Circuit. The Cooper closing with every lap that's gone by, but now starting to get rather held up behind the Ferrari. Joe Calasaco just managing his line, not giving in to the pressure behind, as that Ferrari 1512 in that iconic red with the white number 12 emblazoned on the front shines brightly even without the sunshine here today at Goodwood. Here we go, we've got to move for second coming on here, bit of traffic as well to get through. This is third place Tilly in the Gilby, which is caught right up to the back of second place man Ben Mitchell as they still negotiate traffic through. Madrick in the form of one of the the number 11 just gets out of the way. Can the 27 use that to its advantage? It's Gilby trying to put pressure on the Cooper, but the Cooper T56 holding on at the moment. They're 15 seconds back from the race leader. This is the battle for second place in this race with 9 minutes remaining.
His last time around, Tilly was 2 seconds quicker than the 56 that he's chasing, so feeling a little bit more at home in these conditions. What I said was a rare car. That was one of the, as well, the BRMs that they were lapping. I'd be brave to go down the inside there. Another car, they're coming across. This time that's the 55. That's our Soul Lola Ford T55 that's out on track and making its way around.
Just about negotiating it. Both superb formation through the corner, but dips out to the inside. Can he nick a wheel underneath? Just loses a little bit of rear traction, has to correct it on the steering wheel. Does the Gilby. Still chasing, just waiting to buy his time. This though, meaning if the Gilby can get through, and is showing the pace that it is showing, they'll want to do it quickly and try and close the gap that's rapidly expanding. But I'm afraid I think Stuart Hall is running away with this one a little bit.
He is. He's made an escape up the road, and even if, let's say, traffic got into play, it's only contact really I expect to cause him to lose the race lead, because at the moment he is still the fastest driver on track. And Ben seems to settle down a little bit during these first couple of sectors, so maybe it could have been a bit of traffic that we saw out of shot as they're just going past the number 17, which is one of many of our Cooper climaxes out there.
That was Flavio Puccinelli, who had the spin we saw a few moments ago. So recovering in this race, he's down in 17th now. Doesn't play into the hands of our battle for second and third, as Joe Calasacco has finally been taken by the looks of it for 7th place. Richard Wilson has got himself up into 7th in that Cooper 16, from 9th to 7th for Wilson, but from 2nd to 8th goes the Ferrari in this race. Less than 7 minutes remain of this Glover Trophy. Looking at 1.5 litre Grand Prix cars that race between 1961 and 1965. And this is the one that is king of them all right now. Over 17 seconds clear, Stuart Hall's Lotus 21. And managing these conditions superbly, and they are not letting up. The wind is really actually quite picking up now on the start-finish straight.
It is going to have a big headwind going into turn one, but he's managing the conditions well, managing the traffic well. This battle looks as close as it's been, well, certainly the closest it's been for the last couple of laps, as Tilly gets a good run. Is he going to brave it round the outside going into Woodcote Corners? Be very brave if he does, but no, he's opted to go slightly slower in than Ben Mitchell in front. He's going to hope to be slightly faster out. Let's have the puddle check on the outside there, and there it is, right on the edge. You do not want to go through that, so Tilly was slightly faster on the exit. Can he again get a good stab on the power and tuck in? As I said, a big headwind. That wind, Harry, really, like you said, has picked up down this main straight.
Let's see how it affects these Grand Prix cars heading down into Madgwig now. Line astern as they were. Lucas Halusa, who started this race on 4th, has stabilised now in that Brabham BT7, down in 4th position. And you can just see them having to dart left and right to avoid a bit of puddle action affecting the back markers, though, who try and desperately get out of their way.
Well, that's going to affect it, yes, particularly if you catch any of them through Ford Water there and into St Mary's. Look at that puddle on the left-hand side there. And we've got our race, they're fighting, and don't forget the back markers are fighting for position as well. As Stuart Hall, wow, he's miles up the road. He's on the exit and entry now, should I say, coming into Lavant Corner. So he's got a huge gap, as we're going to wait to see for our 2nd and 3rd place drivers appear still.
I think these conditions are getting worse.
They do look like they're getting worse. The rain, I think, is coming down even more. And Ben's going to go down the inside. Tilly goes, OK, you make the gap and I'll go through. As the number 5 is pulling out of the way. That's one of our BRMs. He's slightly further down the field, certainly a lot further down the field than these two.
I have to say, great driving from everybody there to just try and survive out there in these really tricky conditions. There's just over 4 minutes of this race remaining. It's being absolutely dominated right now, though, by Stuart Hall in the Lotus 21. With over 16 seconds of gap, but the battle for second is still very much on. So impressive from these two. Ben Mitchell has the advantage for now in his Cooper T56. And then it's the Tilly Gilby Climax Type B that is still not letting up. Takes a wider line through the chicane, much tighter for the Cooper in front. And through the puddle as well. Nice splash as the rear wheels almost want to spin up and scream out for dear life. But they roll on down once again towards Madgwig. Right now, the lap times are around about 1 minute and 55, 1 minute 54. Stuart Hall said 1 minute 52 out in front. So we'll try and call it when they start the final lap of this race with just over 3 minutes remaining.
So he's up into St Mary's now. He's going to go left into the second part of St Mary's. So we've got a couple of other battles, and this is one of them. This is the number 11. our 1964 BRM. And behind, is that the number? Looks like that could be the number 14 Harry, one of our Cooper Climaxes. And this car actually was winner of the 1962 Monaco Grand Prix with Bruce McLaren up the wheel, and actually raced here at Goodwood in period in 1965, winning the Sunday Mirror Trophy.
Yeah, this is the battle over 19th and 20th at the moment, with that's Richard Wilson lapping these cars as well. Richard Wilson currently in 7th in the Cooper, trying to get through. First he gets through on the 44 of Bergs, further back in the pack in that Lotus 18 class Bergs, and then I want to get through on the P Green, the number 11 car of Kurt Delbene in the BRP BRM, and shows that he is aware of him. Hand signal out, gets nicely out of the way. Meanwhile, back on the start-finish straight, wondering where all his friends have gone.
He went behind, I don't think, at this point, having no friends. He's a quite lonely race for him out front. It's nearly 19 seconds is the gap now. And he will, I think, Harry, well, that's going to be close, actually. He's going through turn 1. This could potentially be the final lap. I would have thought it would be. And even though Stewart is miles in front, doesn't need to risk anything, he's still getting the tail sliding on the exit of Madrick Corner. And that gap is still close, though, for second place. And you can just see, even these small, thin tyres don't produce the downforce at all that we see through the racing, currently the racing, let's say, in Formula 1 and other junior categories. Of course, there's no downforce on these cars, but what I'm trying to say is there's still so much standing water out there, because even these cars are kicking up the spray. So you can see Ben Mitchell still has his mirrors full of the number 27 Gilby, and they're still trying to go through the traffic as well. That's the number 54 that's just going through the shot there. But again, I keep saying Lotus Climax. We have got a lot of those, but this is a Lotus Climax 18.
And just sticking to the right-hand side is Richard Davidson in the pale blue and white. Has a little glance over to see where these two are as the Gilby really closes up through the corner. Different lines through the corner. That allows the Gilby to close up again, but then just loses that little bit of momentum as the 56 tries to hang it out around the outside. The rear end stepping out. This battle for second will go all the way to the flag. I think so impressive how these two have managed to stay with each other and fight, as it's going to be the move side by side. Can they finally do it? Can Tilly finally get through on what should be the final lap, as the 27 still desperately tries to get through and off the circuit into the grass? Wow, managing to hold on to it. Can he still get it turned in? He can, and I think we're going to get one more lap though.
He crossed the line with 2 seconds left to go, did Stuart Hall. So timed that perfectly. He's having so much fun, pushed a little bit more, wanted some more racing laps. Has that given that mistake from the 27? Has that given Ben Mitchell a bit of breathing space? So he tried to be the later one on the brakes. The slightly heavier car is the Gilby compared to that of the Cooper Climax, and you could just see he's lucky he didn't spin it round there. That extra bit of tarmac on the left-hand side on the exit of Woodcote kind of saved him. If that was all grass, that would have been him off and spinning around quite quickly.
Well, he'll be thankful that he did get one more lap to try and put up the fight there. Nearly 20 seconds back from our race leader at the moment, who will be, I say cruising, I'm sure he'll be laser focused in these conditions to try and get himself to the flag. No mistakes from Stuart Hall out in front. The battle for second rumbles on though between the Cooper and the Gilby. The Cooper, the 56, Ben Mitchell with the advantage. And are we running out of time here for second place to change hands in this fight? As a little move for 7th being made on this final lap as well. That's the Cooper T60 getting ahead of the Lotus 21. Morton,
he's got a good run.
To 7th.
Harry, he's got a good run. Sorry to go in front. That Carl Tilley has got a really good run. Your leader's coming round the final couple of corners. We will check back in with that battle, but Tilley's going to have one more shot to overtake. But Stuart Hall, a dominant display, a masterful display of driving His little Lotus Climax 21 is going to take the winner in the Glover Trophy.
Tricky conditions managed superbly by the Lotus 21 of Stuart Hall, who wins the Glover Trophy here at the 2025 Goodwood Revival. But what about second place? That is still up for grabs, just a couple of tenths between them, and no, it will go to the 56. Ben Mitchell's Cooper T56 takes second place after a near race-long battle with Tilly's Gilby, who will finish in third. But that was a great battle between two excellent drivers negotiating these cars in the toughest of conditions.
Well done, Stuart Hall. He's really happy with that, and so he should. I mean, that was just fantastic display of driving. His best lap was a 52.064. The next fastest driver on track was Carl Tilley in the 27, of course, who finished third, with a 154.213. So he was over 2 seconds quicker than the second fastest driver was Stuart. And you can see a great crowd, even with this weather, with this wind and rain. We've still got plenty of people lining up on the banks here at Goodwood. And he's appreciating every single one of those that has stayed. And of course, those marshals are out there battling the rain as well.
Lucas Alusa, who started on pole, takes the flag in fourth position with the Lotus 21 of Mark Shaw, who started in third, rounding out the top five. But a brilliant result then for Stuart Hall, finishing, 17.2 seconds clear of the field. A few nice battles, though, for those up and down the field. Joe Calasacco in the Ferrari, as the conditions got worse, just then started to reel himself out of contention and fall back in the pack. Started in second, and Calasacco should come home to take 9th spot behind the Cooper T60 of Richard Wilson. But the Glover Trophy here then coming to a close at the 2025 Goodwood Revival for 1.5 litre Grand Prix cars that raced between 1961 and 1965. These cars really ushering in that new generation of the tall tyres, the low slung cars, less power and torque compared to their 2.5 litre predecessors. But weight was obviously a massive factor in this period, prompted by Colin Chapman to create the Lotus 25, the first F1 car to be built with a monocoque chassis. So Lotus 25s, but the winner in a Lotus 21, keeping everybody honest with the Coopers, the BRMs and the Ferraris, all trying to make their mark. But in the end, Stuart Hall with a masterful wet weather drive.
Certainly was. On our lone Ferrari, ended up finishing in 9th place. Did start on 2nd place on the grid, but struggled a little bit in these conditions against the more nimble Lotuses. But well done, Stuart Hall. He's going to have, I'm sure, some friends and family waiting for him down as he pulls up into the middle. A quick rev of the engine. Ben Mitchell slots into 2nd place, Carl Tilley into 3rd place. And we're going to have some very happy drivers, some very soaked drivers, I think, for Ed to interview down there. And you can see mechanics running in, and he is absolutely over the moon. Great celebrations, and you can just see how much winning a race here at Goodwood means to all of these drivers down there. And of course, friends and family are down there as well, and so is Ed.
Well, thank you, Alice. Yeah, what an amazing race. Some incredible driver skill there, Stuart. I'm sorry, you're going to have to get your helmet off, gloves off. It was walking a tightrope out there, I think, but what a masterful display. You're quite rightly pretty happy about that.
Fuck, I got to be a bit emotional because it means the world to race here and to win here in that car, in these conditions, man. Thanks, Carl. Thanks to the boys for the opportunity. It's not been the easiest of years, so, you know, to come here, drive that, and, you know, the boys pulled an all-nighter on Friday to rebuild the box after some problems in qualifying, so, oh my, you know, and incredible. The amount of people that have stayed in these conditions, you know, this place is just incredible. I'm speechless.
Stuart, it's a fantastic drive. Well done.
Thank you. Cheers.
It really was. Right, let's get to Ben. Sorry, ruining some more photographs. Ben, wow, I mean, Carl kept you honest, but well done keeping it on the tarmac.
Well, it was slippy out there. Yeah, I could see Carl coming, particularly coming out into Woodcote. He was really flying, and I thought, well, I'll just hold my line and try and just make it that tiny little bit later. And that was enough. But well done, Stuart. He disappeared off into the distance there. Very slippy out there. But great race, and very happy to be second. So thank you to John Clark and Dorset Racing with the Cooper.
Well done, Ben.
Thank you.
Here we go. Carl, I mean, you were trying to find grip everywhere, whether that was through the chicane or at the end of Woodcote.
I can confirm that the grip is definitely not on the grass, but no, mega job to Stewie and great racing with Ben. I think we had a little bit more pace. It would be nice to see if we can catch Stuart, but just couldn't get past Ben on the brakes. Just mega job to all the era guys, and big thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
So emotional there for our winner, Stuart Hall, and rightly so. You can see just what it means to him, but what it means to have the Goodwood revival every single year. That Lotus 21 dominant in this field, such tricky conditions, but what a great battle we had for second as well between the Cooper and the Gilby. Mitchell and Tilley fighting it out right to the flag. Lucas Halusa from pole couldn't quite run it at the top of the field in that Brabham, but finishing in fourth ahead of Mark Shaw's Lotus. And Joe Calasacco in the Ferrari 1512. Initially a good start, but I think as the weather just started to get even more intense, that Ferrari falling down through the field, but still managing to stay inside the top 10. Had a bit of a battle with Richard Wilson at one point, who finished just ahead in the Cooper. Outside of the top 10, Dan Collins in 11th in the Lotus 21. We saw the ATS 100 GP of Jason Wright getting into a nice scrap in that lower to midfield. The battle for 14th place, actually, certainly, I think, had a few eyes on it. Charles McCabe in 15th in the BRM, and Frank Trouillard in the Lotus 21-24 in 16th. Flavio Puccinelli had a spin, managed to get it turned back around, and completed the race in 17th in his Cooper T53. Kurt Delbene in the BRP, and Klaus Bergs were fighting all the way as well for 19th and 20th. So enjoyable fights all throughout the field for the Glover Trophy then, as we celebrate the last and fastest Formula One machines to compete at Goodwood in period. 1.5 litre Grand Prix cars, the man on pole in the Brabham, Lucas Halusa, as we started under safety car conditions, but then after 2 laps we were ready to go racing, and it was the Ferrari straight away that started to bog down. Lucas Halusa had the lead to begin with, but then through came Stuart Hall's Lotus 21, and once he was able to get ahead, really, he ran into the distance.
Yeah, we didn't really see him much during the race. There was a few lock-ups, including our pole sitter that cut the chicane. He wouldn't be the last driver to do that throughout the race. And then Carl Tilley was putting him under all sorts of pressure in the Gilby, but was able to find his way through, and Ben Mitchell was his next target.
Yeah, slipping and sliding, though, a little further down. That was Puccinelli, who just avoided a full 360, but managed to get his wheels into the grass, but rejoined this race. And this really was what we had all of our eyes on, the battle for second and third. The T56 in second, behind the 27 Gilby. Couldn't quite manage it, but put the pressure on relentlessly all the way to the flag, and with just one more lap to go, found the grass, found the mud, and somehow kept it in a straight line and back onto the track. They couldn't find the pace to match this man, though. Stuart Hall's Lotus taking the spoils at the Glover Trophy. A really superb, impressive race from him in that special car, in this special track, with such an incredible amount of precision to manage these challenging conditions here at the Goodwood Revival.
I mean, someone get him a brolly.
handicap for sports cars, and Duke, driving car number 70, soon showed he was as much at home in the seat as in the saddle.
Well, we were just watching on the stage a really fascinating talk by Rebecca Anthony alongside of me from Bonham's auction house, and it was so wonderful to hear. But one bit that struck me in particular was your wonderful Downton Abbey auction that you've currently got going on. Tell us a little bit about that.
Absolutely. So I've been lucky enough to be working on the costume for the Downton Abbey auction. It's been online and live for bidding since the 16th of August, the 16th of September. So it culminates on Tuesday, and we're hoping to see some really good prices.
And have they been genuine costumes from the Downton Abbey set?
Absolutely. So we've got 267 costumes and props, and they're all online, everything from the series and a few things from the film, actually.
And I remember you saying earlier on stage that they really incorporated the vintage with modern day, which is so perfect for a revival.
Oh my goodness, yeah, there are so many parallels for a revival here. So yes, there were 3 fantastic costume designers involved in Downton. There was Buxton McCall and Anna Robbins. And what's really interesting is that what they've done is they've really tried to find vintage materials and vintage dresses. And where possible, they found these vintage materials and really salvaged them, incorporated them into costumes by using modern materials as well. So you've got these incredible hybrid pieces alongside vintage dresses.
And you must have had a lot of interest. We're near the end of the auction. I think the auction's all online, I think, if I'm right in saying. Have you seen a lot of interest in it?
I mean, we thought the interest might be localised to America and to England, but what this has just shown is that the love of Downton is global. We've had interest as far as Peru, Japan, of course, America, and here in England. It's really everywhere.
And on a personal level for you, how exciting has it been to be that close to all of the costumes? And I think the car as well.
Yeah. I mean, from a personal side, you know, I've watched all of the series and the films. I really loved watching them with my family as I was growing up. And there are just so many iconic pieces. Maggie Smith's costumes hold such a dear place, I think, in all of our hearts. There's just some wonderful pieces that the Dowager has. We've got her walking cane as well, and we have the bell wall, which £5,000 to £7,000 was the estimate, and already the bid is at £28,000. So, you know, things are really soaring. But what I would say to people that are watching this is that For the iconic pieces, you know, the estimates are representative of that iconic nature. But if you're a lover of Downton, is also you love vintage clothing, there are some steals in the auction as well. Prices at £400. So go online and get bidding.
Rebecca, thank you for chatting to us. And actually, as you just said, that you can have pieces for slightly less value as well, which is really, really brilliant. And you never know, you might be able to come back here next year wearing a genuine Downton Abbey outfit.
My name's Dom Elms, and I'm proud to say I'm the Managing Director of JLR Classic. So at the very heart of what we do here is to cherish and sustain our wonderful brands and, importantly, the very rich history of cars that we have across Range Rover, Defender and Jaguar, and ensuring that our customers and clients today, but importantly of the future, are able to enjoy these cars of the past. There's something fantastic going in Earls Court, certainly from a Range Rover perspective. Really delighted that we have one of our factory restored Velas, one of the first Range Rovers, which is owned by one of our esteemed clients, who's allowed us to demonstrate this. But really proud to have that. That's one of our sort of concourse level restorations that we're extremely proud of. And on the Defender side, we're having a little bit of fun. We're bringing the old and the new, so we have the fantastic Octa, but we're matching that with a classic V8 Defender, which takes cues from and pays homage to the Octa as well, so bringing the new and the old icons together. So yeah, really excited about that. I think it's fair to say that Revival is the home of Classic. There is no bigger event across the UK or indeed the world than Revival.
Well, as we go into the latter stages of this final day of the Revival, it is time to enjoy the Jim Clark celebration. There will not be any sheep here today for this. We did have them yesterday on the grid, and it was fabulous to see them. And thankfully, it was dry then, so they were able to thoroughly enjoy it. But what we are doing here is celebrating one of the great world champions, British world champion from Scotland as well, of course, and taking the title twice and very much incorporated with Lotus. He did an organisation with Colin Chapman who checked him out very early on. He raced against him at Brands Hatch, didn't he? Very early in his career, and he was leading Colin actually, but then he got held up by a back marker. Colin got back in front of him, but it did impress Colin Chapman that he saw that Jim Clark was pretty rapid.
Well, that's not a particularly well-known fact about Colin Chapman. He was a very accomplished race driver.
Yes.
And that occasion at Brands Hatch, Jim Clark coming down from Scotland. I don't know what he drove down from Scotland, and certainly wasn't a Lotus, because he probably wouldn't have made it to Brands Hatch in those days.
We've got Doug Nye with us as well, the writer, author, expert on Jim Clark. And Doug, it's a bit of a smaller gathering of cars out there in this weather. I can totally understand this, but just tell us a little bit about what we're seeing and some of the history of Jim Clark that matters to you.
Well, the history of Jimmy that matters to me really is what I remember as a teenager at the time, quite honestly. He won the World Championship twice in '63 and '65. But Jimmy was he was a driver who never realised fully just how darn good he was.
And he drove these different cars, didn't he? From touring car, I mean, he was a British saloon car champion, what we would call a British touring car champion nowadays, Formula One champion, Tasman champion out in Australia, New Zealand, and an Indy 500 winner.
Well, that's the extraordinary thing, that in 1965, for instance, he was Tasman champion in New Zealand and Australia, came back to this country, won the Syracuse non-championship Formula One race in a Lotus, and then went on to win Grand Prix 6 in a row during the season. And at non-championship races, he was driving in Formula 2, and he won 2 Formula 2 championships.
That's right, the British and the French, wasn't it?
The British and the French, exactly. And what drivers like Graham Hill would say was that every race was an earning opportunity.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, that was the big deal.
I was looking at that, though. The earning he got out of winning Indy 500 was so much more than he won even winning the Formula One World Championship. In those days, the money you got in the States for the Indy 500 were much higher than elsewhere.
Absolutely, and Jimmy ended up winning the Ford Galaxy pace car as well.
Wow.
So when that was brought back here, you know, but in the Lotus Cortinas, these were specifically really Jimmy cars, because he could demonstrate his skill in something totally different. And his skill was also demonstrated in this wonderful Aston Martin Zagato that you see here, in the middle of the front row. And on the right, you know, there's the Lotus 21, the early Lotus Formula One car. But the great Jim Clark Lotuses were, of course, the 25, the 33 Formula One cars, and then the 49, the 3-litre.
Yes, the Cosworth power.
Which introduced the Cosworth engine,
yes,
that went on to win 155 Grand Prix.
Yes.
But the very first win on that engine's debut was in the Dutch Grand Prix.
That's right, at
in
Zandvoort.
'67. Absolutely.
Incredible.
First time out.
But it was Graham Hill on that occasion that won that Grand Prix, because Jim retired, didn't he?
No, it was the other way round.
The other way around.
Yeah.
I always thought it was Jim Clark won it.
Yeah.
Sorry, Graham Hill won it.
Yeah.
And surprisingly, because they had reliability problems with the Cosworth after that, during that 67 year, but funnily enough, he got that one. The reliability problems meant that he didn't really challenge for the title in 67, but he would have done in 68. He won the first Grand Prix of the year, didn't he? Because it was on the 1st of January.
And then ran out of luck at Hockenheim in a Formula 2 race.
Yeah, and that's how we lost him so sadly.
And that's how we lost him.
Yeah,
but the extraordinary thing about Jimmy, you know, was this business about what an extraordinary individual character he had for a racing driver. And I remember Colin Chapman saying to me one day that Jimmy Clark was the finest man he ever knew. And he, as a driver, he was a genius. But you know, he never realised it.
Yeah, no. We're also seeing the Gogomobile T300 saloon. That's fun, isn't it, John?
I don't know why there's a Gogomobile in this parade, but there must be some history with Jim Clark and a Gogomobile, and that's the little, almost like a Diddy car, toy car from Germany with a two-stroke engine in it.
Jimmy drove it in driving tests very early at the start of his career.
Yeah, and you were telling me, Doug, there were some wonderful pictures of him driving it.
There are. It's a funny little box of a car with a tiny little engine in the back.
Yeah.
In a rear engine, but the front suspension jacks up like you can't believe. And these photographs show there aren't two wheels pointing in the same direction.
Yeah. Well, do we think?
I think you're just wondering who's driving the Lotus 49. Suspect it might be Josh, the son of Damon, the grandson of Graham.
Yeah, Josh Hill is driving it today.
Yep.
So that's rather lovely. Part of the Hill family, of course. Yeah. We did see Damon in it before, but son now is out in it, who has raced himself, not to quite the same level as his father and grandfather, but he has raced plenty of times in his life. And of course, the single-seaters, the Formula One cars in particular, that Colin Chapman created at that time, going to the monocoque chassis, and then with the Cosworth power, fantastic ideas.
Oh, absolutely. Colin was very much in the forefront of Formula One innovation and design in those days. You know, that mantle passed subsequently to Gordon Murray, John Barnard, and Adrian Newey.
Adrian Newey these days.
And that brings us up to date.
Yeah, no, he's the equivalent in a way, in many ways, of Colin Chapman. John, when you're looking at some of these cars, it's such a great mix, isn't it?
Well, like a Porsche 356, that was a pivotal car in Jim Clark's early motor racing days. The owner of the car was Ian Scott Watson, and he raced, I think, that car. And Jimmy got into it and went about, I don't know how many seconds, maybe 6 or 7 seconds quicker than Ian Scott Watson had done, and the penny had dropped. Let's put Jim in this car and I'll stand back and be the entrant.
Yeah, so that was actually his first race win, wasn't it, with the Porsche, I believe, because he'd already been doing some hill climbs and stuff up in Scotland, of course, but he then took a race win with the Porsche. Very impressive, and that was sort of part of what got him going into more and more into motor racing. As we were talking about yesterday, though, he was the child from a farmer's family, and the farming mattered to him. That's why we had the sheep out yesterday, because farming, and especially in the early part of his career, was so much still a part, you know, of what he was doing. And yeah, he was such a great racer that's really what took his career on.
During that year, during his early year, he was doing 50 races a year, in excess of 50 races.
It's incredible. This 65 season as well, which was so successful, he did an incredible number of races.
But what you don't understand is in this period, you're a professional racing driver. Your job is to race as frequently as possible. And even as late as the middle 70s, if you weren't racing every weekend on a Grand Prix, Formula 2, sports car or something, you thought you'd halitosis.
What am I doing this weekend if I'm not racing? Yes, that sort of thing.
Yes,
but then he
absolutely.
always had the farm to try and keep an eye on, so that was something he had to do.
There's an example there. You see the red Cortina.
Yes.
The red Cortina there is as driven by Jim Clark in the RAC rally,
Right.
trying something different.
Yeah.
And Brian Melia, his navigator, realised he'd got his notes wrong and screamed left. And he said before he'd got to the F of left, that car was going left.
He had such control, didn't he? And ultimately, he was very quick in that rally. Unfortunately, he did actually go off, didn't he?
Oh, he hit a tree eventually.
Yeah,
Had to.
Yeah, he didn't actually finish the rally. We do see various racing drivers go into rallying sometimes, but his performance, from what people say, and the pace he had, was actually very impressive.
Well, I mean, I only ever was aware of him during the RAC rally, and in the Lotus, it was a Lotus or Cortina or a Cortina GT, which was
Cortina GT, I think.
His performances were stellar. I mean, who is this guy? And of course, this was a period when you were seeing the Scandinavian drivers, led by Eric Carlson with the Saab, but then others who on loose surfaces had this skill known as the Scandinavian flick. I don't know what Jim Clark, or where he might have learned the Scandinavian flick. Certainly it wasn't sheep farming.
There was a wonderful thing at Chesham in their factory there, Lotus factory. The only time most of the Lotus people had ever seen Jimmy upset about something. And there was a photograph of him wearing his early crash helmet without a peak. And there was a lot going on at the time about astronauts and the early space flights. And the mechanics had written on it, next time you go into orbit, we'll hold your banana. And Jimmy was furious. And it was the only time they really saw Jim Clark angry.
It's also interesting, of course, that, you know, he made his F1 debut back in 1960, and he just stayed with Lotus that whole time, didn't he? He never raced for any other team in Formula One.
There was 8 years of total loyalty.
Yeah, and they did have a very good relationship.
Well, one can only believe that the relationship was Colin Chapman saw something remarkable in Jim Clark. And Jim Clark was probably the only Lotus driver in history who had total belief in Colin Chapman, because at this time, Lotuses were very quick race cars, but they were prone to having failures, mechanical failures, suspension failures. But I don't think Jim ever suffered any mechanical failures, certainly not of any note, other than we never know what was the cause of that tragedy in Hockenheim in 1968.
That's right. The worst thing he'd experienced before, really, was being hit in the face by a bird in practice for a French Grand Prix, and he non-started.
Is that anybody I might know?
Just watching the cars coming into the
John,
pits.
honestly, there's no answer to that.
And we are going to have a little look at some of the highlights of the cars. It's certainly a day today. It's a bit damp for some of the cars to come out, because, of course, yesterday we did have a big grid of cars playing a part in the Jim Clark celebration. But it's still lovely to see this combination, and he becoming one of the first stars in a mid-engine Formula One car, because that was the right timing, really. Everything came together, and particularly with the 1.5 litre powered machine, which started winning all sorts of things with it.
Well, certainly the Lotus 18 was introduced before we got into the 1.5 litre formula. So I think, I'm not sure, he may have raced in somewhere in Portugal called the Porto, a fantastic street circuit. But then once you got into the 1.5 litre, and then eventually the Lotus 21 came along, which was the sort of slipperier version of a Lotus 18, and then 62 was the really big moment for Jim Clark, because Colin Chapman introduced the first time a monocoque, aluminium monocoque chassis was used as a Formula One car.
It worked so well, and Lotus did a fantastic job, and he raced in all forms of their racing cars and sports cars. as we say, but in Formula One he was a great star, a 2 times world champion, and we're looking back 60 years since he took that second title.
Unforgettable, that's what you are. That's why, darling, it's incredible that someone so unforgettable thinks that I am unforgettable too.
Well, the final day and our final best dressed competition has just come to its conclusion, and we've got some pairings today, which is different to the last few days, which is wonderful to see. These guys are first up. You guys came third. Tell us a little bit about your outfits.
So this is a late 1940s skirt suit from a UK retailer, and I was effectively looking for something with that sort of slightly Dior-esque nipped waist and flared hip. And also a nod to the street party that we had today, the Victory in Europe brooch.
Oh, fantastic. You're very on brand. Well done. Floyd, what about yourself?
So Holly sent me her outfit, so I could see it was yellow and grey. So this grey top is made by a Reading tailor called Simon Dowling. The yellow trousers, the yellow trousers are vintage 1940s, as is the American tie. So the plus fours are a homage to Dandy Wellington. So I've seen photographs of him wearing his plus fours. I thought I'd give it a go.
Well, I tell you what, and as a brilliant host today, of course, that was well suited. Congratulations to you. I'm going to go down to our second place winners, who are also another pairing. Tell us a little bit about your outfits.
So this is actually an Edwardian suit that I altered. That was my first alteration project to make it more in the style of the 40s. And the rest is original from the 1940s. I made a hat, I did the little brushes because I wanted something surrealist inspired. So the lobsters, the brushes, just something a bit facetious.
Different. And have you been enjoying that alteration process?
It was really, really nice, and especially as we've been planning the outfit together with my sister, and we were really trying to experiment with our styling this time. So slacks instead of the usual skirt suits, and playing with the ties, playing with the colors, and playing with the hat as well. Fantastic. I designed her hat.
Amazing. You guys have done an amazing. And have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, I did.
Enjoy. Well done. Congratulations, our second places. And last but by no means least, our winner, the final winner of the weekend. You look absolutely fantastic. Tell us about this.
Thank you very much. So the suit is an original 1940s suit that I brought over from America, and it was in really good condition considering the age. So I had to have a hat to match. So I had a friend make the hat from a 1940s pattern, and she matched it, because we live a long way from each other, she matched it from a photo of the suit. So she did a wonderful job, even replicating the buttons for it. So I had the matching suit, and then I decided to have a flash of colour. So I teamed it all up with yellow, and that's an original 40s bag with a lucite clasp to do it up. So yeah, and then just teamed it with little yellow accessories to tie it all together.
I tell you what, a lot of thought's gone into that outfit. Huge congratulations for winning. And as I said, a lot of thought has gone into all of our outfits, and it's been wonderful to see so many nominations come over here every single day, and Dandy Wellington's been a wonderful host. But huge congratulations to all of our winners over the last 3 days. That is it for the best dressed competition here at Goodwood Revival.
Well, thank you very much, Rosie. The next race is almost upon us. It's going to be the Richmond and Gordon Trophy, and let's have a little look at an explainer about what it's all about.
The inaugural Richmond Trophy, named after the 9th Duke of Richmond, who brought motorsport to Goodwood in 1948, was held to Formula One regulations at Goodwood's 1949 Easter meeting, when the so-called Emperor of Goodwood, Reg Parnell, won at the wheel of a Maserati 4CLT, seeing off the challenge of a host of ERAs. He retained his title a year later, and in the years following, the Richmond Trophy would be contested by many of the greatest cars of the era, including the Maserati 250F until its final running in 1957. The Richmond and Gordon Trophies is effectively 2 races in one, with the overall winner receiving the Gordon Trophy, named after the Dukedom of Gordon, another family title, and the Richmond Trophy being presented to the first front-engined car home. It pays homage to a fascinating period in F1 history, the 2.5-litre formula from 1954 to 1960, when engines migrated from the front of cars to the rear. Expect to see the front-engined Maseratis and Connaughts competing against rear-engine pioneers from Cooper, Lotus and BRM.
So that's what it's all about, 2.5-litre Grand Prix cars of a type from 1954 to 60. And let's run down the grid. Sam Wilson on pole position in his Lotus 18 by a full second, so look out for him. Rudy Friedrichs, a really good run to take second place with his Cooper T53 lowliner. Similar car with Will Nuttall completing the front row. First of the BRMs is Andy Willis, his P48 on fourth on the grid, and alongside another Cooper T53, Jeff Underwood. He will start fifth. Second of the Lotuses on the grid, it's the Climax 18 of Maxime Castelline in ex-UDT Laystell car. Lotus 16 with Joaquin Falk-Rossinol, and the first of 2 Ferrari 246 F1 Dinos, the last Ferraris to win with the engine at the front. That's Richard Wilson. First the Maseratis, John Spears, alongside another lowline Cooper, Cameron Gillies, starts from 10th. Moving back on down the grid, we come to Dean Baker and Cooper, and rather earlier Cooper at 45.51, and Mark Daniel alongside. Then the Connaught C-Type, the ones Connaught in the race, team from Surrey, that's Charlie Martin. Eddie Williams and Manuel Elisab form 14th and 15th on the grid. Then Ewan Surgerson with his Graham Hill lookalike helmet will start 16, his Lotus 16, of course, the sort of car that Graham cut his teeth in. Then Nick Topless, Brad Baker, another of the Maserati 250S, and then 19th position, Tom Dark alongside the second of the 246 F1 Dinos, that's Tony Smith, who'll be starting from 20th position on the track. And the final 4 cars down there will be Malcolm Cook in his Cooper alongside Nigel Batchelor in the Keith, a car that never raced in period. And then the third of the Maserati 250S, Michael Peet and Paul Griffin bringing up the rear. My name's Bruce Jones alongside John Watson, and out on the track, John, we have puddles.
Sadly, we had puddles. They started to fall just at the point when the RAC, the Tourist Trophy, got underway, as these cars make a sighting lap, a very important lap for all the competitors, because many of them didn't get a chance to drive in these type of conditions over the previous 2 days.
It's absolutely really such a sensible thing to do. The track is considerably wetter than it had been for most of these people. 2 laps behind the safety car, but what you can see is the clock that would have had 25 minutes on it just a short while ago is now counting down. Of course, once the safety car releases the field, they can get up to full pace racing. But right now, face full of spray for almost all of these drivers, but where the puddles are sitting is what really, really matters for these drivers, and is a chance to see them, because going out towards the edge, it does become a point of diminishing returns, John.
Well, certainly the painted white lines, we know, get extremely slippery when it's wet, and the edge of the racetrack again is saturated. So you drop a wheel onto the verge and you're sort of into instant mud, and that can spin up a wheel and cause you all sorts of difficulties. So I would imagine there'll be a fair amount of prudence from the bulk of this field. Maybe at the front, Sam Wilson, and looking at Rudy Friedrichs, William Nuttall, 1 or 2 others will be out there racing for victory. I think many of the others will be very content to make it through. We've got 22.5 minutes remaining, and I think that would be the objective.
Yeah, a lot of these drivers spend the European season driving in the HGPCA, the Historic Grand Prix Car Association events all around Europe. I saw them at Dijon-Penois earlier this year. The conditions were not like this. However, the second lap, the race has begun, but they will not be released to run at full racing speed until the safety car has turned its lights off and pulled out off the track into the pit lane at the end of this, the second lap since the start of the race. However, I don't think the drivers mind a second chance to really get a feel for just where the water's sitting here. And one thing, John, a lot of these drivers have done a lot of racing at Goodwood, so they do know naturally where the puddles lie.
Yes, but what they're having to deal with is not just the puddles. It's going to be a lot of spray coming from open wheel Formula cars. So those in the middle to the back of the field will be struggling to see. They're going to have to reference sort of either to the left or to the right, because all the reference points they would normally access in a dry race, they're not going to be there.
Now, some of these cars have an incredibly illustrious history, and the car in pole position was Jim Clark's first F1 winner. That was the 1961 British Empire Trophy race at Brands Hatch, but possibly even greater than that is the bloodline of the Cooper T53 lowline that Rudy Friedrichs has. That was the car that Jack Brabham used to win his second consecutive Formula One title in the 1960s, when Cooper with the Giant Slayers and alongside them Lotus starting to convince at least some of the teams that the engine was better behind the driver's shoulders.
Yeah, what Cooper achieved, particularly in the 1959 and 60 seasons, those back-to-back World Championships for Sir Jack Brabham. Then out of that, we saw Chapman take the engine from the front of a Lotus 16 and put it into the back of a Lotus 18. And that then took that rear engine concept even further than Cooper had achieved. And while Lotus may not have been ultimately the most reliable manufacturer in this early 60s period, the beauty of a Cooper was it was a more, let's say, rugged, maybe more dependable formula. And certainly that was, I think, confirmed by the performances of, first of all, Sir Jack Brabham, and also by his teammate Bruce McLaren.
Don't forget, of course, that partnership between Colin Chapman and Jim Clark absolutely flourished from then on. But right now, the safety car pulls aside in the chicane and Sam Wilson gets the power down as much as he dares in these tricky conditions. But I'll tell you what, Rudy Friedrichs is closing in fast as they run down towards Madwick for the opening lap. There is the green flag, no overtaking before the start-finish line. But certainly Rudy Friedrichs in the Cooper number 12 got a very good amount of momentum.
And Andy Wills made a positional change. Well, he's going to be re-challenged again as they come through Madwick on this opening lap. So the BRM got up to third, but the Cooper, going the long way around the outside of Madwick, has snatched that back, and the lead has changed. Friedrichs has taken the lead from Sam Wilson. Yeah, well, in fact, that's just changed because Will Nuttall had a better run down towards St Mary's. In terms of form in qualifying, in practice, as we call it here at this meeting, these first 4 cars were by far the quickest, and looking at the conditions, you rather expected them to get away, but what I didn't expect was all this chopping and changing, and now it's Nuttall getting into the lead of the race. He made the worst start of these top 4 cars. Andy Wills probably made the best to move up a position, but they've swapped, they've changed, and Sam Wilson with the green helmet there, he was on, I thought, may just ease his way clear, but at the moment he's having to fight for his living. He certainly has. I assumed that he was going to dominate this race, but struggling in these conditions, and there's the 2 Coopers in first and second place that seem to be maybe a little bit more, again, compliant. And look, Andy Wills goes up the inside and puts Sam Wilson back into 4th position, albeit maybe temporarily, as they come through Lavance Part 1 And now into part 2. Sam Wilson on the outside in the Lotus 18, and Andy Wills in the BRMP 48.
Yeah, but there's quite a gap to the next car through, and it looks though it's just trying to say, it's one of the Maserati 250Fs I sense. I think it could be John Spears, who seems to be somewhere, but in the gloom where we cannot see them, but quite a few seconds between the pair on the start-finish line. It was just 0.3 of a second between Sam Wilson and Rudy Friedrichsen. As anybody guesses, because here comes the car we've lost there is Sam Wilson. He's fallen right back. He was our pole sitter. Andy Willis in the BRM number 5 was pushing and probing, couldn't quite get past Rudy Friedrichsen. Maybe this is the break coming at the front of the field. I can't say that, it's super close, but Will Nuttall, super neat job. He really loves this car. The low line, absolutely great car in these conditions.
I'm going to keep an eye on number 5, the BRM, trying to get up alongside the Cooper on the start-finish straight, but just didn't have the drive off the chicane to make that attempt stick. But is he looking again into Madrick against the number 12? That's really Friedrichs. So it is Andy Wills, to me, seems to have performance in the corner, but not quite able to match the performance in the straight line of the Cooper, but doing a good job and undercutting on the exit out of Madrick to take himself into second place.
Well, Will Nuttall's really atoned for not the best first few corners, perhaps just reassessing the situation. He's now starting to pull clear, but interestingly, the driver who was on pole position, Sam Wilson, has fallen back to 4th place, is dropping away. He may have, now he's starting to come back a little bit, he may have, a bit of steaming on his visor or something, but in terms of his qualifying pace, he was more than a second, 1.2 seconds clear. However, conditions entirely different. And then we can up behind Sam Wilson, we've got another Wilson, because up into 5th place is Richard Wilson. It was the 246 F1 Dino Ferrari I saw, not John Spears. It was red, it was front-engined, not in our shot. Here it comes now in the background, just going through the second part of Samaris. The first 2 cars turn into lap.
So we go look back at the toothpaste tube Connaught of car, which is very underrated, underpowered more than underrated. Very good chassis, just didn't, the old Alta-based engine just did not have the ultimate horsepower to match that of Coventry Climax, or of, in the case of BRM there, either 4-cylinder or latterly in 1.5 litre form, they're V8s.
Well, plenty of 10. You called it that Andy Willis was going to attack. He did from the start. This is an ex-Graham Hill car. Raced to 3rd place in the Alton Park Gold Cup in 1960. But Andy seems to, whenever you get wet conditions, he seems to absolutely thrive. So BRM to the front, and don't forget, they were to take a world title in 1962. In 60, they were hoping for one, but obviously BRM had spent a lot of years not quite getting around to the winning bit. And of course, at this point, they were suddenly looking so much sharper with that P48.
Well, they transferred from front-engined with basically the same engine that's in this car, the 4-cylinder engine.
Bless you, John. Frog in the throat, might even be a frog on the track, it's that wet. But our first 4 cars now really starting to spread out, but Andy Willis is starting to pull clear. He's 1 and a bit seconds clear. He's just set the fastest lap of the race. I sense it's not really raining anymore, but there's so much water on the track, there is spray aplenty. But these cars, John, in the late 1950s, clearly once the engine was in the back, they're so nimble. Just look at how they can adapt them as they move around. And there's the Connaught, that's something a little bit different. That's Charlie Martin running around in the middle order.
So the Connaught is middle 50s technology, a great design team behind the car, but not maybe the finance that to match those Van Walls, Ferraris, even Maserati and teams. But a car that was, for me, one of the best handling cars of its generation.
Yeah, interesting that 2 of the front-engine cars are in the top 6. I mentioned the car number 38, which is Richard Wilson is pressing on. That's the Ferrari. But John Spears in the best of the Maseratis, not too far behind him. Actually, he is. He's about 5 seconds behind. Sorry, apologies. Looking through the spray, I picked one out. But anyhow, to have a front-engine car on a really wet track, chasing these rear-engine cars and not disgracing themselves, that's impressive. That also comes down to being very, very much in tune with your car, and putting the tail out there. That was a hairy, scary moment from Eddie Williams, but he hauled it back in. There he is, car number 43 with a Union flag on top of his helmet.
Just the layout of the Lotus 16. Oh, and watching again the Cooper, absolutely struggling to get any degree of traction coming out of 11. But the nature of the Lotus, it's a front-engine Grand Prix car, but the driver sat over the rear axle, so you're getting all the information instantaneously through your body, whereas in the middle of the car, as you would be in a Cooper or in later Lotuses, you have to wait that millisecond longer.
Still impressive. We started with 23 cars. We still have 23 cars. Very, very difficult conditions. I would suggest those 2 laps behind the safety car at the start of the race are very sensible indeed. A chance for them to get a feel for the surface. Looking at the battle between one of the Bakers, driver 24, that's Dean Baker, that's the Dorset Racing Associates car. There it is, little Cooper, nice and neat. And again, caution is quite sensible. It's about putting the power down as smoothly as possible, but he's really being pushed and harried by Cameron Gillies, who's really starting to show some form in his little Cooper there.
Just watching these cars, how small they are, not just visually, but just physically, they're small Formula One cars. These were the World Championship cars up until the end of 1960, beginning in 1954. And there you can see the difference. The Lotus much more, I'm going to say controlled, but even it's struggling to get power down, and the Cooper just sweeps ahead.
So, neat and tidy. Let's look at some excellent driving. This is called saving the moment. Out into the puddle, don't want to be there. What happens when you hit the white lines? Well, even in the middle of the track, that was considering some braking, but a really good braking. That was Dean Baker. Now look at it coming down into chicane. What are you seeing, John?
Well, I'm looking at the Connaught first of all, but watching the Lotus. Does he clip the... No, he doesn't. But behind us, this battle between the two Coopers and just catching the water on the exit of Woodcote, and then the car going from left to right across the racetrack, having to regroup to get yourself lined up to go into this. Sam Wilson's in trouble. He just put his hand up indicating for the Ferrari to go through. So whatever the reasons are, the Lotus is slowing down. Maybe that's why we didn't see the Lotus, what we thought would be a dominant drive from Sam Wilson.
Yeah, so one Wilson's passed another. Richard in the Ferrari has now moved up into fourth place. Sam Wilson, he was fastest by 1.2 seconds in practice, but since the start of this race, he stayed in that lead group for a while, but has been falling off, and that is not the form you expect from Sam Wilson. I'm sure he's just been trying to assess the problem. I expect to see his hand go up, perhaps, and report to the pits, or is he just going to press on, because I suppose racing is all about gathering.
He's got a misfire.
He has, hasn't he? Yeah, just popping away.
Yeah, and in these wet weather conditions, you know, water can get anywhere, particularly with electronics. If it gets into the ignition systems, that is just going to lose you know, tons of horsepower. And certainly that misfire coming out of the chicane is the fundamental problem that Sam Wilson's having to deal with.
Yeah, and if anyone thinks if you're driving a single suit in the rain, you just get wet on your shoulders, you don't. It comes up through every orifice in the bottom of the car, doesn't it, John? You'll be dripping when you get out of one of these.
If you're lucky, it drains out from another orifice, but if you're unlucky, it stays in the chassis.
There you go. So still Coopers, as far as the eye can see, battles up and down the field. This is Jeff Underwood, car number 59, and tucked in behind it's the Ellis Saab car, being guided by Manuel there. That's a Cooper T51, so that's one from 1959. But up front is Andy Willis, pulling ever further clear. He had plenty of intent at the start of the race, and he's picking way through. There's Ewan Surgeson, the Lotus 16 with the Graham Hill replica helmet, the colours of the London Rowing Club. It is starting to brighten up a little bit, and I think, I'm not saying we're getting a dry line, but the drivers, a bit of autumnal leaf movement there. But here we have another car demoting Sam Wilson. It's the 250F now of John Spears going up into 5th place overall. That's car number 34.
Well, only 10 more minutes of misery for Sam Wilson, because he's powerless to do anything to rectify the misfire that his Lotus Climax is suffering from. And they sort of, you think it's one of the most beautiful Formula One cars in history, but totally outclassed in technology terms by the Axel Cooper and by Lotus. But in these conditions, certainly a very manageable and drivable car. Straight 6 twin cam Maserati engine, about 245-50 horsepower. Probably the Italians would say a lot more in period, but in reality about 240, maybe 260 on a very good day.
Yeah, but the chassis always looked so well balanced, but the person who seems to have the best balanced chassis, or certainly the ambition to press, even getting slightly sideways on the puddles there, pulling clear, is our race leader, and certainly Andy Willis putting in a fantastic drive, and has just banged in some very good laps. Who else is setting quicker laps? No one is as fast as Andy Willis, but oh dear, I was about to start talking about this car. This is the ex-Yeoman Credit car, run by Sterling Moss's dad, Alfred and Ken Gregory, but unfortunately for Malcolm Cook, that was a little bit of a slide out. You can see the mud, but the good thing is he rotated it, but it didn't appear to do anything. Maybe a bit of mud in his mirror. Yes. I don't know if you can see through the spray anyhow when he looks through.
Coming out of Lavin, so many drivers have been caught out this afternoon, particularly in these wet conditions, on the exit of Lavin, and it's a corner which, you know, it's a two-part corner, but it is slightly off camber, and if you get a slide going on, then it can sometimes lead to a spin.
Well controlled. It could have been a whole lot worse. Gap between first and second continues to go out. Now let's take a look. Someone is... Oh, that's the moment from further back. And Well, I tell you what, in terms of parallel parking with a little 180, that was as tidy as it possibly could be.
Yeah, fortunate not to make contact, but we saw him getting back underway as we go back to the racing at the front. So the Lotus versus the Cooper, front engine versus mid-engine. And is it the case of, well, after you, sir? Well, it is the case the Lotus is taking the more gentle and the wider line on the exit of St Mary's, and that goes through, and that be a positional change for the number 8 Lotus, number 4 Lotus in 8th position.
Yeah, it was a challenge up the inside, the second part of St Mary's, by the driver who's now at the back of that group. So Cameron Gillies just learning that up the inside you actually carry a little bit more speed around the outside, particularly in the wet conditions here. But he'll be fighting back. That's the low-line Cooper in the background, but it's the rather older Cooper of Dean Baker, car from 1959, that's now starting to challenge the Spanish industrialist Joaquin Folk. He loves his cars, he loves his bikes, he loves his Goodwoods, but he seems to, every time we look at him, be fighting against someone. And that's what it's all about when you come racing. But that Lotus 16 still looks absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice little car, especially in these conditions. And so Joachim Fulch, who has raced historic cars as long as I know him. I think he used to race the part of the collection of Bernie Eccleston, Miss Brabham BT 49s, if I recollect correctly.
Well, what a treat that must be. So it doesn't matter if you're just at the tail end of the top 10, still ducking out in the spray, trying to see what you can do when you get up towards the first corner. Double apex, and actually a really nice, tidy move there. No really staunch defence there from Dean Baker as he went past Joaquin Folk, and trying to get a move in the background is a driver who tried last lap at St Mary's, didn't get it to work, lost momentum, lost 2 places. Cameron Gillies fighting back around the outside, getting the job done. Very nice and tidy. Down to Ford Water he goes. Still those enormous puddles on the left-hand side of the screen, right-hand side for the drivers. Drivers becoming a little more confident. Windows in our commentary box are very, very darkly tinted. It seems like it's nightfall, but out on the track it doesn't look that bright either, does it, John?
And also remember, the camera lenses always enhance the level of light, so what we see from the commentary booth with our tinted windows, it's as if somebody's turned the lights on at Goodwood, but in fact it's not quite so dark. There's the race leader exiting out of the chicane, just over 6.5 minutes of this race to run. 8 laps completed and a 3.2 gap between first and second.
And don't forget, just the year after the youngest of these cars completed the 1960 World Championship, that's the cut-off point for this race. We went to 1.5 litres for the FIA Formula 1 World Championship, and not all the manufacturers believed it was going to happen. Ferrari stole a march, but the cars didn't look enormously different. Well, they did from the Maserati 250F, just going out of the left-hand side of your screen, but the changes were going to come very fast indeed. That was the other Baker, Brad Baker, car number 56, run by the Dix Garage. And again, just one of the trickiest corners on the circuit here at St Mary's. You can see all the raindrops on the rain lens, on the lens of the TV camera. A little bit of caution, but John, when you were racing in very early days, the outside line, did you go seeking it when you were looking at a really wet track? Because a lot of drivers say there are marbles and other bits out there that sort of help you a bit.
I think it maybe depended on the circuit. Some circuits get a lot of rubber on the racing line. Would depend maybe if you're in a very warm country where there'd be a lot more rubber down. So you might choose, again, in certain corners, dependent whereabouts in the circuit, you might choose the wider line to find grip on the outside, which you would never ever dream of doing in dry conditions.
Well, don't forget, it's the Richmond and Gordon Trophy, and the Richmond Trophy element of this is for the front engine cars, and at the moment leading the way is Richard Wilson in his Ferrari. He's running in 4th place overall. John Spears about 8 seconds down. He's second in the class. He's waving the flags for the Maseratis. Well, a bit of a hand up there as the number 8 starts to make progress all over again after his spin, but he's effectively a lap down, so the driver trying to get past car number 23. Not too happy, but it's so hard to see, and that's Will Nuttall, not happy at all. Any chance, because the clock's counting down. He's lost precious seconds in his chase after Andy Will.
The problem
really
for everybody is if your focus is entirely looking forward and maybe not looking in your mirrors, and sometimes your mirrors also get spray on them, so visibility is not always brilliant. And that was the case of one driver wanting to make a move, another driver being wholly unaware, and that's why we saw Nuttall's hand coming out, his arm coming out, and waving, and not happy.
Yeah, but just remember that number 8 Cooper, when it came back on the track, was mud in one of its mirrors, and unfortunately that was the one he would have been looking in to try and see who was coming. But actually, for a lot of the drivers, it's survival out there. But for Will Nuttall, who's an inveterate winner in pretty much anything he drives in historic racing, I would say that has cost him his chance. He's nearly 8 seconds down.
Yeah. And he's lost quite a lot of time in that last couple of laps. Okay. So let's watch and see. Here's the problem, because number 8 is looking to find a way past this number 8, the ex-Rob Walker, and Nuttall is trapped between two slower cars, tries to go at the kink in the straight, and then he's cut off, and that's why he got upset, raises his hand as in disgust. But look, it's difficult conditions for everybody, and as I say, visibility rearward, not necessarily great.
Well, really tricky moment for our race leader. The driver of the Keith has just put his hand out and said, through you go, thank you very much indeed. But for Nigel Batchelor, he did the right thing. But for Andy Willis and the much lower little BRM, our race leader, he lost a bit of momentum, tucks around past it, but it was a bit like having to go through a moving chicane as he threaded that BRM through just as where he wanted to turn in the first part of Lavant.
A great shame that the Keith never got to race. And I think part of it was when it was Coventry Climax made the V8 motor for it, that they got a certain number of horsepower and they thought, well, this is never going to be enough to take on Ferrari or other brands, and the project effectively got canned.
It got canned, and then they eventually found out, as I gathered, that they did have an equivalent amount of horsepower, but the programme had been put away.
Yes, and I think part of the reason was that there was a slight over-expectation or over-estimation of the power that the principal competitors, those from Italy, were claiming.
Sorry, John, I didn't quite catch that. Anyhow, we'll press on. So here we go. So the BRM leading the way. It should be this lap and one further lap. The margin back from Andy Willis's BRM to Will Nuttall. Will is coming in the background of the shot. Who'll be the second car behind the Keith? Has he been seen? This is what he wants to see as he turns into Madrick. Very close as he runs alongside the equivalent Cooper. That's Jeff Underwood. Jeff appears to have seen him. But actually, you know what? Some of those moments, when we looked at poor Will Nuttall losing space, the car in front of him, that number 8 car that we saw move across with Malcolm Cook, he was trying to avoid a deep puddle on the track while he fought, admittedly, for 18th place. But you know, these things happen, and visibility, it's hard enough in the drive, but with the spray here, it's awful.
Forward visibility is difficult. Rearward visibility is much, much more difficult. Your focus and concentration is 99.9% recurring, looking forward, and you kind of, let's say, anybody who wants to pass me, they make their own way around me because I'm fully committed. Some drivers, you know, it takes all their mental capacity just to do the one thing, and that's keeping the car on the racetrack.
Yeah, so is the gap going out or coming down? Actually, it's staying pretty much just under 8 seconds. It's going to be a question of how the traffic falls in front of the chasing Will Nuttall. Andy Willis, with that advantage, can afford to bide his time. If he can't get through before a corner, he can wait until he's sure the driver in front has seen him and then press on. And certainly the way Andy's been driving this BRM, he's just looking super, super confident.
I mean, the cars look great, really, from the beginning of the opening lap and all the way through. Andy Willis has driven, I don't think he's put a wheel wrong, and there the Cooper going off again, coming into Woodcote, and gets back on track, then goes onto the grass for a second time, and that will not aid his visibility. So now the race leader's coming up to the tail of the human credit. Cooper, let's watch and see. Oh, a lunge down the inside and just carries too much speed, starts as long slide, did the right thing by not trying to correct it, just drives across the track onto tarmac, but then in the process a little bit maybe impatient to get back on again and has to do it a second time.
Well, here we are, the bottom end of the top 10. Every time we've looked at Cooper number 43, there's been a very fierce battle going on around him, and at the moment controlling it, keeping it out of the puddles, but certainly it's been quite a drive for Eddie Williams. Every driver after this race will have had at least 5 or 6 scares when they got the cars a little bit too sideways, but at the moment he's just holding off another Cooper. That's Cameron Gillies, who's getting onto his tail, but there won't be much more time, because here's our race leader. We've nearly got to the end of 25 minutes. At the end of this lap, the checkered flag will greet him. Their lap pace actually has dropped to 1 minute 53 for the fastest lap of the race, and very few of them are actually lapping under 2 minutes. And as we come through St Mary's on this, the final lap, it's a nearly 10-second margin. 9.7 seconds on the start-finish line, but 7.8 seconds halfway around the lap, and our man in front is Andy Willis, neat and tidy into the first part of Lavant. Job done. He picked off those 2 back markers, doesn't have to take the long line around them. Neat and tidy, just going to the edge, not trying to hit the white line on the edge, and then through the second part, and it's almost honed, yes, but it's certainly honed.
Yeah. And Bruce, one design due from these cars, certainly in the case of the BRM, that you know this is a car from that sort of period of the middle 50s, late 50s. It's got a wood rim steering wheel. Now, racing cars in the 50s and before that mostly had wood rim steering wheels. But with the innovation of Cooper, Lotus and other manufacturers, they went to a much smaller steering wheel, which is a leather wrapped wheel. But that's part of the tradition, that BRM. built into this P48. I mean, it's a lovely design cue, but it just illustrates just where the team was as opposed to the more innovative Cooper and Lotus teams.
Yeah, well, beautiful car, beautifully driven by Andy Willis. The checkered flag, soggy checkered flag will be there to greet him. The gap back to Will Nuttall and his Cooper will be probably around 10 seconds. So here he comes, car number 23 across the line, 7.4 seconds in the end, so maybe a little bit of backing off from Andy Willis in traffic and waiting for third place. And it will most likely be car number 12 of Rudy Friedrichs, just waiting for him to come through. The low-line T53 Cooper, Jack Brabham car, to take his second F1 title in 1960. Here it comes, no need to push, no need to shove. No cars immediately around him, splashing through the puddles. This is the car that's going to complete our podium. But beautifully done by Andy Willis to win that race. Well done for Will Nuttall. He had lost out a little bit on the opening couple of laps, fought his way back to second. Rudy Friedrichs, middle of the front row, to third. But our pole sitter, Sam Wilson, eventually bringing it in to retire, just 7 laps into the race. And just double checking, and yes, we've got the winner of the front engine class for the Richmond Trophy. That's in 4th place overall, Richard Wilson and his Ferrari 246 Dino F1. He takes that at just a few seconds. Oh, in fact, closed right into just half a second down at the end. John Spires nearly made it in his fantastic looking Maserati 250F. So it was very tight at the end in that, but no doubting Andy Willis. He went out. He fought to the front. You pointed out he was coming, and he most certainly was, and he got the job.
Yeah, I mean, on the run down into Madrid, the BRM was already hunting for the 3rd position, gained it, then lost it on the exit, but bit by bit in the opening lap, this car. And one of the things that the BRM in this time had, looks like, I'm not sure this car has it, but you had a rear disc brake. It was a single rear disc brake, which was mounted at the back of the gearbox.
It was a time of change, but for all these teams that had just started perfecting their cars with 2.5 litres from 1961, they'd have to run them into continental races and other non-championship events to use the bigger engines, and of course the races down in the southern hemisphere, they could take them there. But for the World Championship, largely based in Europe, of course, it was down to 1.5 litres for 1961. And which team got it right? Well, it was most certainly Ferrari that got it right. And it all changed after that.
Yeah, Ferrari had a brilliant engine, a chassis that was no better than anybody else's. But again, the design cues of the Tipo 156 was it had a very wide cockpit and an even wider steering wheel. Again, a woodroom steering wheel. And also, even further, they still ran wire wheels where everybody else, Lotus, Cooper, whomever, had transferred over to a magnesium or certainly an alloy wheels which were lighter and also stronger.
Well, time of change and a time of drying your specs. That's Mike down on the grid, who's a stalwart of Goodwood events. It's great to see people still watching these concluding races of the Goodwood Revival for 2025. But the winner, we can identify him for the Richmond and Gord Trophy. There he is, Andy Willis. He'll be soggy, he'll be happy. And victory for BRM in what was a very, very tricky situation down there. Will Nuttall quickly out, 2nd place for him in his Cooper. And, you know, they can appreciate each other because they drove away from the rest of the field. And Rudy Friedrichs coming home in 3rd place. We'll go down very shortly to our man on the grid, our man with the brolly, our man with the microphone, and that will be Ed Foster. But you had to admire the craft of these two. They were well clear of the pack.
Yeah, and I mean, and under very, very difficult situations, the 2.5 litre Climax engine has certainly got good torque and power, needs a lot of control.
Well, talk of torque, let's talk about Ed Foster because he's going to be doing the interviews. Down to Ed.
Well, what an amazing display of skill, everyone pretty much keeping it on the circuit. Andy, I mean, I know there was a good gap at the end, but none of that looked easy.
No, definitely not easy. I know from experience, I've been the bridesmaid here a few times now, and it's nice to actually stand on the top step, especially against people like Will and Sam and you know, really top people. So great, fantastic car, so proud to be able to drive it. Charles is very generously lets me use it, and you know, grateful that he does.
Let's use it for good reason. Well done, Andy.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Let's find Will. Where are we? Will, you're right here. I mean, that was so tough, but just couldn't do much about Andy today.
No, I just couldn't seem to get out of the corners. Compared to any of the cars, really, even the ones we were lapping. So, but I tried my best and I kept it honest, I think, so that's the main thing.
I mean, it's like walking along a knife edge, that.
Yeah, completely. It's almost, if you don't feel like you're going off every corner, you're not trying hard enough.
Rather you than me. Well done.
Thank you very much.
And we've got Rudy, who's just arrived. Sorry, Andy. Rudy, I think you must be absolutely delighted with that. Such difficult conditions, but Here you are, podium at Goodwood.
Yes, amazing. I'm very proud indeed. It was great. What happened to Sam?
I think Sam had a bit of a misfire.
Okay. So, yeah, I couldn't keep up with semi-professional drivers. They are really so good. I respect that. But I'm very happy to be here.
A well-deserved cup of tea now.
Oh, yes.
Well done, really.
Thank you very much.
So let's take a look at the final standings after a very wet Richmond and Gordon Trophy race with some fantastic driving. And Andy Willis moved his way from the second row up to the front, and he stayed there in his BRM to win by 7.4 seconds from Will Nuttall in the T53 low line, with a similar car of Rudy Friedrichs coming home in third place. And then, this was super impressive, 2 front-engine cars filling fourth and fifth. Richard Wilson in his Ferrari, in the end, just half a second clear of John Spears in his Maserati 250F. Charlie Martin, almost stealth-like, moved up to 6th place in the Connell. That was a good result for him. And then came 3 Coopers in a row. Dean Baker, Cameron Gillies really making progress. Kurt Del Bene and Joaquin Folf-Rossignol in his Lotus 16, falling to 10th place overall, but the important thing, staying on the island. And all the other runners at the end were lapped. Mark Daniel, the best of those, in his Cooper T45 in 11th. Tom Dark, almost all these drivers had their own moments down the order, and just great to see they got to the end. And also always nice to have the interesting entry. So that is at the end of that race, and for the winners, a chance to get out of the rain into the dry. But let's take a look back at the highlights of the event, and it was a tidy start after 2 laps behind the safety car to check out the conditions. Sam Wilson got away best in the Lotus 18 at the front, but eventually he started to be caught, and then we had this wonderful seesawing battle, John, chopping and changing, the Coopers really keeping him on his toes. But then it was the BRM of Andy Willis. You picked it out. He was ditch hooking there, but starting to pick them off.
Yes, he just waited, let the field get underway, let them settle down, and then pick them off one by one. But Sam Wilson, the one we had expected to run away with this race, he had a misfire. When that misfire began, developed, we don't know, but probably, I suspect, relatively early into the race. And again, the usual thing, water getting into the electrics, enough just to take away maybe 40, 50 horsepower.
Everybody had a slip and a slide, and probably a few more as well, and some fantastic saves. And even those not hitting the puddles were struggling to get their cars in a straight line when they came down to places like, the chicane. Super tight, some wonderful footage. Great to see the Keith, a car that never raced in period, having a great battle and getting towards the top 10. But all along, as those at the tail end of the field were finding conditions really rather tricky, and that was quite a save there from Malcolm Cook. It was about whether the front-running cars could get through without being interrupted. Andy Willis had a big enough of an advantage. In the front engine class, it was the number 38 Ferrari of Richard Wilson who was the standard bearer. He was being hunted down. But at the end of the race, it was Will Nuttall doing his best, but it just wasn't enough. He said he couldn't get the power down out of corners, and it was the number 5 BRM that went to the front. And in the middle, there was some moments that really didn't impress Will Nuttall. He got chopped there, 2 cars fighting for, I think it was 18th place, but they got in his way. He knew by then, though, there was no chance he was going to haul in the race winner, Andy Willis. He tried his hardest, eventually 7 seconds, but the BRM crossing the line, and what a murky afternoon it was for them. But a win absolutely supremely done in very, very tricky conditions. From Andy Willis, a discreet little wave, and the applause and the hug at the end, how nice to see.
We are living through a health crisis at the moment. There is a lack of understanding around the importance of a healthy lifestyle which nurtures a healthy gut microbiome.
What I am passionate about is women and parents having actual choice. How people want to feed their kids is very much their business. But what we know is most women start out wanting to breastfeed, and they are unable to do it because of the food environment created by the food industry.
It's been exhilarating and exciting and passionate, and we have people in the audience from all walks of life at all ages.
People need to understand about the gut microbiome because it is a fundamental determinant of not just health but also happiness. We are losing our internal biodiversity, and the way I describe it often is that we are effectively experiencing an internal climate crisis.
I think this place is a beacon of influence.
Well, because it's the final day here at Goodwood Revival, we couldn't resist to come back here to the Revive and Thrive workshop with Dominic Chenier alongside of me. Now, you've taken me on a bit of a ride this last few days. This is our last thing. What are we doing here, Dom?
We've saved the best till last. Today we've got Richard showing you how to do pyrography.
Well said.
I don't know, yeah, thank you. I don't know if you've ever done it before.
No, I haven't done it before at all.
Well, you're about to ruin a piece of wood. So brace yourself.
How much fun have you had the last few days?
It has been an absolute blast. I've loved every minute of it. It's been so nice. I mean, look at the crowd here now. So many people, young and old, has never tried, been exposed to these amazing crafts that they've never tried before.
I think that's what's really struck me actually about the whole weekend is that you've got young people and older people who are already mucking in.
Yeah, you know what? This is a good example, a good chance for the next generation to get inspired and be exposed to something they've never tried before and have a go, and you never know where that's going to lead.
And as a master craftsman yourself, how nice is it to see younger people sort of learning these crafts so that we don't want these to die out?
Exactly, and that's what I personally feel quite passionate about that, and I'm really proud to have the Heritage Skills Academy here representing apprenticeships, and they've got so many talented apprentices here that are learning them and promoting and just celebrating these heritage crafts. It's amazing.
And of course, we can't revive and thrive without having these heritage skills either. I'm going to have a go at this. I must confess, before we went on camera, I did actually break this already, so let's hear this. Dom, you can commentate.
Yeah, right, so you can't put this off any longer. Here we go then. Right, you ready? So this is essentially like almost like a soldering iron. You've got, the idea is to keep within the lines, by the way.
I'm trying.
Yeah, nice and slow, nice and patient. And then it's like a soldering iron for soldering wires. Essentially, it's a bit different, but
I'm
and then
glad
you're
you've already
burning the
coloured
wood.
this in for. I'm glad you've already sort of drawn out what I need to do because my artistic skills really are quite. Oh, look, we've got a flame.
It's literally on fire now. Well, I knew you were coming, so I tried to make it a bit easier for you.
It's much better. Oh, do you know what? This is really satisfying actually as well. I don't think I've done a bad job there, Dom.
Absolutely. The work that you're doing there will stay there. It will be sealed with oil, and that will stay like that. And this is a bookmark that all these people can just leave, take away with them, and use. Yeah.
Listen, it's been really wonderful to come down here every day. Thank you for teaching us a few skills as well that we can take home ourselves. That one might be a bit dangerous to take home with me, but it's been a lot of fun, and thank you, Dom, so much for showing us around.
Thank you for coming over again. Appreciate it.
The workshop here at Revive and Thrive really has been brilliant. Lots of skills to be learned, lots of heritage skills that hopefully we can keep going so for the rest of the time we can revive and thrive.
Thanks, Rosie, and that really is what we are doing across this weekend, reviving and thriving on the track and off it. Everything from pedal power to full-blown horsepower on the track and then off the track as well, enjoying a drink, enjoying a bite to eat, dancing your way around this circuit and even getting a brilliant display over at the aerodrome. Up in the air as well, Hurricanes and Spitfires beginning Friday morning here to kickstart what has been a fantastic, if slightly weather-affected, 2025 Goodwood Revival. The street party's out in full flow for the V-Day celebrations across the weekend. The Lindy Hop as well, proving to be a brilliant hot topic, and over the road as well. So much to see here at the Goodwood Revival. Stands to seek cover, plenty for everybody in the family here at the Goodwood Revival. Now, those sunny shots have obviously changed now as we look at live pictures, although I think the rain has slightly eased off. It's Harry Benjamin and Alice Powell up in the commentary box with you for this final race of the day, the St Mary's Trophy Part 2. So here's Ben Edwards to explain everything you need to know.
The St Mary's Trophy is named after the motor circuit's tricky right-left S-bend and the nearby St Mary's Church in Lavant. First introduced at the Easter meeting in 1961, it was Goodwood's round of the British Saloon Car Championship until 1966, with winners including Mike Parks, Jack Sears, Graham Hill and Jim Clark. Those races are recreated with the annual St Mary's Trophy at the Revival. It's a two-part race for production saloon cars, with VIPs racing on Saturday, owners on Sunday and an aggregate result. It alternates between the eras of the 1950s and 60s, and in 2025 it's the turn of the 50s cars to provide another dose of frenetic saloon car action. Expect to see a classic David and Goliath battle as the tiny Austins and Alfa Romeos take on the big Jaguars and giant American V8s.
Poised to be then a really exciting final race as we take a look inside the Ford Zodiac Mark II of Theo Paphitis, lining up at the back of the grid, the former Dragon from Dragon's Den, and has been going well in that Ford Zodiac, but just enjoying the conditions out there. We have, I believe, according to the amended grid, Phil Bullen-Brown, who is lined up at the back in the 121 car as well, and a couple of other additions that will be at the back. But the race then straight away off and running, because it's going to be 2 laps behind the safety car, so 25 minutes and counting down as the St Mary's Trophy Part 2 is underway, and those cars making their way around now. Production saloon cars from the 1950s, ordinary saloon cars plucked from their retirement as we go racing. We'll be able to run you through how the grid looks then. It's that Ford Fairlane of Alex Thistlethwaite on pole alongside the Jaguar Mark I of Chris Ward and Simon Lewis's Lister Jag Mark I. That is the front row. Then it's the Austin of Ben Colburn behind. Cameron Jackson's Jaguar Mark I is in 5th. The Ford Thunderbird of Fred Shepherd going from 6th. Mike Jordan's Austin A40 ahead of the Jaguar Mark I. The Standard Vanguard is in 10th. Tom Chilton is in the Alfa Romeo Giulietta going from 12th on the grid. In row 6, Richard Butterfield and Richard Postins in a Mark I Jaguar and an A40 Austin. Look, a few Austins dotted throughout the field. Nick Swift, Tim Crichton, big names here at the Goodwood Revival, going from 16th and 17th in their respective Austins. The top 20 rounded out by Duncan Pittaway's Jaguar, and then the back of the field is made up of Ford Zodiacs. Chris Bunkum's Alfa Giulietta with Nick Naismith and David Green in the Austin. In 25th, the penultimate row, Ding Boston, Tom Shepherd and Nick Leston. A couple of Riley 1.5s there, with Theo Paphitis going from the back ahead of Phil Bullen-Brown's Austin A35, which has been added to the grid. So a late entry then for this St Mary's Trophy, Alice.
It certainly is. And having a nice look at some of the cars.
And I think we've got an A40 right at the back of the field as well. So a couple of Austins joining the fun in these tricky conditions, although at last check, as I glanced outside the commentary box, Alice, it was a little lighter when it came to the rain intensity.
Yes, it has started to ease slightly, which is good to see, and these drivers will be pleased with that. So they're doing 2 laps under the safety car, so they're going to go around again once more. And leading the field away when the safety car does peel into the pits will be Alex Thistlethwaite in the Ford Fairlane, and they finished 2nd in the race yesterday. a real solid drive for the 57, and it was Steve Soper that was behind the wheel of that, and they were beaten by the Ford Thunderbird, which is starting a couple of rows or a few cars back, and these are, you could just see the tail enders, and there's Kerry Michael in the Ford Zodiac.
Now, of course, this year's St Mary's Trophy Part 1 featured, I think, more A-list stars than ever from the world of motorsport, which we saw that Saturday VIP action really heating up. It really was a cracking race. Tom Christensen was the headline performer at the wheel of the enormous Ford Thunderbird. That was the headline performer. He really emerged with victory after a thrilling race-long battle with Steve Soper in the, well, similarly huge Ford Fairlane. You'll see them at the front of the field. The two really were in a class of their own at the front, with Andrew Jordan, who came home best of the Austin A40s as he just barely saw off the challenge really from Tom Ingram to complete the podium. This is one of the rideys towards the back, and they really have fallen a little fair way off the pace, it must be said, behind the safety car.
It is, you can see they've got the window open there. I think that's just a way to make sure it doesn't steam up inside. They won't be warm in there, but they'll be nice and toasty, but it won't be really hot that you need to open the window. Wow, look at the bright lights on the Ford Fairlane that Alex has got shining. Of course, in the wet conditions, it's mandatory to have the pit light, the rain light and headlights on. And of course, we've got the time ticking down, 20 minutes of this race remaining, and as you said, Harry, we have got a few cars towards the back that are struggling to even keep up with the pace of the safety car, which should have peeled in, and the racing will get underway.
And we are indeed underway at full speed for the St Mary's Trophy Part 2, the second of the St Mary's races with the owners in the car, and then we'll take an aggregate result at the end to get the official finish. And now we know Alex Littlethwaite in that huge 57, the Ford Fairlane. Whilst great in the dry, you've got to manage the brakes, but maybe a little more nervous, a little slower in the wet. That Mark 1 of Chris Ward all over the back of it, being followed by Simon Lewis's Lister Jaguar Mark 1. It'll be interesting to see how long Thistlethwaite can hold on in the lead here. So far, though, doing a decent job.
Yeah, doing a decent job, but it is going to be hard to keep those behind. And those at the back of the field, Harry, I'm being told how many have crossed the line. They're only just heading into the chicane. So and those behind can't overtake because technically they're still under safety car conditions. So once they do pass the green flag, and I think we've got a bit of the chicane that has somehow managed to make its way off, but that we've got a 3-car train at the front of the field with the Ford and the 2 Jags slinging their way behind, and Chris Ward, he's going to have a look down the inside into Lappin Corner. Is Thistlethwaite going to shut the door? He leaves him enough space, and Chris Ward tries to get on that throttle, and look at that Jag getting all sideways, but it's not going to probably have the grunt of that Ford down this big long straight towards Woodcote Corner.
Holds on for now as he weaves across the track, those headlights blinding in the lens of our cameras. 18.5 minutes left. Thistlethwaite leads Ward and Dorlin in third in the 22 as we go side by side for the lead of this race, and it looks like Chris Ward has been able to muscle his way through in the Jaguar Mark 1, holds on ahead now as they come into the chicane of Thistlethwaite, with Dorlin in the Lister Jag Mark 1 just sitting and waiting for his time in third, but there's the puddle right there waiting for you.
Yeah, big puddle there, and now the Lister Jag of Simon Lewis is going to try and make his way up through. Alex Brundle was behind the wheel of this in the race yesterday. They ended up finishing in 10th place, an eventful race for Alex, and here we've still got battles going. We've got one of the Minis there, one of the Alfa Romeos, plenty of battles throughout the field, chopping and changing of position, and Colburn is dropped slightly down the order, the number 6 car, which is in our standard Vanguard.
Certainly, but up in the lead then as it starts to settle down, making their way through this St Mary's Trophy Part 2. Those light and nimble Austins that are littered throughout the field, looking at this Nick Swift's Austin Mini heading this little battle a little further down in the top 10, staying ahead at the moment of Tom Chilton in the Alfa Romeo Giulietta. And there, though, is your race leaders, as it's now Thistlethwaite down to thirds, with Dorlin, who is actually the driver in that Lister Jag Mark 1, occupying second now, and this is how he made his way through. Was just biding his time, really, and made it look easy, but unfortunately I think that Ford Fairlane is going to suffer in these conditions.
It is, and it struggled with the braking in the dry yesterday, and it will certainly struggle with the braking in the wet as well, as we've got again another one of our Jaguars sneaking up behind. That's Cameron Jackson is going to try and make his way past now.
Cameron Jackson, who started in 5th, stays in 5th at the moment, and then we're looking at Thistlethwaite though under pressure from the Williams car behind the number 12 of Grant Williams in that Jag Mark 1, always putting on a show at any car event is Grant Williams. Not quite popping tyres this time as he gets his foot flat to the floor, gets a bit of encouragement from the pit wall, pulls up alongside, goes ahead and up into 3rd for Grant Williams.
Fastest car on track is on screen right now of the number 12. Is actually a couple of seconds quicker than our leaders of Ward and Dorlin, so he's feeling the grip out here, or finding the grip, and he's going to be charging down his next victims, which will be the Lister Jag and the Jag Mark 1. So of course the Ford is struggling. Jackson now is the next one. We could, if it goes this way, have top 4 Jaguars, all bar one of them being a Lister Jaguar, which is Dorlin, and there is one of our other Ford. This is the Ford Thunderbird, which Fred Shepherd is behind the wheel of, and he's got Nick Swift in the little 19 Mini all over the back of him.
Nick Swift, who started down in 16th position and is now looking at Fred Shepherd's 7th place in this race. Just the difference in car design here. Light, nimble, heavy and big. Going toe-to-toe here at the Goodwood Revival for the St Mary's Trophy Part 2. Side by side, I feel like it's only a matter of time before Nick Swift is able to squeeze his way through, and he does indeed do so in the Austin Mini, through now on Fred Shepherd's Ford Thunderbird. So that's another position gain for Nick Swift, who is rocketing up the order. Out in front though, Chris Ward is being kept honest in the Jaguar Mark 1. Less than a second between him and Dorlin in the Lister Jag Mark 1. Then Thistlethwaite, now behind Grant Williams, who is occupying 3rd in the Jaguar Mark 1. Jackson's Jaguar Mark 1 in 5th. Then it's the Jordan Austin A40 rounds out the top 6 before we have Nick Swift, then Fred Shepherd with Smith and Tom Chilton in the Alfa Giulietta rounding out the top 10.
Super close, isn't it, between those? And this is the car that's going to charge them down and has set another fastest lap of the race with a 156.634. The leaders are still in the 157s. They're not able to break through. You can see the tail out of the Williams Jaguar as already lapping some back markers. Again, they could come into play, but keep an eye on the Nick Swift Mini as well, because he's actually setting some pretty handy lap times too, and the Minis have a lot less power than the Jaguars and the Fords, but like you touched on, Harry, they are much lighter, much more nimble, exactly what you need in these wet conditions.
Ben Colburn, who started in 4th on the 2nd row, looks like he's hit trouble. I think he might be out of this one in the 55 Austin A105 or Westminster. That's a shame for Ben, but back up front, that gap, well, there it is, visibly clear. Chris Ward, I wonder if he had a little bit of a moment that's just allowed Dorlin, and now Grant Williams, all 3 nearly in the same shot with less than 13 minutes remaining. And we've got a bit of traffic in the form of the Riley 1.5. Nick Leston down in 26th, who gets nicely out of the way.
Good job by him moving out of the way. He knows it's not his battle at all. And the Lister Jag of Dorlin keep hunting down. So let's have a look further down. Oh, the 71.
Tom
getting
Chilton.
sideways, yeah. In the Alfa Romeo Giulietta, down in 10th place.
Okay, we're looking at Nick Swift getting through on the 77 of Mike Jordan's Austin A40. So Nick Swift picked off Fred Shepherd, another lap around, picked off Mike Jordan. Nick Swift in the Austin Mini from 16th up into 6th position. Impressive.
It certainly is. And another fastest lap for Williams in the Jaguar, 1:56.233. He is exactly 1 second quicker than our race leader. So there they are, they're all together now. The 22 still in second place is going to have the job of attacking and defending, and is made even trickier in these more difficult conditions, as he is in the Lister Jaguar, which is of course different to the Mark 1. So still a Mark 1, but it's a Lister Jaguar Mark 1, and it was modified by Brian Lister to compete in the saloon car racing. It still features a 3.4 litre engine, but there's not many of them that compete under the Lister name, and there is the move, done and dusted. Williams slides up the inside, and he is into, that's James Dorlin, going down the inside, so he's into the race lead, and next you would expect coming through, there you go, is the number 12.
Change for the lead here in the St Mary's Trophy Part 2, as Chris Ward finally has to succumb to the challenge from Dorlin as the rear kicks out as they head up and over the hill, and that was all he needed, the invitation to go side by side and through for the 22 of Dorlin in the Lister Jaguar now leads, but Grant Williams in third is putting the pressure on Chris Ward now. They've dropped Alex Littlethwaite down in fourth in that Ford Fairlane. That's the car that came second yesterday, the car that won the race yesterday in the hands of Tom Christensen in the Ford Thunderbird. That's the 73 car, currently down at 8th in the hands of Fred Shepherd as we go side by side. Here comes Grant Williams down towards Madrick. Traffic in the Riley, lovely to swap around the middle, but that has just, I think, saved Chris Ward's bacon coming into Madrick. Just halted the momentum from Grant Williams there as he gets a proper slide on. More traffic coming into play here. Williams sticks with him though.
I think Ward is going more sideways than he is in a straight line at the moment. So Dorlin has now escaped up the road, and Williams will know, I've got to get past Ward as quickly as I possibly can, because Dorlin is actually setting personal bests, and they're decent personal bests at the moment. And actually saying that, he just set the fastest lap of the race. He's the first driver to go into the 155s, so maybe he was just getting boxed in and struggling to get through in the spray. And we see Swift again, he's making his way further up the order, so he's going past Jackson now, who is in another one of our plenty of Mark 1s, and he's going to probably get up into fourth place very quickly.
Off onto the grass.
And he is, there we go, off onto the grass. The car that ended up finishing second yesterday has now dropped down into 5th place.
Yeah, it's not going well for the big cars out there. The big Fords are falling by the wayside. It's going the way of the lighter and the more nimble. In terms of, we've taken aggregate at the end of this race with comparisons, or the combination with the St Mary's Trophy Part 1 with our VIP drivers in car 22. Well, that was raced by Alex Brundle yesterday, finished 10th. That is the car that leads this race, the 102 of Chris Ward, currently battling it out with Grant Williams still for second and third. Well, the 102 was Gordon Shedden, that finished in 9th. And the 12 was raced by Neil Jarney. And now, though, Nick Swift, who shared that car, the number 19 was Karun Chandok. He shared that within the Austin Mini, has worked his way up nicely and is coming for our leading contenders.
Now traffic, I think, for Dorlin in the middle sector, and he's going to get more traffic. Our race leaders, a lot of traffic actually. So that gap that was stretching out up front is now starting to, or did come down in the previous lap, and one of the back markers is getting on the grass. But Ward, maybe he's settling in a little bit nicely now, because he's just made a big step in lap time, because he's in the 156s and is setting a personal best in that first sector whilst battling through this traffic. So maybe he's starting to feel a little bit more comfortable in this Jag Mark 1. And then Kerry Michael, well, he's got a job on his hand to keep the car on the track, but he's also got a job on his hand to see, which makes that job of keeping the car on the circuit even harder.
Has he got the demister on?
Well, I don't think so. Probably don't have one in there. They didn't put the anti-fog on. Or we did see in the TT, Mr. Dixon was wiping his screen, so maybe he might try and copy and do that. But even more sideways moments for Chris Ward, and they're navigating one of our Alfas.
Incredible driving up and down the field in these really tricky conditions. Rain still coming down, but slightly lighter, but the track, as you can see, absolutely soaked. When you find yourself up and close behind another driver with your visibility, it just surely becomes short of nothing. But Dorlin now able to extend the gap out in front by the looks of things to a couple of seconds, managed to gather it up in that Lister Jaguar. Coming through the chicane though, just so on a knife edge.
It was, and he actually got a bit of oversteer, did Dorlin on the way in. Was able to gather it and sort it out. I notice they have got the marshals are trying to get their attention to put their lights on. I can see this the sign out over the pit wall, but no joy for that at the moment for our race leader. Nick Swift though, he is moving swiftly because he has just set the fastest first sector of anybody. Pretty handy in that middle sector. However, that gap is still at 16 seconds, so there he goes flashing through on shots. He needs either these two to have a real good scrap or a late safety car, but with just under 6 minutes of the session remaining, we'll wait for him to come through in the background. Still some of our back markers come through. You can see the big number 7 car. There's Swift, but the number 7, that's Rowan Atkinson, was behind the wheel of that yesterday. Our Mark 7, Duncan Pittaway, behind the wheel of that today.
This is the man in 4th place, cutting through the field, but is he gonna run out of time and run into traffic? Duncan Pittaway just in front at the moment, slightly balking his progress. There are your top 3 all coming through now, separated by 5 seconds, covering the top 3. Dorlin in the Lister Jag Mark 1 with the advantage. The Jaguar Mark 1 of Ward in second, and then make that another Jaguar Mark 1 of Grant Williams in third. This, though, is the 101 car, which is Smith down in 11th at the moment, being hunted down by the number 72 of Postins and Richard Colburn in the middle of them. The battle for 11th, 12th and 13th. I think Tom Chilton has just had to succumb in his Alfa Romeo to those 3, as he's just lost a couple of positions.
Swift has stolen the fastest lap away on that last lap from Dorlin out front, and here are some of our, that's Swift, sorry, the race leaders. I'm just having a look on the tracker. They're about to hit a whole more heap of traffic.
Oh, sideways for the 6.
Vanguard, James Colburn's at the wheel of that, and he's getting side by side with the 101 Jag Mark 1. Just avoiding that puddle on the outside, though.
Yeah, I think that all went according to plan, didn't it? Toby Smith suddenly with a very full left-hand mirror. But nice job from both of them to control that. Could have ended much worse. That battle going on a little bit further down. Fred Shepherd is falling down the field in the Ford Thunderbird, now down to 9th, as the 59 has just made its way through. 59 actually in the Austin Mini, another car to really rocket up the order. Mark Burnett in 23rd is where he started. Now he's up to 8th. Nick Swift, I think, is he losing time? He's not really gaining, staying around the 16-second mark.
Yeah, that gap's way too big for him to close that down. But they've spread out a little bit out front. Looking at the sectors, though, just as I say, that Ward is as fast as anybody in that first sector. And Nick Gleston again in our Riley 1.5 keeps nicely out the way. Just enjoying himself driving well round, trying to keep it on track, short shifting. But this is the traffic I was on about that our late race leaders are entering now, which could play a part with 3 minutes of the race remaining. So they'll finish this lap, and they will likely have the next lap and then one more.
One headlap better than no headlaps, as I wonder if we just seen the 22 negotiating the traffic there, losing a bit of time is Dorlin, and then straight into the chicane. It really is going to ball.
Now, I've just seen that they've had a swap around of Ward and Williams.
I think that's happened in the
there.
traffic.
Yes, we have, yes.
So Grant Williams is there, coming through now in 3rd spot in his Jaguar Mark 1. So that is a change for position, still sticking with him as the windscreen wipers wave, and that traffic really not getting out of the way as easily as they would like. The 22 still leads now by nearly 3 seconds. And there is this Grant Williams coming back through. It is Grant Williams getting himself back up into second. These two chopping and changing positions with every corner that races by. And Grant Williams is not going to get away with this one without a fight, because Chris Ward comes back with the tail out, side by side, door-to-door action between Grant Williams in the Jaguar Mark 1 and Chris Ward in the sister. It's two Mark 1s alongside each other as Dorlin escapes up the road. Let's look to the back of picture who comes out on top, and it's Chris Ward, but they're still sliding out of the corner, up and over the hill. Ward wins out that battle for now, but Grant Williams is going to come right back at him.
Take a bow, Chris Ward. You found the grip on the outside there. You made it work. And you gained that second place back once again. And Rob Jarvis was jumping out of the way of the number 10 in the Austin A105 Westminster. Prior to this battle, he would have had a great shot of that. Nick Swift, another fastest lap, our first driver to enter into the 154s, as we mentioned, is totally running out of time. So James Dorlin has gone through now into the final sector with 51 seconds remaining on the clock. So we will get one more lap worth of racing, which will continue. More traffic for the leaders to navigate.
Nick Swift has closed the gap slightly, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to come home in what should be a comfortable fourth place. A really good rise up, making the use of that Austin in these conditions. Crossing the line, then we'll get one more lap for Dorlin in the Lister Jag Mark 1. That is the car coming through Madrick now. Ooh, a little bit nervous on turning there for the white-coloured Lister with the number 22. Then comes Chris Ward. Now actually pulled a little bit of a gap over Grant Williams. That's fourth place man Nick Swift, who just set the fastest lap, still pushing all the way to the bitter end.
He is now. It looks like Chris Ward's got this under control now, this second place. I hope I've not spoken too soon for his sake. The 34 of our Alfa, which has Chris Buncombe behind the wheel, gets out of the way. Jenson Button was behind this yesterday, as Dorlin still all out on his own in the lead, at least for now. 5.4 seconds. This will be our final lap. Still getting the tail of the Jag moving around as he exits up the hill to Lavant and gets it on the brake. Got some mud on his front bumper there. He's obviously been behind one of the cars that have kicked up some mud, and it gets particularly muddy with the drivers using the inside curve at Woodcote Corner, so there might even just be some mud on the road there. But he's still enjoying himself, and with only a few more corners to navigate and a few more cars of traffic, he'll be a worthy winner, that's for sure.
I don't think a Jaguar-powered car has won this race since 2014. By the looks of it, this was the Lister with the Jag Power, the Mark 1, followed by two Jaguar Mark 1s. So it's going to be a change after dominance really from Ford. The Thunderbird, the Galaxy 500, chopping and changing, taking the victory of the St Mary's Trophy, but we'll take an aggregate result as well. This winning on the road, bit of traffic to bulk it up in the final chicane, but it won't matter to him as nearly very tail happy, almost spinning out, but the flag should be waiting then for the Lister Jaguar Mark 1 takes the St Mary's Trophy Part 2 race win, and then it'll be two Jaguar Mark 1s fighting all the way to the end, but Chris Ward wins out the battle with Grant Williams, and what a rise up through the field. Couldn't quite get enough time in the bank to close up, did Nick Swift in his Austin, but a mighty rise all the way from 16th on the grid to 4th place, with Cameron Jackson's Jaguar Mark 1 making it 3 Jags inside the top 5. There is Alex Thistlethwaite in the Ford Fairlane, which started on pole, but the bigger, heavier Ford Fairlane in these conditions, not prime, and actually I think doing a great job to hold on to 6th place.
Doing a fantastic job, because it was never going to be easy in these conditions with that big, heavy Ford. And it was the Jaguars that dominated this race, but Nick Swift was coming through. Look at the gap. It was only 10 seconds a couple of laps ago. It was certainly more than that, over 20 seconds, probably with about 5 minutes left to go. So he was doing a great job. Would have been hoping for an early safety car, I'm sure. But well done to James Dorlin and Chris Ward. He lost second place momentarily, but made that brave move round the outside. And you can see in the background our marshals are dancing. They've had a fantastic time. They've been treated to some awesome racing throughout the entire weekend here at Goodwood.
Certainly have. We've witnessed these incredible machines, the Austins battling cars like this, the Lister and the Jaguar Mark 1s, a couple of Alfa Romeo Giuliettas in there, and the smattering of American machinery to add a bit of flavour to the proceedings here at Goodwood Revival in the St Mary's Trophy. We had the pros take them out yesterday. The owners have taken them out today. We'll try and work out the results for the combination of the two to see who will be the overall winner. But in this one, very much Dorlin in the 22 taking the win, with Grant Williams there coming home in third. Has he just come to a stop? Has he had a bit of an issue?
I hope not, because Ed's going to be waiting down to chat to him.
Might have to wait a little bit longer, unless he wants to do a typical Grant Williams thing and pop the tyre doing a couple of burnouts, but I'm not sure.
No, I wouldn't recommend it.
I'm not sure.
I mean, it's got plenty of
that.
power of these 3.4 litre Jags, but hopefully he does make it down there. But well done, James. Great drive.
The door open, get a bit of air in. The windscreen wipers really having their job cut out as we bring to a close the racing action here at the 2025 Goodwood Revival, with every race delivering something special here at this year's edition. Some fantastic drivers, not easy to race it out in these conditions with these cars, and you can see what it means to James Dorlin and the team to take the win straight away, working so hard. It's not a case of just being out in front. Even when you are, you have to stay laser sharp, laser focused, not make any mistakes. All it takes is a wheel onto the grass and you find yourself in a spin and a race win taken away from you, but not such the case for James Dorlin. Grant Williams having to pop the bonnet. Has he got the spare tyre in there?
Maybe. We're going to do a bit of mechanicking, but we'll wait and see. But Ed is down there to talk to our winners that have made it onto the grid.
What a race, what a performance. You spend most of your time looking out the window.
Yeah, I mean, there was no way to go around that track in a straight line, to be honest. But yeah, great fun, great fun. The guys at West Riding have done a mega job with this car, and it was a very last-minute thing for me to be driving. So to reward the guys with a win is, well, we couldn't ask for any more. So yeah, I just loved every second.
It was a great drive. Well done. Happy Sunday night.
Cheers. Thank you.
Chris Ward, where is he? Chris, it's a tricky one, that, but wow, I mean, a great drive and another podium.
It was an excellent race, and James drove superbly well. I just need my backside kicking for not having a good setup on my car. It was shocking in the wet, and that's down to me. So I need to work on it and get my head into gear and get a better setup for next time. But all credit to James, what a race, and also Grant. I don't know where he's gone. He was giving me a hard time. I outbraked myself, he came through, and then we got it back again. But what an awesome race, and a super meeting. Thank you very much to Lord March, or Duke of March, Richard Frickman, for organising it.
So was the car just a bit stiff then?
Yeah, I had no traction at all. Again, that's my fault for not dialing a good setup into it. So next year we'll come back and hopefully I'll have a bit of a better setup for the wet and be able to challenge a little bit more.
Just finally, I was always taught that if you're going so sideways, you're losing speed, but you're living proof that that's not true at all.
Well, it does to a certain extent. I wasn't as sideways, I was more sideways than James, and he's carrying the speed forwards. So definitely needs to be a little bit softer and a little bit more compliance with the car for me to get drive, but I was just struggling a lot with traction.
Well, Chris, it was a great drive. Well done.
Thank you.
I think we've got third place man has finally arrived. Classic Grant to make an entrance and get it started again. Grant, I'm sorry to... Grant, I mean, nearly second.
Nearly second, yeah. I just, I gave it my everything, gave it my all. I'm so glad to be back playing on the backyard of the Duke. So, what a fantastic weekend. We've got a couple of issues, but you know, it was a great race. It was a great race. To come from 9th up to 3rd, I pedalled the hell out of the car. There wasn't much more I can get back out of it. So, And then the distributor popped off the top, so I was frankly trying to get the start back up again, and once every went past, I managed to get out and get it started. So yeah, amazing weekend. Can't thank you for coming back, get me back, and fantastic. Thank you very much.
I didn't realise there was a distributor. I thought you were just making a big entrance.
No, not that big of an entrance like I would like to, but no, I wanted to get round you. But just amazing race, fantastic race. Loved every minute of it.
Well done, Grant.
Thank you.
Your top three then in the St Mary's Trophy Part 2, which got underway with a couple of laps behind the safety car. And then we got up to full speed racing, and it was Alex Thistlethwaite from pole in the Ford Fairlane, which had initially the best view in the house, but very quickly succumbed, firstly, to Chris Ward's Jaguar Mark 1. And it was just a matter of time before the Lister Jag Mark 1 behind got through as well.
It was door banging, wheel banging, we had it all throughout the race, and then in come the Jaguars. They were hunting down the Ford that was always going to struggle in these wet conditions, and then came the Mini, the Austin Mini, charging its way through from all the way down the order, who did keep fastest lap of the race. Nick Swift behind the wheel, and plenty of sideways action we were treated to during the race as well.
The Alfa Romeo of Tom Chilton getting very sideways there, sharing that car with his brother Max. Cumulatively, they finished down in 13th position. But really, once James Dorlin managed to battle his way past Chris Ward, who did not make it easy, once he got through, he was able to kind of power away with it. And then Chris Ward had the sister Mark 1 Jaguar to play with in the form of Grant Williams, who was finding his way up through the field, started down in 9th. Grant did not make it easy for Chris Ward. These two chopping and changing positions like there was no tomorrow.
The next victim to enter off onto the grass was the 57 Ford Thistlethwaite, going off, and more fighting, more water being kicked up as well, and more mud just for extra treats.
That was Richard Colburn, who nearly found himself sideways, and the Riley 1.5 trying to find its way round. Finding its way round perfectly was James Dorlin in the Lister Jaguar Mark 1, shared with Alex Brundle from yesterday's race as well. And that was the St Mary's Trophy presented by Motul Part 2. This was how this race ended, with James Dorlin winning in the Lister Jaguar Mark 2. Now, I wonder, it's going to be close when it comes to the cumulative results here, with the Lister Jag taking the overall win. Chris Ward in the Jaguar Mark II in second, Grant Williams in third. Nick Swift, what a rise up from him in that race, from 16th all the way to 4th place. Just didn't quite have enough time to close down the remaining 11 seconds. Cameron Jackson makes it 3 Jaguar Mark 1s in the top 5. The pole sitter Alex Thistlethwaite down in 6th in the big Ford Fairlane. Mike Jordan and Mark Burnett, again, good rises up through. The Austins coming in handy to get themselves up from their lowly grid positions. It was a case much like the Ford Fairlane for the Ford Thunderbird of Fred Shepherd, falling down to 9th, with James Colburn in the Vanguard 6, rounding out the top 11. Tom Chilton saw him get sideways a few times in the Alfa Romeo Giulietta. It was Max Chilton in the car yesterday. He finished 12th today. Toby Smith's Jaguar Mark 1 in 13th. Chris Bunkum in the other Alfa in the field, rounding out the top 15. Tim Crichton's Austin A35 in 16th. Tom Shepherd in the Alfa Romeo Giulietta down in 19th. The top 20 was Duncan Pittaway in the Jaguar Mark 7, with Nick Naismith behind as well. And the remaining finishers, including those that finished the race. We had 30 runners in total. As we take a look at the final standings from the St Mary's Trophy, these are the combined times, and the winner then overall, sharing the Jaguar Mark 1, is Gordon Shedden and Chris Ward in their 102 Jag Mark 1, taking that overall win. James Dorlin doing a fantastic job in the Lister Jaguar Mark 1 in today's race to get him and that Brundle combination up into second. And then the Ford Fairlane managing to finish in the top 3 with Thistlethwaite and Steve Soper who ran that race yesterday in third, just ahead of the Ford Thunderbird, Tom Christensen and Fred Shepherd in fourth. The Jordan shared card in the Austin, the first of the Austins, rounding out the top 5. Nick Swift really helping Karun Chandhok out, I think, today, and getting himself with the overall combined 6th result. Grant Williams too, who had Neil Jarney in the car yesterday, in 7th, with Marcel Fassler and Manderson finishing in 9th ahead of Hill and Postins. Austin A40 rounded out the top 10 in the St Mary's Trophy. Well, a nice ending to the day, and I'll hand you back from the commentary box to the rest of the team.
Thanks very much, Harry. Yes, as we come to a close on the 2025 Goodwood Revival, we've seen rain, sunshine, wind, and I've even seen some really good photographs of lightning cut across the sky as the vintage cars come through the chicane. There has been absolutely amazing scenes here this weekend. And what a weekend it's been, full of variety and excitement. David and I are now joined by Ed and Rosie, who have been capturing all the commotion of this weekend. It's been brilliant to see the updates from you guys. Ed, I'll come to you first. I've loved seeing your post-race interviews, but I think a particular favourite of mine is when you speak to the children of the Setrington Cup, because they come out with some absolute corkers.
Funny, it's your favourite, but not necessarily mine. No, I do love it. The awful thing was I was interviewing Ella, who finished 2nd yesterday, and it was only at the end of the interview I realised that she was French and didn't speak English. So, hey-ho, these things happen. Another consummate professional moment. Look, I've had such a great time. There's been so many amazing drivers here. Here we are. This is my poor sister who had no idea this was going to happen. It was a moment of madness, and the video's been bouncing around the family WhatsApp group. She hasn't spoken to me since, but hopefully she will forgive me at some point in the future.
I'm sure, because that was a very well executed dance. It was a really lovely moment, and you both got into the spirit right there and then, so that was brilliant to see. Rosie, as we saw from that clip there, lots of fantastic outfits. I know you've been keeping a keen eye on that.
Yeah, I have to say, great dancing, much better than my Lindy hop yesterday, I have to say. There have been so many amazing outfits, and I have to kind of take my hat off to everyone that came the last few days, particularly with the weather particularly this afternoon, to still be embracing that. But I think my highlight today has to be the best dress competition, and it's been brilliant every day. And I don't think what people see is that it's a full hour of almost a catwalk and a full show that Dandy Wellington hosts, and there are so many wonderful nominations you can see there. And despite the rain today, it did not dampen the spirits. The crowds were huge. Everyone came out and enjoyed themselves, and we've had some really worthy winners and some really lovely stories as well. So I have to say, watching that, and obviously we had our wonderful judges, Dieter von Teese, there as well, helping judge the last few days. So it's been wonderful to see great outfits, great atmosphere, and no one caring what the weather was doing, just having a great time, which is what this is all about.
Yeah, what I loved about those stories is that people have been planning and designing their outfit for weeks and months leading up to this event, and so many handmade pieces as well. It's been beautiful to see.
Yeah, it's wonderful. I think yesterday one of our winners was, she made her outfit from scratch, and some of it was from her granny's wardrobe and her mother's wardrobe, and she'd put it all together. And we had a lovely lady today who was wearing her father's jacket. He was a pilot, so she was wearing his jacket, and he's 90 years old now. So it's just what, and she wears every single year, and it's stories like that that I think really bring together what this is about, with all the cars, plus also everyone really making an effort and you know, showcasing what they've got in their wardrobe already.
Yeah, I love that storytelling with the outfits, and particularly people styling an umbrella with their outfit this year. We've had to do that, David, haven't we, on plenty of occasions as we've been milling about the paddock and the holding area. I know you've been keeping a close eye on the racing.
I've loved the racing today. It's been fantastic. It's been fantastic all weekend. And, you know, if I'm going to pick a race out, it has to be the RSC TT. I think it lived up to that blue ribbon billing, you know, and we had a great race there. And a bit of a theme we've had all weekend. We started off with a bone dry race, and, you know, the AC Cobra, the big powerful one, got off to a start there. We had a bit of an incident at the beginning. And then, you know, it got a little bit damp, and then we had a couple of big moments. You know, it brought out the red flag. The E-types went forward, the AC went back, and Rob Huff and Tom Ingram just had a fantastic battle. I mean, I just thought it was incredible. Rob had a penalty. You didn't know if he knew Tom, you didn't know if he knew, but they were racing right to the line. I think there was about 3/10 between them. Really fantastic race.
And the first to win back-to-back wins with different manufacturers as well. So history has been made in the RAC TT celebration here. But another celebration we had today was, of course, the huge moment that was celebrating the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. So we had a circuit street party to celebrate. So we saw all kinds of military vehicles taped to the track, Union Jacks constantly waving, as well as dancing, cake, biscuits, and plenty of smiles to really capture the joy of that moment 80 years ago. It was absolutely fantastic to see, and the Duke made a really touching speech to round it all off. It was brilliant to be a part of, a really wonderful celebration. We were all there for that one. Did you guys enjoy that as well? It really captured that joyous gathering.
Yeah, I loved it, and I particularly loved one little boy I spoke to who said, "This has got to be the best moment of my life." I said, "How old are you?" He said, 8. I said, "Long life so far." But it's so sweet that they really means that, and the whole weekend. But you know, one mother said it's lovely it's almost like learning but out of the classroom, and it really actually makes a difference. So it was wonderful. It did feel like we were actually at a street party.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I stuffed my face, if I'm totally honest. That's why I only did 3 interviews. That's because I was constantly chewing. It was great.
Yeah. Well, the children that I spoke to didn't save me any biscuits, but there might be some soggy ones left after this. But it really is a family event. And from myself and all the team, it has been a pleasure to talk you through the weekend. This year's revival has really brought the festival vibes, from the scattered showers to the colourful celebrations. And we cannot wait to be back here at the Goodwood Motor Circuit for the next event, which will be in April 2026 for the next members meeting. We cannot wait to see the cars go around the track once again. So from all of us here, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next year.